Chapter 301 Water Spirit Palace. The stone tablet was slightly weathered, many of the characters illegible, only a few barely recognizable. Moreover, this tablet marked a boundary, as if two separate worlds lay before and after it. Su Changqing was to the left of the tablet, the black water was normal, without any problems. But on the opposite side, to the right of the tablet, was a completely different story, emanating a chilling, sinister aura. Fleetingly, the ruins of some buildings lay askew within. It seemed this place had been abandoned for a long time, appearing extremely dilapidated and ancient. After some thought, Su Changqing suddenly detached himself from the demonic dragon's water-avoiding boat, allowing it to cross the tablet first. After waiting for a while and seeing nothing happen, he followed. It seemed nothing remained here, especially nothing dangerous. Crossing from left to right appeared to be a short distance, but the reality was vastly different. As Su Changqing stepped back onto the deck of the demon dragon water-avoiding ship, he immediately sensed an absolute stillness. There were no ripples from the movement of large fish, nor were there any abnormal vibrations. It was utterly deathly silent. This place felt even deeper than the black water behind him. Occasionally, he could see some flickering, eerie lights, the nature of which he couldn't discern. Since this was Su Changqing's first time here, he had no guide and could only proceed cautiously, step by step. He steered the demon dragon water-avoiding ship slowly through the deathly, inky black water. He tried to minimize his presence, avoiding attracting any attention. He ventured deeper and deeper, gradually approaching the ruins of a structure. At first glance, it resembled an altar or something similar. The ground was riddled with cracks, and many thick stone pillars were driven into the ground. These pillars bore both chains made of some kind of metal and extremely complex runes. Su Changqing scanned the area with his spiritual sense, imprinting all these things, especially the runes, into his mind. After piecing them together, his eyes widened. If I remember correctly, this is a very ancient rune. I think it's called Zhou Tian Locking Dragon Pattern. Let alone ordinary rune masters, even someone at Old Bai's level couldn't possibly inscribe it. There are many reasons, but one key one is that the inscriber must at least possess the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage to have enough mana to support it. Otherwise, forcibly inscribing it would result in a backlash, even imprisoning one's own soul. Such a vast place. So many runes. This indicates that the rune master who personally inscribed it must be a top-tier existence. Moreover, at least a nascent soul true monarch. Just then, Su Changqing made a new discovery. There seemed to be an entrance on the other side. He rowed his demonic dragon water-avoiding boat closer, and a layer of 7-colored water curtain appeared before him. Within it, there seemed to be faint, indistinct architectural shadows. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't rush in. Instead, he took out the water-absorbing pearl and tossed the several large fish he had caught onto the deck. Then he grabbed one and threw it at the colorful water curtain in front of him. With a splash, the large fish quickly darted into it. He expected some kind of attack, but nothing happened. The large fish was perfectly safe inside, and the other side of the colorful water curtain was also water. However, Su Changqing was still uneasy and continued to tossing in the other large fish from the deck, one after another. He kept trying, testing the waters. He only stopped when he ran out of fish. Then, he carefully observed the situation on the other side of the 7-colored water curtain. The large fish swam around inside, seemingly curious about this unfamiliar place. After confirming that there were no problems, Su Changqing steered the demonic wood water-avoiding boat closer. As he slowly entered, the 7-colored water curtain before him began to ripple slightly. With a whoosh, the man and the boat successfully entered, arriving on the other side. The scene before him resembled a dilapidated palace, with ruins everywhere. A plaque hung crookedly. On it were 3 characters written in flowing, powerful strokes. Water Spirit Palace. Something emitted a soft white glow from the eaves directly in front of him. Su Changqing glanced at the large fish swimming around him, then shooed one of them towards the glowing object. Seeing no danger, he cautiously approached. He then discovered that the object emitting the white halo was actually a milky white sphere, about 3 inches in diameter, containing an extremely dense concentration of water spiritual energy. The surface of the bead was covered with fine water ripple patterns. These patterns weren't engraved marks, they seemed to be real water flowing and circulating within them. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this a water spirit bead?" When spiritual energy reaches a certain concentration, it condenses into an essence crystal, and over time, it transforms into spirit beads of various attributes. Although these spirit beads cannot help the wearer develop spiritual roots, they can amplify the corresponding attributes to a certain extent. Powerful spirit beads are said to amplify attributes by up to 100%. This water spirit bead, because of its small size, wouldn't have a very high amplification level, but for cultivators with water elemental roots, its value even surpasses that of a 6-pattern spiritual artifact. Now, it stands here alone, radiating its brilliance unappreciated. Su Changqing, seeing this, felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but say, "You have no master, and I have no water elemental pearl. If you don't mind, let's make do from now on. Water Elemental Pearl. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Your silence means you agree. Immediately, he grabbed the Water Elemental Pearl. The instant he made contact, a continuous stream of water elemental energy attempted to penetrate his body. Seeing this, Su Changqing quickly tossed it into his azure gourd and set it aside for now. He'd take it out and properly examine it later when he had a water elemental root. Next, while surveying his surroundings, he also extended his spiritual sense. Soon, he discovered something else within the ruins of this palace. Judging from the intensity of the feedback, it should be even rarer than the water spirit orb. Since it needed to be crawled inside, the demon dragon water avoiding boat had to be moored outside. Like a fish swimming, it slipped through the collapsed opening and entered. It arrived at a place resembling a banquet hall, surrounded by broken furniture such as upturned tables, serving dishes, and benches. However, nothing was detected by its spiritual sense. That thing was still deeper inside. Su Changqing glanced around and, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, simply packed up the few relatively intact dining tables and benches before continuing his exploration deeper into the area. Following a half-collapsed corridor, he quickly arrived at the other end. Directly opposite was a collapsed ruin. Even before approaching, he could feel an astonishing surge of water flowing around him, creating visible ripples. Su Changqing quickly activated his max-level Suanmu Golden Body technique, donned a crimson fire shield, and added a thick layer of bright yellow earth before cautiously approaching. Sure enough, he soon felt a powerful surge of water. Fortunately, thanks to the layers of protection, it couldn't cause him any harm. Upon getting closer, he lifted a section of the ruins and instantly saw a pool of water. It wasn't black water, on the contrary, it was very clear, like spring water. And inside, it seemed, lay a jade slip. Chapter 302 Dragon Abyss Water Spirit Seal. Su Changqing, relying on his max-level Suanmu Golden Body technique, reached out his right hand to try and touch it. But as soon as he approached, he felt a strong resistance, and the already surging water became even more turbulent. Seeing this, he tried a different approach. He switched to using fire elemental power to release high temperatures, hoping to evaporate the surface water. But not only did this fail, it even triggered more water to gush out. Like a clear spring, it continuously gushed out, expanding its area and increasing its impact. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and immediately switched to earth elemental power. This time, it succeeded. Enveloped by the earth elemental power, the water was gradually diluted, eventually revealing the jade slip inside. He immediately picked it up and found 4 small characters in regular script on it. 9 transformations of the soaring dragon. It appeared to be a water attribute cultivation technique or spell of unknown level. Su Changqing tried to penetrate it with his spiritual sense, but it was completely ineffective. There was no reaction whatsoever. He couldn't help but ponder, it seems it requires water elemental power to activate. I'll have to put this in the gourd for now. He flipped his wrist, putting the jade slip away. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the clear water that had been enveloped by earth elemental power was still bubbling away, even dispersing the obstructing earth elemental power. Unsurprisingly, this was also a valuable item. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't miss it. He intended to store it in his water-gathering pearl, but found it was already filled with black water and couldn't hold anymore. Therefore, he changed his mind, reaching out to touch it while simultaneously disappearing from the spot along with the clump of clear water. In a daze, they found themselves in their personal space. Breathing in the fresh air, Su Changqing pondered, the spirit fields are short of water. I was thinking of digging a large pond to channel water in, but now it seems this is much more suitable. So, he casually found a spot and temporarily placed the pool of water there. Since he still needed to explore the Water Spirit Palace, he didn't bother with careful handling. There was no rush, so he decided to wait until he returned to the stone house. Then, Su Changqing flashed away again, immediately leaving his personal space and returning to his previous location. Now, the ruins before him were completely still. It seemed there were no treasures left. Su Changqing's gaze swept across the area, eventually lingering on a more distant view. The entire Water Spirit Palace ruins were actually quite large. Besides a main palace, there were several side halls. Since he was already here, he might as well explore it thoroughly. There was no rush to return. Next, Su Changqing slowly swam in, searching room by room, glancing inside even when there was no disturbance. After an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the deepest part. It was clear that there had originally been 2 levels here, significantly higher than the surrounding area. Although it had collapsed, steps leading upwards were still visible. Su Changqing scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found only trash. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly detected something with a peculiar shape. Although it didn't emit any disturbance and could easily be dismissed as trash, Su Changqing, with his insatiable love of exploration, naturally wanted to investigate. Therefore, he immediately crawled through the gap. The first level had completely collapsed, and almost nothing intact was visible. The second floor was slightly better, 2/3 were gone, but a third was still barely clinging to life, looking extremely precarious. And this strangely shaped object was precisely located in this last third of the area. Su Changqing pushed aside the wooden beam in front of him, revealing a space barely large enough for him to move around in. On a desk inside, something lay askew. The top was an irregular rhombus, the bottom resembling a seal. The whole thing looked like a jade seal radiating a bluish-purple aura. It contained shimmering blue water, as if it held a lake within it. It was roughly the size of an adult's palm. Just then, Su Changqing's eyes widened. He noticed three very familiar objects on top of the seal. What? Spatial earth element fruits. As everyone knows, the main uses of this fruit are either to create a personal space or as a material for spatial teleportation. Since this seal-like object contains spatial earth element fruits, and three of them at that, this suggests it's either a personal spatial dimension, or it can teleport you elsewhere. Of course, it's also possible it has both abilities. After all, this thing contains three spatial earth element fruits refined within it. Su Changqing's heart pounded. Luckily, I thought its shape was unusual, so I came to take a look, otherwise I would have missed the real treasure. It seems the water spirit pearl, the 9 transformations of the swimming dragon, and the pool of clear water were all just illusions to deceive people. The real treasure, or rather, the good thing, is actually this seemingly calm but actually very special seal in both shape and content. Su Changqing initially intended to pick it up, but then reconsidered. Better safe than sorry. If anything were to happen, it would be disastrous. Therefore, after much thought, a sudden inspiration struck him, and a daring idea sprouted within him. Who cares what it is? I'll take it all, leaving nothing behind. This way, there's no danger, and I won't overlook the treasures. Immediately, Su Changqing placed his hands on the pillar broken in two in front of him. In a flash, a thought struck him, encompassing both himself and the vast ruins of the water spirit palace before him. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into thin air, leaving behind only an empty field and several large fish with bewildered eyes. With a deafening roar, the water spirit palace slammed into the spirit field, causing the ground to shake. The 10 dragon fish in the pond were especially startled and darted into the deeper waters. Su Changqing looked down at the water spirit palace, chuckling, now that you're in my space, you can explore however you want. This way, everything outside is completely isolated. The personal space is essentially a hidden private territory. Without Su Changqing's permission, outsiders cannot enter or leave. Only then did he take the seal-like object into his hand. It felt icy cold to the touch, emanating a faint chill. But there was no fluctuation, no risk. No problem. The only problem was that this thing was heavier than expected. And not just ordinary heavy. Not even tens, hundreds, or thousands of kilograms, but a full 1,000 kilograms. The top is an irregular rhombus shape, inlaid with 3 spatial earth element fruits. Below is a watery blue-purple color, shimmering when shaken. Su Changqing turned it over to look at the bottom, and sure enough, there were several lines of small regular script characters. He subconsciously read them aloud. The great void rifts abyss, earth element guards the border. Dragon marrow condenses crystal, water spirit returns to its form. The 9-dimensional star chart opens the heavenly path, 3 heads and 6 arms subdue the 8 desolations. Borrow the great void power within my seal, spatial coordinates appear in profound yellow. Named Dragon Abyss Water Spirit Seal. Chapter 303 Nascent Soul Dharma Form. The moment he finished reciting, Su Changqing felt the Dragon Abyss Water Spirit Seal in his hand tremble violently. It quickly emitted a dreamlike, deep blue halo, as if it had been activated. Then it generated a suction force, as if trying to pull something away from him. But no matter how hard he tried, he ultimately gained nothing and quickly calmed down. Su Changqing pondered this. It seems that both this Dragon Abyss Water Spirit Seal and the 9 transformations of the Soaring Dragon Jade Slip require water elemental power to activate, but unfortunately, I don't have any at the moment. This in-depth exploration of the Black Dragon Pool had indeed yielded considerable gains. Whether it was the Water Spirit Pearl, or the 9 transformations of the Soaring Dragon Jade Slip, or the Dragon Abyss Water Spirit Seal, any one of these items was incredibly valuable, and would definitely cause a frenzy if left out. Even the cheapest Water Spirit Pearl currently fetches tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones on the market. As for the other two, it's hard to say. He estimated they would require high-grade spirit stones to afford. The only pity was that he couldn't use or activate it now. He could only glimpse its potential after he developed a water elemental root. Su Changqing carefully put away the items, then continued to gaze at the vast ruins of the Water Spirit Palace, pondering, to avoid resting under trees in the future, I need a home in my personal space, and this is quite good. Although it was ruins, it was nothing more than a structure built of wood and stone. Coincidentally, he possessed both wood and earth elemental roots. It felt like rebuilding it wouldn't be difficult. While it certainly wouldn't be comparable to the original, at least he'd have a place to live. With this in mind, Su Changqing decisively activated the two types of spiritual power in his Danshan, releasing both wood and earth elements, enveloping the ruins of the water spirit palace below. Instantly, the palace, which had collapsed into ruins, began to rebuild itself little by little at a visible speed. Although it couldn't be restored to its original state, it at least resembled a palace. While the repairs were still underway, Su Changqing swiftly disengaged from his personal space and returned to the outside. He hadn't forgotten he was still in the dragon-locking abyss. Although there was no immediate danger, anything could happen, so he needed to leave as soon as possible. Of course, before leaving, he caught the large fish and stored them all in his water-gathering pearl. Then, he piloted the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, hurtling towards the seven-colored water curtain at incredible speed. With a whoosh, it was as if they had passed through a barrier. Su Changqing, boat and all, returned to the stagnant dragon-locking abyss. It was deathly silent here, without any tremors or ripples. All the buildings were faintly visible in the water, like ancient corpses buried here for millennia. Su Changqing piloted the demon dragon water-avoiding boat to explore the area once more. Seeing that there was nothing there, he finally left completely. A short while later, he saw the weathered stone tablet again. The inscriptions were still blurred, with only a few barely legible characters. Water Spirit Palace. Dragon Locking Abyss. Reverse Scale. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. To this day, I still don't know what the reverse scale is, I've never even seen it. According to the inscription on the stone tablet, Dragon Locking Abyss is this area. Water Spirit Palace is a hidden cave dwelling. Only the reverse scale, so far, has neither been seen nor encountered. Su Changqing pondered for a while, then a thought suddenly struck him. He had the demonic dragon avert the water and bring the stone tablet close. Once they were pressed together, he immediately reached out his right hand to touch it. The touch was icy cold and hard, as if it weren't stone, but some kind of metal. At that moment, a bold guess surged into his mind. Could it be that the reverse scale was this stone tablet? Su Changqing exerted force with his right hand, wiping away the surface material of the stone tablet, instantly revealing the intricate patterns hidden within. At first glance, they resembled ancient runes. Infusing wood elemental power no use. Infusing earth elemental power no use. Infusing fire elemental power a reaction. Seeing the effect, Su Changqing immediately activated the 9 Flames Profound technique, continuously pouring fire elemental power from his Danshan into it. Instantly, the entire stone tablet began to shake violently, and the surface material continued to peel away. Finally, a black scale radiating a cold metallic light appeared. Meanwhile, several fragmented images flashed through Su Changqing's mind. It appeared to be a black demonic dragon wreaking havoc. It was then suppressed, tamed, and ultimately killed by a powerful cultivator. The images were extremely blurry, likely due to the passage of time. Only a vague outline could be seen of the powerful cultivator unleashing a majestic dharma form, resembling a mountain, surrounded by an overwhelming pressure of water. He wore a robe adorned with dragon scales resembling those of the Jianhai River. He wore a Xian Shui crown. His right hand gripped the water-splitting heavenly pivot staff. A Xianming ice dragon coiled around its left leg, its body entirely white, its scales shimmering with an icy luster. It continuously exhaled icy breath, condensing layers of icy mist around it. His right foot trod upon a crimson water serpent, its scales shimmering like flames. The serpent's forked tongue hissed, radiating intense heat. Around the Dharma image floated countless runes formed from water elemental energy, their swirling light faintly outlining the vast landscapes of rivers, lakes, and seas. Su Changqing was deeply shocked. The ability to release a Dharma image indicates a resonance with the laws of heaven and earth. This person's understanding of their own spiritual root and attributes has reached an extremely profound level, therefore, their cultivation realm is definitely above the nascent soul stage. Although he was currently only in the late foundation establishment stage, he still had some understanding of cultivation realms. Qi refining stage. Through cultivation techniques, one absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into one's own spiritual power, thereby enhancing physical constitution and basic cultivation. Foundation establishment stage. Building upon the Qi refining stage, cultivators transform spiritual power from a gaseous state into a liquid state, forming a stable foundation for cultivation, allowing for further improvement in all aspects. Golden core stage. The spiritual energy is condensed into a golden core, releasing magical power and beginning initial contact with the laws of heaven and earth. It is divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. The human grade golden core is the lowest. Breakthrough only awakens divine consciousness. The earth grade golden core is slightly better. Breakthrough grants both divine consciousness and supernatural abilities. The heaven grade golden core is the best. Breakthrough grants divine consciousness, supernatural abilities, and comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Nascent soul stage. The golden core is condensed into a nascent soul, a condensed form of the cultivator's spirit and magical power. It possesses not only powerful offensive capabilities but also a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Even if the physical body dies, the nascent soul can still cultivate, essentially a second life. Similarly, nascent souls also have different grades. A translucent, facialless nascent soul is a low-grade nascent soul, almost impossible to break through to the deity transformation stage. A nascent soul resembling a child or a deist is a high-grade nascent soul, with a certain probability of breaking through to the deity transformation stage. If the nascent soul's surface is engraved with natural Deo patterns, resonating strongly with the laws of heaven and earth, even triggering extraordinary phenomena, the rudimentary form of a nascent soul Dharma image, then it is a top-grade nascent soul, with a very high probability of breaking through to the deity transformation stage. Su Changqing carefully put away this enormous reverse scale, then said in a deep voice, "The opportunities here are mainly for those with water elemental roots. The content is enough to allow the recipient to transition from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, or even the more powerful nascent soul stage. In other words, if one wants to achieve perfect 5 elements before breaking through and have no worries about future cultivation, at least 5 similar opportunities are needed. But this thing can't be obtained by asking, it's all down to luck." Chapter 304 Fish Demon. The demonic dragon water-avoiding ship departed from the dragon-locking abyss. The deathly silence vanished instantly, and the surroundings quickly became lively. Various large fish swam leisurely in the black water. Suddenly, they seemed to sense something and fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared without a trace. Su Changqing keenly sensed the anomaly and warily scanned his surroundings. He quickly discovered a swift current rushing towards the left side of the ship. Because the demonic dragon water-avoiding ship possessed a top-tier water avoidance effect, it was completely unaffected. However, he vaguely sensed some enormous creature approaching at an extremely fast speed. Upon seeing this, Su Changqing immediately became alert, simultaneously activating the wood, fire, and earth spiritual energies in his dantian, entering a battle stance. Not long after, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, from the black water, a gigantic shadow slowly emerged, a sunfish several meters long. Its flattened body resembled a moving small mountain. Its dark gray skin was rough and covered in bumps, each protrusion bearing sharp bony spikes, and its surface was covered with a layer of green slime. Especially its eyes, gleaming with an eerie green light, like 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps, with strange vertical pupils. Its gaze was quite complex. It held both the greed of seeing food and a hint of cunning. At this sight, Su Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, "A fish demon." The first time he encountered a fish demon, it had the same look in its eyes. Although their sizes differed, their eyes were identical. This clearly indicated that this was a massive fish demon. He had initially thought this black water only contained large fish and posed no danger. Now it seemed he had simply been lucky to have avoided it upon entering. The next second, the sunfish opened its enormous mouth, revealing a dense array of serrated teeth, each as thick as a child's arm, from which it spewed a series of black bubbles. The massive fins merely twitched slightly, yet the surrounding water immediately formed a surging whirlpool. Judging by this, it seemed an attack was imminent. Su Changqing remained calm, showing no panic in the face of this colossal fish demon. He immediately steered the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, adjusting its course, and then channeled his fire elemental power into the dragon horn at the bow. Within the spiral-shaped groove, azure flames flickered and intensified. The entire boat began to sway slightly, as if containing terrifying power. The fish demon, seemingly oblivious, charged forward with its mouth agape. Seeing this, Su Changqing's lips curled into a slight smile, perfect timing. "Try out the dragon flame breath of my demon dragon water-avoiding boat." Fire! Boom! The ship shuddered violently, then a dazzling azure flame erupted from the dragon's horns. Like a dragon's breath, it evaporated the black water in its path, instantly striking the fish demon with its open mouth and plunging it into it. The fish demon, which hadn't even gotten close, froze, its eyes glazing blankly. Suddenly, its flesh tore open with a hiss, revealing a gaping hole. Flesh, blood, and fragments of internal organs flowed out. Originally intending to devour Su Changqing and the dragon-shaped water-avoiding ship, the greed in its pupils turned to terror after this attack. Without hesitation, it turned and fled in the other direction. Although injured, its ability to control water remained remarkable. With a whoosh, it darted a considerable distance, quickly escaping the range of the dragon's breath. Su Changqing had no intention of letting this creature escape. He immediately activated the second ability of the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, making it semi-transparent in stealth mode. Moreover, not only the entire boat, but also the people and items on board, vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, both Su Changqing and the demon dragon water-avoiding boat disappeared into thin air, almost invisible in the black water, without a sound. The fish demon, thinking it had escaped, swam back towards its nest with lingering fear. Unbeknownst to it, Su Changqing, piloting the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, followed silently behind. After an unknown amount of time, a huge cave entrance suddenly appeared ahead, surrounded by countless, undigested fish carcasses. Su Changqing thought to himself, looks like they were all eaten by this fish demon. I wonder if there are any of its kind inside. It didn't matter. Judging from the current situation, this fish demon couldn't withstand the dragonfire breath of the demon dragon's water-avoiding boat. It could be killed in 3 shots at most. The fire elemental power in his own Chi-Si could support about 5 shots. Combined with what elemental power, it should be able to increase to 7 shots. Even 2 fish demons could be easily dealt with. Therefore, Su Changqing steered the demon dragon's water-avoiding boat, following the fish demon into the cave. The interior was not complicated at all. The passage was quite straight, with almost no bends. After all, this fish demon was a huge sunfish. If the environment inside its lair was very complex, getting in and out would probably be a problem. The cave stretched deeper and deeper. Finally, a huge space appeared ahead. The heavily injured fish demon quickly approached a palm-sized seashell. A weak demonic power was released, and a faint blue light quickly emanated from within. Instantly, the injured area began to heal at a visible speed. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Want to heal? No way. About 10 meters away, the demon dragon water-avoiding boat suddenly appeared. The fish demon, which had been healing, trembled in fright. Before it could react, a burst of azure flame erupted. The terrifying power caused the surrounding water to surge violently. Then it evaporated instantly. A single strike shattered the fish demon's head, even carving a jagged crack in the stone wall behind it, demonstrating its terrifying power. With the fish demon dead, and without the power of its demonic energy, the azure light within the shell gradually dimmed. Su Changqing controlled the demon dragon water-avoiding boat to approach, waiting for it to devour him while examining the object. Inside was a mass of water. It appeared extremely pure, without any impurities, and a rich water spiritual energy could be felt. Su Changqing quickly realized, this seems to be liquid water essence. Water, when purified to its extreme, becomes water essence. Below the golden core stage, drinking it will raise one's cultivation level by a minor realm. If one possesses a water spiritual root, it can even reshape that root. If used to refine spiritual weapons or magical artifacts, adding it will grant the ability to automatically absorb surrounding water spiritual energy and self-repair. Just as Su Changqing was about to put it away, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye and immediately looked over. In another corner, he saw a small tree growing. Its shape resembled coral, but it was somewhat different. On it was a fruit the size of a fist, its skin translucent, through which a pale blue sap could be faintly seen flowing. If Su Changqing's memory served him correctly, this should be called a water spirit fruit. Eating it not only rapidly restores depleted spiritual energy but also cleanses impurities from the meridians and increases the cultivation speed of water attribute techniques. Moreover, it is a primary ingredient for refining the Water Spirit Root Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 305 The Results of the Grand Competition. Su Changqing, surprised by the unexpected gain, grinned. He then stored the liquid water essence in his azure gourd, and placed the water spirit fruit tree in his personal space. Next, he released his spiritual sense, scanning the surroundings thoroughly, afraid of missing any valuable treasures. And indeed, there was a new discovery. In the nearby pit, there was a corpse. No, to be precise, it was the corpse of a fisherman. He wore a tattered raincoat and a straw hat. He clutched a worn-out fishing rod tightly in his hand, seemingly fishing before his death. After digging it out from among the numerous fish skeletons, Su Changqing discovered that this fishing rod was no ordinary object. Because old Zhao and old Hu both enjoyed fishing, he was quite knowledgeable about it. Most fishing rods consist of 3 parts: the rod itself, the hook, the line. This seemingly ordinary fishing rod is actually quite extraordinary. The rod is made of river-sinking bamboo. The hook is a devouring abyss hook. The line is made of fish demon sinew. In short, this isn't just a fishing rod, it's a spiritual artifact. It has 5 runes inscribed on it. They are: Gathering Water Rune, Binding Spirit Rune, Water Concealment Rune, Insight Rune, Water Tracing Rune. While the runes are indeed closely related to fishing, their power wouldn't be particularly weak in combat either. Su Changqing searched the corpse and found a storage bag at its waist. Although its owner was dead, the brand on it remained, preventing it from being opened. Su Changqing put away the storage bag and then carried the fisherman's corpse back to the deck of the demon dragon's water-avoiding ship. Unexpectedly, the fish demon's corpse was still there, undevoured. Su Changqing put down the fisherman's corpse, then said in surprise, "What do you mean? You've already looked down on the fish demon?" The demonic dragon's water-avoiding boat didn't react at all. Even at close range, it remained indifferent, seemingly unwilling to devour him. Sigh. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. If you won't even eat the fish demon now, what will happen in the future? Looks like I've spoiled you too much. Su Changqing shook his head, pulled out a sharp dagger, and swam towards the fish demon's enormous corpse, beginning its meticulous dissection. Since it was a demon, there were bound to be many valuable parts. For example, fins, scales, bones, blood, and tendons. All of these could be used to refine pills, or even some kind of magical artifact. Of course, the most valuable or important thing was the demon's core. In fact, for most demons, the core is a demon core containing demonic power. Depending on their attributes, they varied in size, color, and abilities. For example, the sunfish-shaped core was perfectly round, about the size of a baby's fist, with a translucent, aquamarine halo flowing across its surface. It possessed both an aggressive, chilling demonic power and the gentle warmth unique to water elemental energy. The surface of its demon core was covered with fine, fish scale-like protrusions. A faint pulsation could be felt upon gentle touch. Just holding it in his hand caused the surrounding water elemental energy to gather. Unfortunately, the fish demon was already dead, so it couldn't be refined. Soon, Su Changqing had collected everything he could carry, except for some pieces of meat. After much thought, he patted his waist. The blood gourd, which he had refined but never used, flew up and floated above the chunks of flesh, releasing a powerful suction force. It sucked everything in front of him in. Finally, he had eaten meat. With everything done, Su Changqing returned to the deck of the demon dragon's water-avoiding ship. He lightly stomped his right foot, and the ship immediately changed direction, heading towards the entrance. Soon they left the fish demon's lair and headed towards the black dragon pool. This time, there was no hindrance, they left smoothly. Now, the black dragon pool was empty, the demon dragon skeleton was gone, the dragonfish were gone. Even the water spirit palace, water spirit pearl, swimming dragon transformation, and dragon abyss water spirit seal hidden behind it had all been wiped out by Su Changqing. It could be said that only the locked dragon abyss and the abandoned buildings remained. After leaving Black Dragon Pool, Su Changqing found a good spot nestled against the mountain and beside the water, dug a pit, and buried the fisherman's body there. Of course, the fishing rod and storage bag were considered payment for his services, so he left them behind. After finishing, Su Changqing glanced at the time, feeling that quite a long time had passed, and wondered if he would have enough time to witness the battle between Chu Chu and Emosha. Everyone was actually quite looking forward to it. Not to mention that the first place in the formal disciple competition would be decided between the two of them. Furthermore, and most importantly, the two had a feud. Multiple clashes and threats had whetted everyone's appetite. Immediately, Su Changqing summoned the great leaf grass and flew towards the forging peak at an extremely fast speed. The three types of spiritual energy in his chi-si were consumed in turn, making his speed several times faster than before, and he finally arrived at the forging peak in the shortest possible time. However, upon arriving, he found that there weren't many onlookers, and it wasn't as lively as he had imagined. Su Changqing was taken aback. Too late. Brilliant, truly brilliant. What a pity, what a real pity. This result is unbelievable. The surrounding crowd was full of people exclaiming in amazement. Su Changqing couldn't understand a word. After searching around, he finally spotted a familiar face and immediately went over, calling out, "Hansu." Hansu turned around, his expression surprised. "Senior brother Su." Su Changqing asked excitedly, "Who won? Senior brother Chu or Masha? What was the final result?" Hansu hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Senior brother Chu won." Su Changqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. But..." Hansu's tone shifted, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Changqing's expression changed slightly. "But what?" "Sigh." Hansu sighed, then said, "Although senior brother Chu won, it was a narrow victory. At that time." Then, he described the battle between Chu Chu and Emosha. Although Chu Chu did indeed achieve first place in this formal disciple competition, he probably wouldn't be able to participate in the Gig's secret realm later. The reason was that during his battle with Emosha, the two fought for real, and Emosha used a special spell that actually corrupted Chu Chu's spiritual root. Originally, he had dual spiritual roots of water and wood, but now his water spiritual root was corrupted, turning into poisonous water. As a result, not only could he not nourish wood with water, but he would even be countered by water. In other words, Chu Chu did indeed defeat Emosha and win first place in the formal disciple competition. However, because his spiritual root was corrupted, he was unable to cultivate or travel to the Gig's secret realm for a short period, which is why everyone was shocked. Su Changqing's eyes sharpened instantly. Emosha did this, didn't he receive any punishment? It's just a sect competition, is it necessary to harm a fellow disciple like this? Hansu was intimidated by the man's gaze and aura, instantly tensing up. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and he answered in a trembling voice, "True Master Qin did intend to punish him, but unexpectedly, a nascent soul true monarch appeared and managed to protect Emosha." Chapter 306. Determined to overcome 1,000 armies, Iron will forges heroic souls. Qin Genren, also known as Qin Bailey, had broken through to the Earthgrade Golden Core realm. He was the top core disciple and the most talented swordsman in the Immortal sect for 1,000 years. Breaking through to the Earth-grade Golden Core realm before the age of 30, such talent was rare even in the entire Tianyuan Realm. Furthermore, he was listed among the top 10 rising stars of the Tianyuan Realm, even ranking high. Crucially, Qin Bailey also possessed high attainments in weapon crafting. The sunflower-shaped magical artifact in his hand, capable of releasing countless flying swords, was forged by his own hand. Logically, given his status, position, and strength, punishing Masha, who hadn't yet become a core disciple, should have been no problem. But who could have imagined that a nascent soul true monarch would step in to protect him? Compared to the Golden Core realm, there was ultimately a major realm difference. Even with a golden spirit root, especially for sword cultivators, whose destructive power ranked first among all spiritual roots, it was impossible to cross a major realm. Moreover, nascent soul cultivators have a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, and their strength is naturally greater. Su Changqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder Masha is so fearless. It turns out he has a nascent soul true monarch as his backer. Han Su wholeheartedly agreed, indeed. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is senior brother Chu now?" Han Su scratched his head, answering uncertainly, "He should be recuperating in the Spirit Beast Valley, right?" Seeing this, Su Changqing took out a communication talisman, not for Chu Chu, but for old Hu. If Chu Chu was injured, he would definitely be resting, so it wouldn't be convenient to disturb him. It just so happens that old Hu is also a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley, and should know the situation better. "Old Su, it's me. I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?" "Something came up. How's senior brother Chu?" "Senior brother Chu isn't doing well. His injuries are worse this time than last time." "Where is he?" "He's right here in front of me." "Tell me the address. I'll be right there." Soon, Hu Bagui gave the address. It was in the Spirit Beast Valley, just deeper inside. Su Changqing was about to leave, but then he remembered something and looked at Han Su. "Junior brother Han, could you come over in the next few days? Those 5 acres of spirit fields need loosening." Han Su was overjoyed. "Okay." Then, Su Changqing walked to the edge of the forging peak, then summoned the great leaf grass. This time, he didn't go home, but headed to the Spirit Beast Valley to check on Chu Chu's condition first. He wasn't delayed by anything along the way and quickly arrived at the Spirit Beast Valley. The pillar python still stood straight, like a real stone pillar. It seemed to spend most of its time sunbathing or sleeping. Although everyone was curious, no one dared to ask. After all, it really did eat people. Following the address and asking the disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley, Su Changqing finally arrived at Chu Chu's residence, the edge of a forest. This forest was called Nest Forest, covering a vast area that stretched as far as the eye could see. The trees were all called nest trees, and they were quite magical. As they grew, their branches intertwined, eventually forming a nest. The older the nest tree, the larger the space inside. Therefore, it was highly prized by many birds and spirit beasts. Chu Chu's contracted spirit beast was a 1,000-year-old white crane named He-Chi. It had lived in this nest forest since birth. Moreover, this is both its name and a ranking. Within the entire white crane clan, Crane 7 strength ranks 7th. Possessing both water and wind attributes, its strength is considerable. As Su Changqing approached, he saw it standing at the entrance of a nest tree, its eyes frequently glancing inside, its expression quite tense. Furthermore, a large black cat floated on the other side, bearing a golden banner embroidered with the black and gold character, Chu, resembling a dragon or snake. Unexpectedly, there was another member of the Chu family from Sorrowful Windcliff here. Although he didn't know who it was definitely not Chu Fang. After all, that person was gone. Su Changqing stepped forward to greet him. "Lord He-Chi, long time no see." He-Chi glanced at him, then exclaimed, "It's that brewing lad." Su Changqing nodded slightly, then asked, "Is senior brother Chu inside?" He-Chi nodded slightly, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing leaped up and arrived at the entrance of the nest tree, then peered inside. Good heavens, the interior space was enormous, no different from a normal house. It had a living room, kitchen, bedroom, study, and everything else imaginable. Then, under He-Chi's watchful gaze, he ventured deeper inside. Soon he saw Hu Bagui, Su Yuan, Lan Tian, and several unfamiliar disciples from the Spirit Beast Valley. Upon seeing him arrive, Lan Tian didn't react, as the two weren't acquainted. Hu Bagui and Su Yuan stepped forward to greet him. "You finally arrived." Su Changqing looked at the two in surprise. "Why are you both outside?" Hu Bagui glanced at the bedroom door before answering in a low voice. "A core disciple is inside chatting with senior brother Chu." Remembering the pleasure boat he had seen outside, Su Changqing curiously asked, "Which one from the Chu family?" The Chu family wasn't just the #1 cultivation family in Baifeng Cliff. Behind them was the Tianyuan dynasty, one of the 5 great dynasties. With the support of massive resources, several core disciples had emerged. Chu Feng was one of them, even considered one of the most promising young geniuses. Hu Bagui replied seriously, "Xu Hong." Su Changqing vaguely recognized the name. He had appeared before when Chu Chu and Lan Tian were fighting. However, he left quickly, appearing swift and decisive. Now that a core disciple was present, Su Changqing had no choice but to wait patiently outside. Not long after, footsteps echoed from inside. Soon, the door opened, and a tall man dressed in a robe embroidered with a four-clawed black python emerged, his voice low and menacing. Staying in the Spirit Beast Valley with injuries like yours is pointless. Quickly find some time to ascend Iron Blood Peak. The entire Dongting Immortal sect comprises 7 immortal peaks. They are: Iron Blood Peak. Tidal asterisk sharp will breaks through 1,000 armies, Iron Blood forges heroic souls. Narcissus Peak. Tidal asterisk the Milky Way washes the heart, connecting 10,000 waters, the illusionary array condenses the essence, stabilizing the vast ocean. Azure Wood Peak. Tidal asterisk jade branches condense dew, giving birth to all things, verdant peaks nurture beauty, containing spiritual energy. Crimson Fire Peak. Tidal asterisk the golden crow bathes in fire, tempering its true body, crimson flames burn the heavens, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. Vajra Peak. Tidal asterisk the Tai sword tempers the body, condensing the golden soul, the white tiger roars at the moon, slaying 1,000 armies. Thick Earth Peak. Tidal asterisk yellow jade nurtures harmony, strengthening the foundation, the earth bears all things, suppressing heaven and earth. Xianming Peak. Tidal chaos corrodes bones and shatters illusion, 9 netherworld spring refines the true soul. Greetings, senior brother. Everyone present bowed respectfully. However, Chu Hong didn't even glance at them, walking straight outside. A short while later, he sailed away on his black yacht. Inside the room, Chu Chu's voice suddenly came, Junior brother Su is here. Su Changqing exchanged glances with Hu Bagui and Su Yuan, then walked over, only speaking when he reached the door, I'm here. Inside the room, Chu Chu greeted, come in. Su Changqing immediately went in, his expression freezing upon seeing the person on the bed. Chapter 307 A Debt of Gratitude, forever etched in the senior brother's heart. Chu Chu lay stiffly on a bed of ice. His injuries were far more severe than before. His skin and flesh were torn open, covered in countless bloody welts. He hardly looked like the victor of the formal disciple competition. An uninformed observer would have thought he had lost. The ugly scars on Chu Chu's face trembled slightly, finally giving way to a smile. Junior brother Su, I still haven't taken that step. Su Changqing was taken aback at first, then shook his head. If your water elemental root were to transform into an ice elemental root, although it would grant immunity to the damage caused by Mo-Sha, it would be even more detrimental to your future cultivation. The man before him possessed both water and wood elemental roots. Even if his water elemental root was corrupted, becoming poisonous, at least his wood elemental root was still usable, he could still cultivate. However, because he lacked the water-generating wood effect, all aspects would be significantly diminished. If he were to develop an ice spiritual root, the restraint on a wood spiritual root would only be greater. Even if he won first place in this formal disciple competition, various problems would arise later. In short, the first scenario still has room for redemption. The second scenario would mean he could only cultivate an ice spiritual root from then on. Chu Chu said rather proudly, in any case, I taught Mo-Sha a lesson this time. Su Changqing asked curiously, I heard that a nascent soul true monarch intervened to protect him. Chu Chu's smug expression froze slightly, then he nodded slightly, yes. Su Changqing frowned slightly, someone like Mo-Sha actually had someone protecting him. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu's eyes seemed to be veiled by a thin mist, and he said in a low voice, Junior brother, you should know that anyone who becomes a core disciple or reaches the golden core stage will go up the mountain, right? Su Changqing nodded slightly, indeed, someone told me about it. Chu Chu took a deep breath, this person, Mo-Sha, although inherently wicked and unlike ordinary people, more like a beast in human form, is exceptionally admired and even valued by certain immortals. Among them is the nascent soul true monarch who appeared this time. Su Changqing seemed to understand senior brother means that the nascent soul true monarch who appeared this time came from one of the 7 great peaks. Chu Chu blurted out, Xianming Peak. Su Changqing's eyes narrowed, his pupils fluctuating slightly. Just like the Spirit Beast Valley accepts any kind of disciple, Xianming Peak is even more extreme. The immortals on Xianming Peak don't care about oddballs, freaks, or mentally unstable people, they only value one thing, talent surpassing that of those around them. Chu Chu knew perfectly well, you think Qin Bailey didn't want to take action? He just didn't want to offend anyone. Su Changqing looked slightly unwilling, but Chu Chu waved his hand to interrupt, questioning, Junior brother, you've been a member of the Immortal sect for many years, don't you know the true situation of formal disciples? Su Changqing looked dejected, how could I not know? Having been a member of the Dongting Immortal sect for so long, especially as a spirit cultivation envoy, he understood the current situation to some extent. Outer disciples had strict requirements, those who didn't meet the requirements were never allowed to become formal disciples. Formal disciples seemed to have more lenient treatment, but in reality, they were truly treated like slaves. Only by becoming core disciples, those on the mountain, could one be considered a true member of the immortal sect. Enjoying the resources provided by the formal disciples, they have a better cultivation environment than them. For example, Li Lingbai, or Masha, and the one before him, half of Chu Chiu. Why half? Because Chu Chiu only has his wood spirit root usable. To be honest, in his condition, he probably wouldn't get much attention even if he went up the mountain. Chu Chiu said earnestly, "You said something good. Cultivating immortality requires a clear mind. Although I have physical problems, at least I beat up Masha." "That's great." Su Changqing smiled. "Senior brother is quite optimistic." Chu Chiu grinned. "I have no choice but to be optimistic." Su Changqing asked again, "How does the immortal sect plan to treat your body?" Chu Chiu shook his head. "Chu Hong just came to inform me, telling me to go up the mountain to discuss this further." Su Changqing thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a seashell containing liquid water essence and handed it to him. "Senior brother, if you're not satisfied with the treatment methods provided above, use this." Chu Chiu looked astonished. "This is..." Su Changqing said ambiguously, "I just returned from outside and happened to obtain this." Chu Chiu gave the man before him a deep look. "Junior brother, I will remember your kindness today." Seeing that the conversation was nearly over, Su Changqing turned and walked out. "I won't disturb your rest any longer, senior brother. You can come to the spirit field to drink with me sometime." Chu Chiu's hands trembled as he held the liquid water essence, and even his breathing became heavy. He knew this wasn't for treatment. It was for confidence. With it, he wouldn't be led by the nose by the immortals. With it, he would have the courage to face Masha again. With it, he wouldn't have to worry about problems on his path of cultivation. Su Changqing bid farewell to Hu Bagui and the others, and soon returned to his own spiritual field. Wine Wang, Gag, the turtles and fish in the pond all were fine. To make up for it, he specially prepared a sumptuous meal: steamed spirit fish, braised spirit fish chunks, fish and lamb spirit soup, pan-fried silver fish, fish head and tofu spirit soup. Yes, that's right, all fish. Well, what could he do? The biggest harvest this time was from the fish in the water-gathering pearl. Caw, caw. A fire crow's warning sounded outside. Su Changqing realized someone had arrived and immediately switched to shared vision. Soon, he saw a flowing tassel flying boat appear on his right. The boat was about 3 jang long, with a streamlined shape and a surface covered with flowing water patterns. The main sail was woven from golden rice ears, hanging low when there was no wind and billowing when there was wind. A large yellow character, Rong, meaning honor, was engraved on the sail. Standing below was a man with a mustache, his age impossible to discern. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. A member of the Rong family. A short while later, the man stopped on the embankment beside the field. "It smells so good." Soon, the man's voice rang out from outside. Su Changqing stepped out of the stone house, looked the man up and down, and asked, "And you are?" "My name is Rong Fu, from the Rong family." The man introduced himself, his face full of pride. Su Changqing reminded him, "You seem to have forgotten something." Rong Fu was taken aback at first, but when he saw the spirit cultivation envoy token hanging at the man's waist, he realized what he meant, and then reluctantly bowed. "Greetings, spirit envoy Su." Su Changqing then got to the point. "What do you want with me?" Rong Fu said with a half-smile, "It's like this, there seems to be a problem with the spiritual plants on our Rong family's side, so young Master Yan would like you to take a look." Su Changqing pondered. "He wants me to look at the spiritual plants." Logically speaking, the Rong family, as the leading family of spiritual cultivation with a history of over 1,000 years, should have ways of dealing with any problems with the spiritual plants. The fact that they've inexplicably come knocking suggests something fishy is going on. However, the spirit cultivation envoy cannot refuse matters concerning spiritual plants. Rong Fu blinked. "You think?" Su Changqing said calmly, "Wait until I finish my meal." Chapter 308. Su Lingxi, let's see what you're capable of. An hour passed. Rong Fu, waiting outside, was growing impatient, but dared not show it. Firstly, it was young Master Yan's order. Secondly, the person inside was the only spirit cultivator of the spirit field. He couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he could only suppress his displeasure. Actually, Su Changqing had finished eating half an hour ago, and had been busy washing dishes, cleaning, and even bathing the dog. This whole ordeal took exactly an hour. Su Changqing finally stepped out of the room, then gestured with his chin. "We can set off now." Rong Fu breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed to the flowing tassel flying boat and said, "Flying boat, hurry up." Su Changqing didn't hesitate and immediately jumped on. Rong Fu followed closely behind, took his position, and activated the wood elemental power in his dantian. The flying boat activated with a slight hum, then slowly rose. Upon reaching an altitude of about 100 meters above the ground, they quickly changed direction. With a whoosh, they sliced through 1,000 meters of sky, flying a great distance. Initially, the two did not exchange a word. Su Changqing did not ask. Rong Fu remained silent. The scenery along the way was quite beautiful. Moreover, they could see many spirit farmers harvesting spirit plants along the way. As they continued to venture further north, the number of spirit fields before them increased. Even the size and types of spirit plants were almost identical. Judging by appearance, there were at least 20 or 30 acres. Su Changqing immediately recognized that from here on out, these were all Rong family spirit fields. As a cultivation family with a lineage spanning over 1,000 years in the core area, the Rong family had over 100 spirit farmers alone. Even if each person owned 1 acre, the total number of spirit fields would exceed 100 acres. Moreover, other spirit farmers had joined the Rong family, willingly becoming tenant farmers. Therefore, the true number of Rong family spirit fields was far more than 100 acres, likely much larger. Considering the potential for disaster, they didn't gather everything together. Instead, they reclaimed multiple areas and planted and cultivated the plants in batches. Su Changqing inquired, "I heard this area was newly reclaimed." Rong Fu nodded and replied, "The previous area had to be moved because of a disaster." Su Changqing thought to himself, perhaps the disaster occurred earlier because the Rong family had too many spirit fields. Could it be that problems arose as soon as this place was reclaimed? After all, with the Rong family's capabilities, they couldn't possibly fail to care for the spirit plants. Soon, a continuous cluster of buildings appeared before them, one after another. All newly built, each housed with spirit farmers. Some lived alone. Some were families. Some were members of the Rong family. Others were tenant farmers who had been incorporated into the family. As they drew closer, Rong Fu gradually lowered the altitude of the flowing ear-flying boat. Seeing this, the surrounding spirit farmers all bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Spirit Envoy Su." "Hello everyone." Su Changqing was not arrogant at all, and returned the bow in return. This scene left Rong Fu, who was standing nearby, looking astonished. He thought to himself, even the most unassuming spirit envoys in the past wouldn't be this polite. I've certainly seen something new. Soon, the two landed in front of a 3-story building. Rong Fu hadn't even had a chance to call out to anyone inside. Rong Yan, accompanied by Huo Wan and several unfamiliar faces, emerged, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha, welcome, Envoy Su." Su Changqing's attention, however, was drawn to the group beside him. He raised an eyebrow, outer sect members. They were all dressed in moon-white robes, with gold thread outlining rice ears on their chests, and jade pendants at their waists engraved with a pale gold, he, meaning grain. Rong Yan introduced them with a smile. "These are the core disciples of the Lingyi sect. The one in the lead is Ji Mingxian, not only the senior disciple of this generation but also a good friend of mine." Su Changqing, of course, knew about the Lingyi sect. Although the sect was small, it cooperated with many immortal sects, dynasties, and families, primarily providing various qualities of spirit rice and spirit plants. Almost all the disciples and members possessed wood spirit roots, or multiple wood spirit roots. And the senior disciple's status was no simple matter. It wasn't based on seniority, but rather on a competition called seedling pulling. The winner, undoubtedly the most talented and powerful, will become the senior disciple of the Lingyi sect in this generation. In short, they are equivalent to the spirit cultivation envoy on the Lingtian side. Ji Mingxian raised his eyes, casually surveying the person before him. His gaze lingered slightly upon seeing the spirit cultivation envoy's token, then he cupped his hands in greeting. "I presume this fellow deist is the new spirit cultivation envoy of the Lingtian." Rong Yan immediately gave a thumbs up. "The spirit cultivation envoy Su is no ordinary person. He became our Lingtian spirit cultivation envoy at such a young age, and is even admired by the grainmaster and the steward." Ji Mingxian and the core disciples of the Lingyi sect beside him were all astonished upon hearing this. Only in his 20s? Such a young spirit cultivation envoy, we've truly never seen one. His talent in planting and cultivation must be exceptionally high. Su Changqing reminded him expressionlessly, "Don't forget the purpose of your invitation." "Oh dear." Rong Yan slapped his forehead, looking as if he'd just remembered. "Look at me, how could I forget about that?" Ji Mingxian asked curiously, "What is it?" Rong Yan explained, "It's like this, one of my spirit rice plants has a problem, so I sent someone to invite Su Lingxi over, and you all happen to be here too." "A spirit rice plant?" Upon hearing this, Su Changqing, Ji Mingxian, and the others all looked astonished. If only one plant had a problem, they could simply pull it out. Now that it's harvest time, no one would care about such a small loss. Rong Yan, however, said meaningfully, "To be precise, it's actually a mutated rice plant. If it were ordinary spirit rice or a spirit plant, there would be no need to specially invite Su Changqing over. If it's mutated rice, its value is self-evident." Then, Rong Yan called out, "Everyone, follow me." Everyone followed behind him, walking in the other direction. A short while later, they left the house and arrived at the spirit field outside. They continued deeper, covering a straight-line distance of approximately 1,000 meters. Then, an acre of grade 2 spirit field appeared before them. Except for one mutated rice plant standing alone, the rest of the mutated rice plants were already mature, some even harvested. Rongyan pointed to it and said, "The problem lies with this thousand-year golden yellow rice plant." Su Changqing and the others all looked over. This mutated rice plant was enormous, exceeding 5 meters in height alone. Because of its numerous ears of rice, it appeared lush and verdant, like an open umbrella. Its effect was similar to that of the golden rice spirit gathering rice, both containing metallic spiritual energy within the rice. The only difference was that this mutated rice plant had a higher yield and produced more spiritual rice. If exchanged, it could yield at least 2,000 immortal sect points. Logically, it should be entirely golden, but its leaves were now covered in strange bluish-purple spots. It looked utterly disgusting. Rongyan loudly proclaimed, "Envoy Su, let us see your skills. Chapter 309 is for you." This sound immediately drew everyone's attention to Su Changqing, whether it was Huo Wan, Rong Fu, or the others from the Lingyi sect. Everyone revealed curious, even expectant, eyes. They all wanted to see just how powerful this soul spirit cultivation envoy at the core of the spirit field truly was. After all, to stand out among so many formal disciples was no simple feat. Su Changqing remained calm throughout, observing Rong Yan's mocking expression. He simply stepped down from the paddy field ridge and quickly arrived at the base of the thousand-eared golden rice plant. However, he didn't immediately use the system's abilities, but instead examined it personally. While the leaves above were lush, they were speckled with a bluish-purple light. Digging into the soil, he discovered the roots were pitch black and even emitted a fishy odor. These problems were recorded in books, especially in the records of spirit plants. Judging from the visual inspection, it wasn't caused by a single issue. Su Changqing pondered, "This thousand-eared golden rice is special. Its leaves are being eroded by spirit-eating fungi, and its roots are parasitized by reverse pulse worms." After speaking, he looked at Rong Yan and noticed a subtle expression on the man's face. It seemed he was right, but something was missing. In an instant, Su Changqing became alert, sensing that this matter was not so simple. Rongyan suddenly smiled and asked Ji Mingxian beside him, "Fellow Deus Ji, you are an expert in this field, why don't you take a look too?" Ji Mingxian nodded slightly, "All right." Immediately, he also stepped down from the spirit field and quickly arrived at the bottom of the thousand-eared golden rice. His movements, behavior, and methods were almost identical to Su Changqing's, only more meticulous, and his attitude seemed more serious. A thorough examination from top to bottom took several minutes. Then, Ji Mingxian glanced at Su Changqing beside him and said in a deep voice, "My examination results are similar to those of the spirit envoy Su. It is indeed a problem with the spirit-eating fungus and the reverse pulse worm. These two conditions rarely occur in the same spiritual plant. I didn't expect the spirit envoy Su to be so capable. No wonder he could become a spirit cultivation envoy." The surrounding people exclaimed in amazement and praise. Just then, Ji Mingxian suddenly changed the subject. "However, I also discovered that the temperature of this mutated rice is a bit low, and the spiritual energy is even weaker. There seems to be a third problem. A spirit cultivation envoy, and he didn't even notice such a small problem. It seems that senior brother is even more capable, maybe after he left." Instantly, everyone who was praising Su Changqing just a second ago now had strange expressions. Especially the core disciples of the Lingyi sect, each one spoke with a sarcastic tone. The atmosphere became awkward, making Huo Wan, who was standing beside him, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Rongyan asked with a half-smile, "Envoy Su, you didn't miss such a small problem, did you?" Instantly, everyone's attention focused on Su Changqing again. Just moments ago, there had been admiration, praise, and even respect. Now, it felt more like watching a show. Su Changqing knew this guy was up to no good, but he calmly retorted, "You yourself said it's a small problem, why should I say it?" The other party's reaction was completely different from what he expected, which surprised Rong Yan. Why wasn't he flustered? Why wasn't he in a hurry? Su Changqing then looked at Ji Mingxian beside him, raising an eyebrow. "Tell me," he said, "which spiritual plant, when it encounters a problem, doesn't experience a change in temperature and a decrease in spiritual energy?" Ji Mingxian was speechless for a moment. Based on his experience in cultivation, this was indeed true. Most spiritual plants, once they encounter problems, especially those with eroded leaves and parasitized roots, are in a similar state. Su Changqing, hands behind his back, said with a slightly amused expression, "However, this mutated rice does indeed have a third problem." After realizing Rongyan hadn't been keeping quiet, he used the system's abilities to clearly see the condition of this mutated rice. Thousand-eared golden-awned rice. Mature. Leaves eroded by spirit-eating fungi. Roots parasitized by reverse pulse insects. Spiritual energy restricted by the cold yin-locking spirit curse. Indeed, there are three problems. The first two are obvious problems, visible to everyone. The third question was particularly insidious. Even Ji Mingxian, the senior disciple of the Lingyi sect, couldn't be certain, let alone experienced spirit farmers. Why? Because it was man-made. The Coldian locking spirit spell could only be used during a disaster. Its purpose was to reduce the damage to spirit plants, allowing them to survive. The problem was, doing so without a disaster would only harm the spirit plants, making them weaker, especially this precious mutated rice. Ji Mingxuan's eyes gleamed with a thirst for knowledge, and he quickly pressed, "What question?" Su Changqing ignored him, instead looking at Rongyan. "Are you sure you want me to tell you?" Rongyan felt a surge of doubt, unsure of what to do. This was a gamble. Or rather, a wager. If one side won, they would be glorious. If the other side lost, they would be utterly humiliated. Seeing the guy's somewhat unconvinced expression, Su Changqing turned to the eager-to-learn Ji Mingxian beside him and chuckled, "You should know about natural disasters." "Wait!" Rongyan suddenly interrupted sharply. Many people were startled and turned to look. Clap, clap, clap. Rongyan suddenly clapped his hands, becoming unusually enthusiastic. "As expected of Envoy Su, your abilities are truly outstanding. This time, I'm completely convinced." Su Changqing knew perfectly well what was going on. This guy wasn't convinced. He was cowardly. He was afraid. Once the third question was raised, both Rongyan and the entire Rong family would lose face. They might even face punishment from the immortal sect. After all, with so many outsiders present, Rongyan certainly didn't want it to spread. The whole matter was actually quite simple. The thousand-eared golden rice had a problem. There were originally only two problems. One was the spirit-eating fungus. The other was the reverse pulse worm. But someone deliberately added a third question. Moreover, they wanted to use this opportunity to embarrass him in front of outsiders and humiliate him. However, Rongyan never expected that Su Changqing not only had solid basic knowledge but also possessed an unexpected advantage. Therefore, he saw through both the two explicit questions and the subtly added third one clearly. Rongyan stepped down from the spirit field, took Su Changqing's hand, and said intimately, "Envoy Su, I was ignorant before. From now on, you are a distinguished guest of the Rong family." Su Changqing withdrew his hand with a look of disgust. "VIP or not, it doesn't matter. I'm here to resolve the issue, don't misunderstand." "Yes, yes, yes." Rongyan nodded and bowed repeatedly. This scene left Ji Mingxian, Huo Wan, and the others stunned. They were somewhat confused about what was going on. After all, the two had been acting subtly 1 second, how did they become so close the next? Su Changqing glanced at the time. "It's getting late, I should head back." Rongyan quickly stopped him again, saying with considerable reluctance, "No, please. I'm just hosting a banquet for fellow deist Ji and the others. Since you're here, please join us for a meal before you leave." Su Changqing frowned, "But I still..." Before he could finish, Rongyan immediately pointed to the thousand-eared golden rice beside him and asked, "What do you think of this mutated rice?" Although puzzled, Su Changqing still answered truthfully, "If there are no problems, it is indeed a very good mutated spiritual plant." Rongyan waved his hand, "It's yours." I was unconvinced before chapter 310. The Rong family, as the premier cultivation family in the spiritual realm. Even a hastily arranged banquet was no small affair. There were over 5 main dishes, a total of 8 side dishes, 1 main soup and 1 side soup, and 6 kinds of desserts. That is to say, over 20 kinds of food in one meal. Truly the confidence that comes with a large and powerful family. Even Su Changqing, with his extensive cooking experience, could only recognize a few of them. For example, premium spiritual rice, braised spiritual chicken with rice aroma, braised pork ribs with rice aroma, azure rice flour crab, golden mango ice spiritual cake. What a feast! Even better than what we ate at the Lingyi sect. Fellow deist Rong is too kind. The members of the Lingyi sect, from senior brother Ji Mingxian to the other core disciples, were all extremely excited upon seeing the table full of food. Rongyan said with considerable pride, "Since this is to entertain Envoy Su and my good friend fellow deist Ji, there's certainly more than just these dishes. This time, I've also specially prepared a spiritual dish." The words "spiritual dish" instantly attracted everyone's attention, their eyes widening. After all, while the food on the table was nutritious and rich in spiritual energy, it still paled in comparison to a spiritual dish. A single spiritual dish possessed one or even several effects. These effects were the real reason why spiritual dishes were so beloved yet unaffordable. Rongyan observed the reactions of everyone present and then instructed Rong Fu, "Go, bring that spiritual dish here." Rong Fu nodded slightly and turned to leave. A short while later, he returned with a huge earthenware pot from the kitchen. As soon as it approached, even before it was opened, everyone could feel the astonishing spiritual energy contained within. This was far more delicious than all the food on the table combined, making it incredibly anticipated. Rong Fu placed this spiritual dish in the very center of the round table so everyone could enjoy it. Then, Rongyan personally opened the lid of the clay pot. First, a burst of steam billowed out, followed by the fresh aroma of freshly turned soil from the spiritual fields in early spring. In that instant, the wood elemental energy in everyone's danchan resonated. As the steam gradually dissipated, everyone looked into the clay pot. The broth was a translucent, pale golden color. Sliced Giwan spirit mushrooms floated like flower petals. Ji Mingxian took a deep breath. It really is spiritual food. Su Changqing observed, it looks familiar. Rong Yin said with considerable pride, this spiritual food is called Giwan spirit mushroom soup. The main ingredients are Giwan spirit mushroom and spirit rice marrow. The auxiliary ingredients are Xianbing spirit spring and rejuvenating grass. Its main effect is to harmonize spiritual energy and incidentally repair damaged meridians. Ji Mingxian exclaimed in surprise, it's actually Giwan spirit mushroom soup. Huo Wan said excitedly, in Suangzin City, this spiritual food is worth several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. I've been in the Lingyi sect for so many years, and I've never eaten spiritual food before. This time, we're benefiting from senior brother's kindness. I wonder what it tastes like. The people around were excited, eager to try it. Su Changqing blinked, thinking to himself, isn't this the spiritual food I often make? I can't finish it myself, so I feed it to Wang Wang and Gag. In private, he always made Giwan spirit mushroom soup. Firstly, many materials can be gathered in the spirit fields. Secondly, the main materials are not expensive. The only troublesome part is the time-consuming preparation stage. First, soak the mushroom in the Xianbing spirit spring for 3 hours, then scrape off the Giwan spores from the surface of the cap, and then slice it and marinate it with Lingdao marrow. Rong Yin picked up a spoon, seemingly intending to personally serve everyone a bowl. This first bowl is naturally for my beloved Waner. Huo Wan winked playfully, thank you, brother Yan. Seeing this, Su Changqing sighed inwardly, now I finally understand why senior brother San Ke couldn't compete with Rong Yan. He has no money, no connections. Most importantly, he can't even cook. Soon, Rong Yan finished serving the second bowl and immediately placed it in front of Su Changqing. The second bowl is definitely for Su Lingxi, who helped me solve my troubles. Su Changqing smiled and teased, I thought the first bowl would be for me. It seems senior sister Waner holds a higher place in your heart. However, guests are guests, so the second bowl should rightfully go to fellow deist Ji. Huo Wan burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. For the first time, she found the person before her so amusing. Ji Mingxian quickly waved his hand, not at all, fellow deist Su is, after all, a spirit cultivation envoy, second only to fellow deist Rong in status and position. Su Changqing took the Giwan spirit mushroom soup and placed it in front of him, we're all family, so don't be so polite. With fellow deist Rong's abilities, what's a mere spiritual dish? Rong Yin was initially taken aback, but his eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he burst into laughter, ha ha ha, fellow deist Su Ling, you're right, everyone, don't stand on ceremony with me. Seeing this, Ji Mingxian knew that refusing again would be impolite, so he picked up the bowl of Giwan Lingda soup with both hands, saying, alright, then I'll accept it. Rong Yin immediately served a third bowl, presenting it with both hands, this time with even greater politeness, even a hint of admiration, fellow deist Su, please forgive any misunderstandings we've had before. This time, Su Changqing didn't refuse, taking the bowl and teasingly saying, we're practically family now, if you're still so polite, I'll get up and leave. No, no, no. Rong Yin hurriedly waved his hands, startled. And so, everyone ate and chatted. Although Rong Yan was inherently arrogant, he was exceptionally hospitable to his guests. He was incredibly warm and attentive, taking good care of everyone. Plus, Su Changqing's occasional jokes and teasing. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the banquet became increasingly relaxed and pleasant. Laughter frequently erupted. After 5 courses of food, Ji Mingxian took out his communication talisman and handed it over, fellow deist Su, if you have the chance in the future, you can come to the Lingyi sect to find me. It's in Suangzin City. We can exchange experiences and techniques regarding spirit plants then. Su Changqing took it and then gave him a thumbs up. In this regard, your Lingyi sect can be called the leader. We should learn from you. Ji Mingxian blushed slightly, but this time, I'm not sure about the third question. Su Changqing patted his shoulder, reassuring him, the fact that you could detect a problem without specifically seeking information shows you're already very capable. Don't forget, I am the spirit cultivation envoy of the spirit fields, I know everything about this place. Ji Mingxian had to admit that chatting with the person before him was truly comfortable. The Dongting Immortal sect was one of the 3 great immortal sects of the Tianyuan Realm. As the sole spirit cultivation envoy of the spirit field, this person's status and position were far superior to his own, yet they were able to communicate so politely and even amicably, it was truly commendable. After they had eaten their fill, Ji Mingxian and the other disciples of the Lingyi sect were arranged to rest. Rong Yan, on the other hand, found Su Changqing, and the two returned to the vicinity of the 1,000-eared golden rice. Su Changqing, not wanting to waste time, directly asked, is there anything else? Rong Yan turned around, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and said with considerable gratitude, "Thank you so much, fellow Deus Su, for showing mercy this time, preventing me from losing face in front of one and the outsiders." Su Changqing chuckled, "Don't mention it." Rong Yin raised his head, revealing sincere eyes. "Before, I was unconvinced, wondering why you became the spirit cultivation envoy. Now I realize that no one else is worthy except you." Chapter 311 Omens of Disaster? Su Changqing looked at the 1,000 ears of golden rice before him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of this mutated rice?" Rong Yin shook his head. "Logically speaking, we've only just moved here. This kind of problem shouldn't have occurred." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Your Rong family has a history of over 1,000 years and has even experienced many disasters. You should have a wealth of experience, yet you don't know." Rong Yin shrugged. "We can handle normal problems ourselves, but something feels off this time, even a bit strange." "Strange?" Su Changqing's eyes showed curiosity. Rong Yin pointed to the 1,000-eared golden rice in front of him and said, "All the other spiritual plants in this field are fine, only this mutated rice is problematic." Su Changqing pondered. Spirit corroding bacteria usually appear in places with extremely dense or extremely thin spiritual energy. While reversal pulse worms mostly parasitize spirit beasts, there's a small chance they'll appear on cultivators. Rong Yan's expression changed slightly. "Both of these situations are related to cultivators, could it be?" Su Changqing asked thoughtfully, "Did you create this cold yin locking spirit curse?" Rong Yin readily admitted, "That's right." Su Changqing immediately ordered, "Release it. I'm taking the 1,000-eared golden rice back to study." "Didn't I give it to you?" As he spoke, Rong Yin took out a pile of Yang attribute items from his storage ring, placed them all around the 1,000-eared golden rice, and then released his own wood elemental power. Instantly, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. In just a short while, it became scorching hot. The method to break the cold yin locking curse is simple: use various Yang attribute items, anything that can emit heat. Then, gradually erode the internal cold yin until it's completely gone. Throughout the process, Su Changqing not only observed with his eyes but also scanned with his spiritual sense and activated his system abilities. External, internal, even overlooked areas were all clearly monitored. Soon, the cold yin locking curse disappeared. The 1,000-eared golden rice is mature. Its leaves are being eroded by spirit-eating fungi. Its roots are parasitized by reverse pulse worms. Its spiritual energy is insufficient. Now, there are still 3 problems. But insufficient spiritual energy is only the most insignificant of them all. If the other 2 problems are even more troublesome, and if they are not resolved, this 1,000-eared golden rice will only be destroyed. Rong Yin picked up the Yang attribute item, then took a few steps back. "Fellow Deist Su, the cold yin locking spirit curse has been lifted." Su Changqing nodded slightly, then activated the wood elemental power in his Qi, instantly enveloping the problematic 1,000-eared golden rice in front of him, manipulating its roots to sprout from the black soil. Perhaps due to contact with the wood elemental power, the soul-eating fungus's reproduction rate accelerated. In just a short while, it had covered the entire mutated rice plant. From top to bottom, leaves, grains, and ears of rice were all covered in bluish-purple light spots. It was a sight that made one's scalp tingle, causing both physical and psychological discomfort. Seeing this, Rong Yin said with slight distress, "What a fine spiritual plant it used to be." Under Su Changqing's control, the entire 1,000-eared golden rice floated in mid-air, appearing completely undamaged. With a whoosh, he stored it in his azure gourd for temporary preservation. Immediately, Su Changqing examined the freshly turned black soil and discovered reverse pulse worm eggs 2 meters deep. His heart sank. "Don't plant anything in this spirit field for now. Don't use any of the harvested spirit rice, seal it all up." Rong Yan's eyes widened. "That's serious." Su Changqing said solemnly, "I didn't examine it carefully earlier, but now I suspect this area might be prone to a disaster, so we must take it seriously." To be honest, the other party clearly wanted to use this problematic mutated rice to humiliate him. Otherwise, why would Ji Mingxian and the others from the Spirit Grain sect be here? But they hadn't expected things to backfire. They had made an unexpected discovery. Upon hearing this, Rong Yan gasped. "Hiss! You see, the previous area had been affected by a disaster, which was why they had to move here. And now, the first planting had barely finished, and another problem had arisen. And there was even a possibility of a disaster. It was truly unbelievable." Su Changqing summoned the large-leafed grass and soared into the air. Before parting, he instructed, "Remember, never use those seemingly fine rice grains." "Yes." Rong Yin nodded in deep agreement. Then, Su Changqing flew towards the core of the spirit fields at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, he carefully observed the condition of the surrounding spirit fields. He enveloped them with his spiritual sense, and with the help of the system's abilities, no information escaped his divine eye. After some manipulation, he indeed made a discovery. Several spirit fields showed signs of insufficient nutrients in the black soil. This prompted Su Changqing to ask, "Don't you think there's a problem?" Spirit Envoy Su, these spirit fields have only recently been cultivated, it's normal for the black soil to be nutrient deficient. Yes, we've been farming for over 10 years, so don't worry. To them, these newly cultivated fields certainly couldn't compare to those spirit fields that had been cultivated for several years or even decades. Moreover, currently, the affected area is no more than 10 acres, and the yield of the spirit rice is very stable. However, Su Changqing still felt that things weren't so simple, and he specifically instructed the spirit farmers to keep a close eye on the situation. Then, with his power fully utilized, he arrived at Pingding Mountain before nightfall. This time, he didn't even stop at the foot of the mountain, but flew directly up, not daring to delay for a moment. How dare Su Changqing break the rules? Even if he's a spirit cultivation envoy, he can't do this, can he? He's getting arrogant. Those who witnessed this scene were all discussing it animatedly. Su Changqing was too lazy to pay attention to them. He controlled the large-leafed grass to land at the palace entrance, ignoring the spirit farmers who were paying their respects and greeting him, and quickly rushed inside. Seeing this, Elder Hua felt displeasure for the first time. Su Changqing, what kind of behavior is this? Su Changqing quickly replied, Manager, I couldn't wait any longer, so I had to break the rules. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua couldn't help but look surprised. Su Changqing swiftly moved the 1,000-eared golden rice from the azure gourd. Look. Elder Hua's eyes swept over it, instantly sensing the condition of this mutated rice plant clearly. The leaves were covered in spirit-eating fungus. The roots were infested with reverse pulse worms. Not only were these problems quite troublesome, but they were also rare to occur simultaneously. Elder Hua frowned. A mere mutated rice stalk with a problem shouldn't be enough to make you break the rules, right? Su Changqing immediately replied, If that were all, I wouldn't even have come to see you. The reason I'm in such a hurry is mainly because... He quickly recounted everything that had just happened. At first, Elder Hua was only surprised and suspicious, but after listening, his expression turned serious. He then asked sternly, Are you sure it's a possible omen of disaster? Su Changqing said earnestly, If there's no problem, this disciple is willing to accept punishment. Even losing my status as a spirit cultivation envoy is no big deal. But even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I can't ignore it. Chapter 312 Loss. Su Changqing had already put his mind to it, even expressing his determination. This moved Elder Hua considerably. In that case, I'll go with you. Su Changqing was surprised. You want to go with me to the area the wrong family recently cultivated? Elder Hua nodded slightly. If it truly is a harbinger of disaster, then it won't just affect the wrong family, but many spirit fields and spirit plants. Su Changqing hesitated for a moment, then asked, Then, how do we get there? Elder Hua slowly unfolded the map, marked the exact location. Because north is up, south is down, west is left, and east is right, Su Changqing looked up at the area to the north, quickly found the wrong family's newly cultivated area, and immediately pointed, It's here. Elder Hua put away the map, then extended dense roots, instantly enveloping himself in Su Changqing, then contracted. In an instant, Su Changqing and Elder Hua disappeared from the palace, leaving the onlookers in the distance, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on? Elder Hua didn't punish Su Changqing? Something feels off. Logically, Su Changqing should have been punished for breaking the rules. But now, not only has he not been punished, he's disappeared along with Elder Hua. Things wouldn't be like this unless they were extremely serious. Although everyone was unhappy that Su Changqing was abusing his status as a spirit cultivator to break the rules, they weren't stupid. Meanwhile, Su Changqing felt himself moving rapidly. Because he possessed an earth spirit root, he could clearly sense the earth's energy. What did this mean? It meant he was moving rapidly underground. However, when he released his spiritual sense, he found it couldn't extend outwards. No, to be precise, it was blocked. His spiritual sense could only cover himself, he couldn't see through the surrounding roots to observe the outside world. Seeing this, Su Changqing frowned slightly, secretly wondering, could it be that Elder Hua did this intentionally? What kind of shady thing is hidden underground? Of course, although his spiritual sense was blocked, there was another method. He could use his earth spiritual root to spread his consciousness along the earth's energy. This way, he could still see his surroundings clearly. However, doing so might attract Elder Hua's attention. While having an extra spiritual root wasn't a big deal after all, many cultivators practiced dual cultivation precisely to gain an additional spiritual root. The problem was that wood generates fire, and fire generates earth. If he displayed the ability to manipulate the earth's energy, it meant that a fire spiritual root had also appeared. Therefore, after much thought, Su Changqing suppressed his curiosity and allowed Elder Hua to lead him through the underground. It felt like a short time, when suddenly he arched upwards. With a crack, a faint light gradually appeared around him. As the roots that had been concealing him receded one by one, Su Changqing finally saw his surroundings clearly. This was the area the wrong family had recently reclaimed. Elder Hua's voice rang out, We've arrived. Su Changqing was stunned, feeling that things had moved too fast. Elder Hua urged. What are you standing there for? Point out the problematic spirit fields. Su Changqing snapped out of his daze and nodded. Please follow me. He remembered all the problematic spirit fields clearly. Moreover, at least one spirit farmer was specifically assigned to guard the area. Shortly, they arrived at one of the acre-long, second-grade spirit fields. The spirit farmer stationed there appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Seeing the spirit cultivation envoy and the spirit field manager appear simultaneously, he jumped up in fright and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, manager and spirit cultivation envoy. I haven't been slacking off." Old Hua ignored him, his eyes fixed intently on the spirit field before him. Then, a thick root extended rapidly into the field. With a snap, it plunged into the black soil, probing deeper and deeper. The condition of the black soil was quickly and clearly perceived. At this moment, Su Changqing turned to the spirit farmer beside him, who was sweating profusely with anxiety, and asked, "Has anything gone wrong here since I left?" The farmer nodded vigorously. "I've been keeping a close watch here as you instructed, and I haven't found anything wrong so far." Su Changqing's gaze shifted to Elder Hua beside him. "What do you think?" Elder Hua pondered. This area was cultivated at the same time, which means the concentration of earth energy and the degree of fertilization should be roughly the same. The amount of nutrients in the black soil depends on the density of earth energy, whether fertilizer has been applied, whether spiritual rain has fallen, and details like slash and burn agriculture. Some spirit farmers, or cultivation families specializing in farming, even install spirit gathering arrays to accelerate the evolution of newly cultivated spiritual fields. Before anyone could ask, the nearby spirit farmer immediately chimed in, "The manager is right. Our spirit fields have a set timetable from cultivation to dredging the earth's energy, fertilizing, and sending spirit rain. Plus, the team has been working together for many years." This team refers to the earth spirit roots that cultivate the spirit fields. The text then mentions Spirit Beast Valley disciples transporting spirit beast manure. There are also disciples with water elemental spiritual roots from the Imperial Water Pavilion who specialize in bestowing spiritual rain. The Wrong family, as the leading family in this area of spiritual fields, collaborates with many professional teams. Therefore, it's impossible for any oversight or error to occur. Elder Hua remained silent, simply moving to another acre of unaffected second-grade spiritual field and continuing to use the same method, penetrating deep underground through his roots to sense the soil. Although the 2 acres of spiritual fields were very close, the nutrients in the black soil were indeed different. One was normal. The other was abnormal. Next, Elder Hua tested several more acres of different spiritual fields. When he returned to the first problematic acre, his expression was even more serious than before. "Little Su, let's change locations." Su Changqing nodded. "Please come with me." In the following time, the two continuously tested the condition of the spiritual fields. Previously, when Su Changqing checked, he found it was less than 10 acres. But this time, after Elder Hua's inspection, he found it had exceeded 10 acres. Some of the spirit fields, seemingly normal on the surface, were already subtly and gradually deteriorating towards nutrient deficiency. It's already exceeded 10 acres. That's incredibly fast. It seems the situation is worse than we imagined. Su Changqing and Elder Hua exchanged a glance, both seeing the grave look in each other's eyes. The root of this matter actually has nothing to do with the spirit fields. The real reason is, where did all this lost nutrition go? That's the key. Soon, Su Changqing led Elder Hua to the vicinity of the Wrong family's residential area and quickly located the spirit field where the 1,000-year golden rice had been planted. Wrong Yan, ignoring Su Changqing's warning, had already assigned Wrong Fu to keep watch there. Upon seeing the newcomers arrive, and not only that, one was a spirit cultivation envoy, and the other the spirit field manager, Wrong Fu became quite nervous, immediately bowing respectfully before turning to inform Wrong Yan. Elder Hua, meanwhile, descended the field ridge and quickly arrived at the unburied pit. A thick root extended into it, and when it reappeared, it was covered with bluish-purple light spots and countless insect eggs. Chapter 313 The Lord of Grain. Seeing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. These two things, even just one of them, would send chills down one's spine, let alone appearing together. Most people would easily develop psychological trauma or even physical discomfort upon seeing them. Elder Hua spoke up. "Young Su, you've been a spirit cultivator for almost half a year now, so you should have a decent understanding of disasters. Now, let's test you. What kind of disaster is the spirit-eating fungus? And what kind of disaster is the reverse pulse worm?" Without needing to think, Su Changqing immediately blurted out, "The appearance of the spirit-eating fungus indicates the birth of a spirit-eating fungus king somewhere underground. The situation with the reverse pulse worm is quite similar. It's highly likely that a century-old reverse pulse worm mother is laying eggs at the roots of rare spiritual plants to build a nest. Based on the 3 levels of disasters, heaven, earth, and human both belong to the earth level. Human-level disasters are low difficulty, cause little damage, and have a limited impact, making them easy to resolve. Earth-level disasters are high difficulty, cause significant damage, have a wide impact, and are more troublesome. The heavenly level difficulty is extremely high, with a certain probability of being unsolvable, and could even result in death. It's worth noting that the corrosive spirit fungus king is a rare type of spiritual plant. If cultivated properly, it can improve the yield and quality of certain spiritual plants, especially fungi. Currently, its market price fluctuates between 80,000 and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for the 100-year reverse pulse insect queen, it can also be tamed and even become a spiritual pet. It can lay eggs wherever the earth's energy is abundant, thus producing an army. Therefore, many insect cultivators of the spiritual beast lineage, especially those with earth elemental roots, are quite fond of it. Currently, the market price for a 100-year-old reverse pulse insect queen is 70,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and the price doubles for every additional 100 years of its lifespan. In short, although both of these disasters have a significant impact on spiritual fields and spiritual plants, if handled properly, they can even generate substantial profits. They are both a threat and an opportunity. Elder Hua listened with slight satisfaction, then asked, "What kind of calamity occurs simultaneously?" Su Changqing pondered, "If they occur simultaneously, although it hasn't happened before in our daunting immortal sect, it has happened in other immortal sects and is recorded. It's called the erosion vein calamity. This means that the underground spiritual veins are eroded, affecting the surface energy and leading to a series of events. Equivalently, the erosion spirit fungus king is stimulated by the underground spiritual energy, thus giving birth. As for the 100-year reverse vein insect queen, it is attracted by the chaotic spiritual energy and the rich earth energy. Furthermore, they all share a common characteristic: they specifically target mutated spiritual plants. This explains why the mutated rice plant here in Ronjian seemed to be deliberately targeted, exhibiting two different conditions. The probability and frequency of such events are very low. It has only happened once in the last 1,000 years. However, that time, it directly destroyed the foundation of a medium-sized immortal cultivation section. After all, neither the corrosive spirit king nor the reverse pulse insect queen were easy opponents. Moreover, they were both hidden underground, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua's eyes were filled with admiration. "Indeed, making you the spirit cultivation envoy was the best decision for Master He and me." Su Changqing quickly bowed respectfully. "I am deeply grateful for Master He's and your kindness." On the other side, Rong Yan, having received the notification, rushed over. "Manager." Elder Hua glanced at him sideways, then said in a deep voice, "Judging from the current situation, Envoy Su's judgment was correct. It is indeed a harbinger of disaster." Upon hearing this, Rong Yan was greatly surprised. "But I've only just begun cultivating this land." Elder Hua said thoughtfully, "To be honest, we should have been alerted a year ago." Su Changqing and Rong Yan exchanged a glance, both quite surprised. "Why?" Elder Hua countered, "A year ago, there was an incident where the Earth's energy overflowed from the 38th layer of the ley lines, collapsing the spiritual veins, right?" Rong Yan thought carefully. "I think I heard someone mention it." Su Changqing nodded vigorously. "It did happen. I was a witness. I even used the surging, attribute-less spiritual energy to directly break through to the foundation establishment stage." Elder Hua looked at the crater in front of him, his expression becoming intriguing. "This disaster is because our spiritual fields were affected by the Earth's energy from the ley lines, so we have to come and demand an explanation." Su Changqing suddenly understood. "I see. No wonder when he went to find Han Xian last time, he couldn't see anything on the 38th level of the ley lines. They said it was sealed off by the steward there. He thought it was just a problem there, but he never expected it would affect the spirit fields. And it happened a year later." Rong Yan's face was grim. "If it's really related to the ley lines, then we must demand an explanation. My spirit fields and plants are completely innocent victims. The area was newly cultivated. Theoretically, nothing should have happened. But unexpectedly, either the spirit plants had problems, or the spirit fields were lacking nutrients. Thankfully, they brought Su Changqing in this time, which inadvertently revealed the seriousness of the problem. Otherwise, by the time they realized it, it would have been too late. The Rong family would have suffered a huge loss." Elder Hua gestured. "This matter requires the Grain Master's personal intervention to negotiate with the Earth Vein. Come, I'll take you to see the Grain Master." Upon hearing they would be meeting the Grain Master, both Su Changqing and Rong Yan were incredibly excited. As everyone knows, the highest manager of the spirit fields is the cultivator. Next is the Grain Master, who oversees the spirit fields. Below that is Elder Hua, the spirit field manager. Further down, of course, is Su Changqing, the spirit cultivator. At the very bottom are all the spirit farmers, including Rong Yan beside him. Most of the time, the cultivator doesn't participate in affairs and is rarely seen. Therefore, the one who truly decides everything regarding the spirit fields is the Grain Master. The next second, countless thick roots extended from Elder Hua, instantly enveloping the two of them. Su Changqing wasn't doing this for the first time, so he remained very calm. Rong Yan, however, was doing it for the first time and appeared somewhat flustered and intrigued. Soon, they felt their bodies sink, then they moved rapidly. Rong Yan tried to scan with his spiritual sense but found it impossible. He immediately asked in a low voice, "Fellow deist Su, why can't our spiritual senses get out?" Su Changqing replied, "Me too, everyone's being blocked." Rong Yan frowned, "But, shouldn't we go to the Immortal Peak to find Master He?" Su Changqing's lips twitched, "How should I know?" After an unknown amount of time, the two suddenly arched upwards. The roots that had been enveloping their bodies retreated one by one. They discovered they had arrived at the outskirts of a spirit field, even standing right in front of the fence gate. Su Changqing felt the place was strangely familiar, yet he wasn't quite sure. Suddenly, Elder Hua respectfully called out, "Master He, I have important matters to discuss with you." A familiar voice came from inside, "For you to come to my door, it must be quite serious." With a flash of azure light, a familiar figure strode out of the bamboo house. An aged face. A vigorous spirit. He carried a bottle of top-grade spirit rice wine. Su Changqing was stunned. Senior Brother Zhu. Chapter 314, Controlling the Nine Netherworlds. Elder Hua was the first to bow, saying, "Greetings, Master He." Rong Yan hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, Master He." Su Changqing snapped out of his daze, his gaze complex, "Greetings, Master Zhu." "Master He." Zhu Fuxian smiled and sized up the three before him, then waved the top-grade spirit rice wine in his hand at Su Changqing. "Spirit Envoy Su, I've almost finished this wine." Su Changqing was taken aback at first, then immediately pulled out 10 jin from his azure gourd and handed it over quite considerately. "This disciple has more here. Top-grade spirit rice wine, high-quality spirit rice wine, even top-grade yellow rice wine." He carried all sorts of wines with him, mainly for convenience, so he could take them out immediately if a friend needed them. Rong Yan thought to himself, "Fellow deist Su is lying. He said it was our first meeting, but he seems to know me better than anyone else." However, at the same time, he was secretly shocked. It seems this spirit cultivator has a good relationship with the Master of Grain, considering that the Master had even helped him discover a hidden danger. Rong Yan made up his mind at that moment he must cultivate a good relationship with Su Changqing. Even if they couldn't become friends, they absolutely couldn't become enemies. Zhu Fuxian accepted the package with satisfaction, opened it, took a sip, and then asked, "Tell me, what happened this time?" Elder Hua immediately reported, "It's like this. From the earth veins a year ago, all the way to the problems with the wrong family's newly cultivated spirit fields. Everything, big or small, was listed out clearly and explicitly." Zhu Fuxian listened thoughtfully. "So, a year ago, the Xianhuang Qi leaked, collapsing an underground spirit vein, which then affected the spirit fields a year later." Elder Hua nodded slightly. "That should be correct." Zhu Fuxian chuckled, "If that's the case, we really need to have a good talk with that vengeful spirit." "A vengeful seed?" Su Changqing and Rong Yan exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Elder Hua explained, "Master He and the Abyss Master of the Earth Vein are from the same school." The two then understood. To put it bluntly, they were taught by the same master, so their relationship must be very good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a lewd term of endearment. Zhu Fuxian waved his hand at Elder Hua and instructed, "Elder Hua, go back and take charge. I will handle this matter personally." "Yes, Master He." Elder Hua finished speaking and instantly disappeared underground. However, with its departure, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Rong Yan had the spirit cultivation envoy on his left and Master He directly in front of him. He was just a spirit farmer, so tense he didn't dare to breathe. Su Changqing had 1,000 thoughts running through his mind, but couldn't utter a single word. Initially, he mistakenly thought Zhu Fuxian had ulterior motives towards him. In short, he had been wary and probing. However, how could they not see through his little scheme? Looking back now, he realized that Zhu Fuxian had been subtly hinting at the problem with the area he lived in from the very beginning, but he hadn't listened. Now that he'd realized it, he wished he could disappear into the ground. Rong Yan asked in surprise, "Why is your face red?" Su Changqing chuckled dryly and replied, "Radiant." Zhu Fuxian noticed this, his expression a half-smile, and then he called out, "Come on, I'll take you to the ley lines to have a chat with that vengeful spirit." He opened his right hand, and a green light burst forth from his palm, condensing into a materialized stalk of green jade rice. The rice stalks were about 7 inches long, their grains plump and jade-like, the on shimmering with a bluish-green light. Their appearance immediately resonated with the surrounding spiritual plants, causing them to sway. They appeared as if a collective force was about to grow, a truly magnificent sight. Next, Su Changqing and Rong Yan saw Zhu Fuxian gently shake the jade-green rice stalk. An invisible aura rapidly spread in all directions. With another shake, running patterns flickered on the surface of the rice stalks. With a third shake, the group transformed into streaks of azure light, radiating towards the Earth's veins. Where they passed, the once pitch-black night sky instantly brightened as if it were daytime. "The Rice Master has appeared? What could have alarmed the rice master? This is not simple, definitely not simple. Those who didn't understand were terrified by this sight, but those who did understand recognized it as a sign that the rice master had appeared. The appearance of this person signifies a major event in the spirit field. A point of azure light gradually expanded. At first, it was inconspicuous, but in an instant, it rivaled the brightness of the moon. As if all at once, two moons appeared in the sky above the entrance to the ley lines. One was silvery white, radiating a pure, clear light. The other was emerald green, radiating spiraling ripples. Under the azure light, grass seeds instantly sprouted, and withered trees burst forth with green branches. An extremely pure and rich life force enveloped the area below. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely discern three figures standing within the azure moon. What's going on? Something terrible is about to happen to the ley lines? What overcomes Earth? This is so unsettling. As the azure moon hung high in the sky, all the disciples with earth elemental roots felt an immense unease. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and then a figure emerged from the earth. Su Changqing recognized him at a glance, Yang Jinayu, the Earth Vein manager. Yang Jinayu looked up at King Yu with apprehension, cupping his hands in a respectful bow before asking, Master Zuhi, what brings you to the Earth Vein? Zhu Fuxian said indifferently, you are not qualified to speak with me. Summon that vengeful spirit. Yang Jinayu's face stiffened, the Abyss Lord is guarding the profound abyss, I'm afraid he won't be here for a while. Before he could finish speaking, the ground trembled violently. Endless yellow energy began to gather, quickly transforming into a stone statue 2 jong tall, its form like a mountain, its skin bronze-colored, its surface covered with ferocious patterns. Its eyes were deep as pools, its pupils swirling with an earthy yellow spiritual light. Its arms were covered with bulging blue veins. Its legs were like 2 thick stone pillars. It wore a 9-ringed black iron crown, with sharp spikes rising from it. A rusty chain coiled around his waist, a fragment of a bronze demon-suppressing seal hanging from its end. His left hand was raised, his right hand lowered. The palm of his left hand was inscribed with, Control the 9 netherworlds, imprison evil lock. The palm of his right hand was inscribed with, Transform the prison, all demons return. Upon seeing this, Yang Jinayu immediately bowed respectfully, greetings, Lord Abyss. Lord Abyss. Although Su Changqing and Rongyan were with spirit root spirit farmers, and theoretically not under his jurisdiction, they also hurriedly bowed respectfully. Suddenly, the stone statue spoke, its voice like the clash of metal, Zhu Fuxian, you old codger, how come you're still alive? Zhu Fuxian smiled slightly, gloating, and said, Shi Yuan, I want to see you suffer torment. If you don't die, I won't die either. Humph. The Earth Vein Lord snorted lightly, then asked impatiently, what is it? Zhu Fuxian then became serious and asked in return, a year ago, didn't your Earth Vein experience a collapse of the spiritual vein due to the Xianhuang Qi pressure? Shi Yuan gave an affirmative answer, that's right. Zhu Fuxian continued, that Earth Vein affected our spiritual fields, not only giving birth to the corrosive spirit fungus king, but also attracting a 100-year-old reverse vein insect queen. If it's not stopped and left unchecked, it will trigger a level 1 disaster. Chapter 315 Tianyuan. The severity of this matter is currently uncertain, ranging from minor to major. If left unchecked, it will undoubtedly escalate, potentially even impacting the entire immortal sect. However, if intervention is implemented early, capturing the corrosive spirit king and the 100-year-old reverse pulse insect mother can completely eradicate the problem. But Zhu Fu's casual remarks suggest that the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. Su Changqing blinked, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan turned his gaze to the Earth Vein manager, his eyes sharp. Zhenyu, didn't you tell me it was under control? Yang Zhenyu's expression changed drastically. After a moment's thought, he replied, Lord Yuan, Lord He, I did indeed seal off the 38th layer of the Earth Vein after the incident. Many array masters and formal disciples of the Earth Vein witnessed it firsthand. As Lord Yuan, Shi Yuan knew perfectly well who he was, so he looked up again and asked the three above, how great was the loss of the spirit fields this time? Before Rongyan could speak, Zhu Fuxian glanced at him sideways, and the latter understood, then said, reporting to Lord Yuan, the losses this time were enormous. Many of our second-grade spirit fields, a large amount of spirit plants, and even the harvested spirit rice are all unusable. That's serious. Earth Vein manager Yang Zhenyu was greatly shocked. Spirit fields were one of the foundations of the immortal sect. We have to prepare for all sorts of disasters in normal times. We've finally had decades of peace, but unexpectedly, this has been affected by the ley lines. If this blows up, there will be accountability. Ishigaki was stunned for a moment, then said in a deep voice, if this is truly caused by the ley lines, we will definitely provide compensation. You old codger, what do you want? Zhu Fuxian had been waiting for this question, and immediately a smirk appeared on his lips. The spirit field suffered heavy losses this time, therefore the corrosive spirit fungus king and the 100-year reverse vein insect queen must be handed over to us for disposal. You want the corrosive spirit fungus king, fine, but what's with this 100-year reverse vein insect queen? Ishigaki said, slightly displeased. You old codger, you're not even an insect cultivator, are you? Zhu Fuxian spread his hands, adopting a smug, irresponsible attitude. Anyway, if this doesn't satisfy me, we'll take it to the punishment hall and let those idle elders uphold justice. You! Ishigaki was instantly furious, yet helpless. In a fit of rage, he kicked Yang Jinayu, the leyline manager beside him, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Useless thing. If I had taken precautions earlier, would I have been manipulated by this old codger? Yang Jinayu looked slightly aggrieved. Although Ishigaki was extremely dissatisfied with this arrangement, he couldn't refuse. Ultimately, it was because of the leyline incident that the spirit fields were affected a year later. Therefore, aside from the corrosive spirit fungus king and the 100-year reverse vein insect queen, additional compensation would be required afterward. From the moment they began their training until now, Ishigaki and Takefun had clashed many times. Almost every time, he had lost. Not only did he gain no advantage, but he was also humiliated by Takefun. Especially this time, he suffered a great loss in silence. Fortunately, Takefun wasn't the type to push his luck. After a series of friendly greetings, they finally came together. Although what overcomes Earth, if the other side is stronger, that's a different story. Moreover, Ishigaki's energy wasn't ordinary Earth energy, but a much heavier yellow energy. It should be known that a wisp of yellow energy weighs tens of thousands of pounds. The 2-jong-tall stone statue before them was entirely formed from gathered yellow energy. Even with Zhu Fuxian's protection, Su Changqing and Rong Yin still felt unprecedented pressure. It was as if the stone wall before them wasn't a cultivator, but a real mountain. Even the azure light emanating from Zhu Fuxian was suppressed to a very small area. This showed that Shi Yuan's true strength was greater than Zhu Fuxian's, and not just a little bit stronger, at least significantly stronger. Then, the 3 people from Zhu Fuxian's side, along with the 2 from the ley lines, instantly appeared in the sealed 38th layer of the ley lines, as if by teleportation. Su Changqing and Rong Yin couldn't see anything, everything was pitch black. Shi Yuan immediately opened his mouth and gently blew out a breath of yellow energy. With a whoosh, the leyline manager Yang Jinayu's seal was forcibly erased. Soon, a faint light appeared ahead, and everyone could finally see the true state of affairs. Everything was a scene of utter devastation. The spiritual vein, once imbued with attributeless spiritual energy, was as if crushed by a tremendous force, severed in two. The exposed portion now resembled rotten wood riddled with insects. It was riddled with holes and covered in irregular scars. Previously, this place was filled with incredibly dense attributeless spiritual energy. Now, not only was there none left, but there was even a burnt smell. The spiritual energy was gone. The yellow aura was gone too. This sight caused everyone present to frown. Yang Jinayu, the manager of the earth veins, spoke first. Master Yuan, Master He, the yellow aura, like clouds and mist, collapsed this underground spiritual vein as soon as it emerged, causing a torrent of attributeless spiritual energy to gush out. This washed away the yellow aura, causing it to disperse in all directions. That's the situation. They did everything they could. The spiritual energy was absorbed by the formal disciples. The yellow aura was captured by the array masters. Afterwards, to prevent any accidents, it was specially sealed off. Let me see. Shi Yuan raised his hand and waved, a wisp of yellow aura extending out, quickly enveloping the collapsed spiritual vein. Then, he seemed to be carefully sensing something. Everyone watched, patiently waiting. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Shi Yuan withdrew the yellow aura and said, "I've sensed it. This spiritual vein will indeed pass through your spiritual fields." Zhu Fuxian remained quite calm. "I have no reason to lie to you about such a thing." Shi Yuan ignored him and pondered. The nest of the reverse vein insect queen is usually inseparable from underground spiritual veins. I will take Zhenyu for a deep search and inform you when we find it. Su Changqing asked in surprise, separately. Before Shi Yuan could answer, Yang Zhenyu explained, "The earth's energy is heavy down there. Even if you have with spiritual roots, you can't stay for long, and you might even be in mortal danger." Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. "That's true." Shi Yuan assured them, "I will take full responsibility for this matter, please rest assured." Then, the two sides separated. Zhu Fuxian led Su Changqing and the others away from the earth vein and back to the surface. Then, he transformed into a streak of azure light and fled towards the spiritual fields. Without outsiders around, Yang Jinayu, the manager of the ley lines, whispered, "Lord Yuan, I feel like something's not right, something strange." Ishigaki didn't speak, only giving a meaningful "oh." Yang Jinayu continued his analysis. "The spiritual energy of this underground vein has long been depleted, so why is it still attracting the reverse vein mother?" Ishigaki didn't answer, but instead used telepathy. "Recently, Xian Yuan has been quite turbulent. Those things down there are becoming increasingly active. In the past, I only suppressed them once every 10 years, but now I've suppressed them twice in 5 years." Chapter 316 Advanced Array Master. Ling Tian, Wrong Family. A beam of azure light radiated out, enveloping the entire area. Huo Wan, Ji Mingxian, and the others witnessed this and hurriedly ran out of their rooms. As the azure light dissipated, the true forms of 3 people were revealed. They were Su Changqing, Rong Yan, and Zhu Fuxian. Huo Wan from the Earth Fire District. Junior from the Lingyi sect. Greetings, Master He. The group respectfully bowed. Zhu Fuxian lowered his eyes, not even glancing at them, and said indifferently, "This is none of your business." Huo Wan hesitated slightly, glancing at Rong Yan. Seeing him shake his head at her, she turned and left. The Lingyi sect members, led by Ji Mingxian, quickly returned to their rooms, closing the doors and windows. The place quickly quieted down, leaving only the 3 of them once again. Su Changqing hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Master He, are we just going to wait like this?" Zhu Fuxian shook his head, "No." Su Changqing and Rong Yan exchanged a glance, then curiously pressed, "Then?" Zhu Fuxian smiled slightly, "Let's drink while we wait." Upon hearing this, the 2 were instantly dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say for a moment. They had thought they should at least prepare in advance. After all, those were the corrosive spirit fungus king and the 100-year-old reverse vein insect mother. But it seemed that Zhu Fuxian trusted the earth vein abyss lord, that is, Shi Yuan, very much. Zhu Fuxian took out the top-grade spirit rice wine that Su Changqing had given him, then raised an eyebrow and said, "What, doesn't your Wrong family even know the proper way to treat guests?" Rong Yan was startled and hurriedly nodded, "Yes, yes, yes." He dashed into the house. It was evening, and most people were resting, even the lights were dim. Soon, the place was brightly lit, and many people got up. Some were cleaning. Some were cooking. In short, it suddenly became incredibly lively. Zhu Fuxian observed this and slowly withdrew his gaze. "Little Su, this matter isn't as simple as you think." Su Changqing was taken aback. "You mean?" Zhu Fuxian narrowed his eyes, his gaze exceptionally deep. "The spiritual energy in this underground spiritual vein has long been depleted. It's impossible for it to have attracted the century-old reverse vein insect queen." Su Changqing's expression changed slightly. "You mean, this was man-made?" Zhu Fuxian took a large gulp of slightly cool, top-grade spiritual rice wine, then said, "This is one of the reasons I sent Rong Yan away." Su Changqing frowned. This shouldn't be his doing. Zhu Fuxian glanced at him sideways. "How so?" Su Changqing recounted what had happened. "It's like this. After hearing that he was able to discover the disaster in advance because he had been tricked, even the shrewd and calculating Zhu Fuxian was somewhat stunned after hearing this. For a moment, he didn't know whether to punish Rong Yan or praise him. The whole story was something no one else could have imagined. In other words, if Rong Yan really did it, he wouldn't have needed to summon Su Changqing. He could have simply waited patiently. Frankly, there was no need to bury his head in the sand. Zhu Fuxian thought for a moment, even if Rong Yan is temporarily cleared of suspicion, this incident still happened in the Wrong family spiritual fields, so it's highly likely that someone from here did it. Su Changqing echoed, "That makes sense, but what's the point of doing this?" At this moment, Rong Yan, having arranged everything, rushed out of the house, boasting as if seeking praise, "Master He, Envoy Su, everything is arranged perfectly. Let's eat, drink, and wait." Zhu Fuxian gave him a thumbs up. "You are excellent." Rong Yan was taken aback at first, then scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, "Hee." Then, the 3 went inside. The room had been cleaned and was filled with various fruits. As for the food, the cook was still preparing it, they would have to wait. And so, the 3 waited, drank, and ate. Time passed quietly, and soon it was late at night. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, Zhu Fuxian glanced at Su Changqing, who immediately understood and asked, "Old Yan, why did you choose this area to cultivate spirit fields?" Rong Yan, already slightly drunk, was delighted to be addressed so intimately and chuckled, "Initially, we didn't choose this place. After all, many things were planned long ago." Su Changqing was quite surprised. "Then why did you suddenly change your mind?" Rong Yan continued, "It was a high-level array master in our clan who said the terrain, environment, and feng shui here are all excellent, and the possibility of disasters is very low. Therefore, we chose this place. Array masters are similar to alchemists. They are divided into junior array masters. Masters of the most basic array knowledge, memorizes the definitions and functions of array base, array eye, and array patterns, and can understand the complete array diagram of a low-level array. Intermediate array master possesses basic array knowledge, a slight understanding of advanced arrays, and a grasp of simple feng shui principles. Determines auspicious locations for array placement by observing the density of vegetation and the duration of sunlight. Advanced array master masters extensive knowledge of advanced arrays in feng shui theory. Able to disassemble and recombine different arrays to create new variations. Can enhance the effectiveness of arrays by leveraging terrain and feng shui patterns. Top-tier array master deeply integrates advanced and top-tier arrays with feng shui patterns, terrain, and the environment to create pseudo-natural arrays with immense power and astonishing effects. Master Array Master utilizes the flow of Earth's energy veins to alter the terrain, feng shui, and overall layout of a localized area through the placement of advanced or top-tier arrays. Can even precisely locate and direct underground spiritual veins and mineral veins, guiding the convergence of Earth's spiritual energy in specific areas to create natural arrays that require no artificial maintenance. The Dragon Seeker Master. All the formations he sets up are in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. He understands the principle that earth veins give birth to spiritual veins, and spiritual veins give birth to dragon veins. He sets up formations with the power of nature, guiding the spiritual energy of the spiritual veins to nourish the dragon veins, or allowing the spiritual energy of the dragon veins to nourish the earth veins, or even seizing the creation of heaven and earth to give birth to new spiritual veins. To become a high-level formation master indicates that this person's talent, comprehension, and ability are second to none. Therefore, his status in the wrong family is definitely not low, perhaps even very high. Zhu Fuxian asked with interest, "What is that person's name, and where is he now?" Rongyan said with great regret, "That is an elder of my family, named Ronglong. He is over 300 years old this year and has reached the golden core stage of the human realm. He said he wanted to travel the world and has now left the immortal sect." Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian exchanged a glance, both seeing the suspicion in each other's eyes. Why didn't he leave sooner or later? Why travel the world at this particular time? He must have something to hide. If he were still here, arrest him immediately and interrogate him. Unfortunately, he's already escaped. We definitely won't be able to find him anytime soon. Besides, this person is not only a high-level array master but also a golden core cultivator of human rank, not someone to be trifled with. Su Changqing suddenly had a thought and pressed on, "By the way, your elder, Ronglong, wouldn't happen to be an insect tamer, would he?" Rongyan asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Chapter 317 A Chilling Moment. Rongyan's answer essentially confirmed Zhu Fuxian's conjecture. This century-old reverse pulse insect queen might not have been attracted by the spiritual vein. But why did Ronglong do this? Why release a reverse pulse insect queen? Why send the wrong family to cultivate spiritual fields in this area? There must be a reason for all of this. But at this level, it seemed to have nothing to do with Su Changqing anymore. In the end, he was just a spirit cultivation envoy, and he had already fulfilled his duties. As for the spirit-eating fungus king, the century-old reverse pulse insect queen, and even the capture of Ronglong, those were matters for others, namely, Lord He and Lord Yuan. And this wait lasted from night until day. Until the sun rose, a slight buzzing sound suddenly came from outside, followed by the ground beginning to tremble, and a thick layer of earth energy could be clearly felt rapidly gathering. Zhu Fuxian's figure flashed, and he vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Su Changqing immediately shook the drunken Rongyan awake. "Wake up! The Earth Vein Abyss Master must have discovered that century-old reverse vein insect mother." "Ha! What? Oh!" Rongyan jolted awake, as if startled. The two followed closely behind, immediately running outside. This scene also attracted the attention of Huo Wan, Ji Mingxian, and others, but they didn't come out. Instead, they opened the doors and windows, peering out with curious eyes. When Su Changqing and Rongyan came out, they found Zhu Fuxian already standing near the spirit field where the thousand-yeared golden rice had originally been planted. Not only him, but also Yang Jinayu, the Earth Vein Manager, and the two Zhangtal Earth Vein Abyss Masters' stone wall were there. All three were looking down, staring at the pit in front of them. Su Changqing quickly arrived, first glancing at them curiously, then imitating them as he peered into the pit, his pupils immediately shrinking. Inside, a straight tunnel had been dug, its exact depth unknown, but a dense, earthy aura emanated from it. A pungent, earthy smell permeated the air. But what truly shocked Su Changqing were the countless insect eggs. Countless, they filled the entire underground area. Some had already hatched, burrowing in and out of the black soil. Some were still unhatched, wriggling slightly within their eggs. The unhatched eggs were oval-shaped, smaller than a grain of rice, translucent, and the outlines of the curled-up larvae inside were vaguely visible. They clung to the roots of spiritual plants or to crevices in the soil. The hatched reverse vein larvae were about 3 inches long, entirely crimson, as thin as red threads. Their bodies were covered in fine, soft scales, gleaming faintly with a metallic sheen under the light. At their tips were large, serrated mouths. Its head has a pair of dark red compound eyes, each the size of a pinhead. It has tiny legs on both sides, allowing it to move at extremely high speed. They constantly search for the remaining roots and stems in the black soil, then frantically devour them. Yang Jinayu, the Earth Vein Manager, said with a grave expression, "The Abyss Master and I explored this depleted spiritual vein and found it teeming with these insect eggs, in enormous numbers. Especially in this location, there are countless of them." Su Changqing explained, "This is because the eggs of the reverse vein insects parasitize the roots of mutated spiritual plants, and there used to be a mutated rice plant here, hence this situation. Yang Jinayu and Abyss Lord Shi Yuan nodded slightly, indicating they understood. Zhu Fuxian asked, "Have you discovered the reverse vein insect mother?" Before Yang Jinayu could speak again, Abyss Lord Shi Yuan answered first, "We found traces, but we're not entirely sure, so we asked you to identify them." Su Changqing hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Go, down." Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Zhu Fuxian smiled playfully, "It's time to broaden your horizons." As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of azure light enveloped them. Zhu Fuxian, Su Changqing, and Rong Yin all disappeared into the pit. Yang Jinayu and Abyss Lord Shi Yuan exchanged a glance, then immediately transformed into earth energy and yellow energy, following closely behind. The 5 of them, 3 in front and 2 behind, continued downwards through the pit, going deeper and deeper. From 10 to 30 meters, they encountered a large number of withered, yellow spiritual plant roots. These roots were riddled with tiny wormholes, the edges of which showed signs of dark red corrosion, and a sticky red sap. The excrement of the reverse vein worms occasionally seeped out. A rustling sound could even be heard, the sound of the worms moving and feeding. More than 100 meters down, the soil gradually gave way to bluish-gray rocks. The rock surfaces were covered with spiderweb-like crimson patterns, and at their intersections bulged worm nest tumors the size of a child's fist. Countless larvae writhed on the surface of these tumors, frantically gnawing at some kind of crystal within the rock, leaving behind numerous honeycomb-like holes. Upon reaching a depth of over 1,000 meters, the space suddenly expanded tenfold. It resembled an unknown cave, extremely dark, cold, and damp. The rustling sound seemed amplified, countless whispering noises echoing from all directions, sending chills down one's spine. Here, or at this very moment, lies a spiritual vein hollowed out by the worms. The once pristine white vein has been stained crimson by the reverse vein worms, resembling a congealed river of blood. Countless egg sacs, each about the size of an adult's fist, cling to the surrounding area, containing thousands of reverse vein worm eggs. As the egg sacs rupture, thousands of larvae cascade down like a red waterfall. If one listens closely, a faint, low buzzing sound can be heard emanating from its depths. Hiss! Both Su Changqing and Rong Yan gasped in shock. They thought the situation above was already serious. Only after delving deeper into the depleted spiritual vein did they realize just how terrifying the Worm Queen truly was. Zhu Fuxian began to explain. A 100-year-old reverse pulse insect queen, under conditions of abundant spiritual and earth energy, can lay 5 egg sacs daily, each containing approximately 1,000 eggs. If it reaches 200 years, the number of egg sacs will double. And so on. The older it is, the higher the yield. The word yield was used very aptly. Even seasoned individuals like Yang Jinayu and Abyss Lord Shi Yuan frowned upon hearing this, let alone newcomers like Su Changqing and Rong Yin who were witnessing it for the first time. As Zhu Fuxian looked to the side, he asked, "Where are the traces?" Yang Jinayu pointed to the right and said, "Over there." Zhu Fuxian gestured with his chin, "Lead the way." Whoosh! Yang Jinayu flew off first. The other 4 followed closely behind. Along the way, their sights were a veritable river of blood. Crimson reverse pulse larvae or eggs could be seen in every corner. After moving about 100 meters, a buzzing sound suddenly came from ahead, causing even the air to vibrate slightly. Soon, the group discovered the source of the sound, a swarm of winged, reverse pulse adult insects. These insects were nearly a foot long, their bodies covered in hard, blackish red scales. Dark red mucus seeped from the gaps in the scales, dripping onto the ground and even corroding small pits. Their heads had a pair of compound eyes, gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Their mouthparts had evolved into curved fangs. A straight, sharp needle trailed from their tails, shimmering with a ghostly blue light clearly containing deadly poison. Chapter 318 Traces of the Insect Mother. Such a swarm of ferocious and terrifying worms. If an ordinary person were to see them, they would probably be terrified. But the people present were either masters of the spirit field, masters of the earth vein abyss, or stewards of the earth vein. As for Su Changqing and Rong Yan, although it was their first time seeing them, they were both at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, everyone remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of panic. Logically speaking, at this moment, Zhu Fuxian or Shi Yuan could easily kill all these rebellious worms with a casual strike, leaving not even a trace. But these 2 powerful figures showed no intention of making a move. Just as Yang Jinayu was pondering whether or not he should intervene. At this moment, Zhu Fuxian spoke up, "Wood-type spirit root combat opportunities are few. Why don't you and Rong Yin practice with these reverse pulse adult insects?" Upon hearing this, Su Changqing lost his composure and asked incredulously, "Me?" Zhu Fuxian raised an eyebrow. "What, is there another person with the surname Su here?" Su Changqing smiled awkwardly, "This disciple rarely fights and lacks experience. I'm afraid I'll embarrass you." Zhu Fuxian waved his hand, "I already said it's for training, and with us here, what are you afraid of?" Having said this much, Su Changqing knew he couldn't refuse any longer. He exchanged a glance with Rong Yan, and then stepped forward. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Sensing someone approaching, these reverse pulse adult insects quickly gathered. The frequency of their wing flapping suddenly increased dramatically, and they swarmed together, as if as a single entity. Seeing this, Su Changqing feigned nervousness, even taking a step back. These adult insects, it feels. Behind him, Zhu Fuxian's voice rang out. Those reverse pulse adult insects form groups of 30 to 50, and their combined attack power is comparable to the early stage of qi refining. Moreover, the more numerous they are, the higher their attack power. Hearing this, Rong Yan remained unfazed. As the eldest young master of the number 1 family in the spirit fields, he possessed numerous life-saving methods, especially spiritual artifacts. He circulated the wood spiritual power in his qi, instantly activating a shield, a flying needle, a spirit talisman, and a bracelet. Su Changqing's eyes widened. A 5-patterned green vine spirit locking shield, a 4-patterned rice ear flying needle, a 3-patterned spirit insect puppet talisman, a 5-patterned myriad phenomenal spirit rhinoceros bracelet? Each of these spiritual artifacts was worth over 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, especially the 2 5-patterned spiritual artifacts, which together exceeded 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Rong Yan grinned. No choice, I'm just rich. You. Su Changqing's lips twitched several times, unable to help but sigh. It's so good to be rich. Rong Yan looked at him curiously. What about yours? Su Changqing blinked, then activated the wood elemental power in his dantian, activating his 2 lowest grade spiritual artifacts, the green wood needle and the wood spirit returning ring. He then cast the 3rd level of the ironwood armor technique and the 4th level of the wood spirit entanglement technique. Although he was fully armed, he looked quite different from Rong Yan beside him. Both of them clearly had wood elemental roots, but he looked rather pathetic. Abyss Lord Shi Yuan seized the opportunity and immediately mocked. Is this all your spirit cultivation envoy is? Zhu Fuxian's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered, saying calmly, this kid has only been in the core of the spirit field for 5 years. Only 5 years? Yang Jinayu, standing beside him, was astonished. Even Abyss Lord Shi Yuan was surprised and couldn't help but take another look. 5 years is enough for some to reach the foundation establishment stage, but this kid not only reached the foundation establishment stage, he even became a spirit cultivation envoy. This shows that his talent in cultivation has definitely reached a certain level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so highly regarded by that old codger Zhu Fuxian, who even personally took him under his wing for training. At this moment, a swarm of over 30 reverse meridian adult insects swarmed in. They were extremely fast, especially in the dim environment, making them difficult to spot. Fortunately, this was a passageway, with only one end in one end. As the buzzing sound grew closer, Rong Yan reacted first. With a thought, his 4-patterned rice ear flying needle darted forward, weaving rapidly through the swarm of reverse meridian adult insects. A series of plop and plop sounds rang out. But it wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the injured adult insects, he immediately threw out a 3-patterned spirit insect puppet talisman. Instantly, a blue halo lit up the dim passageway. The halo was dreamlike and ethereal. All those enveloped, especially the injured reverse pulse adult insects, instantly lost their focus. Suddenly, they began attacking their own kind, appearing utterly frenzied. In no time, more than half of the reverse pulse adult insects were dead. Only then did Su Changqing intervene, tossing a handful of grass seeds, stored for an unknown period, from his wood character spirit seal. Upon landing, the seeds instantly transformed into black iron vines. These vines lashed out at the reverse pulse adult insects caught in their internal war, the crackling sounds echoing continuously. With the two working together, or more precisely, with Rong Yan putting in the most effort while Su Changqing was the least active, they quickly annihilated the entire group of reverse pulse adult insects. Phew! Su Changqing let out a long sigh. Finally done. Rong Yan looked at him speechlessly. Could you have been any less serious? Su Changqing quickly put on an innocent expression. I haven't fought a single battle, not even participated in the formal disciple competition. Rong Yan's eyes widened. You didn't participate in the formal disciple competition? Su Changqing spread his hands. Have you seen me on the arena at the weapon forging peak? Rong Yan scratched his head. It seems. I really haven't. If that's the case, then his performance this time was quite commendable. At least he didn't drag the team down, or even make any mistakes. Now it seems that he only caused a little damage. Then, the two turned to look at the 3 people behind them. Zhu Fuxian reminded him, the wings and scales of the reverse vein insect can be used as materials for refining weapons or alchemy. Although their value isn't high, having a lot of them can still be profitable. This was clearly directed at Su Changqing, since Rong Yan's wealth wouldn't even warrant such a small amount. Rong Yan's casual meal costs tens to hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing was about to dismantle it, but suddenly froze, then quickly said, I'll dismantle it after we've dealt with the reverse vein insect queen. Good heavens, he almost fell for it. He's making him fight again. And then he's making him dismantle the insect's body. He feels like Zhu Fuxian is testing or probing him. Even if the other party might not mean any harm, he still needs to be cautious. Seeing him say this, Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. Alright, let's continue deeper then. Next, the group of 5 explored further, dealing with the rebellious worms blocking their path. Before long, they arrived at the traces mentioned by the Abyss Lord Shi Yuan and the Earth Vein Manager Yang Jinayu. Ahead, a roughly 10-foot wide strip of compacted earth had been left, the hard rock layers cracked by the pressure. The surface soil, mixed with secreted dark red slime, formed a clay layer about 5 inches thick. Distributed within this clay layer were fist-sized foot-like pits, nearly 2 feet deep, their walls littered with fragments of dark red scales. On the rock surfaces flanking the trail, shallow marks left by some creature could be seen, embedded with fine, dark red powder, and emanating a pungent, corrosive odor. Chapter 319 Reverse Pulse Insect Mother. The fact that it left such marks indicates its enormous size. Moreover, its strength should not be underestimated. Yang Jinayu asked, "How is it?" Su Changqing glanced at Zhu Fuxian, who nodded slightly, before saying, "Although this is my first time seeing it, according to records, the reverse vein insect queen does indeed leave similar marks when it moves. Reverse vein insects, whether larvae, adults, or even queens, while absorbing spiritual energy and earth energy, they excrete impurities through the pores in their scales." Shi Yuan said in a deep voice, "It seems this reverse vein insect queen is right in front of us. If we can catch or destroy it, half the problem will be solved." Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. This corrosion vein disaster is caused by 2 things, the reverse vein insect queen and the corrosion spirit fungus king. Once both are dealt with, at least the disaster will be over. Su Changqing keenly noticed that Master he said the disaster would be over, not completely resolved. In other words, they must find Rong Long from the wrong family and get to the bottom of things. After all, this person nearly caused a major disaster. Even a high-level array master from a celestial sect couldn't be let off easily, they had to pay the price. Zhu Fuxian thought for a moment. From now on, you shouldn't clear the way ahead. If you encounter the reverse pulse insect queen, even Foundation establishment cultivators will be at risk. Rongyan asked curiously, "Is the insect queen that powerful?" Su Changqing had only read about it in books, so he perked up his ears. Zhu Fuxian explained, "The reverse pulse insect queen is usually accompanied by 5 to 10 groups of adult insects. Each group of adult insects has the killing power of an early chi refining cultivator. If all of them are combined, they are comparable to a chi refining perfection cultivator, and might even reach the early Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, a 100-year-old reverse pulse insect queen also possesses the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, more than 5 groups of adult insects, plus the insect queen herself. If they join forces, Su Changqing and Rongyan might not be a match for her." Upon hearing this, the two's expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly made way. Seeing this, Yang Jinayu quickly stepped forward to lead the way. And so, the group continued deeper into the area. They still encountered adult insects along the way, mostly in small groups, but occasionally there were exceptions. Sometimes, the abundance of crystals in a particular area would increase the swarm of adult insects. However, for Yang Jinayu, who possessed the strength of the early golden core stage, this was no problem at all. Without using any magical artifacts, he simply raised his hand, controlling the surrounding earth energy to condense, instantly crushing every single adult insect in front of him. The sounds of poof 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 echoed continuously, sounding somewhat stress-relieving. As their monster-killing efficiency increased, their pace quickened. Soon, the scenery ahead changed. Upon closer inspection, the rock walls on both sides not only showed signs of corrosion but also displayed scale-like patterns. What is this? It looks like dragon scales. And it's naturally formed, not man-made. Seeing this, Su Changqing and Rongyan were filled with curiosity and stepped forward to examine it closely. Shi Yuan said with a hint of regret, "This is called dragon scale pattern. It means we're close to the source of the underground spiritual vein, which is the dragon's lair. The clearer this pattern, the greater the likelihood that the spiritual vein will become a dragon vein. It's evident that this was once a very auspicious burial site. Unfortunately, the dragon scale-like patterns were now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The original pale golden aura had vanished, leaving only a dull gray-black, as if covered by a thick layer of dust. The once warm, jade-like luster had faded to a dull, lifeless stone. When Su Changqing touched it, he felt an icy chill. There was no trace of the powerful, attribute-less spiritual energy, and even a slight stinging sensation at his fingertips. Taking a finger against the rock wall no longer produced a deep, resonant sound like a bell, but rather a hollow echo like a broken pottery jar. It was as if it had been hollowed out. This scene indicated that Su Changqing and his companions were getting closer and closer to the reverse vein insect mother. And the deeper they went, the more adult insects appeared. Initially, only 1 or 2 groups appeared at intervals, rarely 3 or more. But now, almost every 10 meters or so forward, there was at least one group. Even the number of adult insects had reached its limit of 50. but any more would be a mere flick of the wrist for Yang Jinayu. Not to mention that this Earth Vein manager was already a golden core cultivator, and moreover, Earth spirit roots benefit from increased combat power underground or in places with Earth energy. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the increase, and the stronger the power. They easily crushed their way through. Before long, a massive nest appeared ahead, seemingly built directly above a pit. The entire nest was constructed from countless dark red insect silks, scales, and depleted spirit vein crystals, forming a hemispherical shape with a diameter of about 10 jong. The nest blended perfectly with the surrounding dilapidated dragon scale rock walls, as if it had grown there naturally. Clearly, this was the nest built by the reverse vein insect queen. Shi Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The insect queen chose this place to build her nest precisely because she valued the last remaining trace of spiritual vein foundation in this auspicious burial site. Even if the spiritual vein were to dry up, this place would still be more suitable than other places for stabilizing the nest, and she could even enhance her strength by utilizing the residual aura of the spiritual vein. However, once she did this, this auspicious burial site, also known as the Dragon Transformation Site, would be completely ruined. From then on, not even a trace of spiritual energy would emerge from it. It could be said that even its last remaining value had been squeezed dry by the reverse vein insect queen. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. According to the knowledge stored in his mind, this reverse vein insect's nest was divided into several layers. The top layer was the egg hatching area, but the originally translucent shell was now covered with a layer of grayish-black. The larvae inside, unable to absorb enough spiritual energy, were developing abnormally slowly. Many egg sacs had already shriveled up, even losing their vitality. The middle layer was the insect queen's dwelling place, containing the largest number of crystals. The lowest level connects to the dragon transformation cave, with a thick worm tube extending down from the nest, deeply rooted inside, seemingly still drawing something out. Every now and then, this thing could be seen wriggling, looking somewhat disgusting. Before taking action, Zhu Fuxian reminded him, "We've already discussed this. This century-old reverse pulse insect queen will be dealt with by us." Ishigaki's face, as expressionless as a statue, remained completely blank. "As you wish." He didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. He wanted to resolve it quickly and return the separated projection to the Tianyuan as soon as possible. After all, things were becoming increasingly restless there. Zhu Fuxian smiled slightly. "Then let's begin." Without any visible movement from Shi Yuan, the enormous reverse vein insect nest suddenly melted away like spring snow, quickly revealing the massive insect queen, numerous newly hatched larvae, and even swarms of adult insects. The insect queen was several meters long and as thick as a round table, gradually narrowing from head to tail, with a robust body in the middle. Her body was covered with irregular bumps and wrinkles, each bump inlaid with palm-sized blackish red scales, the edges of which curled like rusted iron. At first glance, it surprisingly resembled the natural dragon patterns surrounding the Dragon Transformation Cave. Chapter 320: The Secret Record of 10,000 Insects. The queen insect's head is conical, with a pair of forward protruding, curved bony horns at the apex, covered with spiral patterns. Below the horns are two cloudy compound eyes, their membranes veiled in a grayish-black film. The mouthparts consist of 3 concentric rings of serrated lobes. When the lobes open and close, they reveal a bottomless throat, the inner wall of which is covered with tiny barbs. 8 pairs of short, stout legs grow along the sides of its body. The legs end in shovel-shaped claws with an uneven surface riddled with tiny pores. A prominent ridge runs along the center of its back, composed of dozens of overlapping scales. Dark red mucus constantly seeps from the gaps between the scales. When it drips onto the ground, it creates a pale red smoke, filling the air with a pungent, fishy odor. Its tail is long and thin like a whip, ending in a diamond-shaped stinger. Upon closer inspection, it's hollow inside, used not only for combat but also for absorbing nutrients. The insect queen's shape stunned everyone. Zhu Fuxian was even more astonished. It's actually a rare dragon transformation insect queen. Su Changqing suddenly understood. Just like spiritual plants can mutate, many insects, animals, and even monsters undergo metamorphosis for some special reason. Some of these metamorphosis originates from their own bloodline. Others, for example, are due to consuming rare and precious materials. From ordinary to spiritual, rare, immortal, and divine. Ordinary. The most basic type, found in mountains, forests, and spiritual fields. Its bloodline has no extraordinary characteristics, following only instinct. Spiritual. The bloodline undergoes a slight mutation, possessing a preliminary ability to sense spiritual energy and actively absorb it. Rare. The bloodline mutates, possessing unique innate supernatural abilities. Immortal grade. Contains a trace of immortal aura, its bloodline traceable back to ancient times. Divine grade. Possesses divinity, a manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth. That is to say, this reverse vein insect mother before him, no, to be precise, it should be called the reverse vein dragon transformation insect mother, is at least of the spirit grade. Its rarity, or rather its value, is at least doubled. Shi Yuan's eyes widened, suddenly filled with regret, and he couldn't help but question, "You old codger, did you already know?" Zhu Fuxian said with a hint of smugness, "Don't forget, we found it together." You! Shi Yuan was speechless for a moment. He stared unkindly at Yang Jinayu, the Earth Vein manager, who, even though he had reached the golden core stage, still shrank back in fear. He especially stared at the other's feet, afraid that he might suddenly attack again if he wasn't careful. Zhu Fuxian took out a jade rice stalk and gently shook it at the reverse vein worms before him, both larvae and adults. Instantly, countless azure lights extended out like veins. All the reverse vein worms except the mother were instantly connected and drained of their life force. They fell to the ground with a crackling sound, like rain, quickly covering the ground with the corpses of the worms. The reverse vein dragon transforming worm mother, initially furious, was about to attack when she saw this and instantly shrank into a ball in fear. Her massive body resembled a trembling sphere. Good heavens, she was terrified. Su Changqing, seeing this, looked on with envy. Is this the method of a master? At this moment, Zhu Fuxian took out a jade pendant and called out, "Little Su." Su Changqing quickly looked over, "Master he." Zhu Fuxian tossed over the jade pendant and explained, "Inside lies the method of controlling insects. Once you've learned it, form a contract with this reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother." Su Changqing instinctively took it, then asked incredulously, "A 100-year-old reverse pulse insect mother is worth tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, and this even rarer reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother is worth at least 100,000. You're actually asking me to form a contract with it?" Zhu Fuxian said meaningfully, "You discovered the disaster in advance, allowing us to take preventative measures and saving the spirit fields from even greater losses. This reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother is a reward." Su Changqing hesitated slightly, but Rong Yan immediately stepped forward, grinning, "Fellow deist Su, you can sell it to me." Su Changqing's lips twitched, "We'll see." Rong Yan, slightly excited, added, "If you regret it, come find me anytime." Zhu Fuxian said with a playful expression, "Didn't you raise a few fire crows? Their fire spirit liquid can be used to feed this insect queen." Su Changqing took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully, "Thank you for your kindness, Master He, Master Yuan, and Steward Yang." Yang Jinaya looked him up and down with a strange gaze. "Since you discovered the disaster beforehand, I think this reward is justified." Lord Shi Yuan said in a deep voice, "Indeed, you deserve the reward." Seeing everyone say this, Su Changqing probed the jade pendant with his spiritual sense. Instantly, a method of controlling insects flooded his mind. The Secret Record of 10,000 Insects, Reversing Spirit Chapter. The opening sentence directly points out the key point. Those who obey the spirit prosper, those who defy the spirit perish, only those who control the defying spirit can command spirit insects. This method differs from ordinary insect controlling methods that focus on taming spiritual energy. It emphasizes reversing the spirit symbiosis. By circulating the technique, one's own spiritual energy is briefly in a state of reversal, resonating with the reverse pulse insect mother, thereby breaking the insect mother's hostility. Cultivation requires using one's own essence and blood as a guide to condense a reverse spirit seed in the Qi Sea. The special effects contained within the seed can soothe the insect mother. It takes approximately 7 days to master the basics. It is divided into 3 stages. Insect language. One can understand the low-frequency chirping of the reverse vein insect and comprehend the insect mother's basic intentions. Spiritual connection. One's reverse spirit seed establishes a connection with the insect mother. One can command the insect mother's movement, attacks, and other basic actions through spiritual sense. Furthermore, the corrosiveness of the insect mother's stinger venom to the master is reduced by 30%. Symbiosis. The reverse spirit seed is bound to the insect mother. The master can use the spiritual energy and earth energy absorbed by the insect mother to heal injuries. The insect mother can also accelerate the hatching of its eggs by consuming the master's spiritual power. Their auras merge into one, allowing the protagonist to sense the insect mother's safety even if she is thousands of miles away. Since it takes 7 days to master the basics, Su Changqing took out a spirit beast ring. He intended to put it inside temporarily. However, he discovered that his spirit beast ring was not large enough. After all, the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother before them was several meters long, far too large to fit inside. Zhu Fuxian glanced sideways at the earth vein abyss lord beside him. Shi Yuan was taken aback at first, then flew into a rage. "So, you old bastard, you actually waited for me here, huh?" Zhu Fuxian remained silent, simply glancing sideways. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a while, until Shi Yuan finally couldn't take it anymore. He angrily pulled a fingernail-sized yellow stone ring from his storage space, casually tossing it towards Su Changqing, and casually introduced it. "This is a square-inch ring. It can store both things and living beings. Consider it a reward from the earth vein side." Su Changqing hurriedly accepted the ring, then bowed again, saying, "Thank you, Lord Yuan." The ring was of a warm, smooth texture, with a hexagonal face. It was engraved with intricate spatial runes, the lines flowing like water. Inlaid in the center of the ring was a void stone the size of a pigeon's egg, its surface translucent, with what appeared to be flowing yellow energy within a truly beautiful sight. As Su Changqing put it on, it miraculously adjusted to his size. Chapter 321 Trap. A drop of crimson blood was forced out and covered with his spiritual imprint. Instantly, Su Changqing gained control of the small ring. His consciousness seeped into it, and he discovered that its internal space was far larger than he had imagined. He had expected a few dozen cubic meters, but to his utter surprise, it was a whopping 100 cubic meters. To put this in perspective, his current azure gourd only had a volume of 20 cubic meters. In other words, the small ring's internal space was equivalent to 5 azure gourds. The key was that this thing could not only store items, but even house living beings. No matter how you looked at it, it was far superior to storage items like the azure gourd. Although Su Changqing didn't know much about this thing, he estimated that its market price would be at least tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, or even several thousand high-grade spirit stones. But now, both the reverse meridian dragon transformation insect mother, worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, and the equally valuable small ring, he had obtained them all for free, without spending a single spirit stone. It has to be said, a big shot is a big shot, their generosity is undeniable. Even Rong Yan, the wealthy young master, couldn't help but feel envious at this sight. On the surface, it seemed that Su Changqing was being rewarded for discovering the disaster beforehand, thus preventing the spirit field from suffering even greater losses. But in reality, the second in command of the spirit field, the Grain Master, and the first in command of the Earth Veins, the Abyss Master, both greatly admired him and even held him in high regard. That was the key. At this moment, Su Changqing controlled his spatial ring with a thought, and the reverse meridian dragon transforming insect mother, which had shrunk into a sphere in front of him, was instantly stored in his storage space. Suddenly, all that remained before everyone was a huge crater, pitch black inside, without a single ray of light. They could even feel wisps of chilling aura, like an abandoned graveyard. Zhu Fu glanced at Shi Yuan and said, "Now that the insect queen has been captured, only the corrosive spirit fungus king remains, unable to hold on alone. Are you leaving, or going down?" Shi Yuan looked at the now lifeless dragon transformation cave, a look of regret on his face. Generally, auspicious caves harbor something beneath them. If I had the chance, I'd really like to go down and see, but unfortunately, business is more important, so we must temporarily seal this place off. With that, he waved his hand. A dense cloud of yellow energy gathered, enveloping the abandoned auspicious cave. Feeling the overwhelming weight, even with Su Changqing's late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and his earth elemental root, he still felt an immense sense of oppression. Yellow energy and earth energy seemingly only a single word difference, seemingly not much different. But in reality, yellow energy is superior in both quality and quantity. Earth energy only becomes suffocating when it's concentrated to a certain degree. But the yellow aura was different, even a wisp or a single strand was as heavy as a mountain. Now, with this seal, unless someone stronger than Ishigaki intervenes, it's impossible to break through, let alone penetrate this abandoned auspicious burial site. No, it should now be called a death trap, as it has lost its value. Then, the group departed. This time, however, they moved very quickly. How quickly? In just a few breaths, they were back on the surface. This time, it wasn't Zhu Fuxian who made the move, but Ishigaki. If it weren't for the fact that they were accompanied by 3 people with wood elemental roots, creating a conflicting elemental relationship, and that this wasn't their true form but merely a projection, their speed would have been even greater. In reality, only about half an hour had passed in their exploration. Feeling the long-awaited warm sunshine, Su Changqing couldn't help but stretch. Yang Janaya stepped forward and asked, "The reverse pulse insect mother is easy to find, but what about the corrosive spirit fungus king? I heard that this thing is even better at hiding than the reverse pulse insect mother." Su Changqing stretched and explained, "Generally speaking, the corrosive spirit fungus king likes to stay in dark, damp places with abundant spiritual energy." Rong Yin thoughtfully guessed, could it also be hiding in abandoned underground spiritual veins? Zhu Fuxian denied it, they are not parasitic or symbiotic, so they can't possibly be together. Su Changqing echoed, "That's right, the reverse pulse insect likes earth energy, while the corrosive spirit fungus king only absorbs with spiritual energy. Their only common point is that they have a special fondness for mutated spiritual plants." Yang Janayu frowned slightly, "Then what do we do? Everyone has their own expertise." He wasn't completely ignorant about spiritual plants, but he certainly wasn't as knowledgeable as Zhu Fuxian and Su Changqing, who had wood spiritual roots. Zhu Fuxian glanced at Rong Yan, making the latter uneasy, before saying, "The best way is to create a trap it can't refuse." "A trap?" Shi Yuan and Yang Janayu seemed thoughtful. Su Changqing reacted the fastest, also glancing at Rong Yan, who looked at him with bewilderment, before guessing, "Master He, you wouldn't be thinking of using mutated spirit plants to attract the corrosive spirit fungus king, would you?" Zhu Fuxian smiled slightly, "Yes. Rongyan finally realized why the two were staring at him, and asked nervously, then, how many mutated spirit plants do you need? Zhu Fuxian thought for a moment, 3 is fine, 5 would be best. Rongyan was startled and quickly said aggrievedly, Master our wrong family is also a victim. Seeing this, Zhu Fuxian instead showed an envious look, your wrong family, as the number 1 family in the spirit fields, has a history of over 1,000 years. You have more good things in your possession than I do. What are a few mutated spirit plants? Besides, it's just to attract the corrosive spirit fungus king, not to destroy it. Rongyan hesitated, not daring to agree, and said, better safe than sorry. Zhu Fuxian didn't want to waste time and waved his hand, if there's any loss, the immortal sect will compensate. Rongyan knew he couldn't refuse, so his bottom line was to not lose out. Hearing this, he immediately smiled and asked, then, Master what kind of mutated spirit plant do you need? Zhu Fuxian pointed to the pit beside him and asked in return, is the mutated spirit plant planted here the 1,000-eared golden mon rice? Rongyan nodded vigorously, yes. Zhu Fuxian instructed, then plant the same mutated spirit plant in the same location. This trap might not be effective elsewhere. However, this place not only has spirit-eating fungi, but also reverse pulse worms. This means that the 1,000-eared golden on rice is very popular with them. In that case, let's go all out. All right. Rongyan nodded, then turned and left. Although he could make the decision himself, he needed to report to the elders of his clan. Su Changqing suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Master Yuan, Steward Yang, the outer perimeter of the spirit fields is harvesting today. As one of this year's assessors, I must go. Shi Yuan and Yang Janaya didn't care, neither of them were members of the spirit fields. Whether they went to the outer perimeter or not was actually none of their business. They were only asking together out of politeness. Zhu Fuxian's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. Remembering your responsibilities is good. Anyway, the spirit-eating fungus king won't appear until tonight, so you can go ahead and get busy. Chapter 322 Breaking another record, thanks to lightning super fast for the amazing massage. Immediately, Su Changqing leaped into the air, stepping on large blades of grass. But he wasn't flying towards the outskirts of the spirit field, he planned to go home first. After all, Wang, Gag, the flock of guinea fowl, and even the turtles and fish in the pond hadn't been fed. Although going hungry for a meal or two wouldn't be a big deal, they wouldn't die. Su Changqing believed that their companionship was fate, and he had to take good care of them. Thus, without any delays, he quickly returned to his spirit field. Upon seeing his master return from hunting, Wang, though empty-handed, still wagged its tail enthusiastically and ran forward, jumping wildly into his arms. Looking at the dog, almost the size of a calf, Su Changqing couldn't help but compare it to when it was a puppy, finding that it hadn't changed at all, still just as adorable and lively. After angrily rubbing the dog's head, he took out top-grade spirit rice from his azure gourd and fed it to Gag first, then to 20 guinea fowl, 5 fire crows, and finally the turtles and fish in the pond. Since the dragonfish disappeared, the previously listless light spirit turtle was no longer listless. It had become the overlord of the small pond, making the red-tailed carp tremble in fear. Su Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. I never expected you to be this kind of turtle. After feeding them all, he glanced at Yang Shu, and seeing that there were no problems, he went into the stone house to prepare breakfast and lunch for the day. Time flew by, and an hour passed. After finishing everything, Su Changqing took to the air again and flew towards the outer edge of the spirit field. He had a rough idea of how many people would be promoted to full-fledged disciples in the outer area this time. Apart from Miao Huayu, who was promoted early because she cultivated a mutated spirit plant, the number of outer disciples most likely to be promoted by the end of summer was no more than 15. After all, Su Changqing frequently patrolled the outer perimeter and was very familiar with the situation there. Upon arriving at the edge of the spirit fields, Su Changqing was surprised to find that the official disciple harvesting the spirit rice this time was not Luo Butchen, who raised the golden toad. Instead, it was someone else entirely, not even a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley. It was actually a golden spirit root disciple from the weapon forging peak. Also an official disciple, he appeared to be older, around 40 or 50 years old. He was tall and thin, rather silent and serious, seemingly disliking conversation. Linya breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Su Changqing arrive. You've finally come. Su Changqing said half-jokingly, with you all here, it doesn't matter whether I come or not. Linya glanced at the person beside her and then introduced, Senior Brother Su, this is Senior Brother Luo Tan from the Forging Peak, in charge of this year's late summer harvest. Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting, fellow Deus Luo. Luo Tan initially didn't want to deal with these young people, but upon seeing the Spirit Field Cultivation Envoy's token hanging from the other's waist, he was taken aback and hurriedly returned the greeting, so you're Deus Su, Spirit Envoy. Seeing such a stark contrast in his demeanor, Linya couldn't help but purse her lips. She had initially thought that the other simply didn't want to interact with young people. Now it seemed he was still playing favorites. Su Changqing smiled slightly. Let's begin the harvest. This time, the harvest wasn't for everyone else, Luo Tan would do it himself. He activated the golden spiritual power in his Danshan, releasing the Gang Metal Diversion technique. In an instant, spiritual energy transformed into dozens of tiny golden streams of light, sprinkling like a fine rain onto the acre of spiritual field. Each stream of light precisely targeted a single stalk of spiritual rice, severing it instantly with its sharp metallic power. Su Changqing nodded slightly. At this efficiency, we should be able to go home ahead of schedule. At this moment, an outer disciple dressed in white stepped forward. Senior brother Su. Su Changqing glanced at the man and quickly recognized him. Miao. Hua Yu, right? His impression of this person was much deeper than that of ordinary outer disciples. The main reason was that this guy had incredible luck and a high talent for planting, managing to cultivate mutated spiritual rice in a first-grade spiritual field. How could anyone argue with that? It was impossible not to remember him. Miao Huayu asked shyly, Senior brother Su, I heard someone say that after becoming a full member, one can choose a location in a second-grade spirit field. Su Changqing affirmed, that's right. Miao Huayu asked again, they all say that once you become a full member, you get to choose the location closest to you. Why is that? Su Changqing pondered for a while before answering, maybe. I'm a good person. Miao Huayu hurriedly pressed, then can I also choose the location closest to you? Su Changqing smiled, of course. Miao Huayu's eyes lit up, that's wonderful. The harvest continued. From morning until afternoon, Luo Tan, with his golden spirit root, was indeed faster than Luo Buchen of the Spirit Beast Valley. Previously, it would finish at least by evening, but now it was an hour earlier. And as Su Changqing had predicted, besides Miao Huayu, 15 outer disciples successfully became full members this time. Last time, during the spring harvest, 13 people successfully became official disciples. This time, excluding the Reign of Myriad Flowers award, it's 15, adding them makes it 16. Although it's only a few more, it's broken the record again. Only 3 months have passed, just 1 quarter. Linya couldn't help but exclaim, by the winter harvest, it'll probably exceed 20. Luo Tan wasn't very knowledgeable about this, as he'd only been to the spirit field a handful of times. Then, should I send the newly promoted outer disciples to the core of the spirit field? Su Changqing waved his hand, no need, leave the rest to me. Luo Tan nodded slightly, alright, then I've completed this task. Goodbye, Spirit Envoy Su. Su Changqing cupped his hands, goodbye, fellow Deus Luo. At this moment, a group of newly promoted outer disciples crowded around. Most of them were familiar faces. They had been following Su Changqing since the spring, and now they had finally succeeded. Senior brother Su, I've finally been officially admitted. Thank you for your guidance, Senior brother Su. If you ever need our help, we'll do our utmost. Their faces were still youthful, but their eyes shone with excitement. Successfully becoming official disciples was one thing, but more importantly, they hadn't let Senior brother Su down. Normally, Su Changqing would have helped these people collect their small storage bags and official disciple robes before taking them to the core of the spirit field to report. However, because they still needed to capture the corrosive spirit fungus king that evening, he didn't want to delay. He simply told everyone to pack their things now, intending to report early. The group excitedly turned and ran towards their rooms. Only Miao Huayu remained. He had already obtained a small storage bag and packed everything inside. About 10 minutes later, the others gradually returned. There were many people, and a lot of stuff. Therefore, Su Changqing didn't summon the Great Leaf Grass this time, but instead summoned the Demon Dragon water-avoiding ship. Seeing the strange-looking ship, everyone's eyes widened, and some even took several steps back in fright. Su Changqing was the first to leap up, landing steadily on the deck, then beckoning to the rather tense crowd below, don't just stand there, come on up. Chapter 323 The Corrosive Fungus King, Part 1. Soon, a huge pleasure boat docked at the foot of Pingdingshan Mountain. A dozen or so people jumped off. All dressed in gray clothes, without even a small storage bag, they were clearly newly promoted outer sect disciples. In the past, it was good if 5 people were promoted each quarter. Since Su Lingxi took over the assessments, the number has increased. I remember last time it was 13, this time there are 15? My god, another record broken. The nearby spirit farmers were all amazed by this scene. They never expected that the record just set by Su Changqing would be broken again by him personally. Immediately afterwards, this group of newly promoted outer sect disciples, led by Su Changqing, all headed up the mountain. Many spirit farmers followed behind. Just like that, what started as a dozen or so people became dozens. By the time they reached the open space at the summit, there were more than 100 people. Surrounded by so many formal disciples, Miao Huayu and the others were quite nervous. Su Changqing reassured them, don't forget, you are all formal disciples, no different from them. Upon hearing this, Miao Huayu and the others calmed down, then crossed the threshold and entered the palace. Everyone except Miao Huayu was there for the first time, so everything was new and exciting. Their eyes couldn't help but scan their surroundings. When they saw Elder Hua, many were startled. Fortunately, Su Changqing quickly introduced, "This is Elder Hua, the manager of the core of the spirit field. You can ask him any questions you may have in the future." "Greetings, manager." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed and clasped their hands in greeting. Some even knelt down. Elder Hua was surprised to see this number is even higher than in the spring. "Little Su, you've broken the record again?" Su Changqing calmly replied, "It's all thanks to their own hard work." Upon hearing this, Elder Hua couldn't help but look at him with new respect. If it were any other formal disciple, they would definitely be frantically trying to claim credit by now. But this person before him not only didn't try to take credit, but was also remarkably humble and low-key, not stealing the limelight from these newly promoted disciples at all. Seeing that things were almost settled, Su Changqing bowed respectfully, "Manager, I've brought the people. I have other matters to attend to tonight, what do you think?" Elder Hua naturally understood what he meant and immediately nodded, "You may leave." Su Changqing turned to the newly promoted outer sect disciples before him, taking out the 100 tales of spirit fields as he instructed, "Remember, you must read more books and learn more knowledge in your spare time. Although second-grade spirit fields have a high yield, they also have many problems. You must be well prepared." "Yes." Miao Huayu and the others received the 100 tales of spirit fields, each deeply moved. Su Changqing hesitated for a moment, then continued, "If all else fails, go find Su Linchen and the others. They were promoted a quarter earlier than you and have much more experience. Besides, they're all acquaintances, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about." After giving them countless instructions, he turned and left. With less than an hour left before nightfall, he immediately steered his demonic dragon water-avoiding boat towards home. Sure enough, the boat was much faster than the large leafed grass, and this time they arrived in no time. Next came the washing of vegetables, cooking, and preparing everything in advance. As time passed, the sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east. Soon, night fell over the entire spirit field, and the atmosphere became tranquil. Su Changqing walked out of the stone house to the doghouse, looking at Wang Wang gnawing on a bone inside. "I'm going out later, I don't know when I'll be back. You need to keep an eye on Gag, the guinea fowl, the turtles and fish in the pond, and make sure nothing happens to them." Wang Wang stopped gnawing on the bone and tilted its head to look at its master. It was unclear whether it understood or not. Su Changqing patted the dog's head, then leaped into the air, summoning a large leafed grass, and quickly disappeared into the distance. Not long after, Su Changqing arrived at the newly cultivated area of the Rong family. The Grain Master, the Earth Vein Abyss Master Shi Yuan, and Rong Yan were all there. Even a senior member of the Rong family was present. Su Changqing landed quickly, then bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Lord He, Lord Yuan." Zhu Fuxian chuckled and asked, "You arrived so quickly?" Su Changqing blinked, "I was just thinking of helping out." At this moment, Rong Yan pulled his elder forward, saying, "Fellow Deus Su, this is my third uncle, Rong Fa, an old spirit farmer from our spirit field. He's been farming for decades, especially experienced in caring for mutated spirit plants." Logically, given the other's age, Su Changqing should have taken the initiative to greet him. However, his status and position were undeniable. Therefore, it was Rong Fa who respectfully bowed, saying, "Spirit Envoy Su." Su Changqing's eyes lit up, "We can exchange ideas more often in the future." Rong Fa hesitated for a moment, then nodded awkwardly, "Of course, of course." Afterward, Su Changqing focused his gaze and attention entirely on the spirit field before him, noticing 3,000-year golden rice stalks already planted. However, they were slightly shorter than the mature ones. Mature 1,000-year golden rice plants typically reach a height of about 5 meters. However, the 3 plants before them were only slightly over 2 meters tall. They were entirely pale blue, appearing somewhat immature. Su Changqing finally understood why even the Rice Master envied the Rong family. It was truly worthy of being the #1 family of spirit fields with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Others would treat even a single mutated spirit plant as a family heirloom, but the Rong family could casually produce 3,000-year golden rice plants. Judging from the relatively calm expressions of the two, they probably had quite a few more in stock. Everyone waited for the appearance of the spirit-eating fungus king. From 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., there was still no movement. Could it have escaped? I think it's possible. After all, even the reverse vein insect mother has been captured. Should we continue waiting? Besides Su Changqing, Zhu Fuxian, and others, many members of the Rong family were also keeping watch. As midnight approached, the ground remained completely still, fueling suspicions of a trap. Zhu Fuxian's sharp gaze swept over them, silencing them instantly. He coldly declared, "All unimportant people, leave. Return at dawn." The Rong family members and their hired tenants hesitated. Rong Yan and Rong Fa's expressions changed drastically. They immediately shouted, "Didn't you hear what Master He said? Get out!" Su Changqing observed this, thinking to himself, as expected of the number one family in the spiritual fields, their members even dare to disobey Master He. Only Rong Yan or members of the Rong family's main branch could command them. Soon, these people left. The once lively scenes suddenly fell silent. Those who remained continued to wait patiently. Time passed quietly, reaching the 5th quarter of the Zi hour. This time is equivalent to midnight. At this moment, all was silent, almost no sound could be heard. And at this very moment, the 3 previously unharmed thousand-eared golden rice plants, both their stems and leaves, were visibly covered with a layer of bluish-purple light. Even from the ground, a faint rustling sound could be heard. This showed that the corrosive spirit king had truly arrived. Chapter 324 The Corrosive Fungus King, Part 2. The bluish-purple spots on the 3 golden-eared rice plants were becoming increasingly severe, resembling a skin disease. This was due to the very nature of the corrosive spirit fungus king, as its name suggests. Corrosive spirit. The external reaction was caused by the special spores and mycelia released by the king invading the spirit plant. Some experienced spirit farmers would say that the spirit plant was crying for help. And to some extent, that's true. One of the corrosive spirit fungus king's abilities was to continuously release tiny corrosive spirit spores into the surrounding air. These spores could easily attach to the surface of the spirit plant's leaves and stems, and even penetrate its interior through stomata, causing even greater damage. To resist the erosion, the spirit plant would instinctively gather more spiritual energy towards the invaded area as a defense, causing a sudden increase in the spiritual energy density in those areas. The 2 sides were locked in combat, thus creating the bluish-purple spots that everyone saw. At this point, experienced spirit farmers would react immediately, for example, by increasing the number of fire attribute items to raise the temperature. Alternatively, setting up an array could rapidly increase the spiritual energy contained within the spiritual plants. While this wouldn't completely solve the problem, it could buy time. Of course, the best solution would be to eliminate the culprit, the corrosive spirit fungus king. However, this creature is sentient and extremely timid. At the slightest disturbance, it immediately turns and flees. Because it's underground, its movement speed is incredibly fast, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to catch. If it were only Su Changqing, Rong Yan, and the others, capturing or eliminating it would be virtually impossible. But now, besides them, there is also the Grain Master and the Earth Vein Abyss Master present. Both of these individuals are at least at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, the Grain Master is a Wood Spirit Root cultivator. The Abyss Master is an Earth Spirit Root cultivator. Both possess exceptionally pure spiritual roots, resulting in extremely high concentrations of magical power. Now, seeing that the corrosive spirit fungus king has already stepped into the trap, Zhu Fuxian and Shi Yuan exchanged a quick glance. Then, Zhu Fuxian made the first move, his wood attribute magic surging towards the spirit field like a gentle blue breeze, instantly enveloping the 3 golden rice stalks with their 1,000 ears of grain, releasing a rich life force. The 3 mutated rice stalks, previously affected by the erosion, suddenly lost their bluish-purple light. But this only attracted the corrosive spirit fungus king. Underground, it released even more spores, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy and nutrients produced by the golden rice stalks. However, just as it was engrossed in this, Shi Yuan, the lord of the Earth Vein Abyss, made his move. A yellow aura, even more powerful than earth energy, rapidly enveloped the area, transforming it into an invisible cage. The corrosive spirit fungus king, already timid and easily frightened, would turn and flee at the slightest disturbance. Now, with the underground pressure drastically increased, even its greedy nature was forced to react quickly. But this time was different. No matter which direction they moved, front, back, left, right, or down, they felt the threat of death. Only above was different, the pressure was minimal, and there were even golden ears of rice constantly enticing them. The corrosive spirit king had no choice but to move towards the ground. Therefore, Su Changqing, Rong Yan, Rong Fa, and the others saw the black soil of the spirit field ahead gradually rise into a mound. As the mound grew larger, numerous cracks appeared, from which a large amount of bluish-gray mist spewed forth. Su Changqing knew this wasn't mist at all, but spores released by the spirit-eating fungus king. These were no ordinary creatures. Once inhaled, they would cause various negative effects on cultivators with wood elemental roots. At best, their spiritual energy would stagnate, and their skin would develop spots. At worst, their spiritual roots would become moldy, and their cultivation would regress. In the most severe cases, they would be parasitized by the fungal sclerotium, ultimately becoming spirit-eating puppets. Fortunately, all these spores were blocked by Zhu Fuxian's magical power, covering only the 1 acre of second-grade spiritual field in front of them, preventing any leakage. With a series of cracking sounds from the ground, a colossal creature emerged. At first glance, it resembled an enormous mushroom. The diameter of the cap alone was 7 or 8 meters. It was an irregular circle, with undulating edges like waves. Its surface was covered with a thick layer of slimy substance, shimmering eerily in the night and emitting a nauseating stench. From top to bottom, it was a deep purple, interspersed with numerous black and dark red spots. Below was a nearly 10-meter-high stipe, its thickest part requiring several people to encircle it. The surface of the stipe was covered with countless tiny pores, from which bluish-gray spores were constantly released. Its color was even deeper, almost pure black, its texture as hard as iron, yet possessing the unique resilience of fungi. From the base of the stipe, countless black tentacles, or rather, mycelia, emerged. They seemed to possess a penetrating effect unique to metallic substances, easily piercing through any obstacle, whether soil or stone. They continuously explored and extended outwards, eventually covering the entire Grade 2 spirit field, forming a special territory. Su Changqing, observing this, couldn't help but gasp, "This is the corrosive spirit fungus king, worth tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones?" To be honest, he had only known about it from books before. This was his first time seeing it in person. From what he could see, it was even more visually striking. In truth, at this point, the corrosive spirit fungus king already knew it had been tricked. Now it had nowhere to run, its only loophole was a trap. You see, once it was separated from the soil and underground, it was essentially cutting off its own path to survival. In other words, the moment it emerged from the ground, there was no turning back. At the same time, it wanted to fight to the death. Unfortunately, it didn't know what it was facing. With a thought, Zhu Fuxian sent 3 stalks of golden rice with 1,000 ears detaching from the black soil and flying out. Immediately afterward, Shi Yuan casually raised his hand, and the already dense yellow aura around them instantly condensed, directly locking the lone corrosive spirit fungus king in the spirit field. At first glance, it seemed frozen in time. For Su Changqing, Rong Yan, and the others, capturing this corrosive spirit fungus king was extremely difficult. But for the 2 powerful figures, as long as the corrosive spirit fungus king dared to come, they could easily deal with it, without lifting a finger from beginning to end. Now that the reverse vein insect mother has been captured, and the corrosive spirit fungus king has also been captured. Thus, the corrosive vein disaster affecting the entire spirit field has been nipped in the bud. For everyone, this is good news. At least, the Rong family can continue to cultivate spirit fields and nurture spirit plants in this area. The other spirit farmers no longer needed to live in constant fear and anxiety. At this moment, Rongyan suddenly pulled out a storage bag and whispered, "Spirit Envoy Su, if you hadn't discovered the problem this time, our Rong family would have suffered a huge loss. This is just a small token of my appreciation." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, "What do you take me for?" Rong Yan was stunned. Su Changqing warned sternly, "I helped you not for any ulterior motive or for personal gain. As a spirit cultivation envoy, this is my duty." Chapter 325 The Secret Record of 10,000 Insects, full version. Su Changqing's words, though not loud, were heard clearly by everyone present, especially Zhu Fuxian and Shi Yuan, whose cultivation levels were the highest. This immediately drew the attention of the 2 powerful figures. Rongyan felt utterly bewildered for the first time, his entire body stiffening. Giving favors was a habit he had cultivated since childhood. He rarely refused even close friends and family, and some even took it for granted, such as Lan Tian and Huo Wan, who had never refused before. Being refused so seriously, even with a hint of warning, was a first for him. Zhu Fuxian observed this, his admiration deepening. Although he didn't express his opinion, he nodded slightly, showing considerable agreement. 7 days passed in a flash. The harvest was complete on the outer edge of the spirit fields. The erosion calamity was resolved. Su Changqing's life returned to normalcy. He spent his days either brewing wine, refining pills, or studying puppetry and the myriad insect manual. Puppetry was quite complex, and it would take some time to master. Ultimately, it was learning from scratch, bit by bit. Moreover, without a master, slow progress was normal. As for the myriad insect manual, he was improving every day, especially since he could master it in just 7 days. At this moment, Su Changqing, leaning against a poplar tree, suddenly had a thought and looked at his attribute panel. Myriad Insect Manual, Reverse Spirit Chapter. Level 1. Effect 1. Able to understand the low-frequency chirping of the reverse pulse insect and comprehend the basic intentions of the insect mother. Just then, a prompt popped up. Would you like to consume 30 years of your lifespan to complete the Myriad Insect Manual? Su Changqing's eyes lit up. It really works. Actually, when he first obtained the Myriad Insect Manual, Reverse Spirit Chapter, he had considered that it might be part of a complete cultivation technique. Now, thanks to the system's capabilities, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. The only unexpected aspect was that it would take decades. It seemed this complete Myriad Insect Manual was at least a low-level Earth-rank cultivation technique. Therefore, Su Changqing didn't refuse, but decisively chose, max it out. Instantly, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Based on the Myriad Insect Manual Reverse Spirit chapter, he used his own knowledge, experience, and skills to continuously repair and deduce, gradually completing it. Soon, the Myriad Insect Manual Poisonous Fiend chapter appeared. Next came the Myriad Insect Manual Swiftness chapter, the Myriad Insect Manual Hardened Armor chapter, the Myriad Insect Manual Illusionary Form chapter. A total of 5 chapters, combined to form the complete Myriad Insect Manual, containing almost all types of insects. The content was so rich and profound that normal study would likely take much longer. Remaining lifespan, 750 years. Myriad Insect Records, Level 1. Effect 1 establishes a basic connection with surrounding insects, allowing the perception of insects within a certain range. Would you like to consume 3 years of lifespan to upgrade the Myriad Insect Records to Level 2? Su Changqing decisively refused. No, I choose to go all in. Would you like to consume 9 years of lifespan to upgrade the Myriad Insect Records to Level 5? Yes. 9 years was merely a drop in the ocean for Su Changqing. He could easily gain several years of lifespan by harvesting spirit fields each time. If he filled his personal space with spirit fields, the result would be unimaginable. This sudden enlightenment came quickly, but it also faded just as fast. After all, he already knew the complete content. The so-called improvement was more about removing the redundant parts and then introducing new ideas. Remaining lifespan, 741 years. Myriad Insect Secrets, Level 5. Effect 1. Through cultivation techniques, a basic connection can be established with surrounding insects, allowing the perception of the types, numbers, and general conditions of insects within a certain range. The perception range expands with cultivation level. Effect 2. By mixing one's own spiritual power and magical power with the essence of plants, a bait can be condensed. This bait has a strong attraction to specific types of insects, luring wild insects to gather and selecting promising individuals for taming. The bait's attraction to insects increases with the concentration of spiritual power. Effect 3. For selected insects, a spiritual insect contract can be signed using one's own blood. The contract suppresses the insect's ferocity, establishes a basic connection, and allows the insect to understand simple commands. The success rate of taming is related to the insect's intelligence. Failure will result in the insect's death. Effect 4. Within storage items or specific spaces, use cultivation techniques to construct branch nests for spirit insects, simulating suitable living environments for the insects. These branch nests accelerate insect growth and egg hatching, and can also guide insect mutations in desired directions by adjusting the environment. The size of the branch nests expands with the master's cultivation level. Effect 5. When controlling a certain number of insects, a single insect token can be condensed. The token holder does not need to issue commands individually. Simply transmitting intention through the token allows the insect swarm to act in unison. Control efficiency increases with the token's level. Special Effect 1. Allows a high-level spirit insect to voluntarily sacrifice itself, granting the master the insect's core abilities for a certain period, and even temporarily breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Special Effect 2. Consuming a portion of the master's cultivation can advance a low-level insect to the next rank, or awaken new abilities in a high-level insect. Excessive consumption may lead to a regression in cultivation level. Special Effect 3. Merges with the contracted insect, transforming into a spiritual armor covering the body, possessing the insect's shell's defense and resilience, and inheriting the insect's special abilities. Special Effect 4. Establishes a symbiotic relationship with all contracted insects. In battle, the insects can share damage, and the master can allocate their own spiritual power and mana to the swarm, thereby increasing combat power. Special Effect 5. If one of the contracted insects is of rare quality or higher, it can be temporarily fused with, transforming into the Myriad Insect Deo body. While retaining a humanoid outline, the body is covered with a layer of insect armor, and the limbs can transform into insect limbs. This state lasts for 15 minutes, after which the insect will slumber for 7 days. After seeing all the effects, Su Changqing had 1,000 words in his mind, but in the end, only a hiss remained. He couldn't help but gasp, even his pupils fluctuated violently. He never expected that the complete version of the Myriad Insect Secret Record would be so terrifying. Beast-taming cultivators all share a common trait: they can merge with spirit beasts, temporarily gaining certain abilities of the beast and even enhancing their overall attributes, such as attack and defense. Insects may seem weak, but they are not to be underestimated. Take the most common insect, the ant. It possesses an almost supernatural ability to lift objects many times its own weight. If merged, the master can also temporarily gain this ability. At that point, splitting mountains and shattering rocks would be a piece of cake. Not to mention, there are all sorts of superpowers. Su Changqing carefully recalled the abilities of the reverse meridian dragon transforming insect mother, and suddenly his gaze froze. Its ability seems to be procreation, bringing many children and much happiness. If I merge with it, wouldn't that be To be honest, the image was too beautiful to bear. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, several fire crows circling in the sky issued warnings. Su Changqing closed his eyes, switched to shared vision, and discovered someone was approaching. A person and a crane moved with incredible speed. At first, they were just a dot, but in the blink of an eye, they were close to the spirit field. Then, Chu Chu's voice rang out, "Junior Brother Su." Chapter 326 Flower Calyx Boat. Hearing the commotion, Su Changqing rose from under the tree and stepped out into the shade. Upon reaching the open space, he looked up. Sure enough, it was Chu Chu and He Chi. Upon seeing him emerge, the two quickly landed. Su Changqing looked at Chu Chu's unharmed face and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Brother Chu, your handsome face has recovered." Chu Chu nodded slightly and explained, "I just went to Iron Blood Peak. While being accepted as a disciple by Master, he also helped restore my face." Su Changqing asked again, "And your spiritual root?" Chu Chu answered ambiguously, "That's one of the reasons I came to find you." Su Changqing seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. "It seems it's recovered as well." As Chu Chu approached, he took something out of his storage space. "Your liquid water essence has a better and faster recovery effect. I've already taken it." Su Changqing subconsciously took it, then asked curiously, "What's this?" The object in his hand appeared to be a boat. Smaller than its own dragon-shaped water-avoiding boat, it was far more exquisite. It was entirely jade-white, resembling a blooming flower. Chu Chu's lips curled down, forcing a smile as he said, seemingly suppressing a laugh, "I noticed you're always treading on those big, spinning blades of grass, which I felt didn't suit your status as a spirit cultivator. Therefore, I specially brought you this flower calyx boat." Su Changqing looked suspicious, "But isn't this a bit?" Chu Chu explained rather awkwardly, "Because my master is a woman, so the things she brings out are mostly this type." Su Changqing glanced at Crane 7, who guiltily turned its head away, and suddenly realized, "I understand, this is actually a mode of transportation Master gave you." Seeing he'd been exposed, Chu Chu completely lost his composure and burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha." Su Changqing rolled his eyes, annoyed, "Fine, fine, is this how you treat your brother?" Chu Chu waved his hand. "Firstly, I'm indeed not very suitable for this type of mode of transportation. Secondly, after all, I have Lord Crane 7. Crane 7 immediately raised its head, looking particularly smug. Su Changqing frowned. "Do you think I'd be willing to control it?" Chu Chu couldn't help but say, "It's better than the big leaf grass, isn't it?" Every time he saw those 4 large, spinning leaves, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Since he didn't like the mode of transportation his master had given him, he might as well give it away. In any case, it was far superior to the big leaf grass. Su Changqing fell into deep thought. Actually, he didn't really want to use the demon dragon water-avoiding boat. The main reason was that its current appearance easily attracted attention. If some powerful figures discovered the trickery involved, he would definitely be targeted. But this flower calyx boat was just too flashy. Chu Chu said earnestly, "This thing is a hot commodity in the Inviting Moon Immortal sect. Countless fairies covet it, and even my master had to snatch it from someone else." Su Changqing tentatively asked, "Is it the kind of snatching I'm referring to?" Chu Chu affirmed, "Absolutely. My master boasted to me that she beat up the orchid fairy from the Inviting Moon Immortal sect and then snatched it from her." Su Changqing couldn't help but press, "Which one of your masters is from Iron Blood Peak?" Chu Chu immediately replied, "The Vice Peak Master of Iron Blood Peak, possessing both water and wood spiritual roots, early nascent soul stage. Ling Shuang." Su Changqing's eyes widened. Could it be that nascent soul true monarch who's unrivaled in snatching things from all 7 peaks? This man is quite famous in the immortal sect, though his reputation is mixed. It's said that he'll snatch anything he likes. If he can't snatch it, he'll wait a while before trying again. For example, waiting until the other person is injured, in seclusion, or even old. In short, his style is extremely domineering, yet his behavior is also incredibly naive. Chu Chu chuckled, "Yes." Su Changqing gave him a thumbs up, "You finally turned your luck around." Chu Chu blinked. "If you don't like this flower calyx boat, you can give it away." Su Changqing waved his hand. "We'll see. Give it to senior sister you?" But they hadn't seen each other for a long time since that incident. He didn't know what was going on with her, and going there rashly felt like he might disturb her. "Oh, right." Chu Chu suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "In a few days, Suingzin City is holding a Grand Thousand Sails racing competition, a once-in-a-century event. Are you going?" Su Changqing hesitated for a moment, then pondered, "I've always wanted to go to Suingzin City, but I've never had the chance. In that case, let's go together." Chu Chu then reminded him, "You can invite Hu Bagui, Li Sankei, and other friends. The more people, the more lively it will be." It said that the rewards for preparing for this Grand Thousand Sails racing competition are extremely generous. All right. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't refuse. "Then that's settled for today. We'll go to Suingzin City together in a few days. Chu finished speaking and turned to walk towards He-Chi. Soon, the two of them took off and quickly disappeared into the distance. Judging by their direction, they were probably heading back to the Spirit Beast Valley. Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and looked down at the flower calyx boat in his hand. Normally, this thing should be given away. But considering he was going to participate in the 1,000 Sails racing tournament, he definitely needed a good boat. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to summon the Demon Dragon water-avoiding boat. Therefore, he could only use it for now and decide who to give it to after the Suingzhen City matter was over. Having made up his mind, Su Changqing quickly poured his own wood spirit power into the flower calyx boat and then tossed it into the open space ahead. After absorbing the spirit power, the flower calyx boat expanded rapidly at a visible speed. Its entirety is composed of flowers. The main body is a 7-petaled jade flower. This flower naturally possesses pure wood spirit energy. Its petals are translucent jade white with a faint pinkish tinge at the edges. Each petal is over 10 feet wide, its texture like the most resilient spirit wood, yet possessing the suppleness of a flower. When the 7 petals unfold outwards, they form a circular cabin, its interior covered with a layer of fine spirit silk velvet, a soft cushion woven from the jade flower's own pollen mixed with golden silkworm silk. It is warm to the touch and absorbs the turbulence of flight. The petals are connected by some kind of demonic tendon, allowing them to extend and retract freely, flexibly adjusting their opening and closing angles, and also forming comfortable seats. It can unfold to a maximum diameter of 3 feet, accommodating more than 10 people simultaneously. The center of control is located at the flower's pistil. Formed from dozens of golden stamens, it rests a fist-sized spirit stone at its tip, which also serves as the array's core. Surrounding the spirit stone are 7 small petals, each corresponding to one of the 7 petals' functions. For example, the first petal on the left controls the release of fragrance. The third petal on the right adjusts the flight altitude. And so on, each petal has a function. Clap, clap, clap. After observing it, Su Changqing couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "The blacksmith who crafted this flower calyx boat is simply a genius." He perfectly grasped the buyer's inner needs. No wonder it's selling so well at the inviting Moon Immortal sect. Chapter 327 Dragon Transformation Insect Mother. Su Changqing put the flower calyx boat away and stored it in his azure gourd. Then, he probed his spiritual sense into his spatial ring to check on the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother. It had been about 8 days since he captured her. Now, she looked much thinner. Moreover, she seemed extremely busy, constantly moving around. Her plump and enormous body moved with a very bouncy gait. She seemed to be searching for a place to rebuild her nest, but after searching and searching, she found nothing, and she started chirping anxiously. No nest. No adult insects. No egg sacs. For the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother, this meant a complete lack of security. Unfortunately, the spatial ring contained absolutely no spiritual energy or earth energy, it was merely a very empty space, nothing more. After observing her, Su Changqing decided that she could be tamed. Therefore, he immediately shifted his attention to the outside world, then forced out a drop of essence blood from his right middle finger. He then activated the Myriad Insect Secret Manual, causing the wood elemental power in his Danshin to become chaotic and extremely unstable. He then used his own chaotic spiritual power to refine this drop of essence blood, transforming it into a reverse spirit seed stored in his Danshin. The entire process went very smoothly, without any problems or obstacles. Ultimately, Su Changqing had already upgraded the Myriad Insect Secret Manual to its complete version, and all its effects had been innovated, offering almost nothing but benefits and no harm. Under such circumstances, everything naturally went smoothly. Soon, a dark green reverse spirit seed appeared in his Danshin. Su Changqing tried to summon it, and succeeded, quickly appearing in his right palm. The reverse spirit seed resembled a dark green seed the size of a grain of rice, its surface covered with twisted black patterns. It felt cold and hard to the touch, yet a faint pulsation could be felt within it, as if life were curling up inside. Seeing this, Su Changqing's heart stirred. He immediately teleported the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother from his spatial ring. In an instant, an insect several meters long appeared out of thin air before him. Woof woof woof. Wanwang was the first to react, immediately baring its teeth. Giggle stared intently, as if it had encountered a powerful enemy. The other flock of guinea fowl all turned and ran, not daring to linger. Even the light spirit turtles and the dozens of red-tailed carp in the pond all shrank into the mud. At this moment, the terrifying power of the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother was displayed to its fullest extent. If Wanwang and Giggle hadn't been with Su Changqing since childhood, absorbing the spiritual energy released during his breakthrough and gradually evolving from ordinary spirit beasts into monsters, their first reaction would probably have been to flee, not daring to stay at all. And the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother, upon appearing, quickly surveyed its surroundings. Upon realizing it was no longer in the previous space and once again felt the familiar earth energy, its previously dull compound eyes immediately flashed with an excited and ferocious light. It decided to devour everyone before it, as well as all the creatures around it. Sensing the danger, Su Changqing immediately flung the reverse spirit seed in his hand. The reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother, who was about to attack, suddenly fell silent after sensing the aura emanating from the reverse spirit seed. Immediately afterwards, the already slowly pulsating reverse spirit seed began to beat faster and faster. At the same time, as the reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother trembled, its previously fierce gaze softened. Then, the dark green reverse spirit seed merged with the reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother, transforming into a mark that was branded onto the insect mother's forehead. Even its size and color changed. It swelled from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a fingernail, the dark green gradually deepening to a deep emerald green, the black patterns becoming clearer, resembling the abdominal scales of an insect, and it would faintly glow with the reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother's breathing. The reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother is a type of reverse spirit insect. It contains reverse spirit turbid chi within its body. This is why condensing this reverse spirit seed requires first disrupting one's own spiritual energy. Now, using this reverse spirit seed as a medium, connecting Su Changqing and the reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother, a cycle was formed. There are two effects in total. First, Su Changqing's spiritual power was converted into reverse spiritual energy that the reverse spirit insects could absorb, making the insects consider him one of their own, even fostering a closer relationship. Second, Su Changqing could use this reverse spirit seed to convert the residual spiritual energy and impurities absorbed by the insects into usable spiritual energy. This essentially created an additional source of spiritual energy, comparable in effect to a spirit gathering array. But this wasn't the key point. Don't forget, Su Changqing learned not just the reverse spirit manual, but the complete myriad insect secrets. Others might have had to proceed step by step, methodically taming the insect mother and gradually building their relationship. But Su Changqing was different. His max-level myriad insect secrets directly elevated his intimacy with this reverse spirit dragon transformed insect mother to the highest level symbiosis. This was equivalent to a deep bond. He could not only sense the insect mother's condition but also control the efficiency and speed of its egg sac hatching. Soon, detailed information about it appeared before him. Reverse pulse dragon transformed insect mother. Potential value 10. Intimacy level symbiotic. Loyalty level recognized. Current realm 100 years of cultivation. Remaining lifespan 320 years. Effect 1. Produces 1 to 5 egg sacs daily, depending on the concentration of spiritual energy and earth energy. Effect 2. The larvae are born carrying reverse spiritual turbidity, capable of feeding on spiritual veins for nourishment. Effect 3. The dragon mother's reverse spiritual turbidity is mixed with dragon breath, which can not only corrode spiritual plants and dissolve shields, but also inflict a brief dragon aura of intimidation on opponents. Effect 4. Autonomously seeks out spiritual veins, absorbing impure spiritual energy and earth vein toxins to strengthen itself, while simultaneously feeding back the purified spiritual energy to its master through the reverse spiritual seed. Effect 5. At the current cultivation level, it commands its swarm of reverse pulse insects through low-frequency chirping, controlling up to 500 larvae or 100 adult reverse pulse insects simultaneously. Special Effect 1. Activates Dragon Transformation. The scales on the carapace turn a bright gold, the size doubles, and the rate of egg-laying temporarily increases to 1 per hour. Weakness 1. Vulnerable to pure yang spiritual energy. Weakness 2. Extremely vulnerable when laying egg sacs. Attacks will cause premature expulsion of the egg sacs, and the queen will temporarily lose her fighting ability due to severe pain. Weakness 3. Dragon transformation relies on residual spiritual energy from spiritual veins. If the queen remains in a spiritually barren area for an extended period, the scales will fade, her abilities will decrease by 30%, and the number of egg sacs laid will decrease to 1 per day. After reviewing all the information, Su Changqing took a deep breath. He could only say, it truly lived up to its reputation as a rare spirit insect. It was known that a higher potential value meant greater future growth, and the maximum potential was only 10. This showed just how terrifying the potential of this reverse pulse dragon transformed insect queen was. It would probably only be a few years before it rose from spirit grade to treasure grade. At that time, every aspect of its power would improve again. Now, using the reverse spirit seed and combining it with the myriad insect secret record, Su Changqing had already established a mental connection with this insect queen, so at least for the time being, he didn't have to worry about being betrayed. Chirp! Just then, the dragon transformed insect queen transmitted a message. Su Changqing's eyes widened upon receiving it. What? You're going to take me to the soul-eating fungus king's lair. Chapter 328 Golden Spiritual Root, Part 1. Although the corrosive spirit fungus king had been captured, the location of its lair remained unknown. Unexpectedly, the dragon-transforming insect mother knew, and even wanted to take him along. This eagerness indicated that there must be something or some treasure inside the lair. Therefore, Su Changqing naturally wouldn't refuse, and said excitedly, "Lead the way." The dragon-transforming insect mother twisted its massive body, instantly changing direction. With a wriggling motion, it arrived at an open area and began digging into the ground. Dust billowed and gravel flew everywhere. To be fair, its digging speed and efficiency were astonishing. Soon, its massive body burrowed into the soil and continued to descend. Su Changqing deliberately waited a while before following. As the two of them descended, the depth quickly exceeded 100 meters, then several hundred meters, and finally over 1,000 meters. Thankfully, he possessed an earth spirit root, otherwise, it would have been very difficult. The dense earth energy, while bringing abundant earth elemental energy, also brought immense pressure. As it continued its descent, the dragon-transforming insect mother suddenly changed direction, heading straight to the left. Its underground speed was even faster than Su Changqing's, who possessed an earth elemental root. It could easily break through even the hardest rock. However, an unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded ahead. It sounded as if the dragon-transforming insect mother had broken through something. Su Changqing followed behind, and after a while, the view suddenly opened up. They had arrived at an underground cave. It wasn't pitch black, there was a faint green glow around them. The only problem was the poor air quality. The smell of earth was overwhelming. The dragon-transformed insect queen chirped a few times, chirp chirp. Su Changqing nodded slightly. It seems this is the nest of the spirit-eating fungus king. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deep, no wonder it was so hard to find. At this moment, the dragon-transformed insect queen no longer cared about its master and quickly moved towards the right side of the nest. Su Changqing looked in that direction and found a spherical object the size of a human head standing there. It was grayish-purple in color, covered with a layer of moist mucus, and golden patterns were faintly visible flowing inside. He could even clearly sense a large amount of compressed spirit-eating turbid chi and pure wood spirit chi remaining inside. The dragon-transformed insect queen seemed quite excited, hugging it and beginning to feed. The more Su Changqing looked, the more familiar it seemed. This looks like a fungal sclerotium. A fungal sclerotium. It can be understood as a granary. In the absence of a food source, the spirit-eating fungus king can use it to survive for long periods of time. Seeing this, Su Changqing shifted his gaze, looking around, and was then drawn to something else. There, a cluster of bright golden mycelium grew. Most mycelium is bluish-purple. This color difference indicated a different ability. Su Changqing immediately stepped forward for a closer look and discovered that it appeared to be woven from gold, with tiny crystals hanging from the tips. It seemed there was a gold mine nearby. Only after the corrosive spirit fungus king absorbed gold would this gold-devouring mycelium be born. If it were harvested and nurtured with gold spiritual energy, it could be refined into Zhengjin spirit liquid. This liquid could purify the gold spiritual energy within the body, improving the quality of one's gold spiritual root. The problem was that Su Changqing didn't possess a gold elemental root, so the item's collectible value outweighed its current practical use. Therefore, he didn't rush to collect it. Instead, he released his spiritual sense to scan the entire interior of the nest as thoroughly as possible. Although he could see in the night, visual perception was ultimately inferior to spiritual sense. This scan led to a new discovery. Beneath these gold-devouring mycelia, there seemed to be something else. Su Changqing circulated the earth elemental power in his danshan, then with a wave of his hand, the layers of soil in front of him were moved aside, quickly revealing what was hidden beneath. It was a large pile of gold dust. No, it seemed different from ordinary gold dust. Normal gold dust is generally yellowish and shiny, but this stuff looked as if it had been corrupted, and was entirely dark gold. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. This is corrosion sand? It said that this stuff is highly corrosive, easily wearing down spiritual artifacts and magical weapons. However, it can also be refined into spiritual artifacts and magical weapons, specifically used in battle to corrode opponents. In any case, both the corrosion sand and the corrosion mycelium are valuable items. Therefore, Su Changqing carefully collected them. But as soon as he peeled back a layer of corrosion sand, he suddenly discovered something else inside. In the center, there was a fist-sized piece of corrosion sand mother. It was entirely golden, with a smooth, mirror-like surface, radiating pure gang metal aura. Su Changqing's breathing became heavy. The book records that if the corrosion sand mother is repeatedly tempered with crimson fire, not only can its corrosive properties be removed, but top-grade gang metal essence can also be obtained. And gang metal essence has two effects. Firstly, it enhances the quality of the metal spiritual root, automatically condensing a layer of sharp metal aura when casting metal-type spells, greatly increasing their power. Secondly, refining it into the body can directly awaken the metal spiritual root. Su Changqing couldn't help but look at the dragon-transformed insect mother, seeing it still clutching the fungal core, and couldn't help but say, "I never expected that the first day of our symbiosis would bring me such a huge surprise." Now, he had crimson fire. He also had the essence of gang metal. Even time was plentiful. Therefore, Su Changqing didn't hesitate at all, immediately lifting the corrosion sand mother, making it float in the air, then circulating the 9 flames profound technique, releasing the first layer of crimson fire from his palm. This crimson fire was no ordinary fire, it was formed from the fire spiritual power in his Qi. Upon its appearance, it scorched and distorted the surrounding air, even emitting a crackling sound. From then on, the tempering began. Su Changqing carefully covered the surface of the corrosion gold sand mother with crimson fire. Initially, the sand mother seemed extremely resistant to the external high temperature, its surface golden light surged instantly, attempting to repel the crimson fire. The crimson fire and the gang metal energy of the sand mother collided violently, producing a sharp, hissing sound, like metal being scraped by a sharp weapon. As time passed, fine beads of sweat, unusually, appeared on Su Changqing's forehead. At this moment, he felt considerable pressure. He had to maintain the stability of the crimson fire while simultaneously diverting a wisp of spiritual energy to slowly seep into the sand mother, guiding the gang metal essence within to interact with the crimson fire. The entire process was extremely dangerous and exceptionally long. Fortunately, Su Changqing's control over flames had reached a level of profound subtlety, so even on his first attempt at tempering, no problems arose. As time passed, the crimson fire gradually gained the upper hand, slowly eroding the outer layer of the sand mother. Fine cracks appeared on the sand mother's originally smooth, mirror-like surface, from which wisps of dark golden mist escaped. Seeing this, Su Changqing's eyes lit up. He immediately increased the output of his fire elemental power, making the crimson fire burn the sand mother even more fiercely, attempting to force out the corrosive nature completely. The dark golden mist, under the scorching heat of the crimson fire, transformed into wisps of blue smoke that rose into the air, filling the air with a pungent odor. With continued tempering, golden light began to emerge from the sand mother, initially very faint, but becoming increasingly clear and bright over time. Finally, under the constant impact of the red fire, a crisp crack sound came from inside the sand mother, and countless cracks appeared on the surface. Then, a pure gang metal essence appeared from it. Chapter 329 Golden Spiritual Root, Part 2. This essence of gang metal was entirely golden, radiating a dazzling light. Su Changqing dared not delay, wielding fire spirit power in his left hand and earth spirit power in his right. He tempered it simultaneously. He refined it simultaneously. Fire melts metal, earth generates metal. With the continuous coordination of the two spirit powers, this gang metal essence, the size of an infant's fist, began to melt at a visible speed. Su Changqing channeled it into his Qi, then enveloped it with fire spirit power to further remove the trace amounts of corrosiveness remaining in the gang metal essence, while simultaneously keeping it active. Next, he mobilized earth spirit power, forming a layer of earth yellow spirit power barrier around the gang metal essence, which both restrained the gang metal energy and prevented it from rampaging through his Qi. Then he drew upon wood spirit power, transforming it into countless fine green threads that wrapped around the gang metal essence. The life force of wood nourished the gang metal essence, promoting fusion while allowing the body to gradually adapt to this external metal force, reducing any rejection reaction. Under the synergistic effect of the 3 spiritual roots, the essence of gang metal gradually contracted and condensed, transforming into a golden speck of light the size of a grain of rice. Despite its shrinking size, the radiance it emitted grew increasingly intense. It seemed to envelop his entire body from the inside out, forcefully expelling all impurities. Finally, with a resounding clang, the speck of light vanished, and the golden spiritual root was fully born. Almost instantly, Su Changqing sensed the faint golden spiritual energy around him. Because he hadn't yet mastered the techniques for this, he allowed the golden spiritual root to absorb it naturally, unable to forcibly refine it. At this point, he possessed 4 spiritual roots: wood, fire, earth, and metal. Only water remained to complete the 5 elements. But at this moment, Su Changqing's expression changed slightly. The fire spiritual energy surged again, attempting to devour the wood spiritual energy. With a single, dual, or triple spiritual root, the situation was manageable. However, after acquiring the metal spiritual root, an imbalance occurred. The 5 elements generating cycle broke down, leaving the wood spiritual root without a source of vitality. Water nourishes wood in the 5 elements. The warmth of water allows wood's vitality to flow continuously, just as plants need rain and dew to thrive. Currently, the other 3 spiritual roots are stable, with earth being substantial and inclusive. The fire spiritual root is volatile and unruly, prone to conflict at the slightest opportunity. The metal spiritual root is unstoppable. Without water as a buffer, it directly overcomes wood. Therefore, the current situation is that wood is excessively yang and lacks gentleness. Su Changqing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "In this situation, we can only temporarily replace the water spiritual root by using earth to nurture wood. At the same time, we can utilize fire's ability to melt metal to slightly soften its sharpness." In fact, he had already anticipated this situation. But there was nothing he could do. That's how elemental interactions work. Only when the 5 elements are complete can imbalance be avoided and the cycle maintained. Of course, whether it's planting wood in soil or melting metal with fire, these are merely expedient measures. The best way is to quickly cultivate a water spiritual root, thus achieving the perfection of the 5 elements. The good thing is that even if he can't find any treasures to cultivate a water spiritual root, he can still do so through dual cultivation. Although it takes 200 years for the second spiritual root to develop, but for Su Changqing, that's just a mere 200 years. He can afford to wait, and he can afford to prolong the process. Coming to his senses, Su Changqing turned to look at the dragon-transforming insect queen, only to find that it had completely devoured the fungal core, leaving only a shriveled empty shell. Now it had moved to another corner, gnawing on a venom sac. It was clear that it hadn't eaten for 8 days and was indeed extremely hungry. Seeing this, Su Changqing frowned. 5 fire crows won't be enough to keep it alive. Perhaps I'll have to put it in my personal space and utilize the properties of my earth elemental root to provide a continuous supply of earth energy. For the dragon-transforming insect queen, survival depended on food. Therefore, eating was an instinct. Su Changqing didn't urge it, but instead wandered around, waiting. The entire nest of the corrosive spirit fungus king wasn't particularly large, nor was it particularly small. Compared to the dragon-transforming insect queen's previous nest, it certainly couldn't compare. But compared to a normal beast's den, it was already quite large. However, there were only so many things to dig and explore around. Mycelium, venom sacs, and gold dust, nothing else. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon-transforming insect queen, having consumed all the venom sacs, finally felt full, or rather, satisfied, and her movements became sluggish. Su Changqing shook his head, then with a thought, stored it in his spatial ring, and turned to head back to the cave he had come from. Fortunately, the route wasn't complicated, so he wouldn't get lost. As he returned the way he came, he pondered silently. Now that he had awakened his golden spiritual root, he definitely needed to learn golden attribute cultivation techniques and spells. Fortunately, he currently possessed a bone sword pill, so he wouldn't have to spend money to buy one. He had always heard that Suingzhen City was superior to the scattered cultivator markets of Dongqing City in every aspect. Taking advantage of the century-long Thousand Sails Racing Festival, he could go and take a look, and while he was at it, purchase some cultivation techniques with stronger attributes and effects. Moreover, Suingzhen City has a wider variety of water attribute cultivation techniques and spells, and their effects are better. I'll buy them while I'm at it this time, so I won't have to make another trip later. When Su Changqing emerged from underground, it was already evening. It was late summer, early autumn. The night always carried a lingering summer heat and a crisp, early chill. The moon hung high in the sky, not the bright white of midsummer, but more like a piece of jade soaked in autumn water, appearing even more warm and lustrous. The night had a hazy quality, as if shrouded in a faint mist, making the distant scenery appear and disappear. A gentle breeze blew. The canal water gurgled. The insects and frogs seemed somewhat lazy, their croaking not as energetic as in summer. Su Changqing activated his earth elemental power, healing the pit in front of him, then turned and walked towards the stone house. He had no intention of cooking. After all, Wang Wang, Gag, and even the turtles and fish in the pond were all resting comfortably. Upon reaching the second floor, he lay down on the soft, comfortable Nanmu bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep almost instantly. He didn't know how much time had passed when something on his body suddenly began to vibrate. Su Changqing opened his eyes and turned his head to look, discovering that the source of the vibration wasn't the azure gourd, but rather the spirit cultivation envoy's token. This greatly surprised him. He hurriedly picked it up and infused it with wood elemental energy. However, as soon as he activated it, fire and metal elemental energies became unusually active. Left with no other choice, Su Changqing had to simultaneously activate his earth elemental power to neutralize the imbalance. At that moment, Elder Hua's voice came from the token. "Little Su, I'm here. The formal disciple competition is over. The Gig's secret realm will open next month. The higher UPS say to participate if you can. What about you?" "I'm not interested, and I don't plan to participate." "Very good. Then find an opportunity to conduct a survey and see which formal disciples in the spirit fields want to participate in the Gig's secret realm. We need to prepare in advance." "Yes." Chapter 330 The Promise. After ending his conversation with Elder Hua, Su Changqing toyed with the spirit cultivation token in his hand, saying with a playful expression, "So it's finally starting. I've made ample preparations for this day." The three of them together had spent tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. He himself spent every spare moment refining pills and crafting weapons. He also planted and purchased large quantities of yang-grade medicinal herbs. He even had Old Bai from the Imperial Water Pavilion refine 1,000 spirit talismans. Although he himself had fared relatively well during this time, thanks to the spirit rice and spirit wine from the scattered cultivator market that could offset some of his losses, Hu Bagui and Zhao Zio were in a different situation. One had sold all his spirit beasts and even converted his land into cash. The other was in an even worse situation, even resorting to his old fishing gear. The reason for all this was to ensure everyone could make a fortune when the Gig's secret realm opened. Then, Su Changqing decisively pulled out his friend's communication talismans. Without further ado, he'd first contact Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou to inform them of the opening of the Gig's secret realm and tell them to prepare. However, he also needed to contact Li Sankei later. The Gig's secret realm would open next month, after autumn. But in the next few days, the Suingzhen City's once-in-a-century thousand sails racing festival was about to begin. He wondered if senior brother Li wanted to join them. Soon, Su Changqing notified Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou. The two, having nothing else to do, unusually focused their attention on cultivation. Upon hearing that the secret realm was about to open, they were both incredibly excited. They both expressed their intention to come over later to discuss the specific details. Su Changqing, of course, wouldn't refuse, but while they were still waiting, he immediately channeled his wood elemental power into Li Sankei's communication talisman. A short while later, a voice came from the other end. Junior brother Su. Good morning, senior brother. Is there something you need? Well, the Suingzhen City's once-in-a-century thousand sails racing tournament is about to begin. We're planning to go and have some fun. Do you want to come? I can go, but can I bring someone along? Who? My cousin, Li Xianlin. No problem. The more people, the more fun. Okay, let me know when you go. There's something else. The Gig's secret realm opens next month. Are you participating, senior brother? The secret realm. I'd like to give it a try. Su Changqing wasn't surprised at all that senior brother Li was going to participate in the Gig's secret realm. Ever since being spurred on by his childhood sweetheart, Huo Wan, he had become extremely ambitious. He had been working hard to improve himself, striving to become stronger. He had achieved a decent result in the formal disciple competition. He was at least better than Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou, without a doubt. Then, the two ended the call. Su Changqing got out of bed and began his daily routine: feeding, weeding, cooking. About an hour later, Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou arrived together. Upon meeting, Hu Bagui exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, I can make money. These past few months have been absolutely miserable." Zhao Ziyou wholeheartedly agreed, "Without good fishing gear, I can't even see any fish fry." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and Hu Bagui both gave him sidelong glances and couldn't help but retort, "You talk as if having fish would make you catch them." Zhao Ziyou was different from before. He showed no embarrassment whatsoever, even mocking, "You're all just jealous of my fishing skills." Damn it! Su Changqing's lips twitched. Hu Bagui couldn't help but look him up and down. "Old Zhao, why are you becoming increasingly shameless?" Zhao Ziyou retorted smugly, "Is this the first day you've met me?" Su Changqing waved his hand, "Let's not talk about that. Suingzhen City is hosting a century-long thousand sails racing competition, and I'm going. Are you guys going?" Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou exchanged a glance, then said, "This thousand sails racing competition has been getting more and more talked about lately. Apparently, the rewards for the top 10 are exceptionally generous. The first place winner gets over 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This shows how much Suingzhen City values the century-long thousand sails racing competition." Su Changqing wasn't going for the rewards. He mainly wanted to see if he could open a second Changqing wine shop and, incidentally, buy some metal and water attribute cultivation techniques and spells. After all, in this respect, Suingzhen City was indeed stronger than the scattered cultivator markets of Dongqing City. Zhao Ziyou suddenly asked, "Going out to play, just the few of us guys?" Su Changqing shook his head. "Senior brother Li and his cousin will be coming along." Zhao Ziyou pouted, "Just one." Su Changqing was taken aback. "How many do you want?" Zhao Ziyou said seriously, "Old Su, I think you're being unfair. You know so many fairies, but you haven't introduced a single one to us." Upon hearing this, Hu Bagui nodded in deep agreement. That's right. To this day, the two of them still hadn't found a cultivation partner. And this guy in front of them, with senior sister Yu gone, still had Zhang Shui and Bai Linger waiting. Logically speaking, they were clearly much more handsome and dashing, yet they still couldn't find a partner. Su Changqing, feeling utterly helpless, said, "Senior sister Yu is refining pills. We've stopped contacting Zhang Shui. The Bai sisters have already left the immortal sect. Where am I supposed to introduce you to anyone?" Hu Bagui crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, acting like a rogue. "I don't care." Zhao Ziyou stared longingly. "Old Su, I want her." Seeing the two unsatisfied men, Su Changqing spread his hands. "The only female cultivator I can contact right now is Han Xian." Upon hearing it was that female drunkard, the two immediately frowned. Since they met, they had never treated Han Xian as a woman, avoiding her like the plague. If they brought her along to Suingzhen City, who knows what earth-shattering things would happen. The thought alone was chilling. Su Changqing grinned. "I gave you guys a chance, but you didn't want it." Hu Bagui's eyes darted around, and he immediately said mysteriously, "Old Su, I heard that the Sea Demon Pavilion in Suingzhen City has many beautiful women." Su Changqing asked, seemingly understanding. What's the Sea Demon Pavilion? Zhao Ziyo said irritably, stop pretending. You always stay overnight at the Invitation Fragrance Pavilion when you go to the Rogue Cultivator Market. Do you think we don't know? Su Changqing blushed. Hubagui chuckled. I heard that the Sea Demon Pavilion is even more exciting than the Invitation Fragrance Pavilion, and they even provide transportation for underwater activities. Zhao Ziyo nodded. Right, I remember it's called something like the Seahorse Boat. Su Changqing, thinking of their recent hardships, felt he should reward them, so he pondered, how about this, if time's not an issue, I can arrange the highest level entertainment at the Sea Demon Pavilion for you. Hubagui and Zhao Ziyo instantly became excited, rubbing their hands together excitedly. Although they hadn't gone yet, their souls had already flown to Suanzin City. Their minds were filled with all sorts of wonderful images. Caw! Just then, the fire crow's notification sounded outside. Su Changqing closed his eyes, switched the shared view, and saw someone approaching, and it was someone he knew. Who? Han Su. Chapter 331 The Vast Sea. Upon seeing Han Su arrive, Su Changqing rose and went out to greet him. Speaking of which, he had known Han Su for many years. Han Su had already reached the qi refining stage, but he wondered when Han Su would break through to the foundation establishment stage. From afar, Han Su greeted him proactively, Senior Brother Su. As Han Su approached, Su Changqing chuckled and explained, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot to talk to you about loosening the soil. Han Su nodded slightly in understanding. It's normal to be busy now that you've become a spirit cultivation envoy. Su Changqing glanced at the 5 acres of spirit fields. All the good stuff had already been transplanted into his personal space, so there was no need to worry about revealing the secret. I'm not in a hurry to plant. You can take care of these spirit fields 1 acre at a time. Okay. Han Su thought Su Changqing was worried about him getting tired and was somewhat touched. While he was loosening the soil, Su Changqing thought for a moment and asked, We're going to Suanzin City for a visit. Do you want to come along? The sudden invitation surprised and delighted Han Su. I've wanted to go to Suanzin City for a long time. Dongqing City. It had pretty much everything to do and see. And ultimately, it was just a small city. The main attractions were its core area for monsters and its market for scattered cultivators. Without those, only the Yaoxiang Pavilion had any appeal, but that was about it. Suanzin City was different. It was a large city, and a major city teeming with cultivators, far superior to Dongqing City in every aspect. For example, regarding monsters, Dongqing City had a black forest. Suanzin City had the much larger Kanglan Sea. Regarding entertainment, Dongqing City only had the Yaoxiang Pavilion. Suanzin City had the even better Sea Demon Pavilion. As for the various transactions and auctions, they were countless. It should be noted that Suanzin City wasn't just home to independent cultivators, it also housed cultivation families in various sects, making it a hub of power. The liveliness and prosperity far surpassed that of Dongqing City. After settling things, Su Changqing turned and returned to the stone house to discuss the opening of the Gig's secret realm with Hubagui and Zhao Ziyo. For this secret realm, the group had scrimped and saved, going all out. Hubagui lost his spirit beast. Zhao Ziyo lost his fishing gear. Su Changqing almost lost his kidneys. Time quickly arrived at the day they had agreed to travel to Suanzin City. The main members were Su Changqing, Xu Qiu, Hubagui, Zhao Ziyu, Li Sanke, Li Xianlin, and Han Su. Because there were many people, Xu Qiu suggested not using Crane 7, but instead using Su Changqing's new mode of transportation. A new mode of transportation? Old Su, you changed it again? Quick, let us see. Upon hearing that Su Changqing had a new mode of transportation, everyone was quite expectant. Su Changqing glanced at Xu Qiu. The guy was indeed suppressing a laugh, clearly not holding back something. He rolled his eyes, then summoned the flower calyx boat. Of course, unlike the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, which left a dual imprint of blood essence and spiritual consciousness, this thing only left a spiritual consciousness imprint, which could be erased at any time, essentially making it a temporary device. Staring at the enormous jade white flower before them, everyone stared blankly. Only Li Xianlin, the only girl in the group, showed a look of delight. She couldn't help but examine it from head to toe, even reaching out to touch it. Li Sanke pondered for a long time before finally asking, Are you junior brother Su or junior sister Su? Hubagui clicked his tongue, Old Su, I never knew you were such a closet pervert. Zhao Ziyu and Han Su remained silent, their lips curving downwards, their faces tense. Their eyes stared straight ahead, yet their gazes were utterly vacant. It was as if they were looking, yet also as if they weren't. Su Changqing wanted to explain, but knowing no one would believe him, he chose to feign indifference. Anyway, it's this thing, take it or leave it. Li Xianlin immediately declared, I don't care about you guys, I'm going to sit here. Li Sanke and the others exchanged glances, it seems there's no other choice. There was no other option but to board this gaudy, flower calyx-shaped boat. Once aboard, they found the interior quite spacious, easily accommodating 7 or 8 more people. After looking at it for a while, they even found it acceptable. I must say, it's quite comfortable sitting here. Although the outside might be a bit unpleasant, the inside is actually quite nice. You'll get used to it, junior sister Su. Su Changqing's lips twitched uncontrollably after being teased by Li San-Ke. He never expected that senior brother Li would also become so wicked. He really wanted to bring out the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, but unfortunately, this thing was too overpowered. Anyone knowledgeable could immediately discern its quality and capabilities. Without absolute strength, displaying it would be tantamount to possessing a treasure that invites trouble. Then, the flower calyx boat slowly rose into the air. At the same time, a refreshing floral fragrance filled the air. Bagui and the others seemed to realize something, their eyes widening. Then, with incredulous looks, they examined the flower calyx boat before them. If they weren't mistaken, the fragrance was emanating from it. Chu finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Su Changqing grinned mischievously. Since we're all on this pirate ship anyway, let's all embarrass ourselves together. This time, Li San-Ke and the others couldn't crack a joke. They felt like they were sitting on pins and needles, like thorns in their backs, like a fishbone stuck in their throats. Only Li Xianlin was thoroughly enjoying herself, wishing she could have one too. Fortunately, the flower calyx ferry was quite fast. If they were traveling on a giant flying sword, it would take 1 to 2 hours to reach Suingzhen City. The flower calyx ferry wasn't much slower, 2 hours would definitely be enough. As they got closer to Suingzhen City, the scenery ahead gradually changed. From the complex inland landscape, the view suddenly widened. As far as the eye could see, there was only the boundless sea. But the color of the sea wasn't the usual azure blue, instead, it had a faint bluish tinge. The main reason is that there's a dragon vein on the seabed of the Kanglan Sea that has existed for over 10,000 years. Yes, it's a dragon vein even more powerful than a spiritual vein, containing almost inexhaustible spiritual energy. When sunlight penetrates the water's surface, one can see pale golden threads of light slowly flowing several meters underwater. That's the spiritual energy emanating from the dragon vein. Occasionally, small fish swim by, their scales tinged with tiny, colorful spots of light from these threads. And in the nearshore area, there are vast expanses of coral. There are white corals as translucent as jade. There are also pink corals with a pearly luster. There's even a peculiar dark coral, its branches oozing sticky, transparent droplets that, when they fall onto the water's surface, transform into fleeting, shimmering white specks of light. Aside from Chu, Su Changqing and the others were all visiting this place for the first time, and were therefore awestruck by the scenery of the Kanglan Sea. After a long while, Su Changqing spoke up. Senior brother Chu, you often come to Suingzhen City, could you tell us about it? Chu nodded slightly. Suingzhen City is located on an island in the Kanglan Sea. Its sources of income are similar to Dongqing City, mainly, they hunt sea monsters and then dive into the water to collect various rare treasures, even rare and precious materials, among which. Chapter 332 Mysterious Heart City. The sea breeze was salty and astringent, with a grainy texture when inhaled. Flying a few miles deeper, the seawater gradually turned indigo, becoming even more profound. At this moment, Chu was still introducing. The entire Suingzhen City has a total of 5 areas. These are, the Scale Claw area, located on the outermost edge of Suingzhen City, for lower-level cultivators. The Shark Spine area, located inside the Scale Claw area, with a relatively better environment and for cultivators of higher levels. The Whale Belly area, located in the central part of Suingzhen City, for cultivators of higher levels, status, and rank. The Flood Dragon Nest area, located in the very center of Suingzhen City, headed by the City Lord's Mansion and the 5 major families. Finally, the most famous Sea Demon area, a special area that transcends realms, status, and social classes. So, Suingzhen City has a clear hierarchy. Lower-level cultivators can only stay outside the city or in the Sea Demon area. Then, where can we go? Su Changqing and the others seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. On the surface, Suingzhen City appears to consist of only 5 districts. However, in reality, its inhabitants are divided into 4 categories, from lowest to highest level. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the status, and the better the living environment. Chu said confidently, we are disciples of an immortal sect, so naturally we can go wherever we want. We are not bound by the rules here at all, so don't worry. These words relieved Bagui and the others. They had finally managed to come out, and to the renowned Suingzhen City at that. If they couldn't go here or there, it would be too boring. As the flower calyx boat broke through the clouds, everyone finally saw Suingzhen City with their own eyes. From the sky, the entire city was built on a giant floating island, its outer perimeter shrouded in a pale blue light, its surface flowing with water like runes. Occasionally, a sea breeze would blow, rippling the runes and keeping the salty humidity outside the island at bay. The first thing that came into view was the outer perimeter of Suingzin City, the scaled clawed district Chu Chu had just mentioned. It resembled a gray-black skirt, clinging tightly to the edge of the floating island. The people inside were partly low-level cultivators, and partly tanka people who specialized in collecting pearls and other treasures from the sea. The district was densely packed with low buildings, mostly shacks built from discarded ship planks and reef rocks, their roofs covered with grayish-brown seaweed. Crab claws or fish bones hung from each door and window. There were no regular streets in the district, only countless winding paths weaving through it. Further in, both the houses and roads became significantly more orderly. This, unsurprisingly, was the Shark Spine district. The buildings here were mostly stone and wood structures, twice the height of those in the scaled claw district. The walls were constructed of bluish-gray reef rocks, and the roofs were covered with water demon scales, shimmering faintly silver in the sunlight. The streets formed an irregular grid pattern, paved with smooth bluestone slabs. Continuing inward, one saw many exquisite pavilions, 3 stories or more, almost all constructed with beams of thousand-year-old spirit wood and pillars of black iron, their roofs topped with the shells of Suangia tortoises. This area was shrouded in a layer of pale golden spiritual mist, clearly a high-level array. This was the central part of Suingzin City, also known as the Whale's Belly District. The streets inside were wide and straight, paved with black spirit crystal sand, and lined with sea cleansing grass, which could purify evil energy, dew-like spiritual beads rolled on the grass leaves. The most prominent feature of the area is a domed building, its ceiling inlaid with a massive demon core, emitting a soft blue light. Between the shark spine and whale belly areas lies a small, special area, or rather, a special zone. The buildings and streets within are not chaotic, rather, they possess a remarkable sense of order and scale. This is the Siren Zone, where one can transcend social classes. It is primarily divided into the Demon Hunting Hall, where quests are accepted and resources are exchanged. The demon-slaying market features various stalls and shops dissecting water demons. There's even a spirit-gathering arena open to all cultivators, where they can fight water demons. But the most captivating feature is undoubtedly the Sea Demon Pavilion. However, it's not a single building, but rather 3 distinct courtyards. Uniform silk lanterns hang at the entrances, embroidered with the word Sea Demon half-hidden. The first courtyard, named Shallow Wave Courtyard, is the most bustling of the 3. Its walls are made of ordinary bluestone, and there are no guards at the entrance, only a wooden sign that reads, 1 pot of spirit wine, 2 demon scales, representing the minimum charge. In Suingzin City, demon scales, like spirit stones, are a form of currency. 1 water demon scale with 100 years of cultivation is worth 5 low-grade spirit stones. Their specialty service is Shallow Beach Companionship. The second courtyard, named Lanyan Tower, is a 3-story wooden building. The doors and windows are all made of thousand-year-old wood, carved with patterns of intertwined lotus and koi playing in the water. Their specialty service is accompanying in the water. The third courtyard, named Deep Sea Palace, is shrouded in a thick curtain of water, making it impossible to see anything from the outside. Cultivators without special status and position cannot enter. It is said that the servants inside all possess a spell called Merger Technique. Everyone who has been there, regardless of gender, rave about it, finding it unforgettable. Special service, Deep Sea Hunting. At the other end lies the Dragon Nest District, shrouded in 5-colored spiritual mist. The buildings within are all palace-style pavilions, built on the bones of water demons, with walls of spiritual jade, floors paved with gold and stone, and roof tiles crafted from the scales of a black dragon. At the heart of the district stands a 9-story tower. A black flag flutters atop the tower, embroidered with a black dragon devouring the waves, the symbol of Suingzin City and its lord's mansion. Soon, the group sees the flying ferry. Su Changqing, piloting the Flower Calyx boat, approaches slowly from above. Holy crap, the Flower Calyx Pavilion. Which celestial being has graced us with their presence? It's said that the young lady of the Long family has been accepted as a core disciple by the Inviting Moon Immortal sect. Could it be a fairy from the Inviting Moon Immortal sect? The people below, upon seeing the fragrant Flower Calyx Pavilion, all widened their eyes, their gazes filled with anticipation. Thud! The first to emerge was a fat man weighing over 200 pounds. Everyone froze on the spot. The second to emerge was a middle-aged man who looked like a pedantic scholar. Everyone began to question their own existence. The third to emerge was a tall, muscular young man. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils slightly dilating. The fourth to emerge was a thin, unremarkable young man. Many people had already averted their gazes, their expressions quite disdainful. The fifth to emerge was a rather handsome young man. This piqued the interest of many, who couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. Only the sixth person stepped forward, a girl. She was alright looking, but unfortunately, she was too small. Therefore, she wasn't as attractive as the handsome young man before her. When the seventh, and final, person came out, looking at the unremarkable fellow before them, everyone who had initially held a sliver of hope now withdrew their gaze, feeling utterly disappointed. What a waste of time, sigh. Who said that the one up there was a fairy from the Inviting Moon Immortal sect? Yes, step forward, I'll beat him to a pulp. Chapter 333 The Dragon Suppressing Tower. Su Changqing and his group of 7 quickly disembarked from the flying ferry. The area they were in was the central part of Suanzhen City, specifically the Whale's Belly district. Further in lay the Dragon Nest district, dominated by the city lord's mansion and the 5 major families. To the left, following a straight street, led directly to the Sea Demon district. Everyone except Chu Chu was visiting for the first time and was completely unfamiliar with the area. Su Changqing asked, "So, should we find a place to rest, or what?" Hu Bagui said impatiently, "Old Su, we definitely need to rest at the Sea Demon Pavilion." Zhao Zio nodded in agreement, "That's right, we came here." Su Changqing ignored the two of them, as Li Xianlin was present. He looked at Chu Chu with a questioning gaze. Seeing this, Chu Chu said, "I'm quite familiar with the son of the Suanzhen City Lord, also known as Young Master Zhao Qinyun. Let's go to the Dragon Nest district first. Since we're here, we should definitely meet him and introduce him to Su Changqing and the others." Everyone naturally agreed. Chu Chu led the way, with Su Changqing and the others following closely behind. As they ventured deeper into the area, they observed their surroundings. Because this was the Whale's Belly district, everyone they saw, whether ordinary people or cultivators, was extraordinary in both their attire and demeanor. Su Changqing thought of someone and muttered to himself, Ji Mingqian of the Linghe sect once said that their sect was near Suanzhen City. But this place is all sea. Could the Linghe sect be on some island? If there was an opportunity, he could meet him and visit the Linghe sect. After all, this sect specifically supplies spirit rice to all cultivation sects, families, and forces, holding a high status throughout the entire Tianyuan Realm. At this moment, Chu Chu led everyone towards the entrance of the Flood Dragon's Nest area, but instead of entering directly, they were stopped by the guards. The Flood Dragon's Nest area is just ahead. All of you, halt. No one may enter without an invitation from the City Lord's Mansion or the 5 major families. The Flood Dragon's Nest area is the core of Suanzhen City. Only members of the City Lord's Mansion and the 5 major families are allowed inside. Besides, the vast majority of people here, especially outsiders, can only stay in the remaining 4 areas. However, Chu Chu calmly took out a black Xian iron token. "We are honored guests of the City Lord's Mansion." Upon seeing this token, the guards' attitude, tone, and even their eyes instantly became friendly. "Since you are distinguished guests of the City Lord's Mansion, you are certainly qualified to enter the Dragon Nest district. Please, everyone." Chu Chu nodded to Su Changqing and the others, "Let's go." Now, no one stopped them. They entered the area shrouded in 5-colored spiritual mist without any hindrance. It was vast, filled with palace-style pavilions. There weren't any shops in sight. It seemed no one was doing business there. Of course, it was possible they weren't allowed in. Chu Chu led everyone straight to the 9-story tower. When they arrived at the entrance to the first floor, they found someone already waiting. It was a middle-aged man of average build, wearing a slightly worn dark brocade robe with dark gold water patterns embroidered on the hem. His face was beaming, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling into shallow lines with his smile. Upon seeing Chu Chu and his group arrive, the man immediately greeted them warmly, "Welcome, esteemed immortals." Chu Chu asked expressionlessly, "Since Steward Lin is here, it means Zhao Qinyun already knows we're here. Where is he now?" Lin Wufeng replied, "The eldest young master is busy with preparations for tomorrow's 1,000 sales competition. He asked me to take you all upstairs to rest first, and he'll be there shortly." Chu Chu nodded slightly, "All right." Lin Wufeng glanced at Su Changqing and the others, tentatively asking, "And these gentlemen are?" Chu Chu said calmly, "They are all my junior brothers and sisters." This statement greatly surprised Lin Wufeng. Although disciples from immortal sects often came to Suanzhen City for leisure and adventure, this was the first time he had seen Chu Chu bring so many fellow disciples. Subsequently, led by this man, everyone entered the 9-story tower. Lin Wufeng led the way, introducing the various sections. The first floor is Xian Shui, mysterious water. The second floor is hunting shadows. The third floor is gathering spirit. The fourth floor is artifact storage. The fifth floor is blood jade. The sixth floor is sea view. The seventh floor is forbidden pavilion. The eighth floor is lesser abode. The ninth floor is suppressing dragons. As they ascended, he continued his explanations. What appeared to be a tower was actually more like a mansion. Each floor had different contents, styles, and items, making it exceptionally rich in content. Most people would only be able to reach the 6th floor, sea view. However, Chu Chu and Zhao Qinyun had a close relationship, so they went directly to the 8th floor. The lesser abode was actually the floor where the eldest young master, Zhao Qinyun, resided. This floor exuded elegance, with potted plants in many places, mostly vibrant green water-patterned bamboo. This was a type of bamboo that wouldn't grow very large, and many cultivators liked to keep it in their homes. The floor was paved with white jade tiles, their surface smooth and warm to the touch. Inside, there was a desk, a soft couch, and an alchemy furnace. On the desk lay an unfinished demon hunting plan, beside which sat several water demon inner cores, their smooth, lustrous surfaces clearly indicating they had been handled for a long time. On the wall hung a painting titled The Hunting of the Azure Dragon, depicting the first city lord slaying a 1,000-year-old black dragon. In the corner of the painting was a line of small characters. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Demons can nourish a city, but they can also destroy it. Su Changqing was very interested in this painting and couldn't help but examine it closely. Seeing this, Lin Wufeng explained, the eldest young master often uses this painting to remind himself. Chu Chu sat down familiarly, then instructed, Steward Lin, brew a pot of your eldest young master's treasured jade dew, so my junior brothers and sisters can have a taste. Lin Wufeng nodded, please wait a moment, everyone. He turned and left, leaving Su Changqing and the others to remain. Some sat down, others approached the window. So many boats outside. They must all be here for tomorrow's 1,000 sails racing competition. Should we participate? If we do, should we go together or separately? While this grand event couldn't compare in scale to the formal disciple competition held by the Immortal sect, it was still quite lively for independent cultivators and ordinary cultivation sects and families. Su Changqing turned his gaze away from the Kanglan dragon hunting map, then walked to the window and looked outside. Indeed, as Li Xianlin had said, many ships were floating on the sea. They were of various shapes and sizes, looking quite diverse. He had come to Suingzhen City for two main reasons. First, to participate in the century-long 1,000 sails racing competition. Second, to conduct on-site research, to see if he should open a second Changqing wine shop here, and whether to find someone to partner with. At this moment, Hu Bagui exclaimed in surprise, holy crap! The first place prize in this century-long 1,000 sails racing competition is a water spirit crystal. Chapter 334 Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect. These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Zhao Zio asked curiously, how did you know? Hu Bagui pointed to the desk, besides the demon hunting plan, there's also a very detailed reward list on this. Su Changqing leaned forward to examine it and found it was indeed a reward list. It seemed Zhao Qinyun liked to plan before acting. First place. Basic reward, Water Spirit Source Crystal. Additional rewards, 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones plus 100-year fishing rights in the Spirit Gathering Abyss plus wave-breaking boat gifted by the City Lord. Second place. Basic reward, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones plus 3 100-year Xian Water Beast inner cores. Additional rewards, Gang Metal Soul, Living Wood Heart, Li Fire Pearl, Breath Soil Block, Xianbing Jade Marrow, choose one of 5 rare and precious materials. Third place. Basic rewards, 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones plus 10 Xianjing Dragon Carp scales. Additional rewards, 5 pattern spirit weapon armor piercing cone, 5 pattern spirit weapon growth inducing staff, 5 pattern spirit weapon blazing flame sword, 5 pattern spirit weapon mountain suppressing shield, 5 pattern spirit weapon frost spike, choose one of 5 pattern spirit weapons. Fourth place. Basic reward, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones plus water pattern grass, a specialty of Gathering Spirit Abyss. Additional rewards, choose one of 5 high-level cultivation techniques, Gang Metal Tempering Technique, Herb Growth Acceleration Technique, Blazing Fire Technique, Thick Earth Defense Technique, or Soft Water Entangling Technique. 5th to 10th place. Basic reward, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones plus 10 Kingland pills. Additional rewards, choose one of 5 high-grade materials, 10 gin of refined iron sand, 20 spirit wood branches, 5 bags of tinder, 30 gin of clay blocks, and 15 water algae crystals. As for those ranked 10th and below, there are no rewards, participation is the only consideration. Chu Chu pondered, although the rewards can't compare to our immortal sect, this is already the limit that the City Lord's mansion, the 5 major families, and even our partners can offer. Li San Ke and the others nodded, indeed. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, even water spirit crystals are being offered, which is enough to show that the competition in this century-old 1,000 sails race will be exceptionally fierce. Moreover, these rewards are tempting not only to independent cultivators but even to disciples of the Immortal sect. If nothing unexpected happens, the number of participants will definitely break previous records. Zhao Zio asked curiously, what does the fishing right in the Spirit Gathering Abyss mean? Chu Chu explained, the Spirit Gathering Abyss is near the underwater dragon vein. The fish and underwater treasures there are exceptionally abundant. This century-long fishing right is enough to make a rogue cultivator incredibly rich in a short time. It can allow a small cultivation family to grow into a large family in a short time. It can ensure a small cultivation sect won't have to worry about resources for a century. Hiss! Zhao Zio gasped upon hearing this. Then, his eyes burned with fervor. If he won first place, wouldn't he be fishing for a century? Hu Bagui saw through his act immediately and mocked, old Zhao, wake up. Why are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Zhao Zio said seriously, I think everyone should give it a try. Even if you don't get first place, getting into the top 10 will still bring rewards. At least this trip won't be a loss. At this moment, many people turned their attention to Su Changqing. Whether or not to participate depended on him. After all, there are 7 of them, but only one ship. Seeing this, Su Changqing smiled. Participation is possible, but the problem is, we can't possibly have 7 disciples from the Immortal sect gang up on those rogue cultivators, members of small cultivation families, and members of minor sects, can we? In terms of foundation, cultivation technique strength, and spiritual weapon power, the Immortal sect disciples are completely outmatched by these people. They are no match at all. At this moment, a voice came from outside. According to the rules, a maximum of 2 people per ship. Chu Chu recognized the voice immediately and introduced, Zhao Qinyun has arrived. Soon, Zhao Qinyun stood at the door. A moon-white brocade robe accentuated his jade-like skin, and the hem of the robe was embroidered with the phantom image of a black dragon outlined in silver thread, which seemed to move as he walked. His hair was tied up with a jade crown, and a faint water ripple mark on his forehead added a touch of refined elegance to his already handsome face. His pupils were an extremely light azure color. Unlike the warm and smooth color of normal water elemental cultivators, the color contained a hint of icy sharpness. Although his exact age was unclear, it was estimated to be around the same as Chu Chu's. That is, around 30 or 40 years old. This is considered very young for a cultivator. He exuded the air of a noble scion, yet without a trace of arrogance. Su Changqing looked into the man's eyes and thought to himself, this person has a mutated water elemental root. Chu Chu stepped forward and teased, busy man, you've finally shown yourself. Zhao Qinyun glanced around, taking in everyone, then chuckled, it's only because Brother Chu is here. If it were anyone else, even a disciple of a celestial sect, I would have left them standing aside. Chu Chu pouted, let's assume you're telling the truth. The voice of the steward, Lin Wufang, rang out from behind, young master, esteemed immortals, the jade dew is ready. Zhao Qinyun took the teapot and said earnestly, go downstairs. I will personally entertain you all. Yes, young master. Lin Wufang obeyed and turned to leave. Zhao Qinyun, carrying a teapot filled with jade dew, entered his room step by step. Brother Chu, please introduce these gentlemen to me. Chu Chu didn't introduce them in detail, only stating their names, Su Changqing, Li Sankei, Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, Li Xianlin, and Han Su, all disciples of the Dongting Immortal sect. The reason for this was that he didn't know Li Xianlin and Han Su. To avoid disrespecting the Immortal sect and the individuals themselves, he could only introduce them this way, planning to introduce Su Changqing more thoroughly later. Zhao Qinyun praised, as expected of disciples of the Immortal sect, each one possesses extraordinary bearing. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's expression became strange. There was nothing to praise about their appearance, so he could only compliment their bearing. When he looked at Zhao Ziyu and Hu Bagui, he found the two were very happy, clearly thinking, you're right. Zhao Qinyun waved his hand, please sit down, everyone, don't be shy here. Then, he took out a thin-walled jade cup crafted from the spine of a Xianjiao dragon and poured in the brewed jade dew. Each person received a cup, and refills were available. Su Changqing took the cup, stroking it as he looked at the tea inside. The tea was an extremely pale bluish green, like melted spring snow infused with the sap of grass leaves, so clear that the patterns at the bottom of the cup were visible. Moreover, it wasn't hot tea, but rather chilled. The aroma wasn't strong, but rather carried the refreshing scent of a clear pool. The initial taste was slightly cool, like holding a piece of thin ice in early spring. It melted on the tongue, immediately releasing a sweet flavor. After drinking it, a cool sensation descended into the stomach, but soon a warm feeling spread. The wood elemental energy in the Danshan seemed to be nourished, becoming unusually active. Physical and mental states reached an unprecedented peak. Chu Chu sipped his tea and said, your 1,000 sales competition this time is unprecedented in both scale and rewards, even I'm somewhat tempted. Zhao Qinyun's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of pride. It's not just you who's attracted it, even Fairy Biyun from the Inviting Moon Immortal sect, and even Zhao Wuji from the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect have come. Chapter 335 See Demon Pavilion. The Dragon Tiger Immortal sect is universally recognized as the strongest immortal sect in the entire Tianyuan Realm. Its cultivation methods, spells, and formations are all unparalleled in their own right. Especially its lightning techniques, which are unmatched, surpassing all other cultivation sects, families, and forces. Chu Chu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You mean Zhao Wuji, known as invincible below the golden core stage? Zhao Qinyun confirmed, that's right, it's him. Hu Bagui was slightly unconvinced. Such arrogance, invincible below the golden core stage. Chu Chu said with a rather serious expression, this person possesses a lightning spiritual root among extraordinary spiritual roots. His talent, aptitude, and comprehension are once in a millennium. He cultivates the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect's top-tier lightning technique, the Purple Extreme Radiant Lightning, said to be the most difficult to learn, yet he mastered it in just 7 days. Moreover, he has encountered numerous fortuitous events, not only accompanied by dragon beasts but also wielding a 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wooden sword. So far, he has never been defeated. Even Chu Chu acknowledged his prowess, which meant this person was indeed formidable. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Sails racing competition had attracted such people. Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu, who had been so confident, suddenly became extremely nervous. Zhao Qinyun reminded them, don't just focus on Zhao Wuji. Biyun Fairy of the Inviting Moon Immortal sect is also formidable, and possesses an extremely rare special physique. She has a certain amplification and enhancement in water. Li Sankei pondered, so, our biggest competitors this time are mainly disciples from the other two great immortal sects? Chu Chu waved his hand, that's not necessarily true. Su Changqing said, since it has attracted us, it means this Thousand Sails racing competition is indeed very attractive. Let alone immortal sect disciples, I'm afraid all sorts of demons, ghosts, and monsters will participate. Li Sankei tentatively asked, you mean, heretical cultivators? Su Changqing didn't answer, but looked at Zhao Qinyun. The latter nodded, saying, our Suingzhen city can do business with anyone, so not only evil cultivators, but even demons can participate. Demons? Aren't they dangerous? They eat people. Li Xianlin and Han Su's faces turned pale, clearly frightened by these words. Zhao Qinyun chuckled, not all demons eat people. Leaving aside other places, there are many demons in the Kanglan Sea region that are on friendly terms with us. It's unrealistic to expect Suingzhen city, along with some cultivation families, forces, and sects, to maintain the safety of the entire Kanglan Sea region. Therefore, they rely on water demons and sea monsters, engaging in reciprocal exchanges. For example, in deeper waters where humans cannot collect treasures, they can entrust them to water demons for help. And if demons need anything or assistance, they can also seek out humans. Chu Chu said with a half-smile, then there are quite a few mermaids in the Sea Demon Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziyo and Hu Bagui's eyes lit up simultaneously. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the eagerness in each other's eyes. Therefore, they immediately turned to Su Changqing, their eyes frantically gesturing. The latter pretended not to notice, his eyes fixed on his teacup, occasionally sipping the icy nectar within. No matter how curious they were, they had to wait until they left. After all, they were guests at Zhao Qinyun's place. If it weren't for Chu Chu's sake, Zhao Qinyun wouldn't have personally received them. Therefore, they couldn't let Chu Chu lose face, and they also had to give Zhao Qinyun face. And so, the group chatted and drank tea. Su Changqing also learned the specific procedures of the Thousand Sails racing tournament from Zhao Qinyun. Step 1, Departure Ceremony. Step 2, Heading to the target point. Step 3, Fishing in the stormy domain. Step 4, Hunting water demons and sea monsters. Step 5, Returning via the same route. Step 6, Winning the tournament as quickly as possible. It seems simple, but in reality, there are tricks to it. In Step 2, if your mode of transportation is fast enough, you can save more time. In Step 3, catching rare fish from the spirit gathering abyss will earn you extra points. In Step 4, if the water demon's realm is high enough, you can also get extra points. In short, speed is only one aspect of winning. Whether you can win depends on the accumulated points from Steps 2, 3, and 4. Zhao Qinyun stood up. Everyone, the steward has prepared rooms for you. You can go downstairs to rest if you wish, or wander around if you want to. As for me, I have other matters to attend to. Seeing that their host was leaving, Su Changqing and the others naturally didn't stay. They simply went with him, and the group quickly left the Zhenjiao Tower. Following this, Zhao Qinyun quickly departed. However, the steward, Lin Wufeng, was left behind to continue entertaining the group. Hu Bagui immediately asked, Old Su, when are we going to take a look at the Sea Demon Pavilion? Su Changqing replied, what's the rush? It's only daytime. I usually go at night, cough cough. Zhao Ziyo then asked, so where are we going now? Su Changqing looked at Chu Chu. Senior brother Chu, you should arrange it. Chu Chu frowned, I need to go to the Shattered Demon Market. If you're not interested, we can split up. Li Sankei immediately said, Xianlin needs to buy some water attribute alchemy materials. We'll go with you. Chu Chu looked at the other four, and seeing no reaction, nodded, alright, the three of us will go to the Shattered Demon Market. The four of you can do as you please. Remember, immortal sect disciples aren't afraid of trouble, but don't cause trouble either. Then, he left with Li Sankei and Li Xianlin. Soon, only 5 people remained. Besides Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, and Han Su, there was also the steward, Lin Wufeng. Of course, Lin Wufeng wouldn't go to the Sea Demon Pavilion with them, so it was still 4 people. Old Su, senior brother Su. Seeing the 3 of them staring at him expectantly, Su Changqing said helplessly, alright, let's go to the Sea Demon Pavilion first. Immediately, the 4 of them headed towards the whale's belly area. As soon as they left the Dragon Nest area, the street was bustling with people, probably because the Thousand Sails racing competition was about to begin. The whole street was lined with vendors selling various things. Trading houses, auction houses, and all sorts of private shops were readily available. Su Changqing was initially very interested and even wanted to go inside for a look. However, because he had promised Hu Bagui and the other two, he had to suppress his impulse. They soon arrived at the Siren's Pavilion. There were 3 buildings in front of them, one of which was the Asanamai Inn, used to entertain ordinary guests, the Lanyan Tower, used to entertain distinguished guests, and the Deep Sea Palace, a place of special status. Clearly, this was designed for people of different social classes. Ordinary cultivators, lacking sufficient funds, could only choose the shallow wave courtyard. Cultivators with slightly more money had a wider range of choices. Those with the means would definitely prioritize the Lanyan Tower, given its superior service. Su Changqing glanced at the 3 people beside him and asked, "Which one do you choose?" Zhao Zio grinned, "Wherever the mermaids are, that's where we'll choose." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, "You like mermaids that much?" Hu Bagui immediately said seriously, "You know, I'm a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley, and I'm very curious about what they usually eat." Zhao Zio followed suit, "You know, I'm a fisherman, and I just want to know what kind of hooks they take." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing and the other 2 all showed expressions of disgust. "Are you even human? Make way, make way. Didn't you see that's Zhao Wuji from the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect? Everyone, get out of the way." Just then, a commotion arose from behind. Immediately afterward, a group of people approached. Leading them was Zhao Wuji, known as Invincible below the Golden Core stage. Chapter 336 Welcome. Zhao Wuji was dressed in a dark, close-fitting outfit made of a blend of lightning silk and lightning-locking cloth. The fabric's surface was subtly embroidered with silver-gray lightning patterns, which shimmered with spiritual energy as he moved. In the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect, only core disciples specializing in lightning magic were entitled to wear this attire. Moreover, he possessed a handsome appearance. His nose was high and straight, his lips well-defined, and his eyebrows slanted sharply towards his temples. A shallow scar ran along the brow, which, far from appearing ferocious, added a touch of fierceness. His pupils were a deep, dark black, flashing with lightning within them, and his gaze was sharp as a knife when he looked at someone. Several formal disciples of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect surrounded Zhao Wuji. Frontline, the eldest son of the Su family, one of the 5 great families of Suingzin City, led the way. "Get out of the way. How dare you block the path of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect disciples? Are you courting death?" Su Changqing and his group of 4 stood directly in front of the group led by Zhao Wuji. Su Li, the eldest young master of the Su family, who was leading the way, saw that the group didn't react and immediately glared at them. "Are you tired of living? Get out of the way." Slap. Just then, Hu Bagui stepped forward and slapped the other man hard across the face. This was so sudden that everyone was stunned. Even as cultivators, they didn't react in time. Even Zhao Wuji was taken aback, finding it incredibly unexpected. After all, daring to hit someone in front of him was simply unbelievable. Su Li got hit. Hitting someone in front of Zhao Wuji? Who is this guy? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were astonished. The most shocked person was undoubtedly Su Li himself. Instinctively covering his swollen cheek, he said incredulously, You actually dared to hit me." Actually, there was another layer of meaning to his words. "You actually dared to hit someone in front of the most promising core disciple of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect?" The key point is that he didn't just hit an ordinary person, but the Su family, one of the 5 great families of Suingzin City, specializing in refining spirit talismans, and the eldest young master of the Su family. This slap wasn't just against a person, but against the entire Su family. However, Hu Bagui showed no panic. Instead, he sneered, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. We are disciples of the Dongting Immortal sect." These words immediately caused an uproar. However, some people suddenly understood. No wonder Hu Bagui dared to hit Su Li. His background and backing were equally impressive. In the entire Tianyuan Realm, only 3 could be called immortal sects. First, the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect. Second, the Dongting Immortal sect. Third, the Inviting Moon Immortal sect. The 3 great immortal sects were like 3 insurmountable mountains, leaving other cultivation sects, families, and forces only able to look up in awe, almost impossible to surpass. In other words, even though the Su family was one of the 5 great families of Suingzin City, they couldn't afford to offend even a disciple from one of the immortal sections. Within the immortal sects, Su Changqing and others might be treated like cattle, with low status, poor treatment, and mediocre treatment in all aspects. But outside, even a formal disciple still held an extremely high status and position. Why did so many people try every means to join the immortal sects every year? This was one of the reasons. Upon hearing this, Su Li's entire body trembled, and his heart skipped a beat. He had originally intended to curry favor with the most outstanding core disciple of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect, one of the 3 great immortal sections. However, he hadn't expected to inadvertently offend several disciples from the daunting Immortal sect, another of the 3 great immortal sections. Although he didn't know if they were formal disciples or core disciples, he couldn't afford to offend them either. In that instant, Su Eli even planned where to bury himself. In near despair, he could only look at Zhao Wuji beside him with pleading eyes. Remembering the others' care over the past few days, Zhao Wuji stepped forward and said expressionlessly, "Gentlemen, I am Zhao Wuji, a core disciple of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect. Please give me some face, okay?" Hoopa Gui looked him up and down. "You're Zhao Wuji." "That's right." Zhao Wuji nodded slightly. Seeing the sweat on Hoopa Gui's palms, Su Changqing quickly cupped his hands in greeting. "So it's fellow deist Zhao. My senior brother often mentions you." Zhao Wuji looked on with curiosity. "Who is your senior brother?" Su Changqing immediately replied, "Li Lingbai, a core disciple of the daunting immortal sect." Hiss! A gasp rang out. In the Tianyuan Realm, there was a list called the Top 10 Rising Stars. Qin Bailey of the daunting immortal sect was ranked high. Besides him, Li Lingbai was also on the list, though ranked slightly lower. Therefore, these two were quite famous among cultivators. But why not just mention Qin Bailey? Although he was more famous, he was already at the golden core stage. Bringing him out would be like putting him down, easily offending someone. Considering that both were disciples of immortal sects, they still had to give him face. As expected, Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow after hearing this, then asked, "I heard Li Lingbai went to the central region. Has he returned yet?" Su Changqing smiled slightly. "Senior brother has returned and is currently in seclusion. He'll break through to the Earth-grade Golden Core stage soon." How prestigious are the words Earth-grade Golden Core? You could tell from the shocked expressions of those around them. Zhao Wuji frowned first, then said, "Disciples of the Immortal sect are all in the same boat. Since we're on the same side, there's no need to make a fool of ourselves in front of outsiders. How about we go in together?" Su Changqing exchanged glances with the others, then smiled readily. Of course. They gave each other a way out, effectively making peace. Then, everyone headed towards the 3rd building of the Sea Demon Pavilion, the Deep Sea Palace. With a series of splashing sounds, they easily passed through the shrouded water curtain. The entrance was no ordinary portal, but an archway forged from millennia-old cold iron and deep-sea ice. It was devoid of elaborate carvings, adorned only with dozens of shimmering beads that emitted a phosphorescent, bluish glow day and night, making the 3 ancient seal characters of Deep Sea Palace appear to float on the water. Even more wondrous was the ground beneath their feet, crystal clear, through which the flowing water below was clearly visible. Palm-sized fish swam in the water, their bodies shimmering with iridescent light, like a moving starry sky, a truly breathtaking sight. After the group entered the archway with astonished gazes, a grand hall suddenly appeared before them. The main hall had no pillars or beams, its ceiling was a domed, flowing water curtain, from which hung thousands of translucent seaweeds. The seaweed swayed gently with the air currents, and occasionally, tiny droplets of water would drip from it, striking the ground with a clear, ringing sound like jade striking stone. At the entrance stood 2 attendants, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, with flowing black hair like seaweed, and wore a long robe of dark patterned silk. The woman was alluring, with smiling eyes and skin as white as pearls. A red mole adorned the corner of her right eye, and she wore a shimmering, fish-scale patterned dress. Upon seeing Su Changqing and his entourage appear, the 2 attendants smiled and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, esteemed immortals, to the Sea Demon Pavilion." Chapter 337 Mystic Pearl Mermaid. 2 attendants guided Su Changqing and his group into the hall, introducing the rooms as they went. The Deep Sea Hall had only 3 types of private rooms: Abyss, Whale Fall, and Mermaid Palace, each representing a different scale. Abyss was mainly for tea and casual conversation. Whale Fall was mainly for banquets and drinking. Mermaid Palace was mainly for rest and gatherings. Because Su Changqing and Zhao Wuji's group exceeded 10 people, the attendants assumed they were friends and bypassed Abyss, going directly to the entrance of Whale Fall. The room was very spacious, with the faint sound of some kind of musical instrument emanating from it. It sounded very pleasant, and even before entering, one felt relaxed. Zhao Wuji asked, "Together?" Su Changqing smiled and shook his head. "I won't disturb fellow deist Zhao any longer. Let's go our separate ways." The 2 attendants' expressions remained unchanged, but they were inwardly surprised. They hadn't expected to misunderstand. It turned out they weren't on the same path. At this moment, Su Eli, the eldest son of the Su family, immediately said to make amends, "These gentlemen are disciples of the daunting immortal sect. Whichever private room they choose, it will be on my tab." "Yes." Upon hearing disciples of the immortal sect, the 2 attendants' eyes, attitude, and tone became even more respectful. Originally, Su Changqing planned to take Hu Bagui and the others to the Shenyuan private room first to check out its contents, as it was too early. Now, seeing the presence of Yuanzi, his eyes lit up. The Mermaid Palace. It has to be the Mermaid Palace. Early or late doesn't matter, he couldn't let their kindness go to waste. The 3 private rooms represent 3 standards and 3 prices. Shen Yuan is the cheapest, requiring only 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Jing Luo is double that, meaning a minimum of 200 mid-grade spirit stones. The Mermaid Palace is 5 times that, easily costing 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the more people there are, the higher the price. If Su Changqing and his group of 4 all choose to merge with the mermaids, the more times they do so and the longer the stay, the higher the cost will become, potentially reaching an unlimited level. Therefore, although Su Li wore a smile, her heart was bleeding, yet she couldn't take back what she had just said. Otherwise, she would have completely offended several disciples of the daunting immortal sect, and even indirectly caused Zhao Wuji to lose face. Upon hearing that Su Changqing and his group had chosen the Mermaid Palace, the female attendant chuckled and said, "Esteemed immortals, please follow me." Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting to Zhao Wuji, "Fellow deist Zhao, let's part ways for now." Zhao Wuji expressionlessly raised his hand and responded indifferently, Then, the 2 groups completely separated. Su Changqing and his group of 4 followed behind the female attendant, step by step deeper into the area. Faintly, they seemed to hear someone singing. Although the specific content was indistinct, the melodious singing was uplifting. The more Su Changqing looked, the more familiar it seemed. It was strikingly similar to the Water Spirit Palace in his personal space, both in its decor and furniture. Upon asking, he learned that the Mermaid Palace was a replica of the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. The walls were inlaid with breathing living jade, each containing ancient mermaid songs. This explained why he could hear the singing even though he couldn't see anyone. "Let me try again. My lord, you have already completed 7 consecutive days of merging, you cannot continue. I'm perfectly healthy, why can't I? Although you are healthy, your spiritual energy is disordered. You should rest before coming again. Then next time I'll have to let Li Xin serve me." Su Changqing and the others had just arrived at the entrance to the Mermaid Palace when they saw a ragged middle-aged cultivator reluctantly walking out. Judging from his appearance and demeanor, if it weren't for the attendant stopping him, he probably would have wanted to go in. Seeing this, Su Changqing and the others exchanged glances, their anticipation for what was to come growing stronger. The 2 groups didn't interact, simply brushing past each other before entering the Mermaid Palace. Upon entering, they saw a bubbling pool in the center, its surface shimmering with tiny silver lights. Tea and fruit were already prepared on a coral table beside the pool. A mermaid dressed in a long black mermaid robe was reclining in the pool. She was the attendant responsible for guiding them through the Mermaid Palace, named Xianzhu. This was the first time Su Changqing and the others had seen a mermaid, and they couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. The part of Suanza half submerged in the pool was a gradient of indigo blue, turning a translucent ice blue near her waist. Her scales were incredibly fine, each inlaid with extremely fine silver threads. When she moved her tail, the silver threads glowed with a pale purple fluorescence, leaving long trails of light on the water's surface. Her upper body was draped in a short robe woven from deep-sea ice silk gauze, the fabric as thin as a cicada's wing, through which the scattered silver scales on her shoulders were faintly visible. The collar was embroidered with wave patterns, which shimmered with each breath. Her neck was long and slender, with 3 pearl-like marks arranged in an arc on her left side. Her features possessed the unique clarity and beauty of a marine creature. Her brow bone was slightly high, and her eyebrows were silver gray. The ends of her eyebrows arched slightly upwards, like fins leaping out of the water. Her pupils were a very light, amber-colored, with a halo of shimmering gold around the edges. When she looked at someone, her gaze was clear yet not direct, as if seen through a layer of flowing seawater. Her nose was high and straight, with a rounded tip. Fine nostrils flared on either side of her nose. Her lips were coral red, with a clearly defined lip line. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Most striking were her hair, jet black as deep-sea ink, reaching her waist. No hairpins or ornaments adorned her hair, only a few strands of silver seaweed casually tied around it. Her ear fins were a translucent pale purple, with wavy edges, and 2 teardrop-shaped beads hung from the tips. Upon seeing Su Changqing and the others enter, Suanza smiled sweetly, her voice clear and melodious like a whale's song. "Welcome, esteemed immortals. Before serving, please choose your attendant according to your cultivation level." Hoopa Gui couldn't help but ask, "What do you usually eat?" Suanza paused for a moment, then answered truthfully, "Spirit algae, fish, and shrimp." Zhao Zio followed closely then, "What kind of fish hook do you like?" Suanza blinked, somewhat confused, "Excuse me, what did you ask?" Su Changqing pushed Zhao Zio aside, "Nothing, let's begin." Upon hearing this, Suanzu immediately clapped her hands lightly, making a crisp clap sound. Then, from another room, 5 mermaids emerged one after another. 3 were silver-scaled mermaids. 2 were black-scaled mermaids. The silver-scaled mermaids wore pendants made from the gallbladders of fluorescent fish hanging behind their ears. The black-scaled mermaids wore pearl necklaces around their necks. There were both men and women, and they were all quite good-looking. Suanzu explained, the silver-scaled mermaid cultivates the tidal qi gathering technique, suitable for qi refining stage immortals. The mysterious scaled mermaid cultivates the spiritual energy resonance technique, suitable for foundation establishment stage immortals. Su Changqing was very curious, what exactly does this joint registration mean? Suanzu replied, you can think of it as a deeper yin-yang harmony. Su Changqing thoughtfully continued, are these the only ones? Suanzu said seriously, if you are not satisfied, you can continue to choose. Su Changqing stepped forward, his eyes fixed on her, would you like to choose you? Suanzu smiled slightly, revealing two shallow dimples, I have a different price. Chapter 338 Underwater Joint Registration. Su Changqing was surprised, another price. Suanzu explained, I am not an ordinary merman. According to your human race, I am a princess of the royal family. If you wish to become my concubine, you must first offer betrothal gifts, and then we will formally marry. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. There are many sea monsters, but the merman race, in terms of both reputation and influence, is second only to the dragon race. Because they often cooperate with humans, the two races have a close relationship. Marriage alliances are commonplace. No one expected that a merman princess would actually be a princess in the deep sea palace of the sea monster pavilion. This was simply unbelievable. Hoopa Gui, intrigued, grinned and asked, what kind of betrothal gifts? Suanzu replied, at the very least, it must be one of the following, a water spirit pearl, liquid water essence, or a water spirit fruit. Furthermore, I cannot stay on land for extended periods. Therefore, my partner will either only see me occasionally, or they will be willing to remain in Suanzin City. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing's expression turned strange. He thought to himself, how come these betrothal gifts are exactly the same as what I obtained in the water spirit palace? Hoopa Gui and Zhao Zio were very interested, but unfortunately, they didn't possess either the water spirit pearl, liquid water essence, or water spirit fruit. As for Han Su, he hadn't even considered it. After all, just being able to come here was already considered lucky. Marrying a mermaid princess? Don't dream about it. Suanzu's beautiful eyes flickered, gentlemen, is there anything else you wish to ask? Su Changqing waved his hand, we'll discuss the betrothal gifts later. Let's arrange the services first. To be honest, he was quite tempted. Its own wood elemental root was suppressed by other elements, making it desperately need the nourishment of a water elemental root. Furthermore, Suanzin City was bustling with activity, offering a promising market for wine, pills, and even spiritual artifacts. Currently, it could indeed replace the scattered cultivator markets of Dongqing City. Moreover, almost all aquatic demons were born with a water elemental root. Some demons with noble bloodlines even possessed mutated water elemental roots. This mermaid princess before them, even without a mutated water elemental root, at least possessed royal blood. If she could be married with just a water elemental pearl or a water elemental fruit, it would be a sure win. However, this matter would have to wait until after experiencing the service and participating in the 1,000 sales competition. Anyway, they had plenty of time to wait, there was no need to rush. Suanzu nodded slightly then, you immortals may choose your companions. Without exception, Su Changqing and the other three all chose the mermaid. It wasn't a random selection, but a meticulous one. Each was chosen based on appearance, figure, voice, experience, and other factors. Ultimately, Su Changqing chose a mermaid named Mingzu. Hoopa Gui chose a mermaid named Eniyu. Zhao Ziyu chose a mermaid named Mingbo. Han Su chose a mermaid named Diliu. As everyone knows, the deep sea palace of the Siren Pavilion is of the highest standard. Its special service is deep sea hunting. This means that all those who have joined the sect must go into the water. Normally, the depth is around 100 to 300 meters, but it can also be below 500 meters, as the closer to the seabed dragon vein, the better. However, the deeper one goes, the greater the danger. The Siren Pavilion naturally doesn't want its guests to get into trouble, so it changed the process to circumnavigating around Suanzin City, finding a depth, location, and environment that satisfies the guest, and then performing a yin-yang harmony, that is, a sect-joining ceremony. Su Changqing and his three companions separated and entered different rooms one by one. Inside, besides a large bed, there was an underwater entrance that occupied half of the room. If one didn't want to go into the water, they could engage in sexual intercourse within the room, though the effect would certainly not be as good as underwater. Su Changqing's sexual intercourse attendant was named Mingzu, and she looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was slightly petite, wearing a sea blue silk dress. The neckline was somewhat loose, revealing her delicate collarbone. A white pearl necklace adorned her neck. Her hair was soft black, simply decorated. Only a fresh anemone flower was tucked behind her ear, its petals pink and white, occasionally oozing a few salty drops of water. Her appearance wasn't stunning, but she possessed a clean and ethereal beauty. Her eyebrows were thin and light as a crescent moon, and her pupils were a clear, light brown. Her eyes drooped slightly at the corners, giving her a timid and gentle look. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips curved into a slight upturn. Her hands were slender, long, soft, and white, her nails shimmering with the iridescence of mother of pearl, the fingertips bearing intricate lines more complex than any human's. Mingzu gently raised her eyes, her voice soft and sweet as she asked, "Immortal Master, would you like to choose a room or go into the water?" Su Changqing smiled. "I know you can't stay on land for too long, let's go into the water." Mingzu smiled too, revealing two small canine teeth. "Okay, I'll go in first, then you can." She plunged into the water with a splash, her clothes instantly falling away, leaving her floating to the side. She seemed to radiate a nourished spiritual plant, instantly becoming supple. Her fishtail swayed gently in the cool water, creating a faint current. Her tail fin, when spread, was a full 3 feet wide, her entire body covered in moonlight like silver scales. Her black hair flowed freely in the water, floating like seaweed. The anemone flowers in her hair unfurled upon contact with the water, their petals shimmering with a fluorescent light that refracted the silver glow of her tail fin. The pearl, no longer reserved, waved warmly from the water. "Come down, Immortal Master." Su Changqing walked over step by step, casually asking, "How will I breathe once I'm underwater?" Although cultivators could go for periods without breathing or needing oxygen, they were underwater, even at depths exceeding 100 meters. What if an accident occurred without proper safety measures? The pearl pointed to the pearl necklace around her neck and chuckled, "These pearls are from water-breathing mother of pearl. They have a space inside that stores a large amount of oxygen. If you need to, just put one in your mouth, and you'll be able to sustain yourself for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Su Changqing nodded slightly, then removed his clothes and stepped into the water. Seeing this, the pearl reached out and gently grasped his palm, then swam deeper with him. About 10 meters below the surface, the golden light still shimmered through the water. Below, clusters of hanging corals began to appear. Pink branches drooped downwards, each tipped with a fist-sized jellyfish. The caps were translucent pinkish white, and the tentacles swayed gently in the current. When they touched Su Changqing or Mingzu, they would shyly curl up into a ball. After 100 meters, the light turned a deep blue. The water pressure began to bring a slight heaviness, but for Su Changqing, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, this was nothing. Mingzu, relieved that everything was alright, tightened her grip on his hand. Just then, a school of fish appeared ahead. Their bodies were streamlined, their surfaces shimmering with silver light. Their snouts resembled arrowheads. They showed no alarm at the arrival of the two people, seemingly unfazed. Su Changqing was deeply impressed and couldn't resist reaching out to touch one of the fish. The gentle touch sent a jolt through the fish, as if it had been electrocuted. Then, with a flick of its tail, it darted away. Continuing downwards, enormous hollow clams appeared around them, their shells half open, revealing no pearls clearly. They had been harvested by the Tanka people. At 300 meters deep, the water pressure noticeably increased. It was eerily quiet here, only the sound of one's own heartbeat could be heard. The light turned a ghostly green, and giant reefs stood all around. The surfaces of the reefs were covered with honeycomb-like holes. Perhaps due to the arrival of Su Changqing and Mingzu, 2 small lights suddenly illuminated inside. Then 4, 8, and so on, rapidly increasing to hundreds, thousands, even several thousand. At first glance, it resembled a night sky adorned with countless stars. Suddenly, Mingzu approached and asked in a sweet voice, "Immortal Master, shall we register here?" Chapter 339. A Grand Feast. An ordinary person might have agreed. After all, the atmosphere, environment, and setting were all top-notch. The only drawback was the thin spiritual energy emanating from the underwater dragon vein. Su Changqing scanned the reefs with his spiritual sense and discovered that the light emanating from the rocks actually came from fish. They were hiding among them, opening their eyes and staring intently when something approached. This feeling was strange, so he declined the enthusiastic Pearl's offer. "What's wrong? I don't think this place is very good, it's too bright." "You mean, shall we continue down?" "Yes, let's find a place with more spiritual energy and where we won't be disturbed." "Okay." The two continued down, quickly reaching a depth of 500 meters. The light was almost dim, with only the pearl's silver scales and the pearl necklace around her neck emitting a faint glow. Several shipwrecks appeared around them, their wooden hulls long since eroded into a grayish-brown by the seawater. Strange grasses grew on the deck, their blades shaped like sails, swaying with the current. Most eerily, blurry human faces were imprinted on the backs of the grass blades. It gave off a strangely unsettling feeling, but it was undeniable that the spiritual energy concentration here was at least double that at 300 meters, becoming far more concentrated. At this depth, further descent was generally not permitted. Although this was still within the territory of Suingzhen City, the deep ocean was far too dangerous. Mingzu looked at him questioningly. Su Changqing, feeling it was about time, nodded slightly. Seeing this, Mingzu's eyes shimmered like spring water. The man and the fish embraced, releasing a dense water spiritual energy. Su Changqing's wood spiritual root, suppressed by his metal and fire spiritual roots, was instantly nourished, like parched land receiving rain. In the water, water spiritual energy not only thrived like a fish in water but also had an amplifying effect. According to the Sea Demon Pavilion, land-based cultivation is like viewing the moon through a veil, while underwater cultivation is truly immersive. Body, spirit, and spiritual roots all experience unprecedented satisfaction. Integration, and more integration. Integration is not simply dual cultivation, but a profound harmonization of yin and yang. This feeling intoxicated Su Changqing, making him feel as if he were floating on air. After an unknown amount of time, the cultivation ended. Su Changqing emerged from the water alone. At this moment, he felt refreshed and in peak condition. His wood spiritual root, nourished by this cultivation, no longer felt uncomfortable, and at least for the time being, it wouldn't be suppressed by the fire or metal spiritual roots again. Even the concentration and quantity of wood spiritual power in his qi had increased. Therefore, underwater cultivation of water and wood spiritual roots is indeed stronger than dual cultivation on land. As for Mingzu, she was completely drained. He needed to soak in the water for a while to recover. When Su Changqing stepped out of the room and reached the pool outside, he found Hu Bagui and the others already waiting. However, everyone, including the group and the mermaid princess Suanzu, stared at him in shock. Su Changqing asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Hu Bagui couldn't help but say, "Old Su, you've been taking way too long." Su Changqing was taken aback. "A long time?" Zhao Zia nodded slightly. "We came during the day, and now it's night." Su Changqing was taken aback at first, then chuckled. "Perhaps it's due to the water nourishing the wood." Suanzu hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What about Mingzu, the attendant in the merged cultivation?" Su Changqing replied, "She said she's quite exhausted and needs to stay in the water a while longer." Upon hearing this, Hu Bagui and the other two all gave him a thumbs up. Only Suanzu, upon hearing this, showed a look of fear in her eyes. After all, there weren't many cultivators these days who could drain a mermaid dry, and even fewer who could do so on their first merge. Su Changqing thought to himself, "If I weren't worried about something going wrong, after eating the 4 seasons fruit, I could last 10 days, let alone a few hours." What does 10 days mean? Even all the mermaids in the deep sea palace combined wouldn't be enough for him to handle. After resting for a while, the group left the deep sea palace. Although the underwater cultivation system is good, it's not very friendly to fire elemental roots. Why? I only experienced physical and mental pleasure, but my elemental root was actually suppressed. It seems that fire elemental roots are not suitable for underwater cultivation. No wonder old Su could persist for so long. There's definitely a saying about water nourishing wood. Su Changqing and the others discussed the underwater cultivation system as they walked out. After passing through the water curtain and appearing on the street, a slight vibration came from the azure gourd. Su Changqing took it out and saw it was Chu Chu's communication talisman. "Hello? Why can't I contact you?" We're having fun. Zhao Qinyun is throwing a big banquet tonight, come quickly." "Okay, we're coming right away." After putting down Chu Chu's communication talisman, the four exchanged glances and then headed towards the flood dragon nest area. Suanzin City was even more lively at night than during the day. Cultivators were everywhere, mortals were few and far between. There were vendors selling goods. There was bartering. Specialties from all over the country were gathered here. Not long after, Su Changqing and his group returned to the flood dragon nest area and re-entered the flood dragon suppression tower. The location was on the 6th floor, the sea viewing floor. And they were late, the banquet had already begun. Of course, the main reason was that Su Changqing had been underwater for too long. Fortunately, Zhao Qinyun wasn't stingy and immediately ordered the servants to prepare 2 tables for them. The two sat at one table, which was filled with local delicacies and wines from Suanzin City. Sea Emperor Jade Stew, Tear Crystal Dumplings, Sea Urchin Fried Rice, Roasted Silver Cod, Spiritual Wine, Dragon Saliva Jade Dew. Even, each table had a spiritual dish. The name was steamed xianbing fish with algae. The xianbing fish exists only 1,000 meters underwater, measuring no more than 7 or 8 inches in length. Its body is completely transparent, like an ice sculpture, and its bones glow with a pale blue fluorescence. The algae used as accompaniments are also quite particular, consisting of 3 types. First, there's the ice thread algae, growing near the xianbing fish's nest, its filaments as fine as silver threads. Second, the soft water algae, gathered by the mermaid, has thick, jade-like leaves and a sweet taste when chewed. Then there's the ink cloud algae, found only 500 meters deep near shipwrecks, its entire body a deep purple, emitting a woody fragrance. Su Changqing was only interested in the spiritual food, so he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. The first sensation upon entering his mouth was a refreshing icy sensation, like drinking ice water, followed by the tenderness of the fish. After eating, a cool sensation arose within his body, and his wood spirit root was once again nourished. While not as effective as the aquatic combination, it was still quite good. A single dish of spiritual food graced each table, demonstrating the immense wealth of the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Zhao Qinyun, seated at the head of the table, stood up, holding a cup of dragon saliva jade dew. His gentle gaze swept over the room, and he announced loudly, "Everyone." Instantly, everyone was drawn to him, turning to look. Even Su Changqing put down his chopsticks and listened patiently. Seeing this, Zhao Qinyun continued, "Besides the rewards, this century-long 1,000 sails racing competition also offers an opportunity for everyone." Chapter 340 The Grand Competition of 1,000 Sails, Part 1. Upon hearing the word opportunity, the surrounding crowd immediately became excited. However, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, his heart instantly on high alert. At that moment, Zhao Qinyun announced loudly, "Actually, many people know about this opportunity. It's called Dream Island." Dream Island? I heard it appears only once every 100 years. The reason the Zhao family surpasses the 5 great families is because they've been to Dream Island once. Sure enough, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. The discussion about this opportunity was extremely heated. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Judging from the reactions of those around me, quite a few people know about Dream Island, but very few have actually set foot on the island. Moreover, only people from the city lord's mansion went there 100 years ago." However, Zhao Qinyun wasn't keeping this opportunity to himself. Instead, he was making it public, seemingly intending to invite everyone to participate. There was definitely something fishy going on. You can always believe that the Forging Summit will drop all sorts of broken spiritual artifacts and tools, but never believe that a free lunch will fall from the sky. Suddenly, Su Changqing's attention was focused again on the spiritual food in front of him, ignoring what Zhao Qinyun was about to say, and he began to eat. Dream Island appears once every 100 years, and our city lord's mansion and the 5 major families invite everyone to come to the island. Of course, you don't have to participate, it's all up to you. If anyone is willing to join, they can stay after dinner. Zhao Qinyun didn't go into detail about Dream Island, nor did he force everyone here to participate, he merely extended an invitation. Those who wished to participate could stay after dinner. Those who didn't wish to participate could leave immediately after dinner. Hupa Gui, standing nearby, asked, "Old Su, are we going to participate?" Su Changqing replied calmly, "Once the 1,000 Sails competition is over, we'll be returning to the Immortal sect to do business. Where will we find the time to participate?" Hupa Gui nodded, realizing what he meant. Indeed, they had all gone all out for the Gig's secret realm. They had sold all their most valuable possessions and even borrowed money. If they couldn't make a fortune this time, they would have to live on meager rations for a long time to come. As for the matter of Rumen Island, it did indeed conflict with their schedules. Therefore, seeing that Su Changqing didn't intend to participate, the others naturally lost interest. An hour quickly passed, and it was already late at night. The banquet was drawing to a close, and those who had eaten and drunk their fill and didn't want to continue left one after another. Su Changqing and his group were no exception. However, they were different from the others. The others not only had to leave the Zhenjiao Tower, but also the Jiaoqiao Nest area. In contrast, Su Changqing and his group not only didn't have to leave the Jiaoqiao district, but were even staying at the Jiaoqiao Tower. This was all because Chu Qiu and Zhao Qinyun had a good relationship, hence the preferential treatment. Otherwise, only the city lord's mansion and the 5 major families were qualified to live in the Jiaoqiao district. Because rooms were limited, apart from Li Xianlin who lived alone, Su Changqing, Chu Qiu, Li Sankei, Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, and Han Su all shared rooms. Su Changqing was assigned to share a room with Chu Qiu. Hu Bagui shared a room with Zhao Ziyu. Li Sankei shared a room with Han Su. Chu Qiu sat cross-legged on a futon, absorbing the faint water spiritual energy facing the window, and asked, "Junior brother, I heard from Hu Bagui that you went to the Sea Demon Pavilion." Su Changqing lay on his couch, toying with the Spirit Cultivation Envoy's token, and replied, "We only intended to take a peek, but we ran into a vengeful spirit who insisted on treating us. We had no choice but to go swimming." Chu Qiu smiled knowingly, "You used the Meridian clan's art of marriage, didn't you?" Su Changqing grinned, "Senior brother, you've used it too." Chu Qiu shook his head, "No, I haven't. Zhao Qinyun introduced me to a mermaid princess. She said that as long as we married her properly, we could enjoy the yin-yang harmony brought by the Meridian clan's art of marriage. We could even gain resource support from the mermaid race." Su Changqing asked in surprise, "Was that mermaid princess named Suanzu?" Chu Qiu shook his head again, "No, she's Suanzu's older sister, named Li Yuan." Su Changqing asked in astonishment, "Why are all these mermaid names so difficult to pronounce?" Chu Qiu, having some understanding, explained, "Their real names are much longer and more complex than this. The awkwardness is mainly due to translation." Su Changqing realized and changed the subject then, "Senior brother, will you participate in tomorrow's 1,000 sails racing competition? Chu Chu glanced at him. Originally, I wasn't interested, but considering you need a water spirit root to nourish your wood spirit root, I've decided to participate after some thought. Su Changqing quickly waved his hand. No need. Chu Chu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, you know how precious liquid water essence is. A mere flower calyx boat can't repay this favor. After confirming that the first place winner of the 1,000 sails racing competition, a once-in-a-century event, would be awarded a water spirit crystal, he was determined to participate and help Su Changqing achieve victory. Even if this time the opponents included Zhao Wuji of the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect, and Fairy Biyun of the Inviting Moon Immortal Sect. There were even heretical practitioners. The next morning, at 9 a.m. That is, 9 a.m. Su Changqing and the others all left the Zhenjiao Tower and headed towards the port where the 1,000 sails racing competition was being held. Since each boat could only accommodate a maximum of 2 people, Li Sankei and his group opted to rent boats. The people of Suingzhen City certainly know how to do business. Near the location of the 1,000 sails racing competition, there were several boat rental merchants. While they couldn't compare to the daily transportation used by cultivators, they were perfectly adequate for the competition. The types were also quite diverse, divided into 4 categories. The options are boat, dinghy, shuttle, and raft. The boat is a spirit wood boat. Its advantage is its stability, its disadvantage is its slow speed. The dinghy is a wave-breaking boat. Its advantage is its speed, its disadvantage is its instability. The shuttle is a flying fish shuttle. Its advantage is its even faster speed, its disadvantage is its lack of maneuverability. The raft is a willow wood raft. Its advantage is that it becomes more stable the longer it floats, its disadvantage is its extremely slow speed. The cheapest willow wood raft is practically unwanted, since everyone participating in the 1,000 sails racing competition is aiming for the top 10 prizes. Therefore, if one has no other means of transportation, almost everyone will choose a boat, dinghy, or shuttle. Unexpectedly, someone actually chose a raft. Who? Zhao Ziyu. Hoopa Gui asked incredulously, Old Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Ziyu shrugged, I'm not taking the prize, I just want to go fishing in the wind and waves domain. Hoopa Gui immediately panicked, aren't you coming with me? Zhao Ziyu retorted matter-of-factly, when did I say I was coming with you? Hoopa Gui's eyes widened, and after a long pause, he stammered, you, oh my god. He hadn't actually asked. Given their relationship, cooperation was practically a given. But unexpectedly, this guy was only thinking about fishing and had no intention of taking the reward. Su Changqing, seeing this, was both amused and exasperated, and quickly reminded him, the competition is about to begin. Chapter 341 The Grand Competition of 1,000 Sails, Part 2. The waves surged and churned, transforming into a gigantic water lily. More than 30 petals layered upon each other, the outer petals a deep sea blue, gradually fading to a lighter turquoise inwards, the very center shimmering with blue light. Zhao Qinyun stood upon it, as if on a platform. Before him lay over 1,000 boats, rafts, shuttles, and other vessels participating in the 1,000 sails racing competition. Zhao Qinyun was first taken aback, then said in surprise, why are there rafts? His gaze shifted, and he was stunned again. Besides the rafts, there was something even more impressive. What? The flower calyx boat. That large, jade-white flower stood out among the other boats, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It smells so good. That must be Fairy Biyun up there, right? How fortunate I am to be able to travel the vast ocean with Fairy Biyun. Inside the flower calyx boat, Chu Chu's expression was strange. I suddenly regretted a little. Su Changqing curled his lip. Now you know how embarrassing you are. Chu Chu said with a slightly pained expression, Junior brother, I was wrong. They were surrounded by boats and people. Everyone was calling out the name Fairy Biyun to them. Spiritual senses were frantically scanning, thankfully blocked by arrays and runes. At this moment, Su Changqing sensed a boat approaching, accompanied by a chilling aura, someone's coming. Soon afterward, a strangely shaped boat stopped beside them. It wasn't made of wood, but rather seemed to be carved from ice. It was pure white, gleaming with a cold light, like a crescent moon inverted on the water. The boat was extremely thin, no more than 3 feet at its widest point and a little over 10 feet long, with remarkably smooth lines. The bow was a rounded crescent moon, and the stern resembled scattered cloud-like wisps. There was no traditional mast. Instead, a jade pole extended diagonally from the bow, topped with a semi-transparent sail resembling a crescent moon. Several jade cushions were placed on the boat, even covered with a layer of frost silk brocade. 2 people stood on them, both women. At this moment, one of them spoke, his voice cold and clear. Fellow deist who commands the flower calyx boat, please come out and greet me. Inside the flower calyx boat, Su Changqing and Chu Chu exchanged a glance. Should we see him or not? Chu Chu pondered, judging from its appearance, this boat is probably similar to the flower calyx boat. The person on board is definitely not simple. Su Changqing understood and immediately stepped forward. Fellow deist, what is it? Upon seeing it was a man, the two women opposite him were stunned. Ah! Then Chu Chu also stepped out. Upon seeing it was another man, the two women were immediately dumbfounded. Su Changqing looked closely and exclaimed in surprise, Long Ziao? Chu Chu's eyes widened after seeing clearly, Fairy Biyun. Good heavens, one of them was Long Ziao, and the other was Fairy Biyun. Both of them were great beauties. Long Ziao needs no introduction, but Fairy Biyun was even more stunning. In terms of looks, she was comparable to senior sister Yu. She was exceptionally fair-skinned, not the soft white of an ordinary woman, but a cold white as if bathed in moonlight, her skin shimmering with a translucent glow in the sunlight. Her features were so exquisitely beautiful they bordered on pale. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, yet possessed a sharp edge. The peaks of her eyebrows were slightly upturned, like the tip of a crescent moon. Her pupils were an extremely light, glassy color, with a faint purple tinge around the edges of the irises. Her nose was high and straight, yet the tip was rounded, softening the coldness in her eyes and brows. Her lips were pale pink, with a clear line that pressed into a straight line when she wasn't smiling. Although tall and slender, she wasn't thin. Her shoulders and back were straight as a pine tree, her waist as slender as a willow branch. Her neck was long and fair, like the neck of a jade carving. A tiny cinnabar mole adorned the left side of her neck, like a plum blossom dotted with snow, adding a subtle touch of vibrancy to her aloof. She wore a flowing, moon-white dress with wide sleeves, made of the cloud-like gauze unique to the inviting moon immortal sect. The hem of the dress reached only to her ankles, revealing a pair of bare, jade-like feet. In terms of appearance, figure, she truly deserved the title of fairy. Coming to his senses, Mu Biyun asked casually, I am Mu Biyun, a core disciple of the Yeyu immortal sect. And who are you too? Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting. Su Changqing, spirit cultivation envoy of the Dongting immortal sect. Chu Chu followed closely behind Chu Chu, a core disciple of the Dongting immortal sect. Mu Biyun nodded slightly. So you are disciples of the Dongting immortal sect. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Changqing glanced at the distracted Long Ziao, then asked, Fairy Biyun, what brings you here? Mu Biyun went straight to the point. I wanted to ask if you two would be selling this flower calyx boat? For Su Changqing, selling or giving it away was the same, so he smiled slightly. That depends on your sincerity. Mu Biyun seemed thoughtful, then pointed to the boat at her feet and asked, I'll trade you this shattered moon flowing frost boat, is that alright? Although Su Changqing didn't know the price of the so-called shattered moon flowing frost boat, he knew the importance of bargaining, so he frowned, slightly dissatisfied, and said, Fairy Biyun, you should know how difficult it is to buy this flower calyx boat right now, right? Mu Biyun hesitated for a moment, then, I'll add another 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Su Changqing remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on her. Seeing that it still wouldn't work, Mu Biyun said hesitantly, how about this? Besides the shattered moonfrost ship and the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I'll give you an extra handkerchief. A handkerchief? Su Changqing said with a look of disgust, how can you? However, Chu Chu suddenly spoke up, it's not impossible. Ha! Su Changqing looked at him in surprise. Chu Chu transmitted her voice, there's a rule in the inviting moon immortal sect, giving someone your personal handkerchief earns you a chance to go on a date. And Fairy Biyun's handkerchief is currently worth 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Changqing was incredulous, that expensive? Wait, how do you know so much about it? Chu Chu smiled awkwardly and continued transmitting her voice, you forgot, this flower calyx boat was snatched from Fairy Orchid of the inviting moon immortal sect by my master. And Fairy Biyun is Fairy Orchid's disciple. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, you're changing the subject. I clearly asked why you're so interested in Fairy Biyun's handkerchief. Chu Chu's smile froze, I have a friend. Su Changqing was too lazy to expose her and immediately waved his hand, never mind, that's not important. Mu Biyun wasn't a very patient person. She might have turned and left if it were anything else, but this flower calyx boat was something she really liked, so she could only wait. Fortunately, Su Changqing cupped his hands again shortly after. Fairy Biyun, how about we discuss the specifics of the transaction after the 1,000 Sails racing competition concludes? Alright. Mu Biyun nodded slightly, a sigh of relief washing over her. As long as the other party hadn't refused, that was fine. Suddenly, Zhao Qinyun's voice rang out from ahead, explaining the rules. Remember, fishing can only be done individually, ships cannot cooperate. Once you've accumulated 60 points, you can advance to the next stage. Remember, hunting sea monsters can be done cooperatively, please distribute the points yourselves. Accumulating 80 points allows you to enter the final sprint stage. I hereby declare the 1,000 Sails racing competition officially open. With a resounding whoosh from the massive whale horn that echoed throughout the arena, thousands of ships began to move. Chapter 342 The Grand Competition of 1,000 Sails, Part 2. Su Changqing steered the flower calyx boat through the waves while checking the points list through his jade pendant. Different fish awarded different points. With good luck, he could quickly accumulate 60 points. With bad luck, it would probably take some time. Silver-scaled flying fish, 5 points per catch. Spirit pattern grouper, 10 points per catch. Dragon whisker koi, 20 points per catch. Golden fin dragon carp, 50 points per catch. In the stormy domain, the most abundant fish is the silver-scaled flying fish, while the rarest is the golden fin dragon carp. It is said that the last time a golden fin dragon carp was seen was 30 years ago. This fish is not only rare but also almost exclusively found near underwater dragon veins. As everyone knows, the fishing stage only requires 60 points, catching one allows for a faster progression to the next stage. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. My premium yellow rice wine is very attractive to dragonfish, but I wonder if the dragonfish in the deep sea will fall for it. Thousands of boats, rafts, shuttles, and other vessels resembled a school of fish cutting through the waves. Some were fast. Some were slow. The fastest were the boats and shuttles, almost all of them at the forefront. They belonged to the first tier. The various vessels were slightly slower, belonging to the second tier. As for the third tier, there was currently only one person, or rather, one raft. Zhao Ziyao leisurely followed behind, maneuvering his raft while preparing the various fishing gear needed, showing no tension or haste. Time flew by, and about 15 minutes passed. The once calm waters suddenly surged with waves. A series of splashing sounds rang out, sounding quite noisy. Clearly, the turbulent zone was ahead. The boats and shuttles in the first tier became extremely unstable as soon as they approached. Rolling from side to side was the norm, and they were easily capsized. Conversely, although the ships were slower, they were far more stable. So far, all that could be felt was a slight swaying of the hull. The wind in the turbulent area was extremely strong, making the sails flap loudly. The seawater was a murky, bluish-gray, with white foam rising from the crashing waves, resembling boiling mud at first glance. Visibility was greatly affected, making it almost impossible to catch schools of fish. One could only rely on spiritual scanning or personal experience to judge their location. However, spiritual scanning was not very effective. The deeper the water, the less information could be obtained through scanning. Actually, in the turbulent area, these were not the most troublesome factors. The most troublesome were the turbulent currents and hidden reefs. Underwater, there were often reverse currents that easily snatched up fishing hooks and lines. As for the reefs, they were all hidden beneath the waves, only occasionally revealing their rarity. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out from afar. Su Changqing looked up and saw a shuttle, perhaps too fast to stop, had crashed into a reef and broken in two, sending everyone on board flying. Without a means of transportation, this person was disqualified from the competition. Similar incidents happened frequently, and everyone began to take them for granted. Su Changqing's gaze shifted horizontally, spotting Fairy Biyun, Long Ziao, and their shattered Moonfrost Mount on the other side, not far from him. At this moment, everyone was searching for a stable spot to fish. Chu Chu released his spiritual sense, scanning the water while simultaneously using his spiritual root to perceive the underwater conditions. He then pointed to a spot and said, "A little to the left, there's no turbulence down there." Su Changqing nodded slightly and then steered the flower calyx boat closer. At this moment, Chu Chu continued, "I'm not very knowledgeable about fishing, you'll have to rely on yourself." Su Changqing smiled, "Okay." He took out the large-leafed grass, but this time, instead of controlling it, he tied a strong fishing line to each of the 4 large leaves, then attached a black iron fishhook. Although he had obtained the belongings of a deceased fisherman in the dragon-locking abyss, including a set of valuable fishing gear, the large-leafed grass was still more efficient. Next, Su Changqing took out a bottle of premium yellow rice wine that he had prepared beforehand. It didn't attract many ordinary fish, but it was very attractive to dragonfish. Whether or not he could catch the golden-fin dragon carp, which had the highest points, depended on luck. Although Chu Chu didn't know anything about fishing, he felt that this junior brother Su's approach was a bit unconventional. Others used fishing rods and bait. He, on the other hand, not only took out a 4-leaf clover and tied 4 fishing lines, but even poured wine into the seawater. Time ticked by, and everyone could hear the rushing water. Someone had already caught a fish. Either a silver-scaled flying fish worth 5 points, or a spirit-patterned grouper worth 10 points. As for the rarer dragon beard koi and goldenfin dragon carp, not a single one had appeared yet. Su Changqing wasn't in a hurry at all, appearing relaxed and indifferent. Not long after, Hu Bagui reacted, catching a slender silver-scaled flying fish. A little while later, even Li Sankei and Li Xianlin had caught something. Seeing this, Chu Chu frowned. "Junior brother, could it be that we're in the wrong position? The water here is calm and relatively stable. Logically, we should be able to catch fish easily. But why are even Hu Bagui, Li Sankei, and the others catching fish? While our side is completely still, there's not a single movement. It's far too peaceful. If we don't catch any fish, our points won't increase, and we can't proceed to the next location." Su Changqing said calmly, "Fishing can't be rushed. Let's wait patiently." He had absolute confidence in his top-grade yellow rice wine, so he wasn't worried at all. Hearing this, Chu Chu could only look towards Fairy Biyun on the other side. He discovered that even she had started catching fish. And so, time continued to pass. The points of those around them, including acquaintances, increased one after another. Especially the water spirit root cultivators, who fished the fastest. The advantage of the water spirit root was on full display at this moment. On Su Changqing's side, the large-leafed grass finally stirred. The left leaf, one of the 4 leaves, trembled suddenly. But only for a moment, then it calmed down and remained still. Chu Chu assumed it was due to the water flow and didn't think much of it. However, Su Changqing grabbed the fishing line on the left leaf and pulled it sharply upwards. With a splash, 2 golden dragon whiskers broke through the water's surface first. Next came the fish's body, about 3 feet long. Then came the small, tightly packed pale yellow scales. Chu Chu exclaimed, "A dragon whisker koi worth 20 points?" But it wasn't over yet. The other 3 leaves began to tremble. Some, like before, only twitched briefly before settling back to stillness. But one was different, it trembled violently, causing its leaves to sway up and down. Su Changqing reacted quickly, scooping the large-leafed grass into his hand and then swimming back and forth in the water, maneuvering against what was inside. After an unknown amount of time, the force from below gradually weakened. Without hesitation, Su Changqing immediately swung the large-leafed grass and flung it into the air. Splash! 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 The sounds of water breaking rang out one after another. Chu Chu stared intently, instantly identifying 2 of them as dragon whisker koi. Only the last one was different. It lacked dragon whiskers, yet its body was 4 feet long, its physique robust and powerful, its scales as large as coins, densely arranged on its body surface like a layer of sturdy armor, shimmering with a dazzling golden light. Chapter 343 Zhao Wuji, You're Asking for Death. Chu Chu stared in disbelief. A golden-fin dragon carp worth 50 points. That means this single catch instantly boosted his points to 110. Not only did it meet the 60-point requirement, but it far exceeded it. It was truly bizarre. Either he wouldn't catch a single fish, or he'd catch a dragon beard koi and a golden-fin dragon carp all at once. Su Changqing looked at the several large fish before him, thinking to himself, looks like my premium yellow rice wine works on the same thing the dragon carp. Chu Chu excitedly said, "Junior brother, we have enough points, let's go." Su Changqing waved his hand, "No rush." "Huh?" Chu Chu asked in surprise, "Why?" Su Changqing explained, "If we leave now, an experienced fisherman will immediately spot the big fish here. We need to call Hubagui and Senior Brotherly before we can leave. It's better to let our own people benefit than outsiders. Through this, they might be able to compete for a top 10 spot and receive a generous reward." Chu Chu nodded slightly, "Indeed." Immediately, Su Changqing began using a communication talisman to contact Hubagui and Li Sankei. As for Zhao Ziyu, he was still on his way. The raft's speed was too slow. By the time it took him to catch up, who knew how much time would have passed? Upon learning that Su Changqing had already met the points requirement, Hubagui, Li Sankei, and the others were astonished. It should be noted that the time it would take for everyone to arrive in the stormy domain was currently no more than half an hour. While others were still accumulating 5 or 10 points, Su Changqing had already completed it. This was somewhat unbelievable. However, Su Changqing concealed the fact that it contained the premium yellow millet wine. He only said that the chances of catching big fish were higher in this place. Anyway, the effects of the premium yellow millet wine were still active, so whether they could catch big fish depended on them. Time flew by. After Hubagui and Li Sankei had taken their positions, Su Changqing greeted them and then steered the flower calyx boat away from the stormy domain. Leaving so quickly? Couldn't catch any fish, so they gave up? Fairy Biyun, let me give you some fish. No, that direction is for hunting water demons and sea monsters. As expected of Fairy Biyun, speed and efficiency are amazing. Seeing the flower calyx boat leave, many onlookers began to discuss. However, when they confirmed that the direction it was heading was the next stage area, their eyes widened. The entire process consisted of 6 steps. Step 1, departure ceremony. Step 2, heading to the target point. Step 3, fishing in the stormy domain. Step 4, hunting water demons and sea monsters. Step 5, returning via the same route. Step 6, winning as quickly as possible. But in reality, if you look closely, you'll find there are only 5 steps. Step 6 is more like a reminder, without imposing any rules. To put it bluntly, everyone is currently at Step 3, which is essentially fishing in the stormy domain. But who could have imagined that the people in the Flower Calyx Pavilion have already started Step 4? You see, taking 1 step ahead is equivalent to taking every step ahead. On the other side, in the Shattered Moon Flowing Frost, Long Zao asked in surprise, have these people misunderstood? To this, Mu Biyun pondered for a moment before replying, perhaps, this is my destiny with the Flower Calyx Pavilion. she had already taken a liking to the flower calyx pavilion. And then, she was misunderstood by those around her. In a way, everything was preordained, it was destined that she would possess this beautiful boat. Little did she know, this very reason would shield Su Changqing from countless troubles. On the other side, Su Changqing steered the flower calyx boat at full speed, cutting through the waves. Behind him, there wasn't a single boat, not even a shuttle or a vessel. He had already left everyone else far behind. Chu quickly reminded him, "Junior brother, quickly check the point rules for hunting water demons and sea monsters." Su Changqing took out his jade pendant, probed it with his spiritual sense, and then explained. Wave-chasing shrimp demon, 5 points for killing one. Ink octopus demon, 8 points for killing one. Crab armor warrior, 15 points for killing one. Snake neck sea monster, 25 points for killing one. Icefin demon shark, 40 points for killing one. Lightning eel king, 50 points for killing one. After listening to the explanation, Chu pondered, water demons are easy to kill, but these sea monsters are not simple. They are not only dangerous, but they also possess certain special abilities. To put it bluntly, most water demons are monsters that can be killed by those in the chi refining stage. Sea monsters are different. Not only are they enormous, but they are also extremely dangerous. Only through cooperation between Foundation establishment cultivators is there a possibility of a successful hunt. At their current cultivation levels, one was in the early Foundation establishment stage, and the other in the peak stage. Killing water demons was easy, but hunting sea monsters could be disastrous. After all, Su Changqing had always been a farmer and was not skilled in combat. Unsurprisingly, Chu would do most of the hunting, with Su Changqing only assisting from the sidelines. After an unknown amount of time, the color of the seawater ahead gradually changed. From a deep blue at first, it gradually became turbid. Furthermore, the seawater began to turn black and smelly. The two colors of seawater collided, producing foul-smelling foam. Even the spiritual energy here became extremely unstable, feeling exceptionally chaotic. Su Changqing and Chu exchanged a glance. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the turbid current zone marked on the map, where a large number of water demons reside. There are two areas for hunting water demons and sea monsters. One is the turbid current zone before them. It mainly contains water demons, with sea monsters occasionally appearing. Secondly, there's the even more distant raging waves domain. The number of water demons there is extremely small, most are enormous sea monsters. In terms of points, hunting sea monsters would definitely allow you to reach 60 points much sooner. However, the difficulty level is different for both. Chu stepped forward. I have a water spirit root. Let's test the waters in the turbid current zone first. You keep watch from above. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Okay. Whoosh. Chu's body flickered, instantly disappearing from his original spot. The next time he reappeared, he was already on the surface of the turbid current zone. He stood calmly amidst the churning, foul seawater. Seeing this, Su Changqing thought to himself, there are no shortcuts here. At this moment, Chu, using his water spirit root and spiritual sense, had already detected a water demon lurking among the waves, attempting a sneak attack. He revealed a cold smile, activating the max-level water transformation technique, causing tentacles of lifeless jellyfish to descend from the void behind him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tentacles, sharp as blades, pierced through the water, instantly cutting through the waves. Then, a wave-chasing shrimp spirit appeared, its eyes filled with astonishment and terror. Before it could react, a tentacle pierced its head, and a yellowish-brown, murky substance immediately flowed out. Chu chuckled, points +5. Seeing it wasn't too difficult, he gradually loosened up his efforts. Su Changqing, standing behind, gave a thumbs up. Just then, a slight vibration came from the azure gourd. He immediately pulled it out and found it was Hubagui's communication talisman. Hey, old Su, watch out for Zhao Wuji. What? He stole our spot and caught several dragon whisker koi. He's already got 60 points and is heading your way. Are you guys alright? Our boat is damaged, we might be disqualified. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint in them. Zhao Wuji, you're asking for it. Chapter 344 The Thunder Eel King. With a splash, Chu emerged from the water, carrying the corpses of two wave-chasing shrimp spirits back to the deck of the flower calyx boat. He noticed that Su Changqing's expression was somewhat off. Chu tossed the wave-chasing shrimp spirit corpses aside and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Changqing briefly recounted the events. It's like this. Chu was stunned. How did Zhao Wuji find out? Su Changqing pondered. You forgot? That guy has a dragon beast. Chu then realized, right, it was a cub of a thunder quay dragon beast. Though not a true dragon, it was a hybrid of a thunder quay and an earth dragon. Because of the thunder quay's innate talent, it had a natural affinity for lightning. Perhaps the thunder quay dragon beast sensed the aura of the dragon-bearded koi and the golden-fin dragon koi, which was why Zhao Wuji had taken that spot. As for why he offended the disciples of the Dongting immortal sect, only the sect leader himself probably knows. Su Changqing said in a deep voice, he's heading this way now. Shu Chu raised an eyebrow, he wouldn't actually attack us, would he? Su Changqing sneered inwardly, that's perfect. Sure enough, a large ship soon emerged from the waves. The ship was about 10 jang long, with a streamlined hull. The main body of the ship was made of dark brown black iron driftwood, with silver-gray lightning marks embedded in the wood grain, gleaming with a cold metallic light in the sunlight. The most eye-catching feature was the lightning patterns covering the entire hull. These patterns snaked from the bow to the stern, converging into the character, lei, meaning thunder, seal. When spiritual energy flowed, they shone with a silver-purple light, as if countless small snakes were writhing around the ship. The bow was sharp as a sword, its surface seemingly crackling with electricity. When the mainsail was raised, it resembled a colossal beast opening its mouth, frantically devouring the surrounding air currents. The stern narrowed like a beast's tail, with a large bell made of black iron hanging from its end. The bell was engraved with reverse lightning patterns, and surprisingly, it didn't produce a clear ringing sound while sailing. Instead, it emitted a low hum with the vibrations of the ship. Furthermore, Su Changqing and Chu Chu discovered that the polluted water in the turbid current couldn't get close to the ship. In no time, it stopped 10 meters away from the flower calyx pavilion. Two people stepped out, both dressed in the robes of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect. One was Zhao Wuji. The other was another Dragon Tiger Immortal sect disciple they didn't recognize. At this moment, Zhao Wuji spoke from the deck, praising with slightly enthusiastic enthusiasm, Fairy Biyun, the place where you fished earlier is truly a feng shui treasure. The dragon beard koi, which are rarely seen, are everywhere. However, there was not a sound from the other side, as if no one was there. Inside the flower calyx boat, Su Changqing and Chu Chu exchanged a glance. What do you mean? Chu Chu suddenly realized, he thinks we're Fairy Biyun, no wonder he's been chasing us. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. If we keep ignoring him, he'll definitely push his luck. Chu Chu thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Here's what we'll do, you stay here and pretend to be Fairy Biyun, I'll meet him alone. Su Changqing hesitated slightly. But, Chu Chu revealed his plan, since Zhao Wuji admires Fairy Biyun, why don't we turn the tables and get him to help hunt down water demons and sea monsters? Su Changqing was quite surprised. Is this really the senior brother Chu I know? He was even more puzzled, how come everyone around him was becoming old six? Then, Chu Chu walked out alone. Zhao Wuji heard the commotion and his eyes lit up. His face lit up with joy, but then his gaze froze. Bei Yunxian, how come it's a man? Chu Chu said expressionlessly, I am Bei Yunxian's companion, named Masha. Masha? Zhao Wuji and his fellow disciple exchanged glances, they had never heard of this name before. Chu Chu then said warningly, you have disturbed Bei Yunxian. Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly, sorry, we didn't mean to. Chu Chu said with a half smile, in that case, why not? However, before he could finish speaking, the waters became deathly silent, and at the same time, a suffocating atmosphere suddenly descended. Immediately afterwards, a low hum came from beneath the surface of the sea, like muffled thunder. The sea suddenly surged and churned, tiny sparks of silvery purple electricity crackling on the crests of the waves. 100 meters away, a 10-jang-high wall of water abruptly rose, its top splitting open to reveal a massive, serpentine head. Its snout was long and slender like a sword, with 3 gill slits on each side. Between the opening and closing of these slits, instead of water, it spewed out plasma with a fishy smell. The plasma struck the water's surface, causing strings of bubbles to rise, each bursting and releasing even smaller bursts of electricity. It had no eyes, instead, on its forehead was a translucent lightning crystal, within which flowed a thick, magma-like purple electric current. As it rotated, countless tiny bolts of lightning shot from the crystal, weaving a net across the sea's surface. When it opened its mouth, 2 rows of serrated fangs were visible, with pale purple electric threads coiled between them. Even more astonishing was its tail thin, broad as a sail, edged with a ring of silvery white keratin. When it swung, the water it stirred up was electrolyzed into a white mist, within which countless charged water droplets floated. From a distance, it looked as if the creature was enveloped in a cloud of lightning mist, even the air crackling and popping as it stirred it. Judging by appearance, it was at least 20 jang long. The Thunder Eel King. So it really was attracted by the thunder bell I hung at the stern? With its core, I can go into seclusion and break through to the Earth-grade golden core. Seeing this colossal creature, everyone was stunned. Su Changqing and Chu Chu, in particular, stared wide-eyed. After all, sea monsters usually stayed in the raging wave domain and rarely appeared in the turbid current zone. But Zhao Wuji's words implied that he had lured this Thunder Eel King here. Chu Chu was surprised by this unexpected bonus. He had only intended to invite Zhao Wuji to hunt the water demon, but instead, a sea monster had appeared, a Thunder Eel King worth 50 points, no less. Before he could speak, Zhao Wuji asked, fellow deist Mo, Masha, I invite you and Fairy Biyun to hunt this sea monster together. The points will be split equally afterward. As for the core part, I will keep it for myself. What do you say? Shu Chu was secretly delighted, but didn't agree immediately. He pretended to ponder for a moment before replying, I can participate. As for Fairy Biyun, Zhao Wuji was puzzled, and what? Shu Chu said helplessly, Fairy Biyun is currently cultivating at a crucial moment and cannot participate in the cooperation for the time being. Zhao Wuji suddenly realized, no wonder you didn't come out to see me, you were cultivating. In that case, the three of us can hunt it down just the same. Shu Chu nodded slightly, alright. Zhao Wuji immediately pressed, what's your cultivation level? Shu Chu blurted out, perfect foundation establishment. Zhao Wuji's lips curled up, appearing quite confident. 2 perfect foundation establishment cultivators, 1 late foundation establishment cultivator, plus my thunderclap ship and the thunderquay dragon beast with 300 years of cultivation. Even if Fairy Biyun doesn't intervene, we can still take down the Thunder Eel King. Inside the flower calyx boat, Su Changqing sneered upon hearing this. While the three of them were piloting the thunderclap ship to hunt the Thunder Eel King, he quickly left. Finding a spot where he wouldn't be seen, he immediately summoned the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, even donning the illusion skin that had altered his face, transforming back into the fire spirit root Zurong. Then, with a whoosh, he and the ship instantly disappeared into the dark, polluted water. Chapter 345, that's it? In the turbid currents, Su Changqing stood on the deck of the demonic dragon's water-avoiding ship. A water demon would occasionally approach, its murky eyes fixed on the massive ship radiating dragon power, yet it remained intimidated by the invisible pressure emanating from it. Anyone else would have already seized the opportunity to collect points. But Su Changqing was different. To avoid being noticed by Zhao Wuji above, he stubbornly resisted the temptation of points, remaining silent and motionless throughout. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to both subdue the Thunder Eel King and ambush Zhao Wuji. Although Su Changqing's spiritual sense scanning range was compressed in the turbid currents, a fire crow circled back and forth in the sky, clearly observing everything below. A makeshift team of 3 Zhao Wuji, a foundation establishment cultivator at its peak, Shu Chu, also at the peak of foundation establishment, and a late-stage foundation establishment disciple from the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect was fighting against a Thunder Eel King with hundreds of years of cultivation. Zhao Wuji possessed a thunder spiritual root. Shu Chu had both water and wood spiritual roots. The third Dragon Tiger Immortal sect disciple possessed a metal spiritual root. In terms of attributes, Shu Chu was somewhat at a disadvantage. After all, thunder counters water. However, wood is, to some extent, closely related to thunder. Therefore, he was in an awkward position. In short, he couldn't inflict much damage, nor could he take much damage himself. Fortunately, one of the other two was nearly immune to lightning, and the other wasn't at a disadvantage. The three of them, working together, with the thunderclap ship absorbing the lightning nearby, actually managed to suppress the Thunder Eel King with hundreds of years of cultivation. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. Strange, where is that dragon beast? Currently, what he was most looking forward to was the cub of the Thunder Quay dragon beast. Both the Thunder Quay and the Earth Dragon are legendary creatures, possessing terrifying strength. The offspring of their union would undoubtedly be extraordinary in both talent and ability. But now, there wasn't even a shadow of it. At this moment, the battle between the three above and the Thunder Eel King reached its climax. Zhao Wuji stomped his foot, leaping into the air from the deck of the thunderclap ship. While briefly floating in the air, he activated the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect's Purple Extreme Radiant Thunder technique. The thunderous spiritual power in his chi instantly spread throughout his body. Then, countless purple lightning bolts overflowed from his pores. His long, black hair stood on end slightly. At the same time, his eyes instantly turned purple. Shu Chu, standing nearby, immediately felt a sharp, piercing pain on his skin. He was secretly alarmed. Is this the top-tier lightning technique of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect? Boom! A thunderclap exploded out of nowhere. The previously turbulent current suddenly stopped, followed by a terrifying and violent aura. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning erupted from Zhao Wuji's hands, forming a crisscrossing net. Wherever it passed, the seawater evaporated instantly, and the air smelled scorching. In the blink of an eye, it had captured the Lightning Eel King. Crackling sounds rang out in succession, sending chills down the spines of those who heard them, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. Even through the seawater, Su Changqing could still sense the dangerous aura and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder lightning techniques are ranked first, they are truly terrifying. And this was only the circulation of the technique, not even the casting of a spell. If one considers cultivation techniques and spells, coupled with spiritual weapons and talismans, Zhao Wuji's combat power is definitely more astonishing than it appears. Although the Lightning Eel King itself is of the lightning element and should theoretically possess resistance, it still struggles to withstand the top-tier lightning techniques of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect. The originally translucent lightning crystal on its forehead, after absorbing a large amount of purple extreme radiant lightning, deepened in color and then turned purple. Then, with a crack, it instantly became covered in cracks. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji revealed a smug smile. Fellow deist Masha, junior brother Luo Tang, this sea monster's energy source has been shattered. Let's take this opportunity to kill it. Luo Tang nodded, yes, senior brother. Chu Chu nodded slightly, alright. The two immediately agreed, not daring to refuse. The three quickly combined their attacks, unleashing their most powerful moves. The Lightning Eel King was imprisoned, unable to escape, and could only watch helplessly as it was attacked. With a series of splattering sounds, wounds appeared, blood gushing out. The intense pain caused the Thunder Eel King to struggle frantically, churning the seawater, but the energy crystal on its forehead was shattered, and death was inevitable. At this moment, only despair remained in its heart. Zhao Wuji, his face arrogant, his eyes filled with deep contempt, said, I will deliver this final blow. An opportunity. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. He quickly stuffed a flame fruit into his mouth and chewed up a crimson sun pill. The pills entered his stomach, and their scorching medicinal power instantly surged throughout his body. Then he unleashed a dragon flame breath at the thunderclap ship above. Boom! A cyan flame evaporated the murky seawater along its path before slamming into the bottom of the thunderclap. Suddenly attacked, the thunderclap shuddered violently and began to sway uncontrollably from side to side. But at the same time, the lightning patterns on its surface flashed wildly, releasing all the lightning power it had absorbed, quickly forming a protective shield. Luo Tang, caught off guard, was thrown into the air, only to be stopped by the shield and prevented from falling into the water. Zhao Wuji, still in the air, was unaffected. The thunderclap was attacked underwater. Chu Chu barely steadied himself, looking into the depths of the turbid current. Could there be another sea monster? Just then, Su Changqing multitasked, continuing to control the demon dragon water-avoiding ship, bombarding the thunderclap, while simultaneously circulating the Nine Flames Profound technique, activating the intense fire elemental power in his danshin. Suddenly, the seawater in the turbid current began to gurgle. The previously slightly cool seawater suddenly began to steam. The scene was so intense it seemed to boil over. Then, with a whoosh, the seawater evaporated, creating a space tens of meters high, and a figure shot into the sky accompanied by twisted flames. Caw, caw, caw. The fire crows emitted piercing cries, like a death knell. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wuji and the other two all narrowed their eyes. Suddenly, the figure in the firelight roared, where did this coward come from, daring to disturb my cultivation and even injure my spirit pet? You're courting death. The next second, a fully leveled blazing sun finger erupted from its fingertips. It split into three beams, instantly locking onto Zhao Wuji, Chu Chu, and Luo Tang. A flash of golden light, the air distorted, and the terrifying power caused the three to change their expressions drastically. Zhao Wuji felt the scorching golden light, his pupils contracting sharply. Caught off guard, he reacted abruptly. Purple extreme heavenly net. His hair instantly turned a streak of black and purple, standing on end. A vortex of lightning swirled in each of his pupils. Purple lightning intertwined before him, weaving into a close-fitting lightning robe. He formed a hand seal, and a purple lightning serpent as thick as a bull shot forth, colliding with the incoming golden light. Boom! The purple lightning and golden light exploded, the shockwave causing the turbid current to churn. The lightning serpent was crushed inch by the golden light, the remaining force propelling Zhao Wuji backward. The lightning patterns around his body sizzled under the scorching golden light, and his protective robe cracked. He crashed into the water with a plop, creating a huge splash. Su Changqing looked at his disheveled figure as he fell into the water, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. The number one person below the golden core stage, is that all? Chapter 346 Complete Domination. At this moment, two more golden lights arrived before the thunderclap. Because Chu Chu and Luo Tang were both on the ship, their attacks were blocked by the protective shield. As a result, with a series of crackling sounds, the lightning patterns on the thunderclap dimmed one after another. Clearly, although the attack had been withstood, the protective shield was gone. In other words, the thunderclap was completely exposed to the demonic dragon's water-avoiding ship. Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he released another burst of dragon flame breath. With a gurgling sound, a deafening boom, the massive thunderclap shook violently once more. From the bottom where it had been attacked, scorch marks appeared. The two on board, especially Luo Tang, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, were once again thrown out. This time, without the protective shield, he didn't even have time to summon a means of transportation before being thrown out and crashing into the water. Chu Chu was alright. Seeing the ship was in trouble, he immediately took to the air, then used his water manipulation technique to ride the waves and quickly create distance. Strangely, the mysterious expert didn't pursue him, but let him go, showing no intention of attacking. Su Changqing thought to himself, he's the strongest foundation establishment disciple of the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect, and invincible below the golden core stage in the cultivation world. He couldn't possibly have died like this. He must still be alive, and probably even has a way to protect himself. Sure enough, the air in the turbid current seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing a choking sensation. Then, the seawater surged, creating waves 10 meters high. Following this, with a plop, Zhao Wuji sprang out. Below him stood a massive spirit beast. Its height alone exceeded 3 meters. Its shoulder width was nearly 2 meters. Although it only had one leg, it was as thick as a pillar. Its entire body was covered in dark golden scales, the edges of which shimmered with a faint purple light. Each scale was the size of a palm, resembling a suit of armor. A row of serrated spines ran along its back, from its neck to the base of its tail. The tips of the spines were slightly charred, and occasionally, half-inch-long blue flames would burst forth from them. A pair of twisted, short horns grew from its forehead, their shafts riddled with honeycomb-like holes from which thin bolts of lightning would occasionally shoot out. Its muzzle was longer than that of ordinary beasts, revealing 2 pairs of sharp fangs. The fangs were coated with dark purple saliva and emitted a faint sulfurous smell. Its eyes were amber, and when it moved, pale purple streaks would appear on the whites of its eyes. 2 white jets of air shot from its nostrils, each jet containing tiny sparks of electricity. Its tail wasn't long, but it had a bushy mane, bluish-purple in color, each hair crackling with electricity, making a crackling sound when it swung, like a thunder whip. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. This is a thunder quay dragon beast, a cub. Although the cub hadn't shown much ferocity, just standing there, the overwhelming pressure of the thunder quay bloodline emanating from its body caused the surrounding water demons to scatter and flee. Even the black water carried by the turbid current swirled around its hooves, as if fearing this innate power of thunder. At this moment, Zhao Wuji's fabric was covered in dazzlingly bright thunder patterns, the silver-gray lines crisscrossing wildly, like countless thunder serpents darting about. His pupils transformed into 2 swirling vortexes of thunder, the whites of his eyes crawling with spiderweb-like thunder patterns, and when he looked at Su Changqing, he was incredibly fierce, like a demon ready to devour its prey. You're courting death. The voice, filled with gritted teeth and a chilling aura, shook the surrounding seawater, causing it to explode with a whoosh, pushing the black water back 3 feet to reveal hidden reefs. The air instantly filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Each breath Su Changqing took felt like swallowing tiny sparks, his throat burning with discomfort. The next second, Zhao Wuji raised his right hand, fingers spread, the purple lightning gathering in his palm no longer the previous lightning snakes or nets. It condensed into a semi-transparent lightning spear, its tip flashing with a blinding white light. Seawater that approached evaporated into white vapor, forming a swirling column of white mist beneath the spear tip. Just as he was about to strike, another deafening boom resounded, followed by a crisp crack. Su Changqing and Zhao Wuji looked towards the source of the sound. The massive thunderclap ship was cracked, and murky seawater poured in. Then, before their very eyes, the ship suddenly tilted, its starboard side sinking into the water, its hull rising sharply upwards. It spun wildly in the turbid current like a tattered leaf, then slowly sank. Zhao Wuji instantly broke down, letting out a howl. My thunderclap. Opportunity. Su Changqing had been waiting for this moment. Blazing sun finger, crimson sun piercing the sun. Golden flames surged, condensing into a golden pillar of light about 10 feet in diameter. The flames within the pillar no longer leaped, but solidified like a red-hot gold brick, its surface flowing with fine fiery patterns, the air crackling and sizzling. The murky seawater in the area evaporated instantly, revealing a distorted wave of heat. Zhao Wuji was horrified by what he saw. Such a powerful figure actually exists in Suanzhen City or the Kanglan Sea? At this moment, he felt immense regret, wishing he hadn't come. Feeling his blood surging, he stomped his foot hard on the back of the thunder dragon beast. The beast roared in pain. Its dark golden scales stood on end, and blue flames shot up half a foot from the tips of its thorns. With a single stomp, it forced the boiling seawater to retreat in all directions. The short horn on its forehead lit up, and countless fine lightning bolts spewed from its honeycomb-like holes. These bolts coiled around Zhao Wuji's body, causing the lightning patterns on his clothes to light up. Furthermore, dense, silver-gray patterns crawled along the veins beneath his skin all over his neck, merging with the lightning vortex in his pupils. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a thick lightning shield quickly formed. The next second, a pillar of crimson sunlight pierced the sky, enveloping the lightning shield. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muffled, grinding sound, like bones being crushed. Golden flames attempted to devour the lightning. Purple lightning desperately tore through the flames. The two forces clashed back and forth in a space of about 10 feet, scattering the surrounding seawater and revealing a distorted area. Keep in mind that Su Changqing's max-level Blazing Sun Finger could contend with an early-stage Golden Core Cultivator. Moreover, he had consumed the amplifying Flame Fruit and Crimson Sun Pill before the battle. The combined power of these multiple effects was terrifying beyond measure. Zhao Wuji's ability to hold out this long was already quite impressive. His face was flushed red, his teeth were clenched so tightly they were grinding, and the veins on his arms were bulging. The thunder dragon beast beneath his feet was also in bad shape, its once dazzling scales were now covered in charred soot. The mane on its tail was singed and curled by the flames, and even the low growl in its throat turned into a painful whimper. Su Changqing said with a playful expression, "You don't think that's all, do you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Su Changqing didn't answer, but silently channeled the wood elemental power in his dantian into the fire elemental power. Instantly, wood ignited into fire, doubling its power. Chapter 347, taking first place. The blazing sun was no longer a single golden flame, but was now enveloped in a layer of emerald green. The two colors intertwined and devoured each other, ultimately transforming into a yellow-green pillar of light several meters in diameter. The flames on the pillar's surface no longer flowed, but churned like living things. The air ignited, forming a long line of fire, even distorting space itself, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning wood. Zhao Wuji's clothes burned to ashes inch by inch, and the seawater beneath his feet was violently boiled, this time without even bubbling, directly bursting into white mist, creating a wall of steam several meters high. The thunder dragon beast's dark golden scales were scorched, beads of sweat seeping out. The fine lightning bolts spewing from its short horn were instantly extinguished upon contact with the heat of the pillar. Complete suppression. Utter crushing. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, like a lone sail in a raging heatwave, felt the same despair he had felt before with the Thunder Eel King. Just as he was about to unleash his life-saving technique, the surrounding flames suddenly subsided. The turbid water flowed back, quickly filling the space that had just evaporated. It was as if they had instantly returned to the state before the battle. Zhao Wuji stared in astonishment. Su Changqing withdrew his flames and said expressionlessly, "Considering our past relationship with the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect, I'll spare your life this time." Zhao Wuji immediately felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders and quickly bowed. "Thank you for your mercy, senior." Su Changqing said in a deep voice, "That ship is the price you paid for your recklessness." Yes. Zhao Wuji nodded vigorously, not daring to refute. Su Changqing waved his hand impatiently. "Let's go." Just as Zhao Wuji and the Thunder Dragon Beast were about to leave, waves surged on the other side, and Luo Tang, who had fallen into the water, surfaced, hurriedly calling out, "Senior brother, don't forget me." Because he was afraid of dying, he had hidden in the water for a long time, not daring to surface at all. Only now, seeing that his senior brother was alive, did he appear. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. "Summon your mode of transportation, let's go." Luo Tang hurriedly summoned a 7-colored flying sword, then asked, "Where are we going?" Zhao Wuji glanced at the mysterious powerhouse behind him with lingering fear, recalling the battle scene just now, feeling a chill run down his spine, straight back to the immortal sect. Luo Tang was surprised. "Aren't you going to compete?" He remembered that the other party had participated in this once-in-a-century thousand sails racing tournament. One of the reasons was to obtain the water spirit source crystal, thereby awakening his water spirit root. Thus, he could use water to conduct electricity and participate in the Myriad Wave's secret realm 10 years later. He would obtain the only Su Shui opportunity within. Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes in annoyance. "The thunderclap ship is gone, what's the point of competing?" Immediately, the two quickly departed. Throughout the entire process, Su Changqing merely watched them go, without any intention of launching a sneak attack. He and Zhao Wuji weren't mortal enemies, teaching Hu Bagui a lesson was enough. Of course, there were actually two other reasons for this action. One reason was to test his own strength. Now it seemed that the combined effects allowed him to easily crush Zhao Wuji, who was considered invincible below the Golden Core stage. The second reason was to destroy the Thunderclap ship, disqualifying Zhao Wuji from the competition. This way, no one could compete with him for first place. Su Changqing glanced to the side and saw that the Thunder Eel King was dead. Its surface was covered in marks of flames and lightning. Its death was rather gruesome. Its long body floated on the murky sea, swaying occasionally. Then, sensing the demon dragon water avoiding ship, he noticed its strange posture. It was actually riding the damaged Thunderclap ship. Those who knew understood it was undergoing a process of devouring and evolving. Those who didn't might have thought it had some peculiar fetish. Seeing this, Su Changqing looked at the distant flower calyx boat, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "My spirit pet is gone, my cultivation has been disturbed. I'd better leave." Immediately, he transformed into a ball of fire and flew off in another direction. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. Beside the flower calyx boat, Chu Chu emerged, his expression grave. "I never imagined there was a powerful expert in seclusion here," he said. He had intended to use Zhao Wuji as a tool, but nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he survived, and Zhao Wuji was also alive. However, looking at the empty interior of the flower calyx boat, he frowned. Just as he was filled with worry for Su Changqing, the seawater surged beside him. With a splash, a head emerged. "Who?" "Su Changqing." Chu Chu was stunned. "Junior brother Su, what are you doing in the water?" Su Changqing replied matter-of-factly, "Because I'm afraid of dying." Chu Chu was speechless for a moment. As Su Changqing returned to the flower calyx boat, he asked, "Where's Zhao Wuji?" Chu Chu spread his hands, a hint of playfulness in his voice, and said, "He ran away." Su Changqing immediately exclaimed excitedly, "I just found a lot of water monsters that were burned or electrocuted in the water. We've hit the jackpot." Chu Chu pointed to the corpse of the Thunder Eel King floating on the murky water in the distance. "Those are nothing. With this sea monster here, we can head back." Even so, the two stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. They collected everything, from the Thunder Eel King's corpse to the various water monster corpses, especially their core parts. Half an hour later, the two returned in the flower calyx boat. On the way back, they spotted a familiar ship approaching from the opposite direction. Two familiar figures stood on board. The ship was Broken Moon Flowing Frost. The people were Fairy Biyun and Long Zao. New Biyun rarely showed surprise. "You're already finished?" Su Changqing nodded slightly, "Yes." New Biyun asked again, "Where's Zhao Wuji?" Su Changqing and Chu Chu exchanged a glance. "He went home first." Afterwards, they frequently encountered boats, barges, and shuttles heading to the turbid stream to hunt water demons. Those on board praised the flower calyx boat as it returned. As expected of Fairy Biyun. After all, she's a core disciple of one of the three great immortal sects. She's definitely not simple. "It seems we can only compete for 2nd to 10th place. Some even simply gave up the competition." They followed the flower calyx boat back to Suanxin City port. After receiving the news, Zhao Qinyun patiently waited on the water lily. From a distance, he saw the large, jade-white flower. "Fairy Biyun! Fairy Biyun! Fairy Biyun, how come she's a man?" The onlookers cheered, but as they shouted, they were all stunned when they saw two men step off the flower calyx boat, not the much-anticipated Fairy Biyun. Zhao Qinyun was taken aback at first, then chuckled, "I thought the flower calyx boat belonged to someone else, but it turns out it's one of our own. Gentlemen, do you have enough points?" Su Changqing didn't say much, first taking out the fish he had caught. 3 dragon whisker koi, 60 points. 1 golden fin dragon carp, 50 points. A total of 110 points. Zhao Qinyun exclaimed in surprise, "A golden fin dragon carp that hasn't appeared in 30 years? This kind of dragon fish is so rare that even the onlookers were stunned." Su Changqing asked calmly, "Are your fishing points enough?" Zhao Qinyun nodded slightly, "Enough." Su Changqing then began taking out the corpses of the water demons. 10 wave-chasing shrimp spirits, 50 points. 1 Thunder Eel King, 50 points. Total 100 points. Looking at the enormous corpse before him, Zhao Qinyun was no longer calm. The corpse of the Thunder Eel King, a sea monster? Few people could hunt a sea monster of this level, let alone 2 people taking it down. Su Changqing raised his chin and asked again, "Are the points from hunting the sea monster enough?" Zhao Qinyun nodded vigorously, "Enough." Immediately, Su Changqing pressed on, "Then, have we won first place in this 1,000 sails racing tournament?" Zhao Qinyun took a deep breath and announced loudly, "Congratulations to Chu Chu and Su Changqing of the daunting immortal sect for winning first place in this 1,000 sails racing tournament." Chapter 348, Awakening the Water Spiritual Root. As everyone knows, the first place winner of the 1,000 sails racing tournament, besides receiving water spirit crystals, will also receive 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a century-long fishing license in the spirit gathering abyss, and a wave-breaking boat personally gifted by the city lord. Currently, all these items are in Su Changqing's hands. Considering that he and Chu Chu won first place together, he felt he should share the rewards. Su Changqing's idea was to split the 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones equally. However, Chu Chu only asked for 5,000. As for the wave-breaking boat, its advantages and disadvantages are obvious. Advantages: extremely fast movement on water. Disadvantages: unable to fly. Although it can glide on land, its speed is still slower than that of a land-based spirit beast. Chu Chu already possesses Crane 7, so naturally he doesn't value this thing. As for the century-long fishing license in the spirit gathering abyss, he only wanted 10% of the total profits. But Su Changqing's concern wasn't the distribution of profits, but rather how to manage the business. The spirit gathering abyss is extremely rich in resources because it's close to the underwater dragon vein. Leaving aside monthly and yearly profits, the daily earnings alone are at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If some rare natural treasures are discovered, the profits could at least double, or even several times over. The biggest problem is how to maximize these profits. Do it yourself? Sure, but it's a waste of time. Hire others? The labor costs would be very high. You see, the spirit gathering abyss is deep within the Kanglan Sea, inaccessible to ordinary Tanka people. In short, you'd need to hire a group of cultivators, at least at the chi refining stage. Moreover, they must possess water, earth, and metal spiritual roots. Secondly, you'd need to rent a diving gathering vessel. All of this combined would be a considerable expense. While the spirit gathering abyss offers substantial profits, obtaining it is difficult. The best solution is to cooperate with others, sharing a portion of the profits. And this is why Zhao Qinyun stayed. Su Changqing pondered, cooperate with the city lord's mansion? Zhao Qinyun smiled slightly, the spirit gathering abyss itself belongs to us, we're just giving you 100 years to manage it. Su Changqing nodded slightly, that's true. Zhao Qinyun said with a playful expression, of course, if you have acquaintances in the 5 major families, you can choose to cooperate with them, but the price will be higher. Su Changqing asked in confusion, why? Zhao Qinyun explained, the area near the spirit gathering abyss is the lair of the merfolk. If the 5 major families or other forces want to collect resources, they'll have to pay protection money. Huba Gui asked in surprise, doesn't your city lord's mansion have to pay? Zhao Qinyun gave an affirmative answer, our city lord's mansion has a very good personal relationship with the merfolk. Not only do we not have to pay protection money, but we can also hire merfolk to help us collect resources. So, there's no choice at all. Either choose the city lord's mansion, or choose someone else. How about we go back and ask the immortal sect? The group discussed animatedly. Chu Chu said in a deep voice, I don't think we can go back and consult the immortal sect. Su Changqing pondered, are you worried about being robbed? Chu Chu said seriously, if the immortal sect finds out about this, we only have 2 outcomes. 1. The immortal sect doesn't care about the profits from the spirit gathering abyss. 2. They're willing to cooperate but will take most of the profits. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing exchanged glances with Hu Bagui, Li Sankei, Li Xianlin, and Han Su. As for why Zhao Ziyou wasn't there, he hadn't returned yet. Zhao Qinyun spoke again, for Brother Chu's sake, our city lord's mansion only wants 30% of the profits, the rest is yours. That is to say, Chu Chu gets 10%. The city lord's mansion gets 30%. Su Changqing gets the remaining 60%. It has to be said that compared to the 5 major families and other forces that pay protection fees, or the immortal sects that take the lion's share, or even potentially steal all the profits from the spirit gathering abyss, the city lord's mansion is currently the best choice. Not only do they only need 30% of the profits, but they can also hire mermaids to help with the gathering. This is far better than hiring a group of chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators themselves. No matter how you look at it, especially considering maximizing profits, it is undoubtedly the best choice, even without exception. At 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones per day, Su Changqing can get 600 mid-grade spirit stones every day without even lifting a finger. That's 6,000 in 10 days, nearly 20,000 a month. He wouldn't even need to sell wine or pills anymore. Su Changqing smiled, I don't seem to have a better choice. Immediately, he and Zhao Qinyun discussed the details. Once both sides were satisfied, they signed the Spirit Talisman contract. Then, Zhao Qinyun turned and left. Although the century-long 1,000 Sales racing tournament had successfully concluded, he still had many things to do. For example, going to Dream Island. Originally, Zhao Qinyun wanted to invite Chu Chu and Su Changqing to the island together. Unfortunately, the two weren't interested and directly refused. Without outsiders, Hu Bagui chuckled, Old Su, since you've made a fortune, shouldn't we go to the Sea Demon Pavilion to celebrate? Su Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, you're absolutely right. However, celebration was only one aspect. He had another idea, or rather, a decision. That was to find a mermaid to merge with while simultaneously giving birth to a water spirit root. Immediately, everyone left the Dragon Suppression Tower and headed towards the Sea Demon Pavilion. Sea Demon Pavilion, Whale Fall Elegant Room. As soon as the door opened, Su Changqing and the others smelled a faint, salty, damp scent. Looking inside, their eyes lit up. The interior was very well decorated. The walls were covered with deep-sea blue diatomaceous earth, adorned with silver-gray water patterns. The floor was covered with a light sand-colored soft carpet, soft and silent underfoot. In the center was an irregularly shaped long wooden table, its surface polished smooth as a mirror. In the very center was a semi-transparent glass piece containing small corals and shells, refracting tiny specks of light as the light moved around. Beside the table were 6 large wooden chairs, their armrests upholstered in soft leather. 3 seashell lamps hang from the ceiling, each containing a warm yellow luminous pearl. Light filters through the natural patterns of the shells, casting dappled shadows on the walls. The interplay of light and shadow creates the feeling of being underwater. In a corner, a miniature trench is created using piled-up rocks, through which flowing water gently passes, its bottom covered with fine white coral sand. Several fluorescent fish, about half a finger's length, swim in the water, their soft murmur echoing the distant, faint sound of waves. First, several cold dishes are served as appetizers to accompany the drinks. Iced sea bream, chilled jellyfish salad, grilled squid, drunken crab claws. A variety of drinks are available. Whale oil wine, coral-infused fruit wine, sea-dew clear wine, pre-rain Longjing tea. The hot dishes are unique, yet not uncommon. steamed sea bass, stir-fried conch slices, seafood tofu casserole, and so on. The service was excellent. The waitresses wore semi-transparent long gowns, revealing glimpses of their surroundings. After a satisfying meal, Chu Chu left with Han Su and Li Xianlin, leaving Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Li San-Ke to head to the Mermaid Palace. Li San-Ke had never been before and was experiencing this for the first time, so he was a little shy and unsure how to choose. Su Changqing and Hu Bagui, having had experience before, quickly selected a suitable waitress. Although they had more choices this time, Su Changqing still chose Mingzu. Not because of his preference, but because of familiarity. Upon seeing it was her again, Mingzu shrank back in fright but dared not refuse. Soon, they were completely naked before entering the water. From tens of meters, hundreds of meters, and then 500 meters. But this time, Su Changqing didn't stop. Instead, he made Mingzu continue. Immortal Master, there's still danger. It's all right. Then, all right. This time, they went straight to 800 meters. Here, the light had gone from dim to faint. Occasionally, spots of light would fall from above, but they would vanish like shards of broken glass after a few seconds. Mingzu cautiously scanned her surroundings, then asked, Immortal Master, shall we go further? Su Changqing shook his head and said, this is fine. At this depth, it wasn't particularly dangerous, and the seabed's water elemental energy was abundant. Hearing this, Mingzu blushed and leaned closer. While enjoying the sensation, Su Changqing took out a water spirit crystal. This thing resembled a solidified teardrop, its entire surface clear as ice, radiating a pale blue halo. It was cool to the touch, but not piercing. Instead, it had a slightly warm feel. Upon closer inspection, one could see living water flowing inside. When Su Changqing grasped it, the living water inside the crystal suddenly boiled, then began to melt little by little from the surface, seeping into his body through his palm. Chapter 349 The Five Elements Perfected. In the high pressure and deep blue abyss 800 meters below, Su Changqing's wood spirit root was constantly nourished by the water spirit power of the pearl, causing every inch of his skin to tremble. When the water spirit crystal completely melted and was absorbed into his body, it surged through his meridians. Initially, it wasn't a gentle infusion, but rather carried a chilling intensity. It felt as if countless ice needles were piercing his flesh, causing considerable pain. Just then, the characteristics of the wood spirit root were activated, and the wood spirit power in his danshan automatically circulated, emitting a cooling aura. It repaired itself while simultaneously absorbing nutrients. The more chilling the water spirit crystal, the more the wood spirit root, like a plant root encountering water, frantically absorbed nutrients, then in turn tamed them. With the help of the water spirit energy from the Kanglan Sea, combined with the transitional water spirit power within the pearl, it seemed to become a strong support for the water spirit crystal, initiating a tug-of-war. As time passed and the fusion deepened, the pearl felt herself growing weaker. In contrast, the person before him appeared increasingly radiant, even exuding a unique aura. The pressure of the 800-meter deep water forced Su Changqing's body to constantly adapt. Just as the water spiritual root was gradually emerging, the fire spiritual root reacted. As the water spiritual energy within his body became increasingly abundant, the fire spiritual power in his danshan began to stir, with faint crackling sounds emanating from it. In an instant, his body experienced alternating chills and intense heat. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. Fortunately, his wood spiritual root and its associated wood spiritual power once again came into play. Wood can both draw in water and solidify fire. With the assistance of the wood spiritual power, a delicate balance between water and fire was achieved. The other two spiritual roots, earth and metal, did not react as violently. The relationship between the earth and water spiritual roots was like a riverbed meeting water, becoming denser and making the earth spiritual root the most solid foundation. The metal spiritual root, like metal polished by flowing water, transformed from hard to flexible. After all, excessive rigidity leads to breakage, while water softens it. Suddenly, a faint halo appeared around Su Changqing. The emerald green of the wood spiritual root, the crimson of the fire spiritual root, the brownish yellow of the earth spiritual root, and the silvery white of the metal spiritual root were ultimately enveloped by a flowing, ethereal blue. The 5 spiritual roots intertwined, like a 4-colored puzzle piece fitting its final piece, thus achieving completeness. The water spiritual root formed a cycle with the surrounding wood, fire, earth, and metal spiritual roots. Water nourishes wood, wood fuels fire, fire extinguishes earth, earth nurtures metal, and metal transforms into water vapor, in a continuous cycle. Su Changqing suddenly felt his body become exceptionally light, as if he had merged with the surrounding seawater, even directly inhaling the water's spiritual energy. For him, the 800-meter depth was no longer a suffocating darkness. Su Changqing's water elemental root allowed him to see the patterns of water currents. The ripples stirred by distant creatures swimming, the warm currents gushing from underwater hot springs. Even the fluctuations in spiritual energy caused by the movement of the pearl's tail were as clear as veins. The once icy seawater became gentle, and the oppressive feeling from the water pressure suddenly lessened. At the same time, a trace of water elemental energy appeared in Su Changqing's Danshan. Although small, it stirred the 5 surrounding elemental energies, forming a cycle. Suddenly, the speed at which he absorbed and refined water elemental energy accelerated. The pearl seemed to be drawn to him, clinging to him and unable to leave. As the two merged, ripples spread, even attracting surrounding creatures. Countless axe-head fish and siphonophores were drawn in, gathering around as if celebrating Su Changqing's water elemental root. Mingzu opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat before she fainted. Her water elemental power was completely exhausted. Her consciousness sank into unconsciousness. At first glance, she resembled a soulless shell. Once again, she had been drained. Su Changqing held her in his arms, then carefully sensed the changes in her body. The most obvious changes were in her internal organs. The wood elemental root corresponded to the liver, representing flourishing green wood, storing the soul and possessing resilience. The liver glowed with a faint emerald light, its texture as tough as old bamboo yet retaining its elasticity. Not only could it decompose accumulated spiritual energy impurities in the body more quickly, but its detoxification ability was also enhanced. The wood element, representing the soul, is now more susceptible to illusions, malice, and evil thoughts. The fire element corresponds to the heart, a raging inferno, fueled by life-giving blood. The heart gleams with a crimson glow as it beats, each contraction carrying the force of exploding sparks, and the blood flow is 30% faster than at the same cultivation level. The blood can now not only rapidly nourish the entire body but also burn away evil spirits. The fire element governs the spirit. A strong heart meridian ensures a focused spirit, preventing loss of control even in a state of excitement. The earth element corresponds to the spleen, like thick earth supporting and transforming substances. The spleen's texture is like fine yellow soil, covered by a layer of yellowish-brown spiritual energy membrane. Digestive abilities are greatly enhanced, swallowing metal and stones whole is no problem. The spleen can firmly lock in the blood vessels, even severely injured, blood can be slowly drained, like being absorbed by soil, buying time for treatment. Simultaneously, the earth elemental energy within the spleen coordinates with the fire elemental energy in the bloodstream, condensing a scab and earth film at the wound site to accelerate hemostasis. The metal elemental root corresponds to the lungs, sharp as metal that can cut through iron, governing chi with sharpness. The lung lobes are crystal clear like white jade, their edges gleaming with a cold silver light. Inhaled air is filtered and refined by the lungs, forcibly stripping spiritual energy from thin environments, allowing for basic cultivation even in places lacking spiritual energy. A thin golden film forms on the skin's surface, capable of withstanding the slashes of ordinary swords. The water elemental root corresponds to the kidneys, deep and abyssal, storing essence and nourishing. The surface of both kidneys is covered with a pale blue water film, beneath which flowing veins are faintly visible. Nourished by the water elemental root, the kidneys recover energy faster and are in better condition. Now, they can precisely control the body's water content, avoiding dehydration due to drought or edema due to drowning, and can even manipulate the water content in the blood. Of course, these are just the surface levels. The real benefit is that the activation of one organ affects all 5 viscera. After the liver and viscera detoxify, excess vitality flows into the heart, making the heart beat more powerfully and improving blood circulation. The fire of the heart can heat the nutrients digested by the spleen and viscera, essentially adding a layer of heat to the digestive process. The nutrients refined by the spleen and viscera seep into the lungs, enhancing respiration and digestion. The air inhaled by the lungs condenses into metallic essence, flowing into the kidneys to replenish body fluids, strengthening certain aspects of stamina. The kidney water continuously nourishes the liver and viscera, ensuring that their vitality never dries up, allowing for rapid repair even if the organs are damaged. Su Changqing now possesses exceptional adaptability. Whether facing poisonous miasma, raging fire, freezing ice, or high-pressure environments, his internal organs can always self-regulate through the interaction of the 5 elements, preventing them from being easily suppressed. As for his Qi, it was originally just a container for spiritual energy. With the 5 elements reaching perfection, it has transformed into a 5-colored pool. The sharpness of metal, the resilience of wood, the fluidity of water, the intensity of fire, and the weight of earth permeate each other in their flow, yet remain distinct. Thus, Su Changqing's 5 elements are perfectly harmonious and without flaw. Chapter 350 Being Spied On. Just then, Su Changqing's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel a tremendous reaction occurring within his personal space. Intending to enter and check the situation, he suddenly realized he was still carrying a mermaid who had collapsed from exhaustion. What if she woke up and discovered one of his greatest secrets? After much thought, Su Changqing summoned the wave-breaking boat and, with Mingzu in tow, soared upwards. Since his 5 elements were now perfectly balanced, there was no rush. Soon, the 2 people emerged from the water, returning to the mermaid palace's resting room. Although there was a soft, large bed, Su Changqing didn't carry Mingzu onto it. Instead, he left her to soak in the water. As a mermaid, being out of water would actually make her more uncomfortable. Conversely, although she was currently exhausted, staying in the water would allow her to recover more quickly. Immediately afterward, Su Changqing left the room and quickly went outside, immediately spotting the mermaid princess Suanzu in the pool. Upon seeing him, a look of fear flashed in Suanzu's eyes. Su Changqing glanced around and noticed that Hu Bagui and the others were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Suanzu quickly replied, your fellow disciples couldn't wait, so they went back first. Su Changqing was surprised, how long has it been since I joined the sect? Suanzu slowly raised her two slender, white fingers. Only 2 hours? 2 days. Su Changqing was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that awakening the water spirit root would take a full 2 days. No wonder Mingzu was not only exhausted but had even fainted. It would probably have been the same with any other attendant. Suanzu hesitated for a moment. Immortal Master, perhaps you should choose a different attendant next time? Su Changqing, regaining his composure, raised an eyebrow. Why? Suanzu smiled awkwardly. Mingzu is too small, I'm afraid it can't handle the strain. Su Changqing thought for a moment, then suddenly took a step forward. Suanzu's delicate body trembled, and she instinctively stepped back, almost falling over. Seeing this, Su Changqing grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. He then looked down at the exotic mermaid princess before him and chuckled, I won first place in the 1,000 sails competition and received a 100-year fishing right in the spirit-gathering abyss. Zhao Qinyun told me that your mermaid clan's lair is over there. Suanzu felt the masculine aura emanating from him, her face instantly turning red, her heart racing. She softly replied, yes. Su Changqing's other hand moved slightly, and a water spirit fruit appeared. He asked with a smile, so, can this really be used as a betrothal gift? Suanzu's eyes widened in disbelief. Immortal Master, are you serious? Su Changqing nodded. The moment I saw you, I felt we were destined to meet. Suanzu chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Immortal Master, don't pretend. I know what you mean. You're looking for an agent in Suanzin City, aren't you? Su Changqing wasn't surprised to be seen through. Having been in the Sea Demon Pavilion for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people. She was definitely not just a pretty face. Suanzu nestled in his arms, admiring the water spirit fruit, and speculated, if I'm not mistaken, you chose to cooperate with the City Lord's mansion for the century-long fishing rites and gathering spirit abyss, right? Su Changqing nodded. That's right. Suanzu wore an I knew it expression. This tactic has always worked for the City Lord's mansion. On the surface, they generously give away the spirit-gathering abyss. But in reality, it will return to their hands. With this move, they've managed to win over quite a few people. Su Changqing said calmly, I've always believed that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Suanzu raised her head, her eyes like spring water. Therefore, you're not after me, but the merfolk behind me, right? Su Changqing shook his head, no, I'm after you. Suanzu was taken aback, Su Changqing then changed the subject, chuckling, of course, it would be even better if we could get the merfolk's help. To put it bluntly, only children make choices. Adults, of course, understand what they mean. Although he'd only been in Suanzin City for a few days, he had already developed a strong interest in the place. Therefore, he planned to hand over the business of the Dongqing City's independent cultivator market to Lin An. As for Suanzin City, since he couldn't come often, he definitely needed to find a proxy. This proxy would not only have to mediate between the City Lord's mansion and the 5 major families, but also communicate with the various demon races in the sea. Besides Suanzu, there was simply no one else. Why not use a useless water spirit fruit to establish a relationship with the merfolk and gain their help? Suanzu blinked, then inquired about information. What's your name, Immortal Master? Su Changqing. How old are you? 24 this year. What's your cultivation level? Mid-foundation establishment. What spiritual root? Dual spiritual roots of water and wood. Which immortal sect? Dongting Immortal Sect. What position? Spiritual field, spirit cultivation envoy. With a wood spiritual root and a spiritual field, he was undoubtedly a spiritual farmer, yet he also held the title of spirit cultivation envoy. This indicates that Su Changqing's status and position within the Dongting Immortal Sect, especially in the spirit field area, are quite high. Although it's true that anyone could offer a betrothal gift with any one of the following: a water spirit pearl, liquid water essence, or water spirit fruit, the decision to accept would depend on Suanzu and the mermaid royal family. As the saying goes, a marriage between equals is essential. If their status and position are unequal, they won't agree. Suanzu smiled sweetly. This matter needs to be discussed with Father Emperor. Please wait a moment. Su Changqing took out a communication talisman and handed it to her. Contact me immediately when there's a result. Suanzu took it. Okay. Then, Su Changqing turned and left. Watching her departing figure, Suanzu seemed lost in thought. Outside, Su Changqing walked towards the suppressing dragon tower. But as he walked, he suddenly sensed something and let out a silent hum. It seemed someone was watching him. He feigned interest in the nearby trading post, scanning it with his spiritual sense as he walked in. But there were too many people, he couldn't determine who or what was lurking in the shadows. Just then, a female receptionist approached him. "Immortal Master, what would you like to buy?" Su Changqing replied, "Cultivation techniques of the metal and water attributes." The receptionist asked again, "Low level or high level?" Su Changqing countered, "Do you have any earth level techniques?" The receptionist shook her head helplessly. "High level and above only occasionally appear at auctions." Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Then let's go with the high level one." The female receptionist immediately led the way. "Please follow me." Soon, the two arrived at a huge pool. There were no mirrors or similar objects here, but instead, there was a turtle. It was very large, shaped like an inverted bowl. It had deep blue hexagonal shells, the edges of which were inlaid with silver-white natural spiritual patterns. And it was alive, occasionally blowing bubbles. The female receptionist explained, "This is a memory turtle. It possesses a storage ability similar to a jade pendant. It remembers all the high-level cultivation techniques and spells you need. Simply infuse your spiritual energy into it, and you will obtain the relevant information." Chapter 351 Spatial Changes. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing raised his hand and channeled a stream of pure water elemental energy into his Qi. Because he had never cultivated water attribute techniques, the water elemental energy in his Qi was currently limited, mostly acquired during his time merging with the mermaid attendant in the water. After absorbing the energy, the turtle suddenly froze, and then the vein-like patterns around its body gradually glowed with a blue light. At the same time, numerous water attribute techniques and spells were transmitted into Su Changqing's mind, exceptionally rich and clear. Water attribute techniques. Gentle water technique, profound water scripture, overlapping waves technique, cold spring technique, swimming waves technique. Water attribute spells. Water arrow technique, water curtain technique, entangling water technique, water identification technique, water escape technique. Regarding the technique, Su Changqing quickly made a decision. Gentle water technique. The spiritual energy is as flexible as water, reducing resistance when circulating in water, and has a slight nourishing effect. When dual cultivating with a water elemental cultivator or spirit, the spiritual energy compatibility increases, allowing for the absorption of an additional 10% of water spiritual energy. Next, regarding spells. Entangling water. Spiritual energy transforms into flowing threads, entangling the target's body and limbs, producing a slowing effect. Next, Su Changqing infused a stream of metal spiritual energy. The turtle's markings changed from dark blue to white gold. Instantly, the information he received changed from water attribute to metal attribute. Cultivation techniques. Sharp metal technique, jade forging technique, shattering gold scripture, carving gold technique, sharpening technique. Spells. Golden blade technique, golden bullet technique, golden net shield, sharp metal spike, shattering gold finger. Quickly, Su Changqing made his choice. Carving gold technique. Increases the precision of metal spiritual energy, increasing the success rate of talismans, spiritual weapons, and magical artifacts by 40%, and reducing spiritual energy consumption by 20%. It can be further engraved with gold patterns, increasing the durability of talismans, magical artifacts, and magic weapons by plus 30%. As for the spell, a decision was quickly made without much delay. Golden blade technique. Condenses spiritual energy into a golden blade, usable for long-range throwing, controlled by spiritual consciousness and divine sense during flight. Injected into magical artifacts, it inflicts cutting damage. Considering he already possessed a bone sword pellet, this spell was quite suitable. As for why the water attribute cultivation method seemed somewhat casual, it was mainly because Su Changqing planned to exchange it for points within the immortal sect later, hence his preference for dual cultivation. After all, the news of Suingzhen City obtaining the water spirit source crystal couldn't be concealed, it was better to openly admit it. Of course, there was another reason. Previously, in the water spirit palace of Locked Dragon Abyss, he unexpectedly discovered a jade slip enveloped in living water. It was named 9 Transformations of the Soaring Dragon. Without a doubt, it was definitely a water attribute cultivation method or spell. Moreover, its grade was definitely not low, at least reaching the high rank. In that case, there was no need to waste too much time and spirit stones outside. After selecting the necessary cultivation techniques and spells for the metal and water attributes, Su Changqing turned and left the trading house. As soon as he stepped out, the feeling of being secretly watched reappeared, even more pronounced than before. However, whether he looked with his naked eye or scanned with his spiritual sense, he still found nothing. This was the first time Su Changqing had encountered such a strange situation, and he felt slightly uneasy. Without hesitation, he quickly headed towards the flood dragon nest area. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, and he arrived at the flood dragon suppression tower smoothly. As soon as he entered, the feeling of being secretly watched disappeared. It seemed that he was blocked by an array. Who is it? Zhao Wuji. No, that guy has already run back to the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect. With these questions in mind, Su Changqing quickly arrived at the tower where everyone was resting. Upon entering, he saw Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou. Su Changqing greeted them, "Old Zhao's back." Zhao Ziyou nodded, "Just got back." Su Changqing was taken aback, "You, just got back?" Zhao Ziyou smiled smugly, "I've been fishing in the stormy domain for several days." Su Changqing couldn't help but look him up and down, "And the fish?" Zhao Ziyou's smile froze, and he immediately changed the subject, asking, "Well, when are we returning to the Immortal sect?" Seeing his reaction, Su Changqing knew the outcome perfectly well, and replied, "Tomorrow." Actually, they could leave now, but because they needed to wait for Suanzu's response, they would delay for another day. At this moment, Hu Bagui said enviously, "Old Zhao, you've been fishing in the stormy domain for 2 days, while old Su has been registered at the Sea Demon Pavilion for 2 days. Zhao Ziyou pondered, "Doesn't that mean if I keep fishing, he can keep registering?" Su Changqing and Hu Bagui were dumbfounded. What kind of thought process is that? Zhao Ziyou glanced at the two of them and asked matter-of-factly, "Is there a problem with your logic?" Su Changqing's lips twitched several times, "I'm going to rest first. You two can continue your nonsense." After returning to his room, he found that Chu Chu was not there, and he didn't know where he was doing. Seeing this, he walked behind the screen, and then, with a thought, he disappeared into thin air. In an instant, he appeared in his personal space. When he had previously developed a water spirit root and reached the perfection of the 5 elements, Su Changqing had sensed a huge change in his personal space, but now he realized that he had underestimated it. After the addition of the metal spiritual root, fine metallic spiritual veins began to slowly grow beneath the originally pure black soil. Especially the lower part of the black soil, it gradually hardened, forming a layer of metallic stone, resembling dark brown rock but possessing a cold metallic sheen and hardness. The most significant change after the addition of the water spiritual root was in the lake water. Originally black, it became exceptionally clear under the nourishment of the water spiritual root, containing a rich water spiritual energy. It had become a veritable spiritual lake. Because of the combination of the water and fire spiritual roots, a natural microclimate was formed within the space. The sunlight and warmth brought by the fire spiritual root caused a small amount of water vapor to evaporate from the lake surface. This rising vapor condensed into tiny water droplets upon encountering the coolness at the edge of the space, transforming into spiritual rain that fell back onto the black soil and the lake surface. This formed a perfect closed loop. This spiritual rain not only replaced artificial irrigation but also carried both water and fire spiritual energy, allowing plants to absorb it and thus gain vitality and temperature regulation. However, these were only superficial changes. After the initial formation of the 5-element cycle, the black soil generates spiritual veins, the spiritual veins generate spiritual lakes, the spiritual lakes generate spiritual rain, the spiritual rain generates plants, the plants generate heat, and the heat, in turn, nourishes the black soil. Therefore, this increases the efficiency of spiritual energy circulation within the space by 30%, and the concentration of spiritual energy is purer than before. Any cultivation technique with the 5 elements attributes practiced within this space receives a slight increase in absorption speed of 5% to 10%. In other words, even without going outside to cultivate, Su Changqing can still cultivate within his personal space. Although the effect is not significant, it is more stable. The most significant change, however, was to the entire personal space. The sturdiness of the metal spiritual root and the inclusiveness of the water spiritual root made the spatial barrier more stable, increasing its area from 100 mu to 120 mu, and it was still slowly expanding. Clearly, it was gradually developing from a small grotto heaven into a large grotto heaven. Perhaps one day in the future, life would truly emerge here. However, when Su Changqing looked at the 2 mu of spirit rice that had already been planted, he was immediately stunned. He hadn't expected that even their shape, color, and attributes had undergone unbelievable changes. Chapter 352 Mutation and Upgrade. To test whether his portable space could support large-scale cultivation, Su Changqing chose to cultivate 2 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, of land on the far left. The first mu was planted with mutated rice. The second mu was planted with golden spirit rice. As a result, the spirit rice in both mu of fields has now undergone changes. First, the mutated rice in the first mu changed from its original golden color to a deep green. The plants are slightly shorter than ordinary mutated rice, but the stalks are unusually thick and robust. The leaves are thick, with tiny water droplets clinging to the downy hairs on the surface. The roots are deeply intertwined in the black soil, providing excellent grip. The rice ears are heavy, like small brooms, and each ear contains 30% more grains than normal mutated rice. The grains are round and ivory white, and larger than before. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. This seems to be the nourishing soil rice. Compared to the mutated seed rice, without the blessing of the Azure Lotus domain and the four-season scripture, this rare mutated rice has increased its ripening time from once a quarter to once a month. With the same quantity, the yield is higher and the ripening cycle is shorter. Cultivators can replenish their lost spiritual energy by consuming it, making it ideal as a daily staple. If the spiritual rice produced by the mutated seed rice is an upgraded version of ordinary spiritual rice, then the spiritual rice produced by the nourishing soil rice is an upgraded version of that upgraded version, better in every aspect, emphasizing large quantity, ample filling, and rapid ripening. Moreover, this stuff is not picky about the environment. Even without black soil, it can take root and sprout in wet mud, dry soil, or piles of gravel. It's just that the yield is slightly lower than in black soil. Furthermore, its straw is more suitable for slash-and-burn agriculture, better enriching the soil. As for the golden spirit gathering rice, the changes are even greater. The rice stalks were nearly half again as thick as before, their surface smooth and lustrous like jade, with subtle five-colored glints that seemed to circulate like the five elements of spiritual energy. The rice leaves were broad and supple, their edges tinged with a faint golden hue. The veins were emerald green. A single, glistening dewdrop clung to the tip of each leaf. The overall temperature was slightly higher than other spiritual rice varieties. The soil where it took root remained consistently moist and fertile. It could be said that the characteristics of the five elements were perfectly manifested in it. The rice ears were full and translucent amber in color. At maturity, a wisp of five-colored spiritual energy condensed at the tip of the ear, dispersing to nourish all the spiritual plants within a 3-foot radius. In other words, it had evolved from its original metallic nature to possess all five elements. Su Changqing pondered, this is the five elements circulating rice, grown only in grade 3 spirit fields. According to the book, compared to the mutated rice that can be grown and cultivated in any environment, like the foundation strengthening rice, the five elements circulating rice has extremely demanding environmental requirements. Especially black soil, if the nutrients don't reach a certain level, even if it takes root and sprouts, it will grow with an imbalance, favoring whatever attribute it has the most of. Of course, this is both its weakness and its strength. Some spirit farmers intentionally favor a particular attribute to obtain spirit rice of that attribute. Most ordinary spirit rice contains no attribute-specific spiritual energy, but once it possesses a certain attribute, its effects are definitely much stronger than ordinary spirit rice. That's precisely why it's grown in grade 3 spirit fields or higher. According to the book, consuming the five elements circulating rice not only replenishes spiritual power but also harmonizes the five elemental roots within the body. Long-term consumption can slowly improve the compatibility of the five elements' spiritual roots, increasing the flow of spiritual energy during cultivation by 10%. Most importantly, the roots of the five elements circulating rice secrete a five-colored liquid into the soil, gradually transforming the black soil in which it is planted into five-colored soil. What is five-colored soil? This soil can nourish spiritual plants like ordinary black soil, absorb metal energy, retain water vapor, store fire energy, and maintain the balance of the five elements. And five-colored soil is precisely what enhances one's personal space. Of course, the benefits of the five elements circulating rice don't stop there. The ash produced after burning the rice husks is a natural raw material for spiritual talismans. The dried rice stalks are as tough as wood and as hard as metal, and can be used to make handles or grips for basic spiritual artifacts and magical implements. They also possess a weak ability to harmonize the five elements, reducing the consumption of a cultivator's spiritual and magical energy. But the more this is the case, the more grim Su Changqing's expression becomes. At the time, only 2 mu, approximately 0.16 acres, were planted for testing purposes. If only he had known this would happen, he would have planted 10 or even dozens of mu. Wouldn't he have become rich? Su Changqing was very upset and couldn't help but let out a howl, ouch. Then, he quickly looked at the various mutated spiritual plants that had been transplanted. The time-space ring tree, the space earth element fruit tree, the blessed mutated mother rice, and so on. But he found that they were only taller and more robust than before. Otherwise, they hadn't undergone any significant changes or mutations like the mutated rice and golden rice gathering spirit rice and the 2 mu of spiritual fields. It seemed that it was only because their five-element spiritual roots were complete that these two types of mutated rice met the conditions for further mutation. Seeing that they were ripe, Su Changqing immediately took out a sickle. Harvesting one strengthening foundation and enriching soil rice plant increases lifespan by 10 days. Harvesting one five-element circulating rice plant increases lifespan by 55 days. Total lifespan increase, 15,500 days. Current remaining lifespan, 783 years. Unfortunately, because there were only 100 golden rice gathering spirit rice plants previously, although harvesting one plant would grant 55 days of lifespan, the total increase was only 5,500 days. As for the strengthening foundation and enriching soil rice, it was originally a mutated variety, and only 1,000 plants could be planted per mu of grade 2 spirit field. Therefore, this harvest only increased lifespan by a mere 42 years, just enough to offset the cost of learning the myriad insect secrets. After the harvest, Su Changqing looked at the more than 100 mu of Grade 2 spirit fields, spirit lake, and spirit plants before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Now that the 5 elements are complete, he can farm peacefully from now on. With a thought, he instantly left, returning to the outside world. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. As expected, Chu Chu had returned. Su Changqing immediately stepped out from behind the screen and, sure enough, met him face to face. Senior brother Chu. Chu Chu couldn't help but look him up and down. You brat, did you awaken your water elemental root? Su Changqing immediately bowed. Thank you for your help this time, senior brother. Chu Chu had an I knew it expression. I saw you hadn't come out of the sea demon pavilion for 2 days, so I guessed you would use the spiritual energy emanating from the underwater dragon vein to awaken your water elemental root in one go. Su Changqing blinked. To show my gratitude, shall we go again tonight? Chu Chu quickly waved his hand. No thanks, I'm not interested in that. Su Changqing didn't insist. Alright. Chu Chu thought for a moment, then reminded him, I advise you to take it easy. While joining a clan can indeed bring benefits, it can also lead to corruption. Su Changqing immediately suppressed his smile. Senior brother is right. Seeing this, Chu Chu nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Tomorrow, we'll set off back to the Immortal sect. Now that they've participated in the 1,000 sails crossing competition, and even won first place, there's no need to waste any more time here. After all, the Gig's secret realm will reopen next month after 101 years. At that time, he'll need to concentrate all his energy on exploring the secret realm. Su Changqing nodded. That's what I was thinking too. Chapter 353. A date? That evening, Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, Han Su, and Li Xianlin left the Zhenjiao Tower. This time, they weren't going to the Sea Demon Pavilion to register, they were simply taking one last stroll before leaving to see if there was anything they needed to buy. Su Changqing glanced at Han Su, who was chatting and laughing with Li Xianlin. It suddenly dawned on him, looks like junior brother Han's good fortune is near. Just then, they passed the spirit rice trading point. Su Changqing greeted the others nearby and went inside. Sure enough, the Suingzhen City market was much larger than the independent cultivator market in Dongqing City. Especially the variety of spirit rice, there were several more types available. He guessed it was probably related to the Linghe sect. After inquiring, Su Changqing learned the current price of spirit rice. To be honest, the price here was slightly higher than in the independent cultivator market. Grade 1 spirit rice. Inferior 1:7. Superior 1:5. Top grade 1:3. Grade 2 spirit rice. Inferior 1:2. Superior 1:1.5. Top grade 1:0.7. However, there is a special type of dried shrimp rice here, which is much cheaper. Su Changqing examined it carefully and found that this rice was between grade 1 and grade 2 spirit rice. Its quality and spiritual energy concentration were neither the best nor the worst. Current market price. Inferior 1:5. Superior 1:3. Top grade 1:2. Therefore, dried shrimp rice sells better here. Su Changqing was quite curious and specifically bought 500 jin of dried shrimp rice, the unhulled kind, intending to try it out and cultivate some for fun. When Su Changqing came out of the spirit rice trading point, he found that Hu Bagui and the others hadn't gone far and were waiting for him at the entrance of the Shattered Demon Market in Suingzhen City. He smiled slightly and immediately walked forward, but as he walked, the feeling of being secretly watched returned. Su Changqing's smile froze instantly. His gaze swept across his pupils as he released his spiritual sense, scanning his surroundings inch by inch. However, because this place was near the Shattered Demon Market, all sorts of people were there, making the scene somewhat chaotic. He couldn't determine who was secretly watching him. To be able to conceal themselves to this extent, the other party either possessed extremely profound techniques or their cultivation level was higher than the foundation establishment stage. If it was the former, Su Changqing wouldn't care. If it was the latter, then he had to take it seriously. After all, he could go wherever he wanted when he was alone, but this time he had several friends with him. To put it bluntly, it wasn't easy to escape. Just as Su Changqing was filled with suspicion and uncertainty, someone suddenly approached. Not stealthily, but openly walking towards him. Seeing this, he approached Hu Bagui and the others while remaining secretly vigilant. Suddenly, the person behind him asked, "Are you Su Changqing?" Su Changqing paused, then turned around, looking at the other person warily, "And you are?" This person was young, only a teenager. He wore loose-fitting clothes, the collar open. When he smiled, his mouth stretched wide. His eyes shone as if they held starlight. His gaze was filled with intense curiosity. The young man chuckled, "My sister wants you to meet her." Su Changqing was taken aback. "Your sister is?" The The young man proudly raised the dragon pattern token at his waist, declaring, "My name is Long Chenyuan." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing instantly understood the man's identity, a member of the Long family. Besides the city lord's mansion, Suingzhen City had 5 other major families. One of them was the Long family. They were said to have significant connections with a race from the deep sea. Long Chenyuan pointed to a pavilion not far away. "My sister is there." Su Changqing looked in that direction and saw an open window revealing Long Xiao's beautiful face. Not only her, but also a mysterious woman veiled in a moonwhite veil stood beside her. Indeed, it was obvious that this was none other than the fairy of Biyun. Only then did Su Changqing remember that he had been so engrossed in the marriage registration that he had forgotten his promise to her. The flower pavilion hadn't been sold yet. Immediately, Su Changqing gave Hu Bagui, who was looking in their direction, a meaningful glance. The two had been friends for years, and the other instantly understood. Hu Bagui didn't wait any longer and led Han Su and Li Xianlin into the shattered demon market. Su Changqing gestured with his chin towards Long Chenyuan, "Lead the way." Long Chenyuan clicked his tongue in amazement. "So this is a disciple of the Immortal sect?" In the entire Suingzhen city, apart from his family, no one could order him around. But this person before him, clearly a stranger, was completely disregarding him simply because of his status as a disciple of the Immortal sect. While there was no intention of looking down on him, his attitude, tone, and eyes showed no sign of flattery. Soon, the two arrived one after the other in front of the pavilion. The name was quite nice, Longzi Pavilion. It was clearly one of the Long family's properties. Young Master Long. Greetings, Young Master Long. As Long Chenyuan approached, people inside and outside greeted him warmly. They were all quite enthusiastic. Long Chenyuan waved his hand. All right, can't you see I have guests with me?" Su Changqing thought to himself, "This kid isn't bad by nature, he's not arrogant at all." Soon, the two climbed the stairs to the top floor. There was only one private room there, with several servants standing at the door. Both men and women were present, and none of them were very old. Long Chenyuan called out to the room, "Sister, I've brought the person for you." The door to the private room opened, and Long Xiao stood with her hands on her hips, slightly displeased, saying, "You're supposed to be a member of the Long family. I've taught you manners since you were little. How come you have no manners at all now?" Long Chenyuan pouted, "You do? You kick my door every day. You throw dead rats into my bed. And you make up all sorts of excuses to cheat me out of spirit stones." Long Xiao was immediately embarrassed. Niu Biyun's lips, hidden beneath her veil, twitched slightly before she said softly, "Fellow deist Su, let's discuss serious matters." Su Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, "Indeed." He then entered the private room. Long Xiao, on the other hand, went out and closed the door behind her. Su Changqing had just sat down, preparing to make his deal with Niu Biyun. Suddenly, he heard a ouch sound outside. Unsurprisingly, it was Long Xiao beating her younger brother, Long Chenyuan. Niu Biyun shook her head, then flipped her wrist, revealing a storage bag. "As agreed before, this is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a shattered moonfrost ship, and my handkerchief." Su Changqing took the item, opened it, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After confirming it was correct, he nodded. "Fairy Biyun's sincerity is evident. Please take this flower calyx boat." Upon seeing what she had longed for, Niu Biyun breathed a sigh of relief, immediately holding it in her hands and examining it carefully, a rare glimpse of her girlish heart appearing. Su Changqing smiled, then stood up. "Since the transaction is over, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Niu Biyun suddenly looked up, staring directly at him, and then asked, "When are we going on our date?" Chapter 354. I'm not interested in you. Su Changqing was taken aback. Niu Biyun frowned slightly. "You wanted a handkerchief, wasn't it, so you could ask me out?" Su Changqing snapped out of his daze and immediately shook his head. "Sorry, you might have misunderstood." Niu Biyun asked, puzzled, "Misunderstood what?" Su Changqing told the truth. "I don't know you at all, and I'm not interested in you at all." This statement surprised Niu Biyun even more. The men pursuing her stretched from Suingzhen City all the way to the Yeyu Immortal sect. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Now, someone not only rejected her to her face but even expressed no interest. This was the first time she'd encountered such a situation. It was simply unbelievable. Su Changqing explained, "The person who is truly interested in you, or rather, the handkerchief, is actually one of my senior brothers, named Chu Chu." Niu Biyun vaguely remembered him, "The one who won first place in the 1,000 sales competition with you?" Su Changqing nodded. "That's right, it's him. This senior brother of mine is handsome and dashing, and possesses both water and wood spiritual roots. Now he's joined the Immortal Peak as a core disciple. His future potential is limitless." Niu Biyun waved his hand, seemingly uninterested in listening further. "It doesn't matter who it is, you can leave." Su Changqing opened his mouth, but the words of praise remained unspoken. Seeing that the other party was no longer looking at him, he knew the conversation was over, so he turned to leave. but just as he reached the door, his hand already poised to open it. At that moment, he heard New Biyun's slightly cold voice again behind him, asking as if confirming, "Your name is Su Changqing, right?" Su Changqing replied without turning his head, "Yes." Then, New Biyun fell silent. Su Changqing turned his head and saw that the other person was once again focusing their attention on the flower calyx boat, fiddling with it in their hand, as if they hadn't spoken a word before. Su Changqing tilted his head, somewhat puzzled by this person, and then opened the door to the private room. With a creak, the screams outside abruptly stopped. The servants were still in place. Meanwhile, his older sister, Long Ziao, was pinching her younger brother, Long Tianyuan's ear, twisting it hard as she turned sharply at the sound. The scene instantly fell silent. The group looked at each other, no one speaking or moving for a moment. After a while, Long Ziao casually released her grip, then feigned concern, "Little brother, how did you fall? Does it hurt? Let your sister rub it." Long Chenayuan's face was full of defiance. "You're pretending." Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, his ear was pinched again, causing him to wince in pain. Su Changqing looked at the lively siblings, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh, "It's so good to have family." Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone around him heard him clearly. New Biyun, the Long siblings, and even the servants all froze for a moment. Then, Su Changqing didn't stay to watch the spectacle and simply left. Leaving Longzi Pavilion, the feeling of being secretly watched returned. He ignored it and immediately headed towards the Shattered Demon Market, quickly finding Hubagui and his two companions buying various materials. Most of the items in the Shattered Demon Market were related to water demons, sea monsters, and rare aquatic treasures. Of course, the truly valuable items had already been mostly snapped up by the city lord's mansion, the 5 major families, or other forces, leaving only a small amount circulating in the market. However, this was enough for cultivators progressing from chi refining to foundation establishment to use daily. Li Xianlin, having awakened a fire spirit root, was currently an alchemy apprentice in the Earth Fire District. Her daily life consisted mainly of helping other alchemists with odd jobs, gradually accumulating experience and skills. Occasionally, she would try refining simple, low-difficulty pills. The goods here are really cheap. In the Immortal sect, they would cost several times more spirit stones. These things are local specialties, so naturally they're much more affordable. We can buy more. If we don't have enough spirit stones, I have some here. After browsing to their satisfaction, the group returned the way they came. Back at the dragon-suppressing tower, Su Changqing had barely entered his room when Chu Chu appeared before him, asking with a face full of curiosity, "Junior brother, you haven't forgotten about the deal with Fairy Biyun, have you?" Seeing this, Su Changqing suddenly felt a mischievous urge, pretending to just remember, "Oh dear, senior brother, I completely forgot if you hadn't reminded me." Chu Chu said with a hint of regret, "I wonder if Fairy Biyun has left yet." Su Changqing grinned, directly pulling out his storage bag and shaking it, "Just kidding." Chu Chu was taken aback at first, then realized what he meant and laughed, "You little rascal." Su Changqing handed Chu Chu a handkerchief, its fragrance lingering in the air. It settled. "The handkerchief is yours, and the shattered moon frost and 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones are mine." Chu Chu didn't take it, instead hesitatingly asking, "Aren't you interested in Yu Biyun?" Su Changqing countered, "Why would I be interested in a stranger?" Chu Chu was taken aback. "It seems, that's true." Su Changqing shoved the handkerchief into Chu Chu's arms. "Don't worry about it. I still need to figure out how to use this new mode of transportation." Chu Chu stood there, holding the handkerchief, somewhat dazed. Su Changqing, meanwhile, lay on the couch, toying with the palm-sized shattered moonfrost. Compared to the demon dragon water-avoiding boat, while equally stylish, it lacked appeal. Compared to the girlish flower calyx boat, its overall style was more androgynous. Its texture was cold, like an inverted crescent moon. If enlarged, it could easily seat 10 people. If squeezed in, 20 or less wouldn't be impossible. Now, this is his new mode of transportation. The big leaf grass can finally retire. Su Changqing didn't hesitate, immediately leaving a dual imprint of his spiritual consciousness and blood. With the system's help, the information appeared before his eyes. Shattered Moon Frost. Effect 1, Advanced Wind Control. Effect 2, Advanced Water Control. Effect 3, Advanced Fortitude. Special Effect 1, when demonic energy appears around, the moon disk at the top of the mast will light up with a silvery white light. Special Effect 2, covered in silver frost, increasing speed, defense, and impact power for a short time. Time flew by, and it was the morning of the next day. Upon learning that Su Changqing, Chu Chu, and the others were leaving, Zhao Qinyun appeared to see them off. He even brought quite a few local specialties from Suanzin City, such as Tide Soundflowers, Azure Pearls, Mermaid Silk Cloth, and Azure Intoxication. Moreover, he didn't just give them to one person and then have everyone else share them. Instead, they prepared a portion for everyone, even offering a large quantity to satisfy everyone's appetite. Zhao Qinyun chuckled and cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Chu, fellow deists Su, everyone, thank you all for coming to Suanzin City to participate in this 1,000 sails racing competition. Su Changqing and the others followed suit. Thank you for your warm hospitality, young city lord. Zhao Qinyun seemed to just remember something. Oh, by the way, if you are still interested in Rumen Island, you can still return within 7 days. Su Changqing and the others exchanged glances, then decisively declined. I'm sorry, we have important matters awaiting us at the Immortal Sect. Zhao Qinyun's smile remained unchanged. In that case, I wish you all a safe journey. Chapter 355 Attacked. The shattered moon frost flew through the air, moving even faster than the flower calyx boat. Su Changqing and the others sat on futons, waiting to return to the Immortal Sect. Just then, a slight vibration came from his azure gourd. He pulled it out and saw it wasn't someone else's communication talisman, but his own. This thing was rarely given away, only a few close friends possessed it. And now, almost everyone he knew, except for Han Xian, Zhu Fuxian, Zhang Su, and Rong Yan, was on this ship. Therefore, who wanted to contact him at this time was obvious. Sure enough, Suanzu's charming voice came from the other end. Hello? Young Master Su. Your father agreed? Father wishes to see you. When are you free? I'm sorry, I've already left Suanzin City and am on my way back to the Immortal Sect. This matter will probably have to be arranged when I next come to Suanzin City. Alright, I will wait for you. Su Changqing ended the communication and carefully put the communication talisman away. Judging from Suanzu's tone, this matter was practically a done deal. Unfortunately, he couldn't linger in Suanzin City for long, as he had a mountain of matters to attend to at the Immortal Sect. First, the third season of planting on the outer perimeter of the spirit fields had begun, requiring inspection, supervision, and instruction. Second, the Gig's secret realm was about to open, a major event requiring advanced preparation. Buzz. Buzzing. Suddenly, the surrounding air vibrated, as if swarms of bees were flapping their wings. At first, no one paid much attention. While things rarely happened in the air, it didn't mean they weren't happening. However, as the movement became more pronounced, it was clear they were rapidly approaching. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, immediately rising from his futon and releasing his spiritual sense. At first, he couldn't see anything, he couldn't scan anything at all. Before long, without even needing to scan with their spiritual sense, they could see countless insects swarming towards the shattered moonfrost with their naked eyes. Only then did Chu Chu react, asking in surprise and uncertainty, "What's going on? Bees? No, it seems to be another kind of insect. How strange, how can there be these things in the sky?" Although it wasn't the first time they had moved in the sky, this was the first time they had encountered this situation. You see, the shattered moonfrost, as a more advanced means of transportation, is fastest in water, but its speed in the sky far surpasses that of ordinary flying devices. Let alone a swarm of insects, even a flock of ordinary birds couldn't catch up. But now, these strangely shaped insects not only caught up, but also seemed to be surrounding them. What did this mean? It meant that they were faster than the shattered moonfrost. Su Changqing squinted, observing carefully, constantly pondering relevant information in his mind. The secret record of 10,000 insects not only teaches how to catch, tame, breed, and evolve insects, but also details almost every type of insect currently observable. These insects before us are about 5 inches long, resembling enlarged rhinoceros beetles, but with 2 pairs of broad elytra, wing covers. The outer elytra are dark brown, covered with raised ridges. Its inner layer consists of translucent membranous wings, nearly twice the width of its body when fully extended, flapping at an extremely high frequency, producing a sharp, piercing sound as it flies. A short, thick, spiral-shaped horn grows from the center of its head, its tip gleaming with a cold gold hue, and a ring of pale red markings around its base. Its compound eyes are dark red, with pupils that are vertically elongated like slits. Its mouthparts are large, pincer-like mandibles with serrated edges. Hidden at the end of its abdomen is a thin, sharp, yellowish-black stinger, riddled with tiny pores from which a faint, pale yellow venom oozes. They move at speeds far exceeding those of ordinary flying insects, even nimbly weaving through high-altitude clouds. Especially in terms of numbers, there are at least several dozen, gathering together like a small dark cloud. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, these are unicorn flying insects. A relatively rare type of flying insect, known for its extremely high speed in the air. These creatures are incredibly destructive. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator with a single spiritual root couldn't withstand a swarm attack. Generally, unicorn flying insects wouldn't appear at such a height, let alone deliberately approach shattered moonfrost. Such behavior indicates it's at the behest of the insect queen. In short, these insects are extremely strange, and we must be on guard. Unicorn flying insects? Upon hearing this name, those around looked bewildered. Even Chu Chu and Hu Bagui from Spirit Beast Valley were hearing about them for the first time. After all, insect cultivators are a tiny minority. Su Changqing solemnly reminded them, everyone, hold on tight. Without hesitation, he immediately activated Shattered Moon Frost Special Effect 2. Whoosh! The entire ship was quickly covered in a layer of silver frost, and its speed instantly increased. The approaching unicorn flying insects were instantly left behind. Moreover, to prevent any accidents, Su Changqing didn't stop for the entire journey. The continuous input of spiritual energy kept Shattered Moonfrost in a state of constant acceleration, showing no sign of stopping even as the immortal sect appeared before them. Only after landing at the flying ferry of the weapon forging peak did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, water nourishes wood, allowing the two types of spiritual energy to circulate alternately. Although it didn't reach a state of perpetual renewal, its usability was extended. After landing, Chu couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Su, why do you recognize that insect?" Even the disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley couldn't recognize it, yet a spirit farmer knew its name. To be honest, it was somewhat surprising and unexpected. Su Changqing chewed a foundation spirit pill, recovering his spiritual energy as he answered, "To be honest, senior brother, I'm actually a wood spirit root insect cultivator now." Ah! This time, not only Chu, but even Hu Bagui and the others were stunned. They didn't know about the corrosion vein disaster, so Su Changqing briefly explained how he obtained the reverse vein insect mother and how he became an insect cultivator. After learning the whole story, everyone finally understood. Hu Bagui asked curiously, "What about your insects?" Su Changqing glanced at the Fanken ring, "They're resting. I'll definitely let you see them when I have the chance." Although everyone was curious, they didn't insist on seeing them. They'd see them sooner or later anyway, no need to rush. Chu pondered, this must have been a coincidence, right? Su Changqing thought to himself, a coincidence? Not necessarily. Back in Suingzhen City, he had a feeling of being secretly watched. Upon leaving the city, he was nearly attacked by a swarm of unicorn flying insects. Luckily, the Broken Moonfrost was an advanced mode of transportation with two special effects, one of which doubled his speed and defense. Otherwise, a real accident might have occurred. Even now, back at the Immortal Sect, Su Changqing remained vigilant. His first thought was to immediately see Zhu Fuxian, also known as Master He. He now strongly suspected that the person secretly watching and manipulating the insect swarm to attack him was likely the culprit who had almost caused the corrosion vein disaster Long. Chapter 356. The heartworm lurks within a small space. The shattered moonlight and flowing frost gently landed, a faint chill spreading outwards. The grass rippled, the earth hardened. Su Changqing leaped down, then called out to the opposite side, "Master He." Suddenly, a cool breeze swept over him, making him feel completely refreshed. Immediately afterward, Zhu Fuxian, carrying a large wine gourd, strolled out of the bamboo hut, glancing casually at him, and asked, "Judging from your face, what happened this time?" Su Changqing summarized the events of the past few days. "It's like this. From the journey to Suingzhen City with Chu and the others, what happened along the way, what they experienced, how he awakened his water spirit root, all the way to the insect swarm attack on their return, he recounted it all. In short, although it was only a general outline, each stage was described very clearly." Zhu Fuxian listened thoughtfully. "So, you think the reason we encountered the unicorn flying insect was actually Long testing us?" Su Changqing pondered. "This disciple believes it's most likely him." Zhu Fuxian took a large gulp of his clear wine before asking, "Only Chu and the others knew you were going to Suingzhen City. How did Long find out?" Su Changqing was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Could he be in Suingzhen City? Come to think of it, he hadn't felt spied on when he first arrived in Suingzhen City. It was only after he won first place that Long appeared. Zhu Fuxian asked again, "Have you mastered the myriad insect secrets?" Su Changqing nodded. "That thing can be mastered in 7 days, I've already learned it." Zhu Fuxian continued, "Then, have you used the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother's ability?" Su Changqing shook his head. "From beginning to end, I haven't summoned the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother." Zhu Fuxian pondered. Long doesn't know you. His current spying and attack are more of a test. Perhaps he sensed the aura of the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother, but couldn't be sure if it was actually on you. Su Changqing felt a chill. As an insect cultivator, if encountering a rare spirit insect like the unicorn flying insect, many people's first reaction, or rather, their choice, would be to capture it. Even if they didn't use it themselves, they could sell it for spirit stones. But if they actually did that, it would be tantamount to stepping into Long's trap. It would be equivalent to admitting that they indeed possessed the reverse pulse dragon transforming insect mother, and what awaited them wouldn't be a test, but an attack from a golden core cultivator. Although the human character golden core is the weakest type of golden core, its limit in this life is only the nascent soul stage. But dealing with a group of foundation establishment stage kids is still a piece of cake. Zhu Fuxian smiled. "Don't worry, now that Long's location is confirmed, the immortal sect will definitely assign an elder from the punishment hall to capture him. As for you, as long as you don't leave the immortal sect, you're absolutely safe. Su Changqing hesitated. Master He, there's another piece of news I'm not sure if I should tell you. Zhu Fuxian narrowed his eyes. What? Su Changqing said seriously. Zhao Qinyan not only organized the 1,000 sails crossing competition, but also invited all participants to go to Dream Island. Zhu Fuxian smiled knowingly. Did you know that Dream Island has another name? Su Changqing looked curious and quickly asked, what name? Zhu Fuxian immediately said, the small one is called a clam, the large one a mirage. Like a dream of 3,000 realms, the heartworm lurks within a square inch. Therefore, it's called the Shadow Spirit Platform. Su Changqing blinked. Never heard of it. Zhu Fuxian sat down on the ground, drinking wine as he explained, whether it's Dream Island or Shadow Spirit Platform, there are indeed opportunities hidden within, but ordinary people can't obtain them. Anyone who arrives on the island with desire will develop a heartworm. This worm feeds on the desires of cultivators. The more people there are, the faster it grows. Su Changqing suddenly understood. You mean, Ronglong has his eye on the heartworm? Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly. That's right. Su Changqing's face immediately darkened. This Zhao Qinyan isn't up to any good either. Zhu Fuxian said disdainfully, people like Zhao Qinyan are merely exploiting people's greed to share the pressure of the illusionary realm on Dream Island. To put it bluntly, if it were truly a good place, why wouldn't the immortal sect go there? How could it possibly be a matter for a mere Suanzin city, the 5 great families, or ordinary cultivation forces? They simply looked down on it. After bidding farewell to Lord He, Su Changqing rode the shattered moon frost back to his own spirit field. He had made up his mind that he would not leave until Ronglong was captured. Therefore, he could only keep Suanzu waiting for a while. As for the transactions in the rogue cultivator market, he would leave it entirely to Lin An. Spirit stones were important. Resources were important. But his own life was more important. Woof woof. After being away for many days, Wang Wang was overjoyed to see its master return. Wagging its tail as it approached, it peed on the ground again. Giggle, as always, its behavior has been inconsistent since it was named. Nothing in the house had changed much. Except that because it hadn't been weeded for several days, the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds. Combined with the 5 acres of spirit fields without any cultivated spirit plants, it created a rather desolate atmosphere. Seeing this, Su Changqing thought to himself, looks like I'll have to put puppetry on the agenda. Without a fortress, he had to do everything himself. Taking advantage of the absence of anyone, he raised his hand. The surrounding weeds instantly detached from the soil and floated in the air. Then, with a light snap of his fingers, they immediately burst into flames. After turning to ashes, he casually waved his hand, scattering them all over the 5 acres of spirit fields. This move completely dumbfounded Wang Wang. Su Changqing grinned, having 5 spiritual roots is awesome. Then, he went into the stone house to start preparing food. Since he was happy, he wanted his pets to be happy too. This time, using specialties purchased from Suanzin City, he prepared a table full of seafood. Steamed abalone, braised shark prawns, grilled coral crab, stewed sea bass with Tide flour, and so on. The feast was exceptionally abundant. The aroma wafted out, making Wang Wang, the pearl chicken, and the 5 fire crows incredibly hungry. They all crowded around the door, their eyes fixed intently on the inside. Wang Wang was the most unfortunate, drool dripping from between its teeth. The biggest crow was the most unlucky, it hadn't even eaten yet, and was already covered in drool. Su Changqing held up the fragrant 5 elements flowing rice, deliberately waving it in front of his pets, immediately causing a commotion. Then he returned to the table and began to plate the food. This table of seafood wasn't just for myself, everyone got a share. Soon, the spirit pets were eating their food in an orderly fashion. Whether it was seafood or 5 elements flowing rice, everything exuded an irresistible aroma. Having tasted such delicious food for the first time, they practically licked the broth clean. Su Changqing watched, his thoughts suddenly returning to that winter when he had just been promoted to a full-fledged official position, when only he and Wang Wang were at home. The two of them, 1 man and 1 dog, ate spirit rice and drank spirit wine. Now, although he kept a whole host of spirit pets, dogs, chickens, turtles, fish, insects, he was still all alone. Chapter 357. A bright future achieved in the south. A cool morning mist drifted slowly across the vast spiritual fields. The east was just beginning to lighten, the first rays of dawn not yet piercing the clouds. Then, with a creak, the stone house door slowly opened from the inside, and Su Changqing, dressed in a white robe and wearing a bamboo hat, stepped across the threshold and strolled outside. He stretched, breathing in the fresh air. Finally, it feels like autumn. Today, another long-awaited busy day. In the doghouse, Wang Wang, imitating him, also adopted the downward-facing dog pose. However, it underestimated its current size and nearly destroyed its home. This startled Geg, who had been resting with her eyes closed, even making soft purring sounds, instantly waking her up, her eyes wide with terror. Su Changqing chuckled and shook his head. Looks like we'll have to redesign your hideout. After all, it was built 2 years ago and it's a bit outdated. Then, he looked at the spirit fields ahead. Now, there were 5 acres of second-grade spirit fields outside and over 100 acres of near third-grade spirit fields inside. He no longer needed to worry about what kind of spirit rice to plant on this acre or what kind of spirit plants to cultivate on that acre. Last night, near the time he was about to rest, he had already figured out all the spirit rice and spirit plants that should be planted in the third quarter, that is, autumn. The first 2 acres would still be planted with top-grade spirit rice. The third and fourth acres would be planted with some medicinal herbs that were in high market demand. As for the 5th acre, it would naturally be filled with indispensable fruits and vegetables. Spirit farmers could live without meat, but they absolutely could not live without rice, vegetables, and fruits. Fortunately, now that they had the 5-element spiritual roots, everything was particularly convenient. For example, weeding could be easily done with just a thought. Then he began the daily feeding process. Wan Wang and Geg were different. They ate whatever Su Changqing ate. The other birds, the guinea fowl, the light-spirited turtles in the pond, and the red-tailed carp, had to make do with a little, barely managing to eat some top-grade spirit rice from the second-grade spirit fields. By the time he finished, the sun was already up. Su Changqing, holding a few eggs laid by the guinea fowl, immediately went into the kitchen. Breakfast was simple. He cooked the leftover seafood from yesterday with 5-element spirit rice into a hot seafood porridge, and fried a few eggs. That was his makeshift meal. It was 9 a.m. when Su Changqing walked towards the spirit fields, taking out a communication talisman as he went. "Old Su, I'm going to plant now. Do you have any manure left?" "Look at you, of course I do." "That's good. Get me a lot this time, and don't try to fool me with fresh manure. That was years ago, and you still remember it. For this trivial matter, I'll remember it for the rest of my life." After ending the communication with Hubagui, Su Changqing arrived at the first acre of spirit field. With a thought, the prepared autumn seedlings appeared on the ridge beneath his feet. He activated the Azure Lotus creation technique, channeling the wood elemental power in his Danshan to envelop all the seedlings before controlling them to burrow into the black soil. Planting 1 acre of spirit field takes only about 5 seconds, equivalent to 1 breath. That is to say, 5 acres of spirit field equals 5 breaths, making it exceptionally easy. But it wasn't over yet. Su Changqing then circulated the 4-season scripture, releasing a cool aura that enveloped 5 acres of spirit fields. Instantly, all the spirit fields rustled simultaneously. The spirit seedlings began to grow rapidly at a visible pace. They grew quickly, skipping the required growth stage. Feeling the depletion of spiritual energy in his Danshan, Su Changqing pondered, while the 5-element spiritual roots are indeed very convenient, the spiritual energy is reduced. A single spiritual root results in a higher concentration and greater quantity of spiritual energy. Multiple spiritual roots result in the spiritual energy being divided into multiple streams, leading to a smaller quantity. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. No wonder not all cultivators prefer multiple spiritual roots. For example, Master Hezu Fuxian and Master Yuan Shiwen both have single spiritual roots, yet they are still powerful and hold management positions. Su Changqing pondered, "I've heard that upon breaking through to the golden core stage, spiritual power transforms into magical power, not only increasing in strength but also in concentration. Even more so, the 5 elements of magical power will become indistinguishable, completely merging into one." However, when he himself would break through to the golden core stage remained a mystery. Whether it would be a human-grade golden core, an earth-grade golden core, or a heaven-grade golden core was all unknown. Thinking of the golden core, he immediately thought of Li Lingbai. Logically, it had been almost half a year, and the other party hadn't yet broken through to the earth-grade golden core. Could it be that he had encountered a bottleneck? Shaking his head, Su Changqing withdrew his thoughts. Taking advantage of Hubagui's absence, he returned to the stone house and closed the door. Then, with a flash, he vanished into thin air. He reappeared in his personal space. The 5 acres of spiritual fields outside could be planted freely, but the inner spiritual fields certainly couldn't. Not to mention anything else, even top-grade spiritual rice wouldn't qualify to take root. If he were to plant anything, it would have to be a type of rice that strengthens the foundation and enriches the soil, a type of rice that circulates through the 5 elements, a type of rice that gathers spiritual energy like gold, or a mutated variety. Initially, Su Changqing was ambitious, even considering planting all the remaining spiritual fields. However, after exceeding 10 acres, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy in his personal space diminish. By exceeding 20 acres, it could be described as sparse. That is to say, to fill the entire personal space, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements must be abundant. Even a slight deficiency would affect the planting area, yield, and even the final quality. Looking at the 20 acres of spiritual fields before him, Su Changqing murmured, I wonder if this spirit gathering array will work in my personal space? He possessed an earth spiritual root and could explore the path of an array master. Therefore, he didn't need anyone else's help with the installation. But before that, he needed to learn the minor cloud and rain technique. The microclimate within his personal space alone couldn't meet his irrigation needs. Afterwards, Su Changqing left his personal space and returned to the outside world, only to find that Hu Bagui hadn't arrived yet. It seemed that collecting manure had become less efficient without the spirit beast. In that case, Su Changqing didn't bother waiting at home. He summoned Suio Liushuang and took to the air, flying towards the core of the spirit field. He traveled smoothly and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Good morning, Spirit Envoy Su. Have you eaten, Spirit Envoy Su? You've worked hard, Spirit Envoy Su. There were many spirit farmers nearby, and some of them were acquaintances. Su Changqing saw Zhao Ying. The other person was holding a baby boy in their arms. His face was round and chubby, his eyes bright and clear. He looked incredibly cute. Su Changqing immediately became interested and stepped forward. Old Zhao, how old is your child? Zhao Ying was surprised and honored, and quickly replied with a smile, reporting to Envoy Su, he's already 6 months old. Su Changqing teased the baby with his finger while asking, what's his name? Zhao Ying blurted out, Zhao Mingyuan. Su Changqing exclaimed, a bright future, a steady path to success, a fine name. At this moment, Zhao Mingyuan seemed to be amused by him, letting out a giggle laugh. The laughter was infectious, causing everyone around to laugh along. Chapter 358 The Ownership of Red Maple Valley. Su Changqing climbed the steps and quickly reached the summit. Following the smooth ground, he arrived at the palace of the Core Management Office. Upon entering, he found it crowded with people, almost all of them spirit farmers. They were all intently staring at the walls of the mission area, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't immediately go to Elder Hua, but instead curiously approached. They're here. All missions are about yang medicinal herbs. Why is the demand so high all of a sudden? Damn it, Linen bought up all my yang medicinal herbs a while ago. I wonder if it's too late to plant them now. With the update of today's missions, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Actually, people had been buying yang medicinal herbs for the past few days, but not in such an urgent or large quantity. The sudden flood of similar missions shocked many, and more importantly, caught them completely off guard. Before this, very few spirit farmers cultivated or trained yang medicinal herbs. About half a year ago, before the official disciple competition even began, some people were secretly buying up the supplies. Now, most of the yang attribute medicinal herbs have been purchased in advance. Only now have many people realized what was happening, and many of them looked quite grim. Clearly, they were the unfortunate ones whose yang attribute medicinal herbs had been bought up prematurely. Su Changqing observed this and thought to himself, sure enough, as more people learn about the opening of the Gig's secret realm, the demand for yang attribute items immediately surges. However, it's not time to act yet, let's wait a bit longer. After understanding what was going on, he turned and left, paying no further attention. He quickly arrived before Elder Hua, bowing respectfully and greeting him, Manager. Elder Hua smiled and asked, Little Su, what are the statistics? Although Su Changqing had been out playing these past few days, he had his junior brothers, including Su Linshan, whom he had brought into the core of the spirit field help with the statistics, so he immediately reported, less than 30% of those in our spirit field are willing to participate in the returning Void Secret Realm, and among them are. Elder Hua nodded slightly, appearing quite satisfied. It seems everyone is more enthusiastic about farming. Su Changqing grinned. Manager, I have something else to say. Elder Hua looked at him curiously. What is it? Su Changqing didn't beat around the bush, nor did he intend to hide anything. I went to Suingzhen City and then participated in the century-long 1,000 Sails racing tournament. I accidentally won first place, obtained a water spirit crystal, and then awakened my water spirit root. Upon hearing this, Elder Hua was slightly surprised. You actually awakened a water spirit root? Water and wood are mutually reinforcing spiritual roots, extremely important for wood spirit root cultivators, as they amplify spiritual power and spell power to a certain extent. Therefore, this is the lifelong pursuit of many spirit farmers. To put it simply, asking someone to cast the minor cloud rain technique costs money. Su Changqing remained quite restrained, showing no boasting or pride, merely smiling. This is all thanks to senior brother Chu Chiu, a core disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley. If it weren't for his help, I certainly wouldn't have won first place, let alone awaken my water spirit root. Elder Hua nodded slightly. This is your fortune, your opportunity. In that case, you probably want to exchange a water attribute cultivation technique with me, right? Su Changqing immediately nodded. Yes. Elder Hua said, I'll give you a token, go to the Imperial Water Pavilion. Su Changqing was slightly surprised. I have to go to the Imperial Water Pavilion. Elder Hua explained matter-of-factly, do you think this is a celestial peak? The 5 major regions belong to the lower levels of the celestial sects, divided into different regions according to different spiritual roots. In our spirit fields, you can only exchange for wood attribute cultivation techniques and spells. Su Changqing suddenly understood, I see. In fact, the entire Tianyuan Realm is similar. The control over cultivation techniques and spells is outrageously strict. Anything that flows out is either incomplete or of very low grade. Complete ones are almost always tightly controlled by celestial sects, families, and major powers. Soon, Su Changqing received a token from Elder Hua. Judging from its shape, it didn't belong to the spirit fields, it was more in line with the style of the Imperial Water Pavilion. The token was crafted from cold jade, dark blue throughout, with a warm and smooth texture. The piece is irregularly oval, resembling half a seashell. The surface is devoid of intricate patterns, except for 3 intertwined water patterns engraved on the front. The first is like a gentle ripple. The second resembles a rushing torrent. The third is like a deep-sea whirlpool. The 3 water patterns progress in layers, subtly conveying a flowing spiritual energy. On the back, the character, water, is outlined in black iron sand. Elder Hua reminded him, as long as you take it, you can exchange it for a cultivation technique or spell from the Imperial Water Pavilion, low level or high level, it doesn't matter. It's free, no points or spirit stones required. Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, steward. By the way. At this moment, Elder Hua remembered something else and quickly said, take some time to go to Red Maple Valley and see which location you'd like to settle down. Su Changqing's eyes widened, and he asked incredulously, is it already decided that it'll belong to me? Elder Hua explained, you discovered the disaster in advance, preventing significant damage to the spirit fields, and especially helped the wrong family resolve their troubles. Naturally, they don't want to compete with you for ownership of Red Maple Valley. As for the Jiang family's withdrawal, I was actually quite surprised. Because of the Thousand Sects Dharma Assembly, all the major trading points in Red Maple Valley's market had to move out and relocate to the newly restored Flower Sea. That place has more space and a better environment, accommodating more people. With Red Maple Valley now empty, 3 main forces are competing for it. The first faction was naturally the Wrong family, the most powerful family in the spiritual fields. The second faction was the Jiang family, the second most powerful family in the spiritual fields. As for the third faction, which could be described as either a force or an individual, it was Su Changqing. Unexpectedly, just as autumn began, the Rong and Jiang families withdrew one after another, allowing Su Changqing to acquire ownership of Red Maple Valley ahead of schedule. In other words, moving there now wasn't out of the question. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, carefully considering the situation. The spiritual plants here have just been planted, so we can't leave for now. Even if we wanted to move, we'd have to wait until winter, or around the new year. Elder Hua didn't seem to care. That's fine. Just let me know once you've decided on a location, and I'll use my connections to help you move the spiritual fields there. Su Changqing bowed again. Thank you, steward, I'm leaving. But just as he reached the palace gate, a vibration came from the azure gourd. He didn't need to guess to know it was Hu Bagui's communication talisman. He pulled it out and saw it was indeed this guy. Wait, Lao Su, where are you? I'm at the management office, coming back right away. Then don't rush back. Go to the Red Maple Valley market to buy some groceries first. I'm sick of eating noodles every day. Su Changqing chuckled. He knew this guy was going to freeload, but it didn't matter. He could just go to the Red Maple Valley market and see what the situation was like. Chapter 359. You're too kind. The ancient red maple trees towered into the clouds, their leaves resembling baby hands. When the wind blew, they immediately clapped. If someone happened to pass by, they would think it was a warm welcome. Su Changqing approached, stepping on the shimmering frost of the broken moon, and found that Red Maple Valley was different now. The summer hustle and bustle was gone, replaced by a sense of tranquility. Will I have to travel far to buy things in the future? The Flower Sea is alright, at least the scenery is nice. Greetings, Envoy Su. Fewer people were trading here now, but not none. As long as the 5 major trading points hadn't moved, trading was still possible. After landing, Su Changqing walked towards the Spirit Farmer trading point, surveying his surroundings. As far as his eyes could see, apart from the 5 major trading points, all the other buildings were gone. Not demolished, but completely moved. The once crowded streets were now suddenly spacious, and he wasn't quite used to it. For the official disciples of Lingtian and Lingxiao Valley, trading will be a bit more troublesome in the future, requiring them to travel further to buy what they want. However, to be fair, although the distance is greater, the scenery is even better. The Flower Sea is a place you'll want to visit again and again after just one visit. Besides the birdsong and fragrant flowers, the most attractive thing is the matchmaking event. Previously, the Flower Sea was gone, forcing the core area to organize matchmaking events themselves. Now that the Flower Sea is back, matchmaking events will definitely return in addition to trading. For Huba Gui and Zhao Ziyu, spring has finally arrived. Soon, Su Changqing entered the Lingtian trading point, also known as Nunzin Society. It was much less busy inside, appearing emptier. At this moment, with the sound of footsteps, a beautiful figure came into view. Su Changqing cupped his hands in greeting. Isn't this senior sister Lu? Lu Yuanyuan paused, then looked him over. Aren't you the one who serves senior brother Lingbai? She vaguely remembered him. He was Li Lingbai's sidekick. He was also a spirit farmer with a wood spirit root. They had argued here before about the stalls at the forging peak. However, when she saw the token hanging from his waist, she froze on the spot. Good heavens, she had almost forgotten that this person had become the sole spirit cultivation envoy of the spirit field. Before she could finish speaking, she quickly changed the subject. Su Lingxi. Su Changqing sighed. Senior sister is so busy. Is this our first meeting this year? Lu Yuanyuan chuckled and agreed, of course. I was so busy that I didn't even have time to celebrate your appointment as spirit cultivation envoy. Su Changqing waved his hand. It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Lu Yuanyuan immediately said, that won't do. I'll pay for everything today. Su Changqing blinked. That's so inconvenient. Lu Yuanyuan smiled sweetly. Su Lingxi, you and senior brother Lingbai are friends, so we're friends too. A little bit of resources is nothing. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony with senior sister. Since the trading point is moving, might as well take more this time. Otherwise, going back and forth will take a lot of time. At first, Lu Yuanyuan's smile was incredibly bright. As time went on, Su Changqing took more and more things, and the smile on her face gradually stiffened, and her eyes became increasingly dull. Su Changqing packed a pile of various ingredients into the jade green gourd to keep it fresh, then said gratefully, Senior sister, thank you for your hospitality. Lu Yuanyuan smiled insincerely. It's nothing, it's nothing. Take some more if you need it. Seeing that he couldn't refuse her hospitality, Su Changqing started packing again. Alright then. Lu Yuanyuan was dumbfounded, inwardly cursing, I'm being polite with you, but you really think this is your home? Not long after, Su Changqing packed another pile of ingredients, then said with a troubled expression, Senior sister, this is really enough. If you keep packing, my gourd will be full. Lu Yuanyuan wanted to be polite again, but stopped herself immediately, realizing that the other party was genuinely not being polite. So, after her lips twitched several times, she finally said, whatever makes you happy. Su Changqing grinned, of course I'm happy with senior sister's kindness. Lu Yuanyuan took a deep breath, I have something to do. Su Changqing instantly understood, I should go too, goodbye senior sister. Immediately, filled with the joy of a successful trade, he turned and left. Once outside, he headed towards several other trading points. He planned to buy a little of everything, even if he didn't need it now, he could keep it for later. Unfortunately, none of these shops were as enthusiastic as senior sister Lu, but fortunately, because she was moving, the prices were much lower. In fact, the more you bought, the lower the price percentage became. When he got home, Huba Gui had been waiting for him for a long time. Fortunately, the wait was worthwhile. Lunch was exceptionally lavish. Although Su Changqing's culinary skills were still somewhat lacking in spiritual cuisine, each dish possessed some effect. The key was that they were beautifully presented, fragrant, and delicious. Huba Gui felt as if he had finally received rain after a long drought, and he devoured the food with gusto. Su Changqing poured him a cup of top-grade spiritual rice wine. Eat slowly, no one's going to steal it. Huba Gui gulped down the wine, forced down the food in his mouth, and then, catching his breath, said, your cooking is still the best. Su Changqing reassured him, just bear with it a little longer, it's only next month anyway. Once we sell what we have, we can eat spiritual cuisine every day. Huba Gui narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness in them. I've noticed that since more and more people learned about the opening of the Gig's secret realm, the prices of gold and fire attribute spirit beasts have gone up. Conversely, the prices of spirit beasts of other attributes have all decreased. Su Changqing understood his meaning. You want to take this opportunity to make a quick buck? Huba Gui nodded hastily. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Su Changqing thought for a moment and took out a storage bag. Inside are 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones I got after selling the Flower Calyx Pavilion. You can take it and use it first. Huba Gui quickly put down his chopsticks and waved his hand, saying, how can I do this? Su Changqing forcefully pushed it over, saying earnestly, I have enough here. There's no need to buy any more Yang attribute items now. For you, this is a chance to take off, not to be missed. Huba Gui's eyes flickered slightly, his voice choked with emotion. Old Su, you. Su Changqing patted his shoulder. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Back then, with just a word from him, the other party sold their spirit beasts and land, going all in on the Gig's secret realm. Now, with an opportunity presented to them, how could they let it slip by? Huba Gui picked up his wine glass, his expression solemn, and said, Old Su, I won't say much more, the words are in the wine. Immediately, he downed glass after glass. At first, Su Changqing was very moved, but seeing that half a bottle of top-grade spirit rice wine had been gone and the other party still showed no sign of stopping, he immediately realized, "You just want a drink, don't you?" Chapter 360, named after Dongting Lake. After a period of study, I have successfully mastered the 2 high-level cultivation techniques purchased from Suingzhen City and upgraded them to their maximum level. Golden Carving Technique Level 4. Effect 1 increases gold spiritual energy concentration by 40%. Effect 2 increases the success rate of crafting spirit talismans, spirit weapons, and magic tools by 40%. Effect 3 reduces gold spiritual energy consumption during forging and refining by 20%. Effect 4 reduces the probability of gold spiritual energy damaging basic materials. Special Effect 1 can sense the interior of metal ores, thus judging the quality of materials. Special Effect 2, the gold carving pattern has a built-in spirit gathering effect, slowly absorbing gold spiritual energy to replenish consumption. Gentle Water Technique Level 3. Effect 1 reduces water resistance by 60%. Effect 2 increases stamina recovery speed in water by 50%. Effect 3, during dual cultivation, can absorb an additional 10% water spiritual energy. Special Effect 1 can sense the location of water sources within a radius of 10,000 meters. Special Effect 2 integrates personal spiritual power into the water environment, increasing defense or attack by 10% and water spiritual energy conversion efficiency by 10%. Current remaining lifespan, 763 years. From repair to max level, the former took 11 years, and the latter took 9 years. Together, that's exactly 20 years. However, for Su Changqing now, it's a drop in the ocean. A single harvest would add more than 20 years to his lifespan, so there's no need to worry. The biggest advantage now is the ability to freely manipulate the 5 elements of spiritual power in his Qi. Moreover, these cultivation techniques are sufficient for his current stage. At worst, he can find new cultivation techniques after breaking through to the golden core stage. With a flicker, Su Changqing disappeared from the room, reappearing in his personal space. Compared to the previous period, perhaps due to planting 20 acres of spiritual fields, the expansion speed of the space has slowed considerably. Previously, the rice was visibly expanding, but now, several days later, it's almost imperceptible without careful observation and perception. Su Changqing looked at the 20 acres of spirit fields, where all the spirit rice was growing vigorously. Other spirit rice varieties take several months, but that strengthening the foundation and enriching the soil rice is almost ripe. This stuff matures and is harvested once a month. Not only is the yield astonishing, but its lifespan is also quite long. No wonder it's considered a precious spirit plant in many immortal sections. It's said that the Spirit Grain sect, which specializes in cultivating spirit rice and plants, possesses a unique variety of the strengthening the foundation and enriching the soil rice. Now it's a family heirloom, outsiders can't even see it, let alone have the chance to touch it. Withdrawing his gaze and thoughts, Su Changqing quickly focused his attention on the 2 high-level cultivation techniques he had newly learned. The gold carving technique is suitable for use in forging and refining weapons to enhance the effects of spirit talismans and spirit weapons, so it can't be tested at the moment. They'll have to find another opportunity. As for the gentle water technique, it's even more outrageous, practically bizarre, only fully manifesting during the merging of cultivation. No rush for forging. Let's test the gentle water technique first. I can definitely sense the location of water. Su Changqing activated the gentle water technique, channeling the water elemental power within his Danshan. Instantly, he sensed the water elemental energy floating in his personal space, simultaneously pinpointing the location of surrounding water sources. The more water there was, the clearer the perception. Conversely, the less water there was, the more blurred the perception. However, besides the small lake ahead, there was another water source. Where? Su Changqing's figure flickered, appearing beside the spatial earth element fruit tree and the earth-eroding brownish light mutant rice. To be honest, since transplanting them, he had rarely focused his attention on these 2 spiritual plants. The main reasons were that the earth-eroding brownish light mutant rice wasn't very valuable, and the spatial earth element fruit tree had a very long maturation cycle. Moreover, both of these spiritual plants were theoretically earth attribute. But strangely, beneath them, there was a puddle. The water inside was very strange. It wasn't clear water, but rather yellowish, with a faint, slightly pungent earthy smell. Su Changqing rubbed his chin. This seems to be spirit-contaminated water. It's water that has absorbed a large amount of earth energy, forming toxic sewage. If combined with corroding gold sand, it can be refined into an extremely disgusting spiritual artifact specifically designed to corrupt other people's spiritual weapons, talismans, and spiritual power, called spirit-contaminated gold sand. Moreover, it can be used to learn a high-level spell called the corrosion wave technique. Don't let the unassuming name fool you, its power is immense. According to the book, this spell can even corrode a golden core. Seeing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but reach out and touch the corrosion wave brownish light mutant rice, who said, "You're useless. You're incredibly useful. Not only does it accelerate the growth of the space earth element fruit tree, but it also produces spirit purifying water." Whether it was an illusion or not, the corrosion wave brownish light mutant rice swayed slightly after being touched. However, Su Changqing didn't collect the spirit purifying water. Instead, he solidified the surrounding soil, then turned and went to the lake, pondering, "I might as well give you a name too. If it were still black, he could just call it Blackwater Lake. But now that it's crystal clear, he can't call it that." After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Since he was now at the Dongting Immortal sect, he decided to name his personal space and the lake before him Dongting. It was both the name of the space and the name of the lake. There was a large Dongting outside, and a smaller Dongting here. Su Changqing felt instantly relieved. He grinned broadly and jumped into the water with a plop. Before, his swimming and paddling speed in the water wasn't slow, but it wasn't fast either. But now, having learned the soft water technique, although he couldn't control the water, he moved as freely as a fish. This caused great trouble for the dragon fish in the water. They were chased by their master and, once caught, spun around with the magic of love. At first, they were excited, but soon they became exhausted and scattered, eventually hiding in corners. They no longer looked like dragon fish, but like burrowing mudskippers. Su Changqing, on the other hand, was having a great time and didn't leave the Dongting space for quite some time. With a creak, Su Changqing pushed open the door and stepped out. Instantly, the morning breeze, carrying the moist scent of the spirit field, rushed towards him. His spirits lifted instantly, and then his gaze swept across the area. Wan Wang was still in its kennel, but upon hearing the door open, the dog immediately peeked out furtively. Seeing its master, it yawned and grinned obsequiously as it emerged. Except for Geg, who was still sleeping, the other 20 guinea fowl were already catching insects in the field. In the spirit field, the rice stalks were heavy with dew, shimmering with a rainbow of colors. Rows of miniature gourds were already visible on the green gourd vines. For those with a wood spirit root, spring and autumn were clearly more pleasant. But for Su Changqing, whose 5 elements were perfectly balanced, no season mattered. He immediately began his daily routine: weeding, cleaning manure, inspecting the spirit field, and preparing breakfast. After finishing all this, it was already morning. Su Changqing put on his bamboo hat and then instructed Wang Wang and Geg, "I'm going to the Imperial Water Pavilion. You two stay home and behave yourselves." Chapter 361. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Su Changqing's reason for going to the Water Control Pavilion was simple. Having mastered the gentle water technique, he naturally wanted to further learn water control arts, specifically the Lesser Cloud Rain technique or the Greater Cloud Rain technique. The Lesser Cloud Rain technique could be learned during the Qi refining stage and was considered a low-level spell. The Greater Cloud Rain technique could only be learned during the Foundation establishment stage and was considered a high-level spell. Although they seemed to differ by only one word, there was a significant difference in quality and energy consumption. The Lesser Cloud Rain technique used spiritual energy as a conduit, condensing it into fine raindrops that covered an area of only a few feet. The raindrops only moistened the surface soil of the spiritual fields, its nourishing effect on spiritual plants being only slightly better than irrigation with a spiritual spring, and its duration was short. The spiritual energy gradually dissipated after the rain stopped. The Greater Cloud Rain technique, on the other hand, produced spiritual rain that covered an area of tens of feet. The rainwater seeped into the spiritual fields 3 feet below the surface, nourishing not only the roots of spiritual plants and accelerating the growth of lower-level plants, but also leaving a much longer residual spiritual energy after the rain stopped. The key is that the Great Cloud and Rain technique is an offensive spell. Yes, that's right. It's an offensive spell. Using it only for bringing rain would be a waste of its potential. Firstly, it's versatile. Secondly, it has a large attack range. Therefore, another reason many water elemental cultivators learn the Great Cloud and Rain technique is its flexibility and adaptability. When Su Changqing arrived at the Imperial Water Pavilion aboard Shattered Moonfrost, he was surprised to find it quite lively. Quite a few newcomers. Strange, do these people know each other? Haven't you heard? They're all core disciples of the Nine-Turn sect. The arrival of a group of newcomers sparked much discussion among the regular disciples of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Su Changqing pricked up his ears, listening curiously. Then, from the snippets of conversation around him, he understood what had happened. It turned out that these newly enrolled disciples of the Imperial Water Pavilion were actually core disciples of the Nine-Turn sect. Some time ago, the Nine-Turn sect suffered an accident. Countless streams of polluted spiritual water gushed forth from the ground, flooding the entire sect and killing many. Especially the sect master, vice sect master, and grand elder all perished. A few escaped, and some of them were taken in by Mo Kiashui, a nascent sole true monarch from the Dongting Immortal sect, and transferred to the Imperial Water Pavilion as formal disciples. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. This is too outrageous. The sect that supposedly controlled water was destroyed by water. No wonder there's an old saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. He wondered what exactly happened over there to cause such a situation. As expected of one of the three great immortal sects, look at these formal disciples, each one possesses extraordinary bearing. Look at this imperial water pavilion, it's far more magnificent than our spirit water pavilion. Wow, even a random disciple can ride the shattered moonfrost. This group of water elemental cultivators from the Nine-Turn sect numbered about 20. About 10 were disciples, and the rest were elders. Among them was Zhao Tianyuan, the top core disciple of the Nine-Turn sect, and the sect leader's daughter, Ruo Kunzhuang. Regardless of their past status, now that they were at the daunting immortal sect, they were as low-key as possible. Ruo Kunzhuang tugged at Zhao Qianyuan's sleeve and said softly, "Senior brother, I'm scared." Zhao Qianyuan chuckled and reassured her, "Shuanger, don't be afraid. Senior brother promised master that he would protect you." However, his clenched hands revealed his inner tension. After all, this was the imperial water pavilion of the daunting immortal sect, one of the three great immortal sections. In the Nine-Turn sect, Zhao Qianyuan might rank first in talent, aptitude, and comprehension. However, here, similar individuals, while not ubiquitous, were not few and far between. The competitive pressure was immense. Whether he could stand out was still uncertain. Su Changqing stood at the back of the crowd, carefully observing the people inside. Zhao Qianyuan was tall and upright, about 25 or 26 years old, with a sharply defined face. His eyes were quite deep, faintly shimmering with moisture. Ruo Kunzhuang was in her early 20s, with a beautiful face and fair skin. Her figure was slender, like a bamboo reflected in water. She wore a long, moon-white dress that trailed on the ground, the hem embroidered with translucent frost patterns. She appeared delicate and frail, utterly captivating. After observing for a while, Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and walked to the other side, not forgetting the real reason he had come here. Upon meeting the staff, he immediately took out his token and handed it over. "So it's Envoy Su. What water attribute cultivation technique or spell do you wish to exchange for?" "Great Cloud Rain Technique." "Have you learned the Lesser Cloud Rain Technique?" "No." "Then I suggest you exchange for the Lesser Cloud Rain Technique first, and then try to exchange for the Great Cloud Rain Technique." "Why?" "If you haven't learned the Lesser Cloud Rain Technique, learning the Great Cloud Rain Technique will be extremely difficult." "Never mind that, just give me the Great Cloud Rain Technique." Su Changqing, of course, knew that to learn the Great Cloud Rain Technique, he first had to learn the Lesser Cloud Rain Technique. Only in this way could the transition be smoother. The problem was, once he exchanged for the Lesser Cloud Rain Technique, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to exchange for the Great Cloud Rain Technique next. He decided to go all in at once. Although learning it would be a bit troublesome, once he mastered it, he could use the system's abilities to forcibly level up to the maximum. Besides, there was Zhao Ziyu. At worst, he could ask old Zhao for advice, or even have him secretly teach him the Lesser Cloud Rain Technique. Soon, Su Changqing consumed the token, obtaining the high-level spell, the Greater Cloud Rain Technique. Wearing the jade pendant, he immediately headed out of the Imperial Water Pavilion. Just before leaving, he noticed the other side was bustling with activity. Looking closely, he saw that Lan Tian, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, had actually appeared. He looked much better than before, at least not as, is a difficult word to translate directly, but it conveys a sense of listlessness, apathy, and lack of motivation. However, compared to his peak, he was still somewhat lacking. Lan Tian and Zhao Qianyuan seemed to know each other well, introducing their friends to one another. At noon, Su Changqing returned home. After lunch, he took the jade pendant containing the Great Cloud and Rain Technique to the foot of a poplar tree, leaning against it and channeling his spiritual sense into it. Soon, the entire content of the Great Cloud and Rain Technique was imprinted in his mind. Only then did Su Changqing realize why he had to learn the Lesser Cloud and Rain Technique first. Now he understood that the Great Cloud and Rain Technique was indeed extremely complex and profound. The good thing was that it wasn't impossible to learn. However, don't expect to master it in a short time. Su Changqing couldn't help but ponder, it seems I need to brew a water attribute beverage to speed up my learning. Just as he was immersed in his study, he suddenly felt the atmosphere become extremely oppressive. His heart began to pound wildly, like the drums beating on a battlefield. His three spiritual roots metal, water, and wood seemed to sense something and became exceptionally active. Su Changqing abruptly stood up, looking around with surprise and uncertainty. Then he saw a sky full of three-colored clouds appearing in the direction of the Imperial Water Pavilion. The base of the clouds was grayish-blue. Silver-gray light threads wrapped around the edges. Dark green spots dotted the interior. The three colors intertwined, like gold and iron sinking into a blue sea, or vegetation growing on the water's edge. Chapter 362 The Descent of Turbid Thunder. Su Changqing witnessed this scene and was utterly shocked. Could it be? Buzz. Just then, a violent vibration came from the azure gourd. He flipped his wrist, and a communication talisman appeared. He recognized it immediately as Lee Sankei's communication talisman. In the past, the other party rarely contacted him proactively, especially not with such a loud commotion. Generally speaking, the more spiritual energy injected, the higher the vibration frequency and the faster the flashing. Judging from the current situation, Lee Sankei was practically pouring all the wood's spiritual energy in his danchin into this communication talisman, showing just how excited he was. Hello? Meet me at the Imperial Water Pavilion. Is that senior brother Lingbai? Stop talking nonsense, get going. I just got back from the Imperial Water Pavilion. Lee Sankei perfectly demonstrated what it means to be concise and impactful. Seeing this, Su Changqing put away the communication talisman and the jade pendant, then summoned Shattered Moonfrost and flew towards Lee Sankei's spiritual field at an extremely fast speed. They sped along at breakneck speed, finally arriving in the shortest possible time. Before Su Changqing could land the spaceship, Lee Sankei leaped up, jumped aboard, pointed towards the Imperial Water Pavilion, and shouted, "Charge!" Upon hearing this, Su Changqing activated the second effect of Shattered Moonfrost, instantly covering the entire ship in a layer of silver frost, doubling its speed. In a flash, it shot forward over 1,000 meters. Along the way, Su Changqing would occasionally glance at Lee Sankei, opening his mouth as if to ask a question, but then hesitating to do so. Lee Sankei took a deep breath, then said in a low voice, "I know what you're thinking, but right now, besides Lingbai, there shouldn't be anyone else causing this commotion." Su Changqing was taken aback. "So, even senior brother isn't sure?" Lee Sankei glanced at him sideways, stating matter-of-factly, "I've never formed my core." Su Changqing said, slightly embarrassed, "That's true." Lee Sankei changed the subject, grinning, "Even if it's not Lingbai, going to join in the fun is fine." Su Changqing wholeheartedly agreed, thinking to himself, if it really was caused by someone forming their core, I can learn from their experience. However, he had a question. If Li Lingbai really wanted to break through, shouldn't he have chosen the Immortal Peak? Why at the Imperial Water Pavilion? Is there some explanation? He wanted to ask Lee Sankei beside him, but then thought it would be pointless. The other party might not know more than he did. And so, the two continued forward, drawing ever closer to the Black Lake. This commotion attracted a large crowd, all converging towards the Imperial Water Pavilion. The closer they got, the more terrifying it became. A series of sharp, buzzing sounds emanated from the air, like thousands of fine needles piercing the atmosphere. In the center of the floating clouds, a pale blue mist, intertwined with silver-gray light threads, formed a vortex of gold and water merging. Countless dark green light spots clung to the edge of the golden water vortex, swaying like water plants. When the three converged, they produced a mixture of sounds: the clash of metal, the gurgling of water, and the rustling of leaves. The spiritual energy contained the sharpness of metal, the gentleness of water, and the vitality of wood. A faint, chilling, malevolent aura could also be sensed. This scene seemed to harbor something terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. The sky gradually darkened. The center was pitch black, with no color visible at all. Centered on the Imperial Water Pavilion, an oppressive atmosphere of extreme suffocation permeated the air. Those inside, completely disregarding the members of the Nine-Turn sect, stared in shock at the outside, too afraid to even step out of the door. Just then, countless streaks of azure light shone from the Black Lake. Twinkling like stars, the fish were rising to the surface. Their appearance signified the activation of the myriad fish array. Even below the Imperial Water Pavilion, countless black waters surged into raging waves, as if a colossal creature was slowly awakening. Simultaneously, the water spiritual energy steadily increased, so dense that even those with water spiritual roots felt uncomfortable. Those outside, let alone approaching the Imperial Water Pavilion, could barely get close to the Black Lake. Going any further would create an unprecedented sense of danger, as if death would strike at any moment. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the dark night sky, but it wasn't the normal blue-white. Instead, its surface was covered with a layer of silvery gray, while dark green expanded within. An eerie light, spreading like a spider web, filled most of the sky. Rumble. Just then, thunder began to rumble. It rolled dully, like a heavy object crushing, sending chills down everyone's spine. Many people even felt their hair and goosebumps stand on end. This is the turbid lightning triggered during a breakthrough to a higher realm. Judging from the color, it should be the withering and flourishing cold sharp lightning. It's said that the more spiritual roots one possesses, the more complex the color and the heavier the lightning's power during a breakthrough. Double spiritual roots double the lightning power, 3 spiritual roots triple, 4 spiritual roots quadruple. Then, what about 5 spiritual roots? And so on, at least 8 times. Su Changqing's face turned deathly pale. Huh. The person next to him curled his lip. You don't have 5 spiritual roots, why are you so scared? Su Changqing's lips twitched several times. Indeed. Lee Sankei said with a serious expression. Moreover, during a breakthrough, other cultivators, especially those at higher realms, cannot interfere, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure rose into the air from the direction of the water control pavilion. This person had a three-colored light shield flowing around him, radiating a surging aura. Clearly, this person had activated the spiritual light shield inherent in their spiritual roots. In the blink of an eye, he hovered atop the Imperial Water Pavilion, watched by countless people. Many recognized him immediately. It was Li Lingbai, the genius with the three spiritual roots of metal, water, and wood. However, he looked quite different now. He was now wearing a six-pattern spirit silkworm robe, the hem embroidered with the three spirits returning to origin pattern. This robe, combined with the spiritual patterns, could stabilize the flow of the three spiritual elements during the lightning tribulation, preventing the spiritual roots from becoming disordered due to the impact of the lightning. His left hand held a five-patterned clear profound water-dividing mirror, capable of releasing a triple protective shield of metal, water, and wood. His right hand wore a five-patterned jade-encircled gold ring, capable of automatically harmonizing the three spiritual roots. A five-patterned flowing firefly jade pendant hung at his waist, capable of forcibly sustaining his life force. A three spirits guardian talisman on his forehead could resist the turbid and evil energy during the lightning tribulation, preventing his primordial spirit from being contaminated. A myriad wood rejuvenation talisman on his heart would activate when his physical body was on the verge of collapse, instantly healing severe injuries. Two golden water diversion talismans are placed at his feet, diverting some of the lightning's power into the black water, thus reducing damage. A spirit root stabilizing talisman is also hidden in his waist, preventing his spirit root from being countered by the lightning's impact. He held a third-grade soul-returning pill in his mouth, a high-ranking Earth-level pill capable of instantly repairing 70% of a damaged soul. It could be said that Li Lingbai had used every possible method to condense a high-ranking Earth-level golden core. At that moment, light and shadow flickered, and many people appeared out of thin air. Su Changqing took a closer look and recognized Qin Bailey, Tan Tianyuan, Xu Hong, and others. There were many others he didn't recognize, but he knew without a doubt that they were all core disciples. They had come here to witness firsthand whether Li Lingbai could break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core realm. Sizzle! A piercing explosion rang out, and a spiderweb-like wound suddenly tore open in the sky, bursting forth with eerie light interwoven with white, blue, and green. Everyone's pupils constricted, their hearts clenching as if gripped by an invisible hand. For a moment, they even forgot to breathe. The next second, the entire world suddenly sank. A three-colored lightning bolt, at least 10 feet thick, blasted out from the rift. Space itself seemed unable to withstand the pressure, creaking and cracking. The air solidified where it passed, light distorted, and even vegetation within 100 miles withered instantly. A terrifying attack, aimed directly at Li Lingbai. Chapter 363 Surrounded by three snakes. At this moment, it wasn't Li Lingbai who first resisted, but the water control pavilion below him. Layer upon layer of eerie blue light rose from the 9-story water control pavilion, followed by the appearance of numerous spiritual talismans that transformed into layers of barriers. Of course, these were utterly insufficient to stop the massive, 10-foot-thick bolt of turbid lightning. Moreover, Li Lingbai possessed three spiritual roots, making his power twice as great as that of a single spiritual root. Boom! Boom boom! All the spiritual talisman barriers melted instantly under the terrifying impact of the turbid lightning. The lightning pillar forced a vacuum channel through the air, leaving behind traces of scorching gold, icy water, and decaying wood at its edges. These three phenomena intertwined and crashed down upon Li Lingbai. Fortunately, the water control pavilion had absorbed some of the lightning's power. As the lightning bolt passed through layers of obstacles and struck Li Lingbai, his spiritual artifacts, talismans, and the three-colored, flowing spiritual light shield quickly exerted their maximum effect. The Qingxian water-dividing mirror was the first to erupt with dazzling spiritual light. The pattern on the back of the mirror lit up, and 5 spiritual runes flowed simultaneously, instantly erecting 3 protective shields in front of him. The first layer was a golden shield gleaming with silver light. The second layer was a flowing blue water shield. The third layer was a vibrant emerald green wooden shield. The moment the lightning bolt struck the protective shield, sparks flew from the golden shield, and 3 of the 5 spiritual runes dimmed instantly. The water shield emitted a hissing freezing sound, and an ice shell quickly formed on its surface, firmly supporting the downward momentum of the lightning bolt. The wooden shield shook violently from the impact, rapidly releasing strands of vitality to counteract the corrosive energy of the turbid lightning. Crack! However, the triple protective shield shattered after only 3 breaths, the remaining lightning transforming into a torrent of turbid energy and ice needles that instantly engulfed Li Lingbai. Fortunately, his 6-pattern spirit silkworm robe suddenly tightened, the 3 spirit returning origin patterns flashing wildly, gold, blue, and green patterns flowing erratically across the garment as if alive. The gold pattern locked down his metal spirit root, which was excited by the lightning, preventing its sharp energy from backfiring. The blue pattern guided his restless water spirit root, diverting the chilling energy seeping in from the ice needles. The green pattern protected his wood spirit root, stabilizing his life force, which was teetering on the brink of collapse from the turbid energy. Even so, the ice needles still pierced through the robe and into Li Lingbai's skin, quickly covering his entire body with a layer of white frost, even his breath carrying icy shards. Fortunately, the jade-green ring with gold entwined on his right hand suddenly glowed and heated, the 3 elemental spirit stones embedded in the ring simultaneously lighting up. The golden spirit stone released its sharp force, shattering most of the ice needles on his body. The water spirit stone seeped out a warm current, melting the frozen areas in his meridians. The wood spirit stone accelerated the healing process, stopping the bleeding wounds. Almost instinctively, Li Lingbai was about to swallow the 3-turn rejuvenation pill he held in his mouth. But he restrained himself, feeling the time wasn't right. He channeled any kind of spiritual energy into the firefly jade marrow pendant at his waist. Instantly, the water and wood spirit marrow within the pendant burst forth with a soft light, flowing through his blood vessels throughout his body. Wherever it passed, the skin and flesh frozen by the ice needles healed at a visible speed, and most of the frost receded. Seeing this, Su Changqing was filled with surprise and doubt. It blocked it? However, this was only the beginning. 1 spiritual root corresponds to 1 turbid lightning bolt. Li Lingbai had 3 spiritual roots, therefore corresponding to 3 bolts. In other words, although 1 has been blocked, there are still 2 more, and their power is increasing. The sky suddenly darkened, and the tricolored clouds twisted into a spiral. With a deafening roar, another pillar of lightning shot out. But the instant it left the tricolored clouds, it transformed into 3 enormous serpents. The golden serpent's scales were like knives, hissing as it moved. The water serpent was entirely a ghostly blue, its movements creating a chilling current that seemed to freeze the air. The wooden serpent resembled a decaying vine, its scales dripping a poisonous liquid capable of corroding spiritual roots and flesh. The 3 serpents arrived one after another. The first one is the golden serpent. Li Lingbai's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening slightly. Each scale of the golden serpent gleamed with a sharp silver light. With each flick of its tongue, it sliced through the air, creating tiny cracks in the vacuum. Its tail lashed out with a whooshing sound. Then, with incredible speed, it lunged at Li Lingbai. The latter reacted swiftly, reactivating the Qingxian water dividing mirror. The water mirror, with only 2 remaining spirit patterns, blazed brightly, transforming into a golden shield as thin as a cicada's wing. The golden serpent slammed into the shield, the crisp sound of its scales rubbing against the shield sending chills down one's spine. Visible dents and cracks appeared, before it finally shattered into pieces with a creak. Li Lingbai, struck by the golden serpent, was forced downwards at least 10 meters. The left shoulder of his 6-pattern spirit silkworm robe was grazed by the serpent, instantly tearing a bloody gash, and the 3 spirit returning origin patterns dimmed considerably. Before the golden serpent's attack ended, the water serpent followed. It gleamed with a chilling blue light, and along its path, the air transformed into fine ice needles, shooting towards Li Lingbai, who had just regained his footing. At this moment, the jade and gold ring on his right arm glowed and heated again, the water spirit stone on the ring releasing a soft light, trying its best to block the incoming ice needles, but some still slipped through. Several ice needles pierced through the spirit silkworm armor, embedding themselves in the meridians of his right arm, instantly freezing most of his spiritual power. Flowing firefly jade marrow pendant, melt into water. Li Lingbai gripped the jade pendant tightly, water and wood spirit marrow surging along his blood vessels to his right arm, the frozen meridians immediately emitting a sizzling sound of melting ice. But at this moment, the water snake had already coiled around his waist. As the snake tightened, a chilling blue aura seeped into his skin, even his bones felt a biting cold, and the nascent golden core that had just condensed in his dantian trembled, as if it were about to be frozen and cracked by this cold aura. Just as the golden snake surrounded him and the water snake coiled around him, a third green shadow also darted out. The wooden snake seemed to arrive late, but it carried the most insidious killing move. The snake was covered in dark green poisonous vines, its eyes resembling 2 small, curling blood-red flowers. It left trails of green poisonous mist in its wake. It didn't attack Li Lingbai directly, but instead circled behind him. Its vine-like tail suddenly lashed out, wrapping around the unhealed wound on his left arm. Sizzle! The moment the vine touched the wound, the poisonous gas surged along his meridians, heading straight for his heart. The muscles in Li Lingbai's left arm visibly withered away. Even the life force released by the shattered wood spirit stone from the jade ring was suppressed by the poisonous gas, barely managing to hold onto the last inch of his heart meridian. Won't he be able to hold on? Even if he blocked the second bolt of turbid lightning, the third will be even more powerful. That's why many people prefer a single spiritual root. I hope Li Lingbai can hold on. A 3 spiritual root Earth-grade golden core has limitless potential. Yes, even the awakened divine abilities will be incredibly powerful. Seeing this, not only the formal disciples, but even the core disciples frowned, all worried for Li Lingbai. While more spiritual roots generally mean more advantages and fewer weaknesses, the obstacles encountered when breaking through to higher realms are also greater. This is why many people prefer to choose a single or dual spiritual root. Look at Li Lingbai, with his 3 spiritual roots, now struggling to break through to the Earthgrade Golden Core stage. What a miserable state he's in. Chapter 360 for the 3 Tribulations Thunder Beast. Spiritual Root Stabilizing Talisman, Lock. 10,000 Trees Rejuvenating Talisman, Explode. Hold on. The first talisman activated, locking down the disordered and counteracting spiritual roots, preventing them from running rampant. The second talisman activated, unleashing a surge of rich life force that rapidly covered the entire body. Suddenly, the withered left arm glowed with golden light, as if a sharp knife within the flesh had sliced away all the invading toxins. Then, metal generated water, and a warm, moist energy spread, washing away all the coldness from the meridians. When it was water's turn to generate wood, combined with the special effect of the 10,000 Trees Rejuvenating Talisman, the severely damaged body instantly recovered. Seeing this, the 3 large snakes formed from the lightning pillar rapidly changed, suddenly joining head to tail, forming a rotating lightning ring. It possessed the cutting power of metal. It possessed the coldness of water. It possessed the decaying power of wood. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, each trying to outlast the other. With a ripping sound, Li Lingbai's clothes burst open. His flesh and blood were wounded, sometimes appearing, sometimes rapidly healing. His face grew paler and paler, increasingly pale, at a visible speed. Sizzle! 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 3 snakes coiled around him, continuously releasing damage of 3 different attributes. Sometimes they took turns, sometimes they merged. An ordinary person, let alone resist, would likely die instantly. This scene, even from a distance of thousands of meters, was still chilling. Time continued to pass. To outsiders, it might have been just a few breaths. But for those involved, every second felt like an eternity, an unbearable ordeal. Fortunately, in the end, Li Lingbai held on. As a genius with 3 spiritual roots, he was not only highly regarded by his master and fully supported by his family, but also received assistance from many powerful forces. If he couldn't withstand all this, he would disappoint countless people. Li Lingbai currently looked extremely disheveled. His spirit's silkworm robe was tattered like strips of cloth. His clear, profound water-dividing mirror was completely shattered. His jade-entwined gold ring was reduced to half. He was almost unrecognizable as human. Yet, his aura was steadily rising, growing stronger and stronger. Under the attack of the 3 snakes, a golden core gradually solidified in his dantian. On the surface of the golden core, one could vaguely see the flow of golden, water, and wood-colored spiritual light. Li Lingbai looked up at the 3-colored tribulation clouds and couldn't help but grin, a smile tinged with smugness and mockery. The second bolt of turbid lightning not only failed to defeat him, but instead made the synergy of his 3 spiritual roots even more perfect. This Earth-grade golden core, he was determined to have it. However, a rumbling sound echoed again from the sky. It sounded like a building collapsing or a heavy object shifting. Then, the 3-colored tribulation clouds changed again, beginning to rotate clockwise, mixing the gold, water, and wood elements together into a massive gray-black vortex. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended. Even Su Changqing and the others, 1,000 meters away, felt an unbearable weight, as if they were carrying a giant boulder. Li Lingbai's smile froze instantly. The gray-black vortex grew increasingly murky and dense, as if a curtain were covering the entire world. Under this immense pressure, the 9-story Imperial Water Pavilion emitted a series of splashing sounds, cracks appearing in many places, from which large amounts of fresh water flowed out. At this moment, the myriad fish array activated again, and all the fish swam around the Imperial Water Pavilion, radiating countless rays of spiritual light as they moved. The dense water spiritual energy was guided, part of which was used to repair the Imperial Water Pavilion, while the rest flowed into Li Lingbai's body. This gave him, as the one who primarily cultivated the water spiritual root, a sudden and special boost. His remaining wounds, weakened body, and listless spirit all rapidly recovered in this instant. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes revealed envy. Behind the Imperial Water Pavilion was the nascent soul true monarch Mo Kieshui. Although the other party could not directly intervene, even a small trick could greatly benefit Li Lingbai. Su Changqing couldn't help but sigh. The difference between having a master and not having a master is vividly demonstrated at this moment. Having a master is like having a powerful backer. Without a master, one is like a lone boat in a vast ocean. To put it bluntly, it's like the difference between a disciple of a celestial sect and a rogue cultivator. Disciples of immortal sects, backed by their sects, have no shortage of resources, cultivation techniques, and connections. When breaking through to higher realms, they can find numerous ways to cope. Conversely, the situation for independent cultivators is quite different, arguably much worse. Without background, without support, without connections, and without resources, they mostly have to rely on themselves. They strive their entire lives, hoping to break through to a higher realm, only to end up benefiting others. This kind of thing is commonplace among independent cultivators, happening almost daily. What's that? A monster? A 3-headed monster? Suddenly, an exclamation arose from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, everyone looked up at the sky again. They saw a 10-foot thick pillar of lightning emerge from the gray-black vortex, but instead of immediately attacking Li Lingbai, it continued to expand, eventually giving birth to a three-headed monster. The left head had a spiraling giant horn, as if formed from countless twisted spears, its surface covered with runes, each radiating an extremely sharp aura. With a slight flick, a beam of golden light shot out, slicing through the air and emitting a piercing shriek. The middle head, resembling neither a dragon nor a snake, was enveloped in a chilling blue aura that froze the air, even distorting the light. Its forked tongue, like two slender icicles, emitted a chilling aura that even froze the black lake, instantly killing countless fish. The right head resembled a massive, withered burl, its surface pitted and covered in dense, sharp, poisonous vines. These vines intertwined and twisted, squeezing out drops of black venom. The entire area was filled with an extremely strong stench. This is a three-tribulation thunder beast. If it has 4 spiritual roots, then it has 4 heads. Doesn't that mean 5 spiritual roots mean 5 heads? Why are you always thinking about 5 spiritual roots? Su Changqing opened his mouth, unsure how to answer. Li Sankei was extremely anxious. Lingbai, hang in there. You must pull through. At this moment, countless people were cheering and encouraging Li Lingbai. Once he breaks through to the Earthgrade Golden Core, his relatives, friends, and partners will all receive unprecedented benefits. After all, Golden Cores are divided into 3 grades. The human grade Golden Core is the lowest and least threatening. If one breaks through to the Earthgrade Golden Core, they will awaken supernatural abilities based on their spiritual root. And an Earthgrade Golden Core possessing supernatural abilities will have terrifying strength. It could even be said that Li Lingbai will become a pillar of the immortal sect in the future. Roar! Suddenly, the three-tribulation thunder beast let out a deafening roar. It was as if a decisive battle had begun. A terrifying aura surged and spread instantly. The golden head attacked first, violently shaking its spiraling horns, and in an instant, tens of thousands of golden light blades shot out like a torrential rain. The water head followed closely behind, spewing out a dense, icy breath that froze the air in its path. The wooden head was not to be outdone. Its poisonous vines acted as the source of deadly poison, the concentrated venom forming a vast net that seemed poised to melt everything below. Chapter 365 Li Lingbai's Golden Elixir. Faced with an attack even more terrifying than before, Li Lingbai remained increasingly calm. His left hand formed a seal, and the water elemental energy in his dantian rapidly condensed before him, instantly transforming into a ferocious water dragon that fearlessly charged towards the three-tribulation thunder beast above. However, before it could even get close, it was frozen into an ice sculpture by the water beast's chilling breath, then riddled with holes by countless golden light blades. It managed to block the attack, buying him a mere second. Seizing this opportunity, Li Lingbai immediately activated the Thousand Carp River Descent technique, rapidly consuming his spiritual energy. He sensed and drew in all the water elemental energy within a 50-foot radius. In an instant, the water elemental energy gathered and swirled in the air, transforming into dozens of large golden carp, each several meters long. This scene resembled the previous thousand-fish formation. The carp swarmed around Li Lingbai, rotating rapidly, absorbing vast amounts of water elemental energy and moisture, creating a watery realm. At this moment, the thunder beast's attack was like a dark cloud looming overhead. Seeing this, Li Lingbai's left-hand seals changed abruptly. The circling silver carp suddenly accelerated, its tail slapping against the edge of the water barrier, creating 3 layers of ring-shaped water curtains within. The outer layer was a curtain of sharp scales coated with golden dust. The middle layer was a curtain of entwined silk shimmering with a bluish light. The inner layer was a curtain of frosty breath. Then, Li Lingbai controlled dozens of golden carp, weaving back and forth between the 3 layers of water curtains. When the first wave of golden blades struck the water barrier, the sharp scale curtain erupted with dazzling golden light. It was like metal clashing against metal, producing a crisp sound like popping beans. 30% of the golden blades were deflected, the rest were tightly bound by the entwined silk curtain, their sharp tips dissipating visibly within the bluish light. At first glance, it seemed that Li Lingbai had the upper hand. In reality, the Three Tribulations Thunder Beast's attack was far from over. The chilling breath spewed from the water had seeped into the gaps torn by the golden blade, instantly freezing the azure light on the binding silk curtain. Several carp, unable to dodge in time, were trapped inside, their golden scales instantly turning ashen. The woodhead's black venom followed closely behind. Drops of venom landed on it, sizzling and corroding into countless honeycomb-like holes. The venom seeped down through the holes, threatening to reach the inner layer of the chilling breath curtain. Transform into gold. Li Lingbai activated the Thousand Carp Riverfall technique to its limit, and the water realm suddenly exploded with golden spray. The frozen carp burst forth, breaking free of their restraints. Their golden scales ignited with pale golden flames upon contact with the venom, actually burning the black venom into wisps of white smoke. At the same time, the azure light of the binding silk curtain surged, forcibly neutralizing the venom with the life force of wood. As the battle dragged on, Li Lingbai's spiritual energy in his danshan dwindled. However, he showed no sign of panic, seemingly still holding back some trump cards. Suddenly, with a hissing sound, the water barrier, corroded by the black venom and then relentlessly assaulted by the golden blade, finally tore open. Immediately afterward, a terrifying torrent of attacks surged towards Li Lingbai. At the very moment of impact, golden lines emerged around him, then materialized into a massive golden talisman. This talisman directly blocked all the attacks, preventing them from causing any damage to Li Lingbai. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he consumed a top-grade pill to replenish his spiritual energy. He remained utterly calm throughout, enduring the relentless attacks of the three Tribulation Thunder Beast. That's the Profound Origin Golden Light Talisman? No wonder they were so confident. This is a top-tier talisman. Although the talisman was drawn by True Monarch Mo, the user is Li Lingbai, so it doesn't count as interference, and the turbid lightning won't be amplified. How I wish I had a master like that. First, you need to have 3 spiritual roots. Second, you need extraordinary comprehension. Seeing this scene, many people were filled with envy, some even losing their composure. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the 3 Tribulations Thunder Beast instantly flew into a rage. The golden head opened its blood-red maw, spewing out a torrent composed of countless golden blades. The water head simultaneously spewed out a dense chill, enveloping the golden spikes and greatly increasing its power. The wooden head then drove its venom to spread, sealing off Li Lingbai, the Imperial Water Pavilion, and the Black Lake. Clearly, it wanted to use this attack to force the person undergoing tribulation to their doom. But at this moment, a sharp crack sound rang out abruptly. The previously frozen Black Lake, especially below the Imperial Water Pavilion, suddenly cracked open, then spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Finally, a massive yellow head emerged. It resembled neither a snake nor a dragon. Its eyes were enormous, filled with a sinister glint. The moment it appeared, it unleashed a chilling wave of cold air, even forcing back the black venom released by the wooden head, one of the 3 Tribulation Thunder Beasts. Su Changqing's pupils constricted. That's the Suanyu's companion beast, the Tang Snake. The Tang Snake gently swayed, breaking open the ice, then its terrifying, 100-jan-long body soared into the air. It opened its mouth and spewed forth a yellow wind. Golden blades, icy breath, and venom were all instantly reduced to dust. Even the 3 Tribulation Thunder Beasts were momentarily stunned by this. No wonder he chose the Water Pavilion as the breakthrough point. True Monarch Mo wants to use the abilities of Suanyu and Tengshi to help Li Lingbai withstand the third wave of turbid lightning. This way, not only can he withstand the attack of the 3 Tribulation Lightning Beast, but he can also use this opportunity to weaken Suanyu's abilities, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The key is that, without human intervention, the difficulty won't increase. Seeing this, many core disciples suddenly understood. Although this move was somewhat opportunistic, it was undeniably effective. No wonder Li Lingbai didn't use his own spiritual power during the first 2 attacks of turbid lightning, but instead chose to use spiritual artifacts and talismans to withstand them. That was what he was waiting for. His purpose was to delay until Tengshi appeared, so that it could join him in fighting the 3 Tribulation Lightning Beast. Of course, if he could use this opportunity to awaken Suanyu, that would be even better. At the same time, with the help of the Profound Origin Golden Light Talisman, the damage caused by the turbid lightning had been minimized for Li Lingbai. Not to mention, a 100-jan-long Tang Snake was also sharing the pressure. Taking this opportunity, Li Lingbai continuously absorbed and refined his energy, his aura reaching its peak. He couldn't help but let out a low roar, condense. With a hum in his danshan, the semi-transparent phantom solidified, transforming into a 3-colored, rotating, glazed golden danshan. All his spiritual energy transformed into powerful magical energy. The 3-colored spiritual light shield transformed into water ripples, golden scales, and leaves, resembling a halo rotating around him. The inner layer of the halo was a sharp ring of flowing golden patterns. The middle layer was a soft force field of rippling water. The outer layer was a life ring of fluttering leaves. Although the golden core within his chi-si remained still, the magical energy it emitted broke through the shackles of his physical body, connecting with the external spiritual veins and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It appeared as if the boundaries of his chi-si extended outwards. A 3-colored radiance emerged, even diluting the 3-colored tribulation clouds. At the same time, a nourishing spiritual rain began to fall incessantly. At this moment, Li Lingbai felt that the Thunder Beast's golden blade was no longer sharp, its chilling breath no longer biting, and its venom no longer corrosive. A sudden inspiration struck him, his right hand gleamed faintly with golden light, then he gently slashed forward. In an instant, the entire Black Lake was split in 2, even severing the head of the water-headed Thunder Beast among the 3 Tribulation Beasts. Chapter 366, Dividing the River. Dividing the river and parting the water. This is a top-tier divine ability. Li Lingbai is about to rise to power. Seeing this, the formal disciples, unaware of the situation, were merely shocked. In contrast, many core disciples, even the arrogant Xu Hong, showed a hint of fear in their eyes. Currently, there are 108 known divine abilities in the entire Tianyuan Realm. 5-color divine light, chaos returning to origin, heaven and earth flowing together, for symbol suppressing spirit, myriad transformation spiritual pivot, golden jade initiation, dividing the river and parting the water, shrinking the earth to an inch, ice mist concealment, shadow devouring, earth puppet, dust substitute. However, no one can determine the specific ranking of the divine ability, or how many divine abilities one has awakened. Currently, it seems highly likely that Li Lingbai has awakened the 7th rank dividing the river and parting the water. This divine ability uses the metal spiritual root as a blade and the water spiritual root as a guide, forcibly separating everything related to water. Not only is its destructive power immense, but it also creates a grand spectacle. Just now, Li Lingbai severed the water head of the 3 Tribulation Thunder Beast with a single strike, demonstrating just how terrifying it was. Among divine abilities, the higher the ranking, the greater the power and overall capability. If Li Lingbai had only awakened an ordinary divine ability, many core disciples certainly wouldn't have cared. However, this time, he might have awakened a top-tier divine ability ranked 7th, which is unacceptable to many. Although Li Lingbai's rise is a good thing for the daunting immortal sect, as long as he doesn't die, he will become a top powerhouse in the immortal sect and even the entire Tianyuan realm. But this will squeeze out the living space of others, causing changes in opportunities, connections, resources, and other aspects. Many disciples of the immortal sect, especially core disciples, are in competition with each other. Therefore, different people have different thoughts. Li Lingbai condensed his golden core, and the 3-colored tribulation clouds instantly dissipated. Even the 3 Tribulation Thunder Beast, its head severed, shrank back in resentment. Soon, the sky returned to clear skies, a crisp autumn day. Feeling the crystalline golden core within his dantian, Li Lingbai was incredibly excited. Half a year of seclusion, even facing unexpected events, but thankfully, I've finally achieved my goal. Hiss. However, the 100 Zhanglong Tang snake, now without its opponent, flicked its tongue and focused its sinister gaze on him. In that instant, Li Lingbai felt a chill run down his spine and looked over with suspicion. The next second, the Tang snake opened its mouth and spewed a cloud of black, swirling yellow wind at him, howling like the wails of a dead soul. Li Lingbai's expression darkened slightly, and he immediately activated the 1000-carp river technique, channeling the power within his golden core. On the surface, he had only broken through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. In reality, it was a transformation from spiritual energy into even stronger magical power, and a preliminary grasp of the laws of heaven and earth. Previously, spiritual energy was primarily used to control and manipulate water. Now, the effects of magical power were more than 10 times stronger, directly influencing the 100-mile-long river veins. Instantly, boundless water spiritual energy gathered around him, forming a blue magical domain in the blink of an eye, with water vapor rising within and the colors of gold, water, and wood flowing in and out. What used to be able to summon only a few dozen large carp had now soared to over 100, each exceeding 10 feet in size. As the fish swam, they actually made a splashing sound, creating the real sound of the river's waves. A yellow wind swept in, rippling across the blue domain. Initially, the two forces were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the Tang serpent was, after all, the companion beast of the divine beast Suanyu, capable of even contending with a 3 Tribulation Thunder Beast. Its strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, the yellow wind grew increasingly fierce, causing the Black Lake to surge with 10-foot-high waves. As the blue domain shrank, just as Li Lingbai was about to use his divine power again, beams of golden light appeared, conjuring countless talismans out of thin air. These talismans combined, forming a vast net that enveloped the Tang serpent, continuously compressing it. Hiss! Hiss! The Tang serpent struggled incessantly, but to no avail. Finally, with a hint of resentment in its eyes, it glared fiercely at the Imperial Water Pavilion before being forced to return to the water. With the Tang snake gone, the commotion quickly subsided. Li Lingbai thought to himself, "It seems Master is reminding me not to get carried away." These talismans were clearly the work of nascent soul true monarch Mo Qiushui. She could have controlled the Tang snake from the beginning, but she didn't. The reason was to use this opportunity to remind her disciple not to become arrogant. Although Li Lingbai was no longer an ordinary cultivator after condensing his golden core, there's always someone stronger than you. Therefore, facing his master's good intentions, Li Lingbai immediately bowed to the Imperial Water Pavilion, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Master." Then, with a flash, he appeared before Su Changqing and Li Sankei. Li Sankei excitedly stepped forward, intending to embrace him, but considering the other's current cultivation level, he could only manage a dry laugh. "Cousin Lingbai, congratulations." Su Changqing quickly echoed, "Congratulations, senior brother Lingbai, on achieving the golden core stage." Li Lingbai, of course, understood, and said with a wry smile, "Cousin, junior brother Changqing, we're all family, don't be so formal." Upon hearing this, both Su Changqing and Li Sankei breathed a sigh of relief. Although the other's cultivation level had changed, the person remained the same. Li Lingbai continued, "To thank you all for your support over the years, I will take everyone to the Gig's secret realm." Li Sankei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "That's wonderful." Su Changqing said somewhat awkwardly, I won't go." Li Lingbai was surprised. "This is a great opportunity for training, why don't you go?" Su Changqing grinned. "Senior brother Lingbai, I prefer farming and cultivating spiritual plants, I'm not interested in adventures or battles." Li Sankei added, "That's true, he didn't even participate in the formal disciple competition." Li Lingbai suddenly understood, then chuckled, and waved his hand. "It's alright, if you don't want to go, you can choose any treasures you like after we come out of the Gig's secret realm." Su Changqing rubbed his hands excitedly. "That would be so embarrassing." "Congratulations, junior brother Lingbai." "Congratulations, senior brother Lingbai." "Congratulations, Lingbai." At this moment, the core disciples and formal disciples around them all gathered around. Qin Bailey spoke first. "Congratulations, junior brother Lingbai, on successfully advancing to the golden core stage. I see you don't possess a decent magic weapon, so I'll bestow the 6-patterned golden light water-splitting sword upon you." Chu Hong followed closely. "This is a 5-patterned spring water light armor. This is a 3 hearts rebirth talisman. This is a rebirth Tianyuan flower. This is an invitation to a world without prior contact." Although Li Lingbai's equipment was destroyed by the turbid lightning during his breakthrough, now, these core disciples, especially those who have broken through to the golden core stage, are giving him even higher level talismans, spiritual plants, elixirs, and medicines, and even magical artifacts. Chapter 367 Puppet Technique. As the shattered moonlight gently fell to the ground, Su Changqing returned home. The scene of Li Lingbai's breakthrough was vivid in his mind. He felt both excited and somewhat worried. He was only one small realm away from the golden core stage. Once he reached perfection, he would inevitably have to find a way to break through. Li Lingbai, with 3 spiritual roots, split his turbid lightning into 3 streams during his breakthrough. By extension, 5 spiritual roots would require at least 5 streams. Moreover, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that the lightning power doubled for dual spiritual roots, tripled for 3, quadrupled for 4, and at least 8 times for 5. In other words, if Su Changqing wanted to break through to the golden core stage, the difficulty and risks would be immeasurable, so he had to be fully prepared. The only fortunate thing was that he had plenty of time. He didn't have to worry about his life ending like other Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Changqing pondered, "Next, I'll only do 2 things. One is to enrich myself and improve my overall strength. The other is to inquire from Li Lingbai about information regarding breakthroughs from the 5 elemental routes to the golden core stage." In the following days, Su Changqing's life became very structured. He occasionally inspected and reviewed the outer edges of the spirit fields. Most of his time was spent at home planting and cultivating, studying cultivation techniques and spells. Through his tireless efforts, he finally mastered the basics of the puppet technique runes. How complex is this thing? There are as many as 9 basic runes, called the 9 chapters of puppet runes. They are divided into control, power, sensation, transformation, fusion, restriction, life, destruction, and escape. Not to mention the various combination runes and the more advanced rune arrays. To completely master it would definitely take more than 10 years. Moreover, the puppet technique runes are only one aspect. The key is the complete puppet technique itself. Immediately, Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he looked at the attribute panel. Puppet technique rune, beginner. Effect 1, single rune success rate 30%. Would you like to consume 20 years of lifespan to fully repair the puppet technique? Yes. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't refuse and decisively chose to agree. Instantly, he entered a profound state of enlightenment, this time lasting almost as long as his previous encounter with the myriad insect's secret record. Puppet technique is neither a cultivation method nor a spell. It is a skill that requires time to accumulate. One can imagine how complex and profound its content is. Fortunately, the system's incredible feature is that once learned, it can be used to deduce and repair the technique using Su Changqing's current knowledge, experience, skills, and insights. After an unknown amount of time, he finally emerged from the state of enlightenment. Puppetry skill, beginner. Effect 1, creates a basic single-target puppet. Effect 2, single-target talisman success rate 30%. Would you consume 1 year of lifespan to upgrade puppetry skill to proficient? Su Changqing curled his lip. Is this the first day you've met me? Would you consume 5 years of lifespan to upgrade puppetry skill to masterful? Yes. This time, the lifespan consumed was small, so the state of enlightenment lasted very briefly. In just a few breaths, everything was accomplished smoothly. Remaining lifespan, 738 years. Puppetry skill, masterful. Effect 1, creates a basic single-target puppet. Effect 2, creates a multifunctional combination puppet. Effect 3 creates spiritual materials and remnant soul puppets. Effect 4 creates puppet armies and pseudo-intelligent puppets. Effect 5 creates puppets from all things, including symbiotic puppets with spiritual communication. Special Effect 1 puppets share perception with their creators. Special Effect 2 puppets possess rule-level abilities. Special Effect 3 puppets can cultivate and comprehend the Dao in place of their masters. Special Effect 4 creators and puppets share energy and mitigate damage. Special Effect 5 when puppetry runes are inscribed, they trigger a response from the laws of heaven and earth. Su Changqing nodded slightly. I can be considered a top-tier figure in the art of puppetry. With this skill, he can create any puppet he wants in the future. Of course, the first thing he'll build is the fortress. With it, he won't have to do mundane tasks like weeding every day. Furthermore, the fortress can feed wang, gag, guinea fowl, turtles, and fish at fixed times and locations, ensuring he doesn't forget or miss a feeding. Immediately afterward, Su Changqing got up and headed towards the second basement level. The first basement level was mainly used for brewing wine. The second level had many more uses. There were alchemy, weapon crafting, and cultivation rooms. However, Su Changqing mostly stayed in the area filled with flowers and trees, rarely entering the cultivation room, so it wasn't used much. He did alchemy and weapon crafting much more often, basically doing them whenever he had time. After all, there were only 2 days left until the opening of the Gig's secret realm. This time, however, Su Changqing neither practiced alchemy nor crafted weapons. To avoid being disturbed, he went into the cultivation room and then took out the fortress core. Before fully mastering puppetry, he couldn't understand it at all, and couldn't even imitate it. But now, Su Changqing could distinguish the genuine from the fake, or make accurate judgments about everything related to puppetry at a glance. Judging from the current situation, the fortress was indeed a spirit plant puppet among puppets. Common puppets include clay puppets and paper puppets. These can be activated and controlled with just a few materials and some puppetry runes, making them entry-level puppets. A slightly more advanced type is the puppet technique puppet. Besides requiring specific materials, these also have certain requirements for runes. The difficulty level isn't particularly high, but it's not low either. Another level of sophistication is the bone and blood puppet. It's based on the puppet technique puppet, but crafted from bones infused with vital essence. Because the runes need to resonate with the bone's vital essence, the conditions are quite demanding. Further on the list, not just plant puppets, are artifact spirit puppets. These represent the pinnacle of puppetry. The materials must be spiritual artifacts or magical tools possessing spirits, and an equal contract must be established with the spirit. Finally, there are the forbidden plant puppets. Not only does it require a rare spiritual plant core, but it also necessitates the layering of 3 rune arrays, a soul fusion array, a soul control array, and a life-giving array. This places extremely high demands on the puppeteer. Furthermore, it must incorporate the complete soul of a living person or demon. In short, the art of puppetry has always adhered to the principle of using runes as the skeleton, drive as the soul, and the vessel as the body for crafting. At this moment, Su Changqing used his spiritual sense to carefully perceive the fortress's core. Logically, the fortress's soul should be filled with resentment, but he found it wasn't. Overall, it appeared remarkably clean and pure. Seeing this, Su Changqing pondered, perhaps it originally harbored resentment, but because of the poplar spirit, it has changed. In that case, let it return to my side. Having made his decision, he began to reinscribe runes on the fortress. The previous puppeteer, while capable of inscribing extremely complex puppetry runes, now, in Su Changqing's view, had many flaws. Of course, some flaws were undiscovered, while others were deliberately left. For example, if the puppeteer so desired, it could manipulate the fortress to launch a frenzied attack on everything around it. This danger must be prevented before it occurs. As Su Changqing continued to inscribe runes, it indeed triggered a response from the laws of heaven and earth. The law of wood brought a gift, granting the fortress an effect similar to that of a wood spirit root, allowing it to connect with nature even before its resurrection. At the same time, the attribute panel changed again, revealing an additional skill. Chapter 368 Rune Techniques. Rune Arts, Beginner. Effect 1, Basic Rune Success Rate 50%. Su Changqing was surprised, no wonder rune arts hadn't appeared before. It turns out I hadn't inscribed any complex runes. Previously, although he knew some basic runes, he hadn't developed them into a skill. Unexpectedly, while helping the fortress this time, it happened by chance. You see, rune arts are a unique skill that uses runes as a medium to communicate energy and rules, encompassing many aspects such as spiritual weapons, magical artifacts, formations, and talismans. For example, the most common spiritual talismans include illumination talismans and cleansing talismans. For many beginners, it's not complicated, almost without difficulty. Previously, Su Changqing had only drawn runes when refining artifacts, never spiritual talismans. Now, with a water spiritual root and mastery of rune arts, he could give it a try. After all, the Tianyuan Golden Light Talisman used by Li Lingbai during her tribulation was truly powerful. Would he consume 30 years of his lifespan to upgrade his rune arts to master? Su Changqing nodded vigorously. I'm so poor now, all I have left is my lifespan. This time, the enlightenment lasted longer than ever before. Various techniques and experiences related to runes surged forth. Like a jigsaw puzzle, it was gradually pieced together over time. Su Changqing was engrossed in it, diligently absorbing, learning, analyzing, and innovating. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally emerged from this state. Then he discovered that the fortress was watching him with wise eyes. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? Fortress replied, Good evening, master. Su Changqing paused. It's already evening? Fortress nodded slightly. That's right. Su Changqing couldn't help but look it up and down. Long time no see. Fortress's eyes sparkled, and it replied in a deep voice, For master, perhaps it's been a long time, but for me, I've always been by your side. Su Changqing grinned. I didn't expect your words to become so sweet. To be honest, life without Fortress was indeed a bit boring. It was really hard to get used to not hearing its thump 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 every day. With it, he didn't have to pull weeds or clean up the droppings of the fowl, quacks, and pearl chickens every day. Fortress didn't know how to answer, so it chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Su Changqing waved his hand. I have some things to attend to here. Go out and feed Wang Wang, Gag, the guinea fowl, and all the turtles and fish in the pond. Yes, master. The fortress turned and left, the familiar thumping sound returning. Su Changqing pondered, could it be that, due to the gift of the wood law, its intelligence has been enhanced to some extent? If it were the fortress of the past, it certainly wouldn't have said good evening. Instead, it would have used a question and answer format, very mechanical and rigid. But now, not only does it utter flattering words, but it also knows what to say and what not to say. This kind of intelligence, or rather, this level of dexterity, he had only seen in the Pillar Python and Crane 7 before. Keep in mind, those were all spirits who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Shaking his head, Su Changqing withdrew his thoughts and then refocused his attention on the attribute panel. Remaining lifespan, 708 years. Runic Arts, Mastery. Effect 1, Basic Rune Success Rate 99%. Effect 2, 95% success rate for high-level runes. Effect 3, 88% success rate for the source of all runes. Effect 4, 80% success rate for rune combinations. Effect 5, 66% success rate for rule-based runes. Special Effect 1, runes can be drawn in the air using spiritual power and mana without a carrier. Special Effect 2, anything can be a carrier, different types contain different attributes. Special Effect 3, nurtures the source of all runes, allowing the imprinting of any known runes. Special Effect 4, there is a certain probability that the rune will undergo a qualitative change when inscribing it. Clap clap clap. Su Changqing couldn't help but clap excitedly after seeing all the effects. Wow, this rune technique is truly amazing, as expected of what he's been waiting for. Now, he doesn't even need talisman paper, he can draw spirit runes out of thin air. Currently, the Tianyuan Golden Light Talisman he's been longing for is either a high-level rune or a rule-based rune. As long as I find and learn it, what's there to worry about not breaking through to the golden core stage? Thinking this, Su Changqing's heart stirred. He circulated the water elemental power in his dantian and sketched an illumination talisman in the air before him. The next second, a bright light shone in the pitch-black cultivation room, instantly illuminating every spot, even the corners. It seemed even more effective than turning on a light bulb. However, the effect was rather short-lived, extinguishing in less than 5 breaths. Seeing this, Su Changqing pondered, although I can indeed draw talismans in the air, the duration is too short. The best way is to find a medium, either talisman paper, or various materials. Thinking this, Su Changqing stood up, continuing to sketch the illumination talisman as he walked towards the ground, returning to the living room in no time. Sure enough, the fortress hadn't lied, it was indeed night. Su Changqing opened the door and stepped outside. The autumn night carried a slight chill. The stars were sparse, the moonlight hazy. The spiritual plants in the spiritual field continued to grow vigorously, but the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees were all beginning to wither little by little. Life and death, flourishing and decay, seemed to contain some kind of profound truth. The water in the pond was calm and still. Reflecting the stars in the sky and the spiritual plants beside it, it was impossible to distinguish which side was sky and which was water. The overall atmosphere was less noisy and more tranquil. Su Changqing's gaze swept across everything, taking in everything. Wang Wang licked its food bowl, clucking and pecking at the spiritual rice. The guinea fowl had already closed their eyes in their nests. The turtles and fish in the pond were also unusually quiet. As for the fortress, he stood under the poplar tree again, back at the familiar respawn point. Su Changqing didn't even have the thought of sleeping, he simply dragged the rocking chair out of the house, placed it by the door, and lay down on it. gazing at the stars. He leisurely sipped his finest yellow millet wine. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This feels amazing." 2 days later, the Gig's secret realm opened. Su Changqing, riding the shattered Moonfrost, led Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, and Linen, the 4 of them heading to the location of the teleportation array. Because the Gig's secret realm was far away, they had to rely on long-distance teleportation this time. Therefore, they changed their flight path from the forging peak to another location. On the other side of the leyline entrance, there was a platform called the Inspiration Platform, upon which was a teleportation array capable of long-distance travel. "Old Su, don't worry, I've taken care of everyone over there. To be honest, this isn't the first time we've done something like this. Look at you guys, we're not some evil force," the group joked as they arrived at the Inspiration Platform. In short, it was a spacious plaza, capable of holding about 1,000 people. Because of his mastery of rune arts, Su Changqing had a professional eye for things. He immediately recognized that the teleportation array was outlined with 3 nested ring-shaped diagrams. The outermost layer was a defensive array covering the entire plaza, inscribed with intertwined space-locking runes, their lines coiling like dragons, glowing with a pale blue light, forming a semi-transparent shield that isolated all external interference. The middle layer is a positioning array, composed of 3,600 miniature positioning runes. Each lit segment corresponds to a coordinate in the Tianyuan Realm, and they are connected by silver lines to form a 3-dimensional coordinate network. The innermost layer is the core teleportation array, with a spatial earth elemental fruit the size of a human head embedded in its center. It is surrounded by incomprehensible runes and emanates a pale yellow aura. Chapter 369 Bundled Package. Because Hu Bagui had made prior arrangements, everyone found the best spots immediately after landing and brought out tables and chairs. Su Changqing sold pills. Hu Bagui sold medicinal herbs. Zhao Ziyu sold talismans. Linen wandered around, helping to gather information. The 4 had clear divisions of labor. Currently, everything was slightly above market price, with a certain premium. For example, a single Crimson Sun ginseng used to cost 3 low-grade spirit stones, but now it cost 4 low-grade spirit stones. For example, the Golden Light Exorcising Talisman originally cost 8 low-grade spirit stones, but now it costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. The Warm Sun Pill used to cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, but now it costs 12 low-grade spirit stones, and they weren't selling individual pills, only bottles containing 10. Of course, if it were only like that, it wouldn't be interesting. Therefore, following the usual practice of setting up stalls at the forging peak, Su Changqing launched bundled packages. Basic Exorcism Package. 1 bottle of Warm Sun Pill, 10 Golden Light Exorcising Talismans, 10 Warm Sun Mushrooms. Buy them individually, totaling 280 low-grade spirit stones. Now bundled at a special price, only 252 low-grade spirit stones. Advanced Exorcism Package. 1 Thunderclap Pill, 10 Thunderfire Yin Burning Talismans, 10 Crimson Gold Thunder Marrow Grasses. Buy them individually, totaling 650 low-grade spirit stones. Now bundled at a special price, only 585 low-grade spirit stones. Full Protection Package. 3 bottles of pills, 3 types of spirit talismans, 10 sun-piercing fungus, 10 warm sun mushrooms. Buy them individually, totaling 1,460 low-grade spirit stones. Now bundled at a special price, only 1,241 low-grade spirit stones. Full Scene Defense Package. The entire package, purchased individually, costs 3,345 low-grade spirit stones. Now bundled at a special price, it's only 2,843 low-grade spirit stones. Don't miss out. Buy the package and get a free watermelon. Basic Exorcism Package, impenetrable to yin winds and cold. Advanced Exorcism Package, yin evil blossoms, ghosts vanish without a trace. Full Process Protection Package is a must-have, yang energy reaches the heavens, inner demons dare not. Stock up on the Full Scene Defense Package. During the Gig's secret realm, yang energy will only rise, never fall. Only 20 sets available, grab them while you can. What's the key to setting up a stall, especially for the first time? Of course, it's shouting. If you don't shout, people won't know what you're doing. Therefore, Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, and Zhao Ziyu, while eating watermelon, started shouting to the disciples around them who had come to participate in the Gig's secret realm. As the opening of the Gig's secret realm drew closer, more and more people learned of it, leading many to purchase yang attribute items in advance. Other items were relatively inexpensive, but yang attribute medicinal herbs were extremely scarce, having been snapped up half a year ago. As for the 5 major trading points, prices had already begun to rise long ago. However, it was truly unprecedented to see someone like Su Changqing selling goods near the teleportation array. The key was that the quality of these items was exceptionally high. Whether it was pills or medicinal herbs, they were all top grade. As for the spirit talismans, they were clearly the work of an experienced talisman master, with incredibly detailed runes and lines. These prices are a bit high. Isn't the markup too much? Does buying a package deal really include a watermelon? As more and more people arrived to participate in the Gig's secret realm, Su Changqing and his companion stall was already packed with formal disciples of various spiritual roots. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the table full of treasures. Although buying them individually was a bit pricey, the bundled packages offered excellent value. Furthermore, they even included small snacks like watermelon and sweet potatoes, which many found irresistible. Therefore, in just a short time, Su Changqing and his group had sold a considerable amount of pills and spirit talismans. At this moment, a female cultivator timidly asked Su Changqing, I don't have many spirit stones. If I want to participate in the Gig's secret realm, which kind of elixir, medicinal herbs, and talisman should I choose? Su Changqing recognized her immediately. She was Ruo Kunzhuang, the daughter of the 9-turn-sect sect leader. Seeing that she was alone, he replied, normally, I would definitely recommend you buy the best, but if you're alone, I advise you to find a team first. Ruo Kunzhuang seemed to understand, like that? Su Changqing glanced around and didn't see Zhao Qi and Yuan. Curious, he asked, where are your partners? Ruo Kunzhuang lowered her head and weakly said, senior brother teamed up with Lan Tian and Mo Xia. Su Changqing's eyes widened. Lan Tian and Mo Xia teamed up. What? Lan Tian and Mo Xia teamed up? These two can actually team up. Not to mention Su Changqing, many people around him showed expressions of disbelief. You see, the reason Lan Tian became like this was because of Mo Xia. Unexpectedly, the two actually teamed up, even exploring the secret realm together. Ruo Kunzhuang glanced at the people around her in surprise, asking in confusion, what's wrong? Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. So, Zhao Qi and Yuan abandoned you and chose them. Ruo Kunzhuang leaned forward, secretly explaining, my senior brother thought it was too dangerous and wouldn't let me go, but I wanted to become stronger, so Her father, her friends and companions from the 9-turn sect, all died mysteriously. She couldn't forget, and she didn't want to forget. Therefore, she wanted to work hard to improve her strength, hoping to one day investigate and find out the truth. Su Changqing's lips twitched several times, then he simply shoved a watermelon into her hands. You'd better not go. Just eat watermelon here. Ruo Kunzhuang held a large, black-skinned watermelon, stunned. At this moment, Su Changqing's attention returned to his stall, continuing to sell set meals. As time passed, more and more people came to participate in the Gig's secret realm. Not only formal disciples, but even core disciples showed up. Qin Bailey, Chu Qiu, Li Lingbai, and others were familiar faces. Chu Qiu, Li Lingbai, and Li Sankei immediately recognized Su Changqing and quickly made their way to his stall, following the automatically parting crowd. Li Lingbai asked in surprise, Junior brother Changqing, didn't you say you weren't participating in the Gig's secret realm? Su Changqing took out a top-quality black-skin watermelon, cut it open, and enthusiastically handed it to everyone, then explained, I'm not participating, but I didn't say I wouldn't set up a stall here. Chu Chu took the watermelon, eating it while teasingly saying with a playful expression, Junior brother Su, it's always you. Su Changqing grinned, Senior brothers, take whatever you like, don't be shy. Qin Bailey narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, carefully examining the items. Apart from the talismans, all the pills and medicinal herbs are top grade. It seems your junior brother Su is no ordinary person. Li Lingbai nodded and immediately introduced, Senior brother Qin, my junior brother here is the only spirit cultivation envoy in the spirit field. All the spiritual plants he cultivates are of top-grade quality. Upon hearing this, not only Qin Bailey, but also the onlookers and those who also wanted to buy things were all astonished. Give me a basic exorcism package. I want an advanced exorcism breaking package. The full protection package seems more cost-effective. Su Changqing's business was already doing well, but Li Lingbai's comment caused it to explode in popularity, with even more people buying. Chapter 370 The 9 Transformations of the Soaring Dragon? The first day of setting up the stall ended. That evening, Su Changqing and his 3 companions gathered together. They ate a late-night snack comparable to a spiritual feast while dividing up the spirit stones. As the small storage bags were opened, a series of clinking sounds rang out as a large quantity of low-grade spirit stones poured out, occasionally mixed with a small number of mid-grade spirit stones. Once the stones covered the entire ground, there was no room left to stand. Low-grade spirit stones made up the majority. Mid-grade spirit stones were in the minority. The sheer quantity was astounding, making everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. Old Su, how much is this? After deducting costs, we earned 128,000 low-grade spirit stones on the first day. How much? 1,280 mid-grade spirit stones. Hiss. At that moment, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Hoopa Gui couldn't help but take a deep breath. I still remember back at the Forging Peak, our best day was only 60 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Zia nodded in agreement. At first, I thought 100 a day would be good, but I never expected to break 1,000. Lin pondered. The main reason is the high sales volume of bundled packages. Whether it's elixirs, medicinal herbs, or spirit talismans, all are of very high quality. Especially the elixirs, which are of top-grade quality. Plus, the core disciple effect of Qin Bailey and Li Lingbai makes business exceptionally booming. The bulk of the profits come almost entirely from various bundled packages. Although individual elixirs and spirit talismans are also sold, they account for a smaller proportion. Su Changqing smiled slightly. Starting tomorrow, profits will snowball. They'll peak in about 3 to 5 days. They'll stabilize in 6 to 10 days, then gradually decline after half a month. Zhao Ziyu frowned. Can our pills and talismans hold up? Lin suddenly realized and immediately reminded him, right, the medicinal herbs we acquired aren't top grade. Su Changqing waved his hand. On the first day, to open up the market, we naturally have to sell the best stuff. Once we have more customers, we can lower the prices and quality slightly, selling a mix. Besides, I haven't even brought out the batch of spiritual artifacts I acquired yet. Of course, the so-called acquisition was actually something he refined privately. In terms of cost, he'd cut corners to the extreme, using only spiritual artifacts specifically designed to counteract evil spirits. For example, the evil slaying cone suitable for metal spirit roots, the evil burning lamp for fire spirit roots, the thunder startling pearl for lightning spirit roots, the soul suppressing vine whip for wood spirit roots, a water elemental cold water purifying mirror, an earth elemental mountain suppressing seal. Regarding spirit patterns, 1 to 3 patterns are most common, with 4 to 6 patterns being less frequent. Therefore, the real moneymakers are the spirit artifacts. Because there are molds available, as long as the materials are not a problem, the output will not be low. Moreover, Su Changqing's artifact refining skills have reached the level of a master craftsman who constantly innovates. Next, the four began to divide the spirit stones. Lin was the first to speak up. No need to give me any. Throughout the whole affair, his only role was running errands and purchasing medicinal herbs, unlike Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu, who emptied their pockets. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing picked up a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it to him. Even if you haven't done anything special, you've worked hard. You've been running around all this time. Thank you for your hard work. Lin took it, appearing quite excited. Thank you, master. Senior brother. Then, Su Changqing turned his gaze to Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu, and said seriously, this time is different from the forging peak. You've both put up all your savings, so the profit-sharing ratio will have to change. He himself had tens of thousands of spirit stones. After seducing senior sister Yu, he received 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hu Bagui sold his spirit beast and land, and combined with Zhao Ziyu's savings, the two of them had a little over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, this investment totaled nearly 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The lowest cost item was the spirit talismans. The main material used was the straw produced after the spirit rice matured. Yang attribute medicinal herbs were partly grown by themselves and partly purchased. Yang attribute pills were also inexpensive because Su Changqing personally refined them. The bulk of the cost was in the various materials needed for forging, which was unavoidable. However, having earned over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones on the first day, breaking even was only a matter of time. Hu Bagui quickly said, "You helped me a lot the other day, so this time I'll take the smallest share." Su Changqing waved his hand, one thing at a time. Based on the distribution of mid-grade spirit stones, he received 949 mid-grade spirit stones. Hu Bagui received 230. Zhao Ziyu received 100. After distributing the spirit stones, the four quickly parted ways. Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyu went home. Lin walked towards his small earthen house. Su Changqing stayed in the stone house, putting spirit stones into his azure gourd while circulating his water elemental power, instantly creating a cleaning talisman that cleaned the dishes on the spot. Then, he took the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon and headed towards the cultivation room on the second basement level. As a time management master, he couldn't waste any time. As his cultivation level increased, the time he needed to rest decreased. Therefore, most of the time, Su Changqing was engrossed in studying cultivation techniques and spells, or refining pills and weapons, only glancing at the spiritual plants in his personal space when he had a spare moment. Several hours passed quickly in the secluded cultivation room. As he studied, Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he looked at the attribute panel. 9 transformations of the soaring dragon, Effect 1, Special Effect 1, Peeling Technique. Su Changqing was stunned. What's going on? He had learned so many cultivation techniques and spells. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. It showed neither entry level nor level, it was just a question mark, as if even the system didn't know the specific information, abilities, or effects, and there wasn't even a prompt. Su Changqing, wary, tentatively asked, "System, upgrade the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon to the first level, or to mastery." Consume? Failure. Sorry, unable to upgrade. Su Changqing was incredulous. You can't do it. lacking dragon bloodline, unable to upgrade. Su Changqing suddenly understood, I see. According to the records in the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon, one must absorb dragon bloodline to learn it. He thought that with the system's incredible power, he could skip this process. But unexpectedly, he couldn't do it. Since that's the case, Su Changqing put away the jade pendant of the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon, then his figure flickered, appearing in his personal space as if by teleportation. With a single leap, he arrived directly above Dongting Lake. The lake wasn't particularly large, nor was it small. However, the fish within were pitifully few, a mere 10. The dragonfish, upon spotting their master, mistook it for food and immediately approached. Su Changqing activated his gentle water technique, beckoning to one of the dragonfish below. Instantly, a wave of water lifted it up, suspending it in front of him. All the dragonfish looked alike, plump, entirely red, shimmering with golden light. This was because they contained a trace of demonic dragon blood within them. Su Changqing decisively extended his right hand, pointing it at the dragonfish before him, and said expressionlessly, Separation Technique. Chapter 371 Ronglong has been captured. As the stripping technique was activated, wisps of water-based spiritual energy seeped into the dragonfish's body. Instantly, it began to struggle violently, but finding no foothold in mid-air, it could only endure the pain. Faintly, Su Changqing sensed that the released water-based spiritual energy had touched something, emitting a faint aura of malevolence. The golden light on the dragonfish's body dimmed visibly, completely extinguishing itself in just 3 breaths. Even its red scales began to develop fine white spots, revealing weakness and illness. Withdraw. Su Changqing controlled the water-based spiritual energy, quickly forming a tiny drop of blood, about the size of a grain of rice, before him. It was pale gold overall, with a small black dot faintly visible inside. At this moment, the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon instinctively activated, clearly showing a strong desire for this drop of essence blood containing the dragon's bloodline. Seeing this, Su Changqing did not refuse or resist, decisively choosing to absorb it. Whoosh! Using the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon, it was instantly absorbed into his body. Then, his attribute panel changed. 9 transformations of the soaring dragon, dragonfish transformation. Effect 1, freedom to breathe underwater. Effect 2, freedom to move in water. Special Effect 1, peeling technique. Su Changqing pondered, so, I absorbed a trace of dragonfish bloodline and gained dragonfish abilities? To achieve the 9 transformations, wouldn't I need to absorb 8 more creatures containing dragon bloodlines? To be honest, the difficulty is immense. Currently, only 2 types of creatures possess dragon bloodlines. One is the dragonfish, which he possesses in his personal space. The other is the rolling dragon, which has only appeared in the rogue cultivator market. As for the reverse meridian dragon transformation insect mother, its abilities are best left unconsidered. And since Huang Yuanhua's cave disappeared, the rolling dragon has also vanished. At this moment, Su Changqing suddenly remembered Suingzhen City and exclaimed, a Jiaolong is still a dragon. The tower where Zhao Qinyun lived was called the Jiao Suppressing Tower. Moreover, even his room displayed a painting of the Kanglan hunting Jiaolong. Therefore, it was no surprise that Jiaolongs definitely roamed Suingzhen City, or rather, the Kanglan Sea. Of course, with so many water demons and sea monsters, there were bound to be some species containing dragon bloodlines. But he only had 8 chances left, so he had to consider it carefully. Thinking of the scene when he broke through to the 5 elemental roots, Su Changqing felt a headache coming on. I can't let go of any opportunity to strengthen myself, but I still have to wait and see if the elders of the immortal sect can capture Ronglong. Only without the threat of this golden core cultivator could he go to Suingzhen City with peace of mind, otherwise, he would be on tenterhooks all day. The next second, Su Changqing's body seemed to lose control, and he fell from the sky while holding the dragonfish that had lost its dragon bloodline. The 2 of them plopped into the water. This time, neither the splashes nor the ripples were noticeable. Su Changqing released the dragonfish from the water, and it turned and fled like a startled rabbit. However, having lost its dragon bloodline, it was extremely weak, especially in speed, no longer comparable to its kind. It looked like a normal large carp now. Seeing this, Su Changqing thought to himself, don't worry, I won't abandon you. Next, he carefully sensed the effects of the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the swimming dragon. The first improvement is his unparalleled underwater agility. Previously, even with the soft water technique, his speed was only about twice that of swimming. Now, with the added benefit of the dragonfish transformation, he's at least 3 times faster. His movement speed is incredibly fast. He can not only catch up with a dragonfish but also easily surpass it. Overall, he feels almost like he can control water. As for underwater breathing, he initially expected some physical changes. However, he discovered it was simply a circulation similar to breathing, achieved through his pores and the absorption of water spiritual energy. Furthermore, Su Changqing discovered that the more flowing water there was, the higher the oxygen content. Even in areas with denser water spiritual energy, the oxygen content remained high. After some experimentation, he became completely familiar with it. Then, with a thought, he vanished from the water. When he reappeared, he was in a dark training room. 9 transformations in total, meaning it can absorb 9 types. If I can find the real fish dragon, wouldn't I directly gain the power to control water? If each transformation has 2 effects, and they all combine, hiss. Su Changqing became increasingly shocked, even feeling a chill run down his spine. This 9 transformations of the soaring dragon is definitely not a simple water attribute cultivation technique. It doesn't need to rely on a system for improvement, it only requires continuously stripping away dragon bloodlines. To be honest, it has a tiny bit of the flavor of a heretical cultivation method. During the day, Su Changqing and his group returned to the inspiration platform. Since their first day making a fortune from their stall, others quickly began to imitate them. However, these imitators' goods, in terms of quality and variety, were all several levels below. Therefore, few people were actually willing to buy, and Su Changqing and his group still commanded the largest customer flow. Having just sold a full-service escort package, Su Changqing suddenly noticed someone looking at him timidly beside him. "Why are you here again?" Ruo Kunzhuang, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, said somewhat embarrassedly, "I don't know where to go." Su Changqing scratched his head, then pulled out a stool and handed her a slice of watermelon, then continue eating watermelon. Ruo Kunzhuang smiled somewhat shyly. "How many spirit stones?" Su Changqing waved his hand. "Don't be shy, this stuff is piled high in my gourd." Ruo Kunzhuang sat down obediently, eating watermelon while tilting her head. "I heard from others that you are a spirit farmer." Su Changqing nodded slightly. "Yes." A flicker of reminiscence crossed Ruo Kunzhuang's eyes. "No one in the 9-turn sect cultivates it anymore. Father always buys large quantities of dried shrimp whenever he goes out." Su Changqing asked curiously, "What exactly happened to the 9-turn sect?" Ruo Kunzhuang's expression turned slightly cold upon hearing this. She subconsciously clenched her hands, and said with resentment, "I vaguely heard something roaring. No, it should be wailing, and then the earth cracked open in countless places, and a massive amount of polluted spiritual water gushed out." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Wailing?" Afterward, Ruo Kunzhuang returned to her usual taciturn self. She didn't speak, just stared blankly. Occasionally, she would take a bite of watermelon, then continue to stare blankly. As afternoon approached, the spirit cultivation token at Su Changqing's waist vibrated. "Elder Hua, are you free now? Is there something you need?" "It wasn't me looking for you, it was Master He." "What is it?" "Master He said, Rong Long has been captured." Su Changqing's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. At dawn, he was still pondering when Rong Long would be captured. Unexpectedly, good news arrived in the afternoon. Immediately, he summoned Linen, asking him to sell the goods in his place. Then, he went outside the inspiration platform, summoned Suyo Liuzhuang, and soared into the air, flying rapidly towards the spirit field where Zhu Fuxian was. Chapter 372 Thick Earth Peak. Soon, Su Changqing arrived at Zhu Fuxian's residence, the doorstep of the spirit field master. Several acres of spirit fields were cultivating various kinds of spirit plants. Medicinal herbs were the most numerous, accounting for at least 2/3 of the total. Su Changqing observed this, a thoughtful expression on his face. There weren't this many before. The sudden increase in the variety and quantity of medicinal herbs, could something have happened? However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts and speculations. The reason he was here was simply to inquire about Ronglong from the master. Therefore, Su Changqing immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Master He, your disciple has arrived." First, a cool breeze swept in, then the gate opened automatically, and Zhu Fuxian stepped out of the bamboo hut, teasingly smiling. "You've come quite quickly." Su Changqing grinned. "Since you were looking for me, I couldn't delay." Zhu Fuxian, understanding perfectly well, immediately said, "Let's talk as we go." Su Changqing asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" Zhu Fuxian summoned his azure shuttle and then replied, "You're also one of the parties involved, so come with me to the Hall of Punishments to see Ronglong." Su Changqing seemed to understand, but immediately put away his shattered moonfrost, then followed behind him and jumped onto the azure shuttle. Whoosh! The two instantly soared into the air, flying towards the heavens. "Lord He, where is the Hall of Punishment?" "Thick Earth Peak." Thick Earth Peak, one of the 7 immortal peaks? "You've been with Dongting for 5 years now, it's time to see what an immortal peak looks like." Su Changqing was incredibly excited. As everyone knows, the 7 immortal peaks float in the heavens. Su Changqing had always been curious about why the immortal peaks were placed in the sky, especially Thick Earth Peak, which requires earth energy. Now he could finally witness it firsthand and see what it was all about. As they ascended, the two quickly passed through the clouds. Su Changqing felt the sunlight become even brighter, almost blinding. Then, the unique heaviness of earth energy surged over him, and as they drew closer, the immense pressure increased. Soon, a scene beyond description appeared before him. Evaporating earth energy, mixed with countless dust particles, erupted in columns of gas. A massive, earthen yellow mountain peak stood abruptly before him. It was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, its summit stretching over 100 miles, gradually narrowing to 100 feet at the base before connecting with the column of energy. The surface wasn't smooth rock, but rather flowing loess. Because it had been constantly eroded by earth energy, it displayed wavy patterns. Su Changqing was incredulous. This isn't earth energy, it seems to be Xian Huang Qi. Earth energy only turns into a pale yellow gas or cloud when it becomes concentrated. Yellow qi is much heavier, a single wisp weighing tens of thousands of pounds, and its overall color is ochre yellow. The enormous column of energy before him was a mixture of two colors, possessing both a deep blackish red and a bright earthy yellow. A sense of balance amidst the incongruity, it looked mysterious and profound. The pressure, in particular, was terrifying. Even with Su Changqing's 5 elements perfected, he still felt a strong sense of being sluggish. As he approached, it felt as if he were sinking deeper into a swamp, his body feeling as if it were being bound. Zhu Fuxian nodded slightly, confirming, this is indeed a pillar of Xianhuang Qi. Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, is there something beneath it? Zhu Fuxian chuckled. Directly beneath the Xianhuang Qi pillar, or rather, at the deepest point of the Earth's veins, there is a Xianhuang mother mine. The significance of thick Earth peak is to suppress the leaking Xianhuang Qi from the mother mine. Over time, it formed its current appearance, even becoming one of the 7 great immortal peaks. In other words, a Xianhuang mother mine was discovered at the deepest point underground, and due to excavation, the Xianhuang Qi leaked. Later, the immortal sect moved an earth vein to suppress it, thus forming the current thick earth peak. This is the real reason why it can appear above the 9 heavens. Overall, it not only exceeds imagination but also has a tremendous visual impact. Su Changqing took a deep breath, thinking to himself, the depth of Dongting's resources far exceeds my imagination, no wonder it's one of the 3 great immortal sections. As the two drew closer to Hutu Peak, a whooshing sound suddenly filled the air. Then, vortexes of energy appeared, even approaching them. They seemed to have been drawn there. Zhu Fuxian took out a palm-sized, ancient-looking token. The token was irregularly oval-shaped, with the characters Ling Tian, spiritual field, engraved on the front. Below were 3 concentric circles of seedling patterns. The first circle represented seedlings. The second circle represented mature plants. The third circle represented fruit. This symbolized the entire process of cultivation, nurturing, and harvesting in the spiritual field. Embedded in the center of the back was a cyan crystal, containing a wisp of vibrant cyan light. With a flash of cyan light from the token, the approaching vortexes of energy rapidly dissipated, allowing the two to enter Hutu Peak unimpeded. Su Changqing jumped off the azure shuttle, feeling as if he were glued to the ground, his body as if covered by an invisible, incredibly heavy armor. His first instinct was to use his earth elemental root. Converting the earth's energy would solve the problem. But then he realized Zhu Fuxian was beside him, so he could only endure it. Although, in terms of elemental roots, what overcomes earth? In reality, when one is too strong, it can be countered. Moreover, this place contained not only earth energy, but also yellow energy, and even primordial yellow energy. The sheer power of wood alone was now clearly evident. Zhu Fuxian, seeing this, casually released a cool aura, enveloping Su Changqing completely. The heavy pressure and muddy feeling vanished instantly. Su Changqing quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Master He." Zhu Fuxian waved, "Come on, let's go to the Hall of Punishments." As Su Changqing followed, he asked, "I've encountered some enforcement disciples from the Hall of Punishments before. They have all sorts of spiritual roots. Why is that? For example, Zhang Shui has a water spiritual root. Yet she still became one of the enforcement disciples of the Hall of Punishments." Zhu Fuxian explained, to prevent the earth's spiritual root from dominating, some of the enforcement elders and disciples in the Hall of Punishments have other spiritual roots. They have almost all kinds of spiritual roots, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other types. Su Changqing suddenly understood, no wonder. Zhu Fuxian said with a half-smile, "If you'd like, I can introduce you." Su Changqing quickly waved his hand, "Forget it, being a spirit cultivation envoy is enough to keep me busy. If I become an enforcement disciple too, I'll be exhausted." The two didn't exchange many words after that. They continued walking forward, deeper and deeper into thick earth peak. Gradually, they finally arrived at the location of the punishment hall. This place was extremely subtle. It was precisely at the intersection of earth qi, yellow qi, and profound yellow qi. The so-called hall wasn't a palace. It was a cave carved out of the mountainside. Directly above, a slice of profound yellow mother ore, about 10 jiang in diameter, hung, with bright profound yellow qi flowing slowly within it. Opposite was a public trial platform. Below was the entrance to the 9-layered dungeon. At this moment, Rong Long, whom Su Changqing had been longing for, was imprisoned on the public trial platform. Chapter 373 Lament. Besides Su Changqing and Zhu Fuxian, there were 2 other enforcement elders present, 1 male and 1 female. The man, Huang Yu, appeared to be middle-aged, with a chiseled face, a piece of earth spirit stone embedded in his forehead, and a tall, robust build. He wore yellow armor, the plates layered like strata of earth, the shoulder armor engraved with intricate patterns. The woman, Su Wan, appeared to be in her early 30s, her voluptuous figure encased in a peach-colored dress, a green bamboo hairpin adorning her hair. When she smiled, her eyes curved slightly; when not smiling, her gaze was like a deep pool. As for the public trial platform, Rong Long lay hunched over, his once meticulously combed hair now matted like weeds on his forehead. He no longer resembled a formation master, no longer resembled a golden core cultivator. Now, he looked every bit the prisoner. Su Changqing stood behind Zhu Fuxian, carefully observing Rong Long. He noticed the aura emanating from the man was quite weak, and his entire body was covered in vine-like green patterns. Clearly, this was an extremely sophisticated method of using wood to counter earth. At this moment, Huang Yu spoke first, his face cold as he shouted, "Rong Long, for your own selfish desires, you actually secretly raised the reverse vein insect mother and even destroyed a spiritual vein that was about to transform into a dragon. You know your crime." Upon hearing this, Rong Long raised his eyelids and glanced at the man, then said in a hoarse voice, "The human rank golden core is the lowest level of golden core, even a lifetime can only reach the nascent soul stage. Rather than wait to die, I'd rather take a gamble." However, another female enforcement elder, Su Wan, smiled and nodded, saying, "We can understand that, but could you explain the corrosive spirit fungus king?" Upon hearing this, Rong Long's expression changed slightly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. It was unclear whether he had some unspeakable secret or simply didn't want to talk about it. Huang Yu and Su Wan exchanged a glance, then Huang Yu sneered. The spiritual vein was crushed by the yellow energy, causing a leak of spiritual energy, thus preventing the reverse vein insect queen from breaking through its quality. You don't think we're the kind of people who are easily fooled, do you? It turned out that the previous statement was a bluff to see if Rong Long would let something slip. Clearly, it didn't work, so they got to the point. Su Changqing glanced at Zhu Fuxian, noticing that the other party wasn't surprised at all. It seemed he had already guessed, or had investigated something. Seeing this, Rong Long chose to remain silent, not uttering a single word. But the more he remained silent, the more suspicious he became. While the reverse vein insect queen could be linked to the spiritual vein, the corrosive spirit fungus king was different. The simultaneous occurrence of these 2 events was too much of a coincidence. If Su Changqing hadn't detected it beforehand and nipped the corrosive vein disaster in the bud, the impact wouldn't have been limited to the Rong family's spiritual fields and plants. It could even be said that the impact wasn't just on the core of the spirit field, but on the entire immortal sect. How could a mere Rong Long have such audacity to commit such a heinous act? Huang Yu said fiercely, "Rong Long, if you still don't cooperate, we will apply to use the soul-searching technique, and then you won't be able to hide it either." Su Wan, standing nearby, quickly advised, "Brother Rong, you've been in the immortal sect for over 100 years, and you're even a highly respected array master. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider the Rong family." Rong Long frowned, looking somewhat conflicted and hesitant. Su Changqing thought to himself, these 2 are playing good cop, bad cop. On the surface, Huang Yu's words are the most frightening, but in reality, Su Wan is the more insidious, subtle dagger. Just when everyone thought Rong Long, even if he wasn't considering himself, would at least consider the Rong family's interests. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Rong Long laughed out loud, and his laughter was quite chilling. His smugness was tinged with a hint of madness. Huang Yu frowned, puzzled, and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Rong Long raised his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and said, "When I chose to do this, I no longer cared whether it would harm the Rong family. As for the soul-searching technique, you are welcome to try it." Provocation. A blatant provocation. Completely disregarding Huang Yu, Su Wan, and even the entire Dongting immortal sect. Su Changqing was utterly shocked. What could possibly cause such a drastic change in someone, even to the point of disregarding their family? The soul-searching technique was one of the most vicious spells in the entire Tianyuan Realm, or rather, the cultivation world. Once used, the caster could access the target's memories, especially their most recent ones. The target would suffer only one fate, a shattered soul, becoming an idiot. Generally, the punishment hall rarely used the soul-searching technique, as it was against human ethics. Even each use required approval from higher authorities, with a professional personally performing the procedure. Most people would be terrified at the mere mention of the soul-searching technique. However, Rong Long seemed unfazed, even laughing out loud. Su Changqing looked at Zhu Fuxian, and sure enough, even he frowned. Huang Yu roared in fury, "You're courting death." Su Wan's smile grew even brighter, her eyes growing increasingly cold. Clearly, even she couldn't stand this old man. Rong Long ignored the 2, head bowed, muttering to himself, "Soon, it should be soon." His words had barely left his lips when the entire thick earth peak trembled violently. No, not just thick earth peak. It was the Dongting immortal sect. No, not just the Dongting immortal sect. It was the entire Tianyuan realm. The space itself shook violently, even cultivators couldn't stand steadily, swaying precariously. Then came a loud ah. This sound wasn't the sharp roar of a beast, nor the thunderous boom, it was more like a resonance that pierced the heavens and earth. At first listen, it was so muffled it made one's chest tighten, one's eardrums felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, even breathing vibrated. Upon closer listening, one could discern a mournful wail, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes low, sounding exceptionally painful and desperate. Most strangely, this sound didn't travel through the air, but rather penetrated directly into the mind. Su Changqing felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, his consciousness became hazy, and the spiritual energy in his dantian vibrated wildly in rhythm with the wailing. Even powerful golden core cultivators like Zhu Fuxian, Huang Yu, and Su Wan were greatly affected, their blood and qi surging wildly. This sound affected everyone in the entire Tianyuan realm. Everyone instinctively looked in the same direction, where they saw a golden band of light twisting in the sky in the far distance. It was breaking apart, collapsing, and dissipating inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dense streaks of crimson lightning crisscrossed the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene. This terrifying sight left countless people stunned and speechless. Ha 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 ha. Rong Long was still laughing, his maniacal escalating. His laughter, combined with the piercing wails that seemed to strike right into the mind, sent chills down one's spine. A coldness crept over Su Changqing's entire body. He felt his 5 elemental roots being affected, becoming chaotic and unable to maintain balance. What's going on? What happened? That direction seems to be the Kanglan Sea. Chapter 374 All things are fish. Su Changqing barely regained consciousness and hurriedly asked, Master He, what's going on? Zhu Fuxian's gaze into the distance was exceptionally deep. After a long pause, he replied, From what I can see, it should be related to the Kanglan Sea. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing thought to himself, no way. I finally obtained the 100-year fishing rights for the Gathering Spirit Abyss. If I lose them, I'll have nowhere to cry. Huang Yu sternly demanded of Rong Long, what exactly did you do? However, Rong Long ignored him, laughing to himself, ha ha ha. Su Wan frowned, it seems we must apply for the soul-searching technique. He, or rather they, must have done something in the Kanglan Sea. Huang Yu wholeheartedly agreed and immediately looked at Zhu Fuxian, saying in a deep voice, Master Zhu, please leave immediately. The punishment hall is temporarily closed to the public. Zhu Fuxian gave Rong Long a deep look, then called out, Little Su, let's go. Before leaving, Su Changqing glanced at Rong Long, but unexpectedly, the other man raised his eyelids and met his gaze across the distance, his eyes filled with something. This mournful cry lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, finally dissipating into the world before everyone's eyes. After this, water spiritual energy experienced a period of explosive growth, with the number of cultivators awakening water spiritual roots increasing daily, and even the cultivation speed of wood spiritual roots accelerating. Old Su, what's going on? I have a feeling that the Tianyuan realm is not peaceful. You know so many core disciples, you must be very well informed, right? At the inspiration platform, Su Changqing and others exchanged ideas while setting up their stall. Nearby, Ruo Kunzhuang, who had been sitting on a stool watching the drama unfold, perked up her ears, eagerly eavesdropping. Faced with the curious gazes of Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyu, Linen, and the others, Su Changqing shook his head. I only know that this matter occurred in the Kanglan Sea. As for the specifics, I really don't know at the moment. To be honest, he longed for definite information more than anyone else. Firstly, he was reluctant to give up the century-long fishing rights of the Gathering Spirit Abyss. Secondly, his relationship with the Mermaid Princess was still undetermined. No matter how you looked at it, it was a loss. However, the Immortal sect seemed to be sealing off the news, revealing absolutely nothing so far, and the vast majority of people knew nothing about it. Hu Bagui pondered, if all else fails, we'll just have to wait until Li Lingbai, Chu Qiu, and the other core disciples come out of the Gig's secret realm and ask them. Su Changqing rolled his eyes, they're in the secret realm, they might not even know what's happening outside. Asking them is pointless. Hu Bagui scratched his head, it seems so true. At this moment, Ruo Kunzhuang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, I've heard that mournful cry before. Su Changqing immediately looked at her, asking with surprise and uncertainty, you've heard it before. Ruo Kunzhuang nodded, didn't I tell you? A similar sound was heard when the Nine-Turn sect had its incident, but it wasn't this loud. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, I have a feeling this isn't a small matter. Recently, my cultivation speed with my water and with spiritual roots has accelerated considerably. I'm not far from the foundation establishment perfection stage. Anything that can affect a spiritual root, even bring about changes, is enough to indicate that something major concerning cultivators must have happened. Unfortunately, as a low-level disciple of the Immortal sect, he had no access to information from higher levels. Furthermore, for safety reasons, he dared not travel to Suingzhen City alone and could only wait patiently. Soon, evening arrived. The group, having finished their stall business, returned to the stone house. 7 days had passed since the first distribution of spirit stones. Just as Su Changqing had predicted, these past few days had seen a surge in business. More and more people were buying things, and profits were snowballing. Crucially, this opportunity allowed them to meet many people, including core disciples. On the first day of the stall business, after deducting costs, they earned 1,280 mid-grade spirit stones. On the second day, after deducting costs, they earned 5,800 mid-grade spirit stones. On the third day, after deducting costs, they earned 8,500 mid-grade spirit stones. On the fourth day, after deducting costs, they earned 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Today, the 8th day of setting up the stall, after deducting costs, they've earned a total of 22,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Excluding the first day, the total profit over these 7 days is 98,300 mid-grade spirit stones. Yes, that's right. They've earned nearly 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones in just 7 days. Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, Zhao Ziyou, and Bai Xiaoshan's combined investment of nearly 40,000 spirit stones has not only recouped their costs but also made a small profit. Looking at so many spirit stones, only heavy breathing could be heard in the room. Hu Bagui's voice trembled slightly. Old Su, we've really struck it rich this time. Zhao Ziyou took a deep breath. I want to buy the most expensive fishing gear. Su Changqing glanced at the two of them and chuckled, then stopped standing around. Let's divide the spirit stones. Wait. Hu Bagui immediately called out. This time, shouldn't we include Old Bai? Zhao Ziyou then remembered, exclaiming, right, how could we forget Old Bai? Although Old Bai hadn't directly invested, he had given a full 1,000 spirit talismans. Moreover, whether sold individually or in a package deal, the spirit talismans were high-grade goods, second only to pills and spirit artifacts. Su Changqing waved his hand, explaining, I didn't give any to Old Bai on the first day mainly because you guys were too poor, and I couldn't bear to see it. Hu Bagui and Zhao Ziyou were deeply moved upon hearing this, but they had to admit that days without spirit stones were truly difficult. Hu Bagui was alright, after all, he later got 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones from Su Changqing to buy a spirit beast. Zhao Ziyou was the most miserable, feeling incredibly envious every time he saw others with new fishing gear. Fortunately, he finally had some money. Next, the three of them, along with Bai Xiaotian who wasn't there, divided the total profits accumulated over 7 days. Su Changqing, having invested the majority, received 61,401 mid-grade spirit stones. Hu Bagui was second only to him, receiving 20,690 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Ziyou received a moderate amount, 7,240 mid-grade spirit stones. As for Lao Bai, who wasn't there, he received 10,249 mid-grade spirit stones. Of course, this 10,000 plus spirit stones was temporarily held by Su Changqing. Holding a storage bag containing over 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Hu Bagui excitedly exclaimed, I want to buy more land, more spirit beasts, and produce more manure. Zhao Ziyou grinned, I want to buy fishing rods, hooks, lines, nets, all the fishing gear I need, and it has to be brand new. Su Changqing couldn't help but say, why don't you just build a fish pond? Zhao Ziyou curled his lip dismissively, I only do wild fishing. Hu Bagui scoffed, right, you can catch anything but fish anyway. Zhao Ziyou held up his storage bag, saying meaningfully, isn't this also a kind of fishing? Ha! Su Changqing and Hu Bagui exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing that old Zhao was different now. Zhao Ziyou said calmly, you're only fixated on fish, but to me, everything in the world can be a fish, everything can be fished, everything can be hooked. Chapter 375 Foundation Establishment completed. In the spirit field, Su Changqing sat cross-legged, absorbing the 5 types of spiritual energy. The metal spiritual energy was the thinnest, and he could absorb relatively little. The water spiritual energy's concentration increased steadily after the golden light dissipated. The wood spiritual energy benefited from the increase in water spiritual energy, resulting in a higher concentration. The fire spiritual energy remained the same, its concentration increased with higher temperatures. As for the earth spiritual energy, it was the most stable of all the spiritual energies. However, Su Changqing's cultivation method had changed. The first thing he did upon absorbing the spiritual energy was not refinement, but rather its absorption into his internal organs. Wood entered the liver. Fire entered the heart. Earth entered the spleen. Metal entered the lungs. Water entered the kidneys. The 5 energies entered the 5 internal organs, nourishing each other, making his overall energy and spirit increasingly abundant. After being filtered by the 5 internal organs, the 5 energies became purer, and then flowed into his danshan, transforming into refined spiritual power. Thus, significant improvements were made in all aspects, including concentration and quality. With daily accumulation, the 5 spiritual energies within the Qi Si grew stronger, previously each occupying a portion of the Qi Si. When the 5 elemental roots were perfected, the spiritual energies began to merge, resembling a 5-colored liquid, mostly flowing slowly. Only after practicing a cultivation technique of a specific attribute would they gradually separate from each other. Of course, if a certain spiritual energy decreased or disappeared, it would be replaced and compensated by another mutually generating spiritual energy. For example, if the wood spiritual energy was gone, the water spiritual energy would transform, that is, water nourishes wood. The strength of the 5 elemental roots lay in having fewer weaknesses. The spiritual energies mutually generated and merged, allowing for continuous operation as long as they were not completely exhausted. At this moment, Su Changqing opened his mouth and inhaled into the 20 acres of spiritual field in front of him. Instantly, the spiritual plants swayed, releasing a rich wood spiritual energy. Taking this opportunity, he continuously stimulated his 5 internal organs using the 5 elements generating cycle. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, and metal generates water. The liver belongs to wood, its manifestation is in the nails, and its orifice is in the eyes. The heart belongs to fire, its manifestation is in the face, and its orifice is in the tongue. The spleen belongs to earth, its manifestation is in the lips, and its orifice is in the mouth. The lungs belong to metal, its manifestation is in the hair, and its orifice is in the nose. The kidneys belong to water, its manifestation is in the hair, and its orifices are in the ears and the 2 lower orifices. In an instant, Su Changqing's aura surged. His eyes trembled slightly, a hint of blue light flashing deep within his pupils. His knuckles twitched slightly, a nearly transparent bluish halo appearing on his fingernails. A healthy blush rose to his cheeks, and a faint sweetness seeped from his lips. Su Changqing pursed his lips, subconsciously swallowing his saliva, a warm, comfortable sensation immediately spreading through his throat. Meanwhile, his breathing became increasingly long and even, each exhale accompanied by a very soft hiss, and wisps of white vapor lingered around his nostrils. With each breath, the inhaled air circulated through his lungs before transforming into a cool current flowing into his kidneys. Instantly, his ears twitched slightly, a white halo appeared on his earlobes, and even his hair became softer and silkier. After an unknown amount of time, reaching the limit of his progress, Su Changqing's Adam's apple bobbed, and he exhaled a breath of 5-colored turbid air. Then he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with a blue light. He had clearly reached an unprecedented peak state. Su Changqing nodded slightly, foundation establishment, complete. Thanks to the recent surge in water spiritual energy, coupled with the increased number of spiritual fields and plants in his personal space, he was able to absorb a large amount of 5-colored spiritual energy. This allowed him to finally advance his cultivation realm to the peak of foundation establishment. The next step required condensing the golden core, but there was no rush. Su Changqing wouldn't attempt it rashly without absolute certainty. Even a genius as strong as Li Lingbai needed various external forces, including the formations of the water control pavilion and the Tang snake in the Black Lake, to withstand the final attack of the turbid lightning. If 3 spiritual roots were so difficult, one could imagine the difficulty with 5. Su Changqing pondered, if now, my wood spiritual root will be used for insect cultivation, while also farming. My fire spiritual root will emulate the crow venerable, while also refining pills. My earth spiritual root will lean towards formation mastery, while also strengthening my body. My metal spiritual root will choose the path of sword cultivation, while also refining weapons. As for my water spiritual root, it will naturally develop into a talisman master. 5 spiritual roots, 5 professions, 5 choices. Others, even someone as powerful as Chu Chu, wouldn't dare to focus on all 5 spiritual roots. After all, the more spiritual roots one possesses, the more time and resources are required for each. But Su Changqing is different. He possesses an exceptionally long lifespan and can leverage the system's incredible abilities to max out all his cultivation techniques, spells, and skills. Therefore, as a master of time management, he must fully utilize the abilities of all 5 spiritual roots before attempting to form his core. Currently, his water spiritual roots rune cultivation is at its maximum level. Only his metal spiritual roots sword cultivation remains, and his earth spiritual roots array formation. A thought struck Su Changqing, and a bone-like sphere appeared out of thin air in his right palm. This was a sword pellet he had found in the corpse beneath the poplar spirit. He hadn't had time to refine it until now, so he decided to take this opportunity to refine it directly. Immediately, Su Changqing activated the carving gold technique, channeling the golden spiritual energy from his dantian into the bone sword pellet in his palm. Initially, it retained a faint imprint of its previous owner's spiritual consciousness, stubbornly resisting. However, as time passed, and given that Su Changqing's spiritual energy was far superior in concentration and quality, it gradually succumbed. With a soft hiss, the last trace of its spiritual consciousness was erased, and the bone sword pellet finally ceased its resistance, embracing it wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't hesitate, decisively leaving his own unique imprint of blood and spiritual consciousness, thus gaining complete control. The next second, he felt a profound connection with the bone sword pellet, as if it were his third hand, third foot, or any part of his body, allowing him to manipulate it with unparalleled ease. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sword pellet flew out with a whoosh, releasing white sword energy wherever it passed. At first, there was only a very faint trace, barely noticeable. But soon, the number increased, becoming densely packed. Instantly, the vast personal space erupted with a series of hissing sounds as if countless flying swords were crisscrossing. Su Changqing observed, if one sword pellet can have such an effect, what if there were 10, or even 100? This scene reminded him of Qin Bailey. His opponent was a sword cultivator, and undisputedly the number one sword cultivator in the entire Dongting immortal sect at the Golden Core stage. His magical artifact was a sunflower capable of storing and releasing numerous tiny flying swords. Once a battle broke out, countless flying swords would burst forth with countless beams of swordlight, boasting maximum destructive power and a spectacular display. Su Changqing grinned, I can completely create my own unique spiritual weapon or magical artifact based on Qin Bailey's design. The more sword pellets and flying swords it stores, the more terrifying the power it will unleash. Chapter 376 is titled Autumn Dew. Su Changqing left his personal space and returned to the stone house. Intending to go out, he had just opened the door when he heard a soft, pattering sound outside. At the same time, the musty smell of damp earth mixed with withered leaves, carried by a cool breeze, wafted towards him. It's raining? The first rain of autumn. I'll wait a bit before going out. So, Su Changqing stood at the doorway, watching the outside world with interest. The fine rain, like silk threads, fell obliquely from the dark clouds, pattering softly against the rooftops. The spiritual plants in the fields were already soaked by the fine rain, water droplets clung to the tips of their leaves, rustling and tumbling down with the wind, splashing onto the ground in tiny sprays. The distant scenery was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, its outlines blurred, revealing only the vague outlines of leafless tree trunks and undulating mountain ranges. The air was slightly cool, not biting, but carrying the chill of autumn. Watching, Su Changqing seemed to grasp something. He subconsciously circulated his cultivation technique, channeling the metal and water elemental energies in his dantian, and pulled at the continuous autumn rain outside. Instantly, dozens of fine, hair-like water threads swirled in his right palm, forming a translucent dewdrop, appearing perfectly round and clear. At that moment, he suddenly understood something. The dewdrop in his palm trembled slightly, and a thin layer of white frost condensed out of thin air, then melted away in the blink of an eye, leaving only a bone-chilling coolness. He repeated this process several times until he finally mastered it. Soon, as the dewdrop was covered with a layer of white frost, its shape changed from round to needle-shaped. With a gentle shake, it shot away instantly. Puff, puff, puff. As it passed, it pierced through rain and water curtains, then, using its freezing properties, it stirred up all the rainwater in the area outside, transforming it into similar forms. Now, there was no rain, instead, ice needles began to fall. These ice needles were as fine as cow's hair, piercing to the bone. They carried both the crispness of autumn rain and the sharpness of metal. Su Changqing suddenly understood autumn belongs to metal, metal generates water, and the essence of metal melts into water. This technique retained the softness of water while adding a touch of concentrated and refined resilience, just like autumn dew, seemingly fragile, yet condensing and not dissipating in the cold night. At this moment, although he couldn't unleash the great cloud and rain technique, his control over water had reached another level. Su Changqing pondered, let's name this technique autumn dew. The rain continued to fall, yet he stepped outside. He was surrounded by puddles, but instead of dispersing or avoiding them, he merged himself into them, becoming one with the water. A miraculous scene unfolded, the water slid off naturally, leaving them completely dry, without even a trace of water staining their clothes. Inspiration platform, their stall location. Because of the rain, far fewer people were entering the Giggs' secret realm. Business was decent at Hubagui, Jiaoziu, and Lin and Stall, but not as good as when it wasn't raining. The three chatted casually, discussing what they had eaten and bought the previous day. When Su Changqing appeared, Zhao Ziyo was the most surprised, asking in astonishment, "You didn't ride the shattered moonfrost this time?" Su Changqing smiled slightly, "I feel quite comfortable in the rain." Zhao Ziyo couldn't help but look him up and down, "That's strange, you've only had your water spirit root for a few days." Su Changqing blinked, "What?" Zhao Ziyo opened his mouth, then shook his head, "Nothing, nothing." Hoopa Gui teased, "Old Su, I think you're just bursting with anger." Su Changqing's lips twitched, "So I'm using rainwater to vent my anger, huh?" Hoopa Gui grinned, "I heard there's going to be another matchmaking event at the Flower Sea. Are you guys going?" Zhao Ziyo retorted sarcastically, "I think you're the one bursting with anger, aren't you?" Hoopa Gui asked matter-of-factly, "So what?" Watching the two bicker, Su Changqing suddenly thought of Zhao Ying and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "That's a true winner in life." Although when she first became a tenant farmer under John Er, she was exploited terribly. But after John Er died, she not only received a share of the spirit land but also got married and had children, living a much more comfortable life. Masha? What happened to this guy? Holy crap, his arm's gone. Just then, a commotion arose on the other side of the teleportation array. Su Changqing and the others looked over and spotted familiar faces, and more than one. Masha, Lan Tian, and besides them, there was a corpse. Whose? Zhao Tianyuan. This scene left everyone around speechless with shock. Masha was not only the second-place winner in the formal disciple competition, but he had also become a core disciple of Xianming Peak, possessing formidable strength. As for Lan Tian, although he had become mediocre later on, he was still a foundation establishment stage water elemental sword cultivator with the evolving autumn water spirit sword, not to be underestimated. As for Zhao Qianyuan, not much was known about him. They only knew he had once been the top core disciple of the Nine-Turn sect, and unexpectedly, he had only been with the daunting Immortal sect for a few days before disappearing. Su Changqing was shocked. What exactly happened in the secret realm? Masha ignored those around him, immediately sitting cross-legged, focusing on recovering from his injuries. Faced with everyone's gazes and questions, Lanchan replied helplessly, "We thought we were the only ones in the secret realm, but it turns out there was a group of mysterious people hiding there. Masha, Zhao Qianyuan, and I happened to encounter them while exploring deeper, and we almost didn't make it back." What? Besides us, there were actually others? Could it be that there's more than one entrance to the secret realm? These words immediately caused a commotion. Everyone thought that only disciples of the daunting Immortal sect were in the Gig's secret realm, but Lanchan's words shocked everyone. If there really were mysterious people, then it couldn't be just these three who were in trouble, there must be many more. Not long after, Ruokan Xuan, having learned of Zhao Qinyuan's death, rushed over. Seeing the familiar corpse, she instantly burst into tears. "Senior brother, didn't you say you would protect me for life?" Seeing this scene, many people felt a pang of pity. Ruokun Xuan's family and friends were all dead, leaving her with no one to rely on or know in the daunting Immortal sect. Now, even Zhao Qianyuan, the only one who had taken care of her, was dead. Huba Gui became worried. Will senior brother Lingbai and senior brother Chu Chu be in trouble? Before Su Changqing could speak, Zhao Zio rolled his eyes. "Fatty, only cultivators at the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages can exist in the Gig's secret realm. In other words, Li Lingbai, Qin Bailey, and the others are top-tier combatants there. If such beings were dead, the Immortal sect would be the first to react. Therefore, they are definitely still alive, without a doubt." However, the fact that these mysterious people could kill Zhao Qianyuan and even cause Masha to lose an arm shows that their strength is indeed ridiculously powerful. Su Changqing thought to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't go." Chapter 377 The Nine-Ben Tide Technique. The injury to Masha and the murder of Zhao Qianyuan had a severe impact, causing many formal disciples interested in the Gig's secret realm to hesitate. The Gig's secret realm, which opens only once every 101 years, is already dangerous. If now, with the addition of a group of mysterious individuals, the danger has doubled. Anyone in this situation would be cautious. Although business was affected, Su Changqing wasn't too concerned. After all, the first 10 days were the only truly profitable period. With more competitors joining, everyone had more choices, and profits naturally decreased. He'd already broken even, so how much he earned later didn't matter. As evening fell, Su Changqing was cooking alone at home when he suddenly heard the cawing of a fire crow outside. He quickly switched to shared vision and saw someone approaching. It was a woman, wearing a moon-white long dress. The more Su Changqing looked, the more familiar she seemed, finally exclaiming in surprise, "Ruo Kunzhuang." Soon after, Ruo Kunzhuang was already standing outside the spirit field. It was her first time here, so she curiously looked around. The 5 acres of spirit fields were teeming with thriving spirit plants, spirit rice, medicinal herbs, and even various fruits and vegetables, a truly abundant sight. The stone house opposite was brightly lit, and she could vaguely see figures moving about. Amidst the clinking and banging sounds, an enticing aroma of food wafted out. It seemed they were cooking. Just as Ruo Kunshuan was about to approach, a sudden woof came from the other side. Looking closer, she saw a dog's head poking out of its kennel, baring its teeth at her. She froze, staring at the dog, wide-eyed. Inside the house, Su Changqing couldn't stand it any longer and immediately called out, "Who is it?" Ruo Kunshuang's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly replied, "Senior brother Su, it's me, Ruo Kunshuang." Su Changqing came out carrying a pot of top-grade spirit rice wine. "What brings you here?" Ruo Kunshuang opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Su Changqing thoughtfully beckoned her in. "Come in." Ruo Kunshuang glanced at the dog. "What about it?" It wasn't that she was afraid of dogs, but she knew that even when beating a dog, one should consider its owner. Su Changqing glared at Wang Wang, and it immediately shrank back. Ruo Kunshuang breathed a sigh of relief. then approached the stone house step by step, saying apologetically, "I'm so sorry to bother you so late." Su Changqing brought over a stool, gesturing for her to sit down, then asked again, "For you to come all the way from the Imperial Water Pavilion, it must be something important, right?" Ruo Kunzhuan took a deep breath. "I want." Su Changqing was startled and quickly waved his hand. "I'm not a casual person." "Ah." Ruo Kunzhuan paused, then continued, "I want to obtain long-term, stable cultivation resources from you." Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, resources, huh?" Ruo Kunzhuan asked in surprise, "What did you think it was?" Su Changqing smiled awkwardly. "Haha, I thought you wanted to learn farming." Ruo Kunzhuan seemed to understand, but didn't think much of it, continuing, "I've inquired, you're the only spirit cultivator in the entire spirit field, and your cultivation of spirit plants and provision of resources are very stable and reliable. Especially in terms of reputation, it's always been excellent." Su Changqing crossed his arms, his gaze scrutinizing him. "But why should I provide you with resources?" While the other party did appear lonely and pitiful, they were complete strangers. Why should he help them? Even his longtime friends Hu Bagui and Zhao Zio hadn't made such a request. Ruo Kunzhuan smiled sadly. "I know you wouldn't help without a reason, so I've brought my utmost sincerity." Then, she patted the pink peach blossom embroidered sachet at her waist, and two jade pendants instantly appeared in her hand. One was larger, the other smaller. They appeared to be jade pendants for storing cultivation techniques and spells. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "What's this?" Ruo Kunzhuan replied earnestly, "These two jade pendants contain the 9-ben tide technique, the strongest water attribute cultivation method of my 9-ben sect, and the sea covering seal, the strongest water attribute spell. The breadth of their content is in no way inferior to the same level cultivation methods and spells of the Dongting Immortal sect, and in some aspects, even stronger." Su Changqing blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Did he look that honest? He gained her trust so easily. Ruo Kunzhuan placed the jade pendants on the table, then clenched her hands, gritting her teeth, and said, "My father is dead, my senior brother is dead, and now I can only rely on myself. To avenge them, I must become strong enough." Su Changqing suddenly understood. "So, you want to use these two cultivation methods and spells to exchange for a long-term supply of resources from me to meet your daily cultivation needs?" Ruo Kunzhuan nodded vigorously. "Yes." Su Changqing stroked his chin. "What level are these cultivation methods and spells?" Ruo Kunzhuan blurted out, "Earth grade." Su Changqing's lips curled slightly. "Earth grade, huh?" Ruo Kunzhuan, slightly excited, said, "Whether it's cultivation techniques or spells, anything reaching the earth grade is priceless outside." Su Changqing remained as composed as a rock, neither agreeing nor refusing, but instead pointing to the steaming food on the table. "Since things have come to this, let's eat first." Ruo Kunzhuan looked at the food, its tempting colors and aroma filling the air, her Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously. "Okay." The rice was steamed from top-grade spirit rice. The dishes were made from top-grade vegetables. Even the wine was of high quality. It seemed like just a simple home-cooked meal, but in reality, most people outside couldn't afford it. From this single meal, Ruo Kunzhuan knew that although the person before her was plain-looking, his talent in cultivating spirit plants was absolutely exceptional. That was why he was the only spirit cultivator in the entire spirit field. Half an hour later, the two had finished their meal. Ruo Kunzhuan put down her chopsticks and sat upright, staring intently at the man before her. Su Changqing also put down his chopsticks, then picked up two jade pendants from the table and chuckled. "Junior sister Ruo, as long as you're not lying to me. With these two jade pendants, I can reliably provide you with cultivation resources for 20 years, such as top-grade spiritual rice, certain medicinal herbs, or special spiritual plants." Ruo Kunzhuan frowned. "Senior brother Su, 20 years is too short." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "How long do you want?" Ruo Kunzhuan pondered for a moment. "For cultivators, 20 years is but a blink of an eye. At most, I can break through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage." Su Changqing put down the jade pendant and said irritably, "We're not sisters, but you can't expect me to provide two earth-rank cultivation techniques and spells all the way up to the nascent soul stage, or even higher, can you? That's a bit too much." Ruo Kunzhuan hesitated. If. Su Changqing was taken aback. "If what?" Ruo Kunzhuan shook her head, coming to her senses. "Nothing, 20 years it is." Su Changqing grinned. "Then, let's sign the blood talisman contract." Chapter 378. Have you ever seen a sunflower with blue fire? Su Changqing stood at the door, waving goodbye as he watched her go. "Happy cooperation, be careful on your journey." Ruo Kunzhuan, holding her cultivation resources for the month, walked step by step to the edge of the field. Hearing the commotion behind her, she glanced back, thinking to herself, "Father said I must never reveal the secret of the 9-ben treasure vault until I break through to the golden core stage. But, senior brother Su seems like a good person." Soon, Ruo Kunzhuan was gone. Su Changqing returned to the house, playing with the 2 jade pendants, pondering, the original water attribute earth rank cultivation techniques and spells have definitely been handed over to the immortal sect. What I have is most likely a copy. But it doesn't matter. For others, only core disciples have the right to choose earth rank cultivation techniques and spells. Otherwise, the normal procedure is to submit points first before exchanging them. You should know that any earth rank cultivation technique or spell is worth 10,000 points in the immortal sect, and a formal disciple can't get one in less than 10 years. Now, not only did he save time searching for cultivation techniques and spells, but he also saved a significant amount of immortal sect points, a double benefit. Immediately, Su Changqing channeled his spiritual sense into the larger jade pendant, and countless pieces of information flooded his mind. 9-Ben Tide Rising Technique. Using the imagery of the ebb and flow of tides, it is divided into 9 layers, progressively advancing the form, force, and momentum of water, from controlling water to mastering it. Su Changqing quickly imprinted it in his mind, then picked up another smaller jade pendant, channeling his spiritual sense into it, and soon obtained detailed information within. Overturning Sea Seal. This involves forming hand seals to draw water, consisting of 6 hand seals corresponding to 6 forms of water: gathering, swirling, pressing, freezing, returning, and exploding. However, to unleash its maximum power, it must be combined with the 9-Ben Tide Rising technique. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Both the cultivation techniques and spells have indeed reached the earth rank. However, to learn the Overturning Sea Seal, one must first learn the 9-Ben Tide Rising technique. Moreover, once he mastered this earth rank cultivation technique, his control and mastery of water would reach a whole new level. But there was no rush. After all, these were earth rank techniques and spells, impossible to learn in a short time. Su Changqing flicked his wrist, putting away the 2 jade pendants, then got up and walked towards the second basement level. The sword pellet is too simplistic, I must design my own attack method. As the saying goes, you can live or die, but you can't be without life. Soon, he arrived at the weapon refining room on the second basement level. Su Changqing already had a rough idea of this new weapon in his mind. It referenced Qin Bailey's sunflower heartsword nest, while also utilizing what was around him. Soon, a sunflower and a small azure gourd appeared on the table. The sunflower was a gift from Jiangsu. The gourd was one he had grown himself. Of course, this sunflower couldn't compare to Qin Bailey's. That one was taller than a person. His own was only about the length of an adult's arm. Fortunately, it was enough. Su Changqing's plan was to first refine the azure gourd into the Geng gourd sword core. This thing had 3 spiral-shaped air chambers inside, each capable of storing 10 strands of Geng metal sword energy. Then, he would inscribe the soul-devouring runes to prevent the sword energy from leaking out, while also slowly refining the metal spiritual energy in the air to replenish the reserves. Then, he refined the sunflower into a miniature version of the sunflower heartsword nest, its interior a concave honeycomb-shaped sword groove capable of holding 36 sword pellets the size of fingernails. However, a difference lies in the design. He modified the flower stem into a ring-shaped handle, then inscribed spirit-gathering patterns on the handle. When spiritual energy is injected, the petals rotate like gears. The more spiritual energy injected, the faster the rotation. Next, using a gourd as the power core, he disassembled the sword nest into 6 parts, encircling the outside of the gourd's mouth. The flower stem wound around the gourd's handle, forming the grip. Runes were inscribed at the connection between the gourd and the flower, such as yang gathering patterns, chi locking runes, spinning attack runes, acceleration runes, penetration runes, and so on. Soon, Su Changqing began the refining process. First, he used crimson flames to bake the surface of the small gourd, forcing out the impure energy of the vegetation within. Then, he condensed golden spiritual energy at his fingertips, repeatedly rubbing the inner wall to coat it with a thin film until it emitted a bluish-white sheen. Finally, the refining process began, and unexpectedly, 5 spirit patterns emerged on the first attempt. Su Changqing nodded slightly, quite satisfied. He then picked up a carving knife and vertically carved 3 spiral energy cavities inside the gourd. The first layer was close to the gourd's opening, facilitating the release of sword energy. The second layer was in the middle, increasing stability. The third layer was near the bottom of the gourd, used to store the most condensed sword energy. Once the energy cavities were formed, he carved spirit-absorbing patterns at the junctions. The patterns crisscrossed, inlaid with tiny spirit-absorbing points. After the carving was complete, he poured more golden spiritual power from his chi-si into it until it gradually emitted a silvery white light, at which point it began to spontaneously generate Zhengjin sword energy. Next, he processed the sunflower, removing the core seeds, then slowly roasting the edges with crimson flames while simultaneously shaping it with fire spiritual power, pressing a honeycomb-like indentation into the center. Unexpectedly, 5 spirit patterns were also refined this time. Su Changqing picked up his carving knife again and carved yang gathering patterns into the 36 honeycomb-shaped sword grooves. This would allow the sword to automatically absorb sunlight and increase its power. He then modified the flower stem into a ring-shaped handle, carving spirit-gathering patterns into it. Once finished, he set it aside and soaked it in the green wood liquid. Immediately, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Although Su Changqing had a bone sword pellet, the sunflower heartsword nest had 36 sword grooves, so he needed to make up the difference. After the sunflower heartsword nest softened in the green wood liquid, Su Changqing divided it into 6 parts, forming a circle around the Ganghu sword core, which was essentially a small gourd. Next, he used fine, hair-like gold threads to wrap, bind, and secure it, finally connecting it with the ring-shaped handle at the bottom. Both the gourd and the sword nest had as many as 5 spirit patterns. Because he had already carved yang-gathering and spirit-devouring patterns, 8 remained. Therefore, it was further enhanced with spirit-gathering, spinning strike, acceleration, penetration, melting fire, splitting metal, locking chi, and spirit exchange. The final spirit exchange rune is particularly unique and crucial. If the metal spirit power runs out, it can be replaced with other spirit power. In this way, it not only provides longer endurance but also changes attributes and effects. Of course, in terms of power, it certainly cannot compare to the Zhengjin sword chi formed from metal spirit power. Finally, this brand new spiritual weapon was fully completed thanks to Su Changqing's tireless efforts. The weapon, approximately 20 inches in length, had a base of a small, emerald green gourd, with a 6-section sunflower heartsword nest at its mouth. At first glance, it resembled a sunflower crown adorning the gourd's opening. Su Changqing's figure blurred, instantly disappearing from the weapon refining room and reappearing in his personal space. He then held the front part of the new spiritual weapon in his left hand and grasped the ring-shaped handle at the back with his right, channeling his golden spiritual power from his dantian into it. As the spirit-gathering patterns lit up, the sunflower heartsword nest began to rotate and sync. Initially, it rotated 3 times per second, then increased to 10 times per second. With the infusion of Zhengjin sword energy into 36 sword pellets, the handle emitted a click-clack sound, the rotating sword nest produced a humming sound, followed by a clattering sound of blue flames. Chapter 379 Welcome to my humble abode. 36 sword pellets, enveloped in blue flames, shot out in a barrage. Initially, they hurtled forward at incredible speed, leaving trails as they flew at a rate of 100 zhang per breath. Once they stabilized, silvery white Zhengjin sword energy erupted from the pellets, crisscrossing like a fire net, slicing through every angle and position within a radius of several dozen zhang. For a moment, the personal space was filled with sharp, piercing sounds of air being torn apart. At this speed, a Foundation establishment cultivator could only see a blurry blue afterimage with their naked eye, and could only predict the trajectory with their spiritual sense. Anyone who reacted even slightly slow wouldn't have time to activate their defensive magical artifacts. Su Changqing stroked his chin upon seeing this. Powerful as it is, it's a pity the sword pellets are launched. It's only useful for now, it will definitely need to be changed in the future. The best solution would be to keep the sword pellets and flying swords at bay, simply launching sword energy. Immediately, he released the golden spiritual energy from his dantian and beckoned to the sword pellets in front of him. The next second, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as the 36 sword pellets, especially the core bone-based one, returned at incredible speed, re-embedding themselves into the sword nest with a series of cracking sounds. He could even feel the residual high temperature emanating from them. The gourd contained 3 spiral energy chambers, indicating it could be used 3 times. Each attack consumed approximately 1/10 of the total golden spiritual energy. Su Changqing held it in his hand, weighing it as he pondered. This thing belongs to the first generation, let's call it sword nest number 1. Then, he left his blood and spiritual imprints on it. Although he wouldn't need it for the time being, he couldn't be without it. Soon, the system completed the information. Sword nest number 1. Effect 1 Honeycomb-style ammunition loading. Effect 2 Gear-linked rapid fire. Effect 3 Azure flame chain lock. Effect 4 Ammunition cylinder spin calibration. Effect 5 Emergency ejection. After testing, Su Changqing teleported out of his personal space and returned outside. The residual heat in the weapon refining room hadn't dissipated, and traces of work were everywhere. Seeing this, he carefully cleaned and tidied it up before walking to the ground. Upon emerging, he found it was already daylight outside. Good heavens, he didn't know if he had been busy all night or if several days had passed. After all, weapon refining isn't something that can be done all at once, it requires time and trial and error. Moreover, sword nest number 1 itself is a combination of the Ganghu sword core and the Kuei Xian sword nest, with many uncertainties involved. Fortunately, it was a success on the first try, and the quality and spirit patterns were quite high, saving him the time of multiple forging and refining processes. Buzzing. At this moment, a vibration came from the azure gourd. Su Changqing flipped his wrist, and a communication talisman appeared. He recognized it immediately as Li Sankei's. Senior brother Li? Are you home? Yes, we're out, and we have some things to share with you. Okay, I'll go to the Imperial Water Pavilion now. No, we're going to your place. Li Sankei's words surprised Su Changqing greatly. You see, besides Qin Bailey and Chu Chu, their group also included Han Xian and Qin Bailey's junior sister named Chu Su. Having such a group of people come to his stone house was somewhat overwhelming. The key issue was that Su Changqing was worried about his secret being discovered. After all, once he broke through to the Golden Core stage, his spiritual sense would evolve into divine sense, resulting in a significant improvement in all aspects. However, he couldn't refuse, as it was likely a suggestion from someone close to him, either Li San-Ke, either Li Lingbai, either Chu Chu. Of course, it could also be Han Xian, but whoever it was, he couldn't refuse their request. Therefore, Su Changqing quickly agreed and turned to head back to the basement. He immediately transferred everything from the weapon refining room and the pill refining room to his personal space. Moreover, he manipulated the Earth's energy to connect the two rooms, making them part of the cultivation room. This way, even if someone came down, they wouldn't notice anything. After thinking for a moment, Su Changqing began to cook. At this time, Li Lingbai and the others could go without food, but they couldn't be unprepared. The vegetables had to be of the highest quality. The rice had to be top-grade spirit rice. It was Qin Bailey and Chu Su's first visit, so they couldn't be stingy. They could even use this opportunity to save face for Li Lingbai and the others. For the staple food, a pot of top-grade spirit rice was cooked. Then, 9 red steamed buns were made using crimson flame fruit. For hot dishes, Su Changqing chose braised pork belly with spirit beast, stir-fried cabbage, and stewed tofu with spirit mushrooms. These were home-style dishes, but with a touch of local flavor. Considering Han Xian might drink, some lotus seed soup was specially prepared to help her sober up. The cold dishes were more casual, with a cold black fungus salad. But the real highlight was the 5 caddies of top-grade spirit rice wine. Su Changqing figured that since Li Lingbai and the others chose to share their food here, they were probably there for the wine. Perhaps, there was also an ulterior motive of trying to win over and curry favor with Qin Bailey. As the top core disciple of the Dongting Immortal sect, the other party's status, position, and background are all extraordinary, making them absolutely worth winning over. Caw, caw, caw. When the food was almost ready, the cawing of crows sounded outside. Su Changqing quickly switched to shared vision and, sure enough, saw a golden sword light piercing the air. As expected, it was definitely Qin Bailey and his group above. Considering they were inside the Immortal sect and visiting someone else's home, Qin Bailey deliberately controlled his speed, keeping it from being too fast and the scene less spectacular. Chu Chu pointed to the 5 acres of spirit fields below and chuckled, "We've arrived." Li Lingbai, visiting for the first time, couldn't help but look around with Qin Bailey and Chu Su. The 5 acres of spirit fields were all second-grade spirit fields, which was nothing special. As for the spirit plants grown in the fields, everyone recognized them. Spirit rice, medicinal herbs, and vegetables perfectly matched the stereotypical image of a spirit farmer. The only difference was that all the spiritual plants Su Changqing cultivated were superior to those of ordinary spiritual farmers in every aspect, from color and growth. Qin Bailey nodded slightly. No wonder he's the only spiritual cultivator in the spiritual field, even some common spiritual plants are of such high quality. Li Lingbai explained with a smile, "My junior brother doesn't like fighting, adventure, or exploration, he's only interested in farming and is extremely passionate about it." Chu Su, standing nearby, blinked. "In that case, he must be an excellent cook, right?" Chu Chu, Li San-Ke, and Han Xian wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in agreement. "These dishes are more than just good, they're almost like spiritual cuisine. You'll see once you try them. The food is delicious, and the wine is wonderful." Hearing their enthusiastic praise, Qin Bailey and Chu Su became even more curious and expectant. Qin Bailey glanced at the fire crows circling in the sky, then gradually withdrew his sword light, and the group quickly landed in front of the fence gate outside the spiritual field. Li San-Ke called out to the inside, "Junior brother Su, coming." From inside the stone house, Su Changqing responded, then stepped out and bowed to the group, saying, "Welcome, senior brothers and sisters, to my humble abode." Chapter 380 Lingbai, Are We Being Targeted? Qin Bailey, Li Lingbai, Chu Chu, Li San-Ke, and Han Xian were all acquaintances, but Chu Su was a first-timer. They had never met before. Her face wasn't the typical oval shape, but rather a full face. Her eyebrows were long and slender, slightly upturned at the ends. Her pupils were brown, with a bright red mole at the corner of her right eye. Her long black hair was unbound, held back only by a silver ribbon. 2 small silver earrings hung from her ears. Her skin wasn't white, but a wheatish color. She wore a flowing robe, the hem and cuffs embroidered with phoenix patterns. The fabric was as thin as smoke, edged with semi-transparent blue gauze. Underneath, she wore a light blue short-sleeved shirt and matching trousers. A black rope was tied around her waist, with 3 small ornaments attached. They were a wind spirit pearl, half a dried wind whisper leaf, a miniature pair of silver scissors, She wore light brown soft-soled shoes, revealing slender ankles and red ribbons tied around them. Qin Bailey introduced her. This is my junior sister, Chu Su. Su Changqing nodded happily. Senior sister Chu. Chu Su looked him up and down, replying, junior brother Su. Chu Chu said with a smile, everyone, we're all family here, so don't just stand there like idiots. Right. I can already smell the aroma of the food. Little Su, let me see if your cooking skills have improved. Soon, the group entered the stone house. Su Changqing watched, a sigh of relief in his heart. If it were still the old wooden house, there wouldn't be enough room for so many people. Although Li Lingbai and the others wouldn't mind, Han Xian might just go straight to bed. Qin Bailey and Chu Su were visiting for the first time and were naturally a little embarrassed. As soon as they entered the house, the aroma filling the air drew everyone's attention to the food on the table. If it were ordinary worldly food, cultivators certainly wouldn't eat it, as it would have no effect whatsoever. But these were spiritual plants and spiritual rice, which was different. Even a small amount would be quite beneficial. Qin Bailey exclaimed, although we haven't tasted it yet, the taste and color are already top-notch. Chu Su subconsciously licked his lips, eagerly asking, shall we eat first? Immediately, everyone looked at Su Changqing, their decision to eat or not resting on the host's wishes. Su Changqing smiled slightly, please don't be shy, everyone. Make yourselves at home. Eat as much as you like, however you wish. Hearing this, everyone stopped being polite and sat down. Su Changqing quickly distributed bowls and chopsticks to everyone and began pouring wine in turn. Senior brother Qin, senior brother Lingbai, senior sister Chu, this is spirit rice wine brewed by your junior brother. Please try it. At first glance, it smelled like ordinary grains. The color was similar to ordinary wine. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a faint shimmering of spiritual light. Although they hadn't tasted it yet, it was clear at a glance that its quality was extremely high, definitely not ordinary spirit rice wine. Therefore, when Su Changqing picked up a cup, everyone followed suit. Chu Chu, Li Sankei, and Han Xian drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. Li Lingbai took a small sip, first feeling a slight coolness, followed by a warm, sweet aroma. It wasn't cloying like cane sugar, but rather the natural sweetness of spirit rice mixed with a subtle rice fragrance. His eyes lit up, and he downed the rest of the wine, even smacking his lips and savoring the taste. Qin Bailey, observing everyone's reactions, also took a sip. His body stiffened instantly, followed by an expression of disbelief. He stared at Su Changqing with astonishment, as if he were seeing him for the first time. This was indeed spirit rice wine, quite common throughout the Tianyuan Realm, but its taste, aroma, and strength had reached unprecedented levels, far surpassing ordinary spirit rice wine in quality. As for Chu Su, he was stunned after just one sip. He couldn't quite tell if it was reality or a dream. Is this really the taste of spirit rice wine? Su Changqing blinked. Senior brother Qin, senior brother Lingbai, senior sister Chu, what do you think? Li Lingbai was the first to give a thumbs up, praising, junior brother Su, I thought your talent was only in planting, but I never imagined your winemaking skills were equally extraordinary. Su Changqing grinned. Senior brother, you flatter me. Unexpectedly, Qin Bailey waved his hand. Junior brother Su, don't be modest. With such skills, even without cultivating spiritual plants, you can still forge your own path. Chu Su said with a smile in her eyes, I think junior brother Su is truly enjoying life, eating top-quality vegetables and drinking fine wine every day. It's truly enviable. Faced with the flattery of his three senior brothers and sisters, Su Changqing was not smug at all. Instead, his smile faded, and he said seriously, if it weren't for the protection of the immortal sect, and the selfless sacrifices of my senior brothers, sisters, and junior brothers, how could I have such a life? These words made Qin Bailey look at him again. The person before him repeatedly shattered his understanding. It was truly unbelievable. His calm, composed, and unhurried nature was incredibly rare and precious. Even Chu Su, Chu Chu, Li Lingbai, Li Sankei, Han Xian, and the others looked at him with new respect, as if they were seeing him in a completely new light. Su Changqing said with a hint of regret, it's a pity I'm not good at fighting. I can only help you with the farming, nurturing the spiritual plants, and cheering you on from time to time. Qin Bailey was quite moved. Junior brother, don't blame yourself. With someone like you in the spiritual fields, I feel relieved, even more at ease. Chu Su wholeheartedly agreed, who says otherwise? Seeing that their cups were empty, Su Changqing refilled them. At this moment, Chu Chu skillfully changed the subject, asking with surprise, we heard as soon as we came out that Mo Xia, Lan Tian, and a disciple named Zhao Qianyuan were attacked by a group of mysterious people? Su Changqing nodded, that's right. Chu Chu frowned, although I'm quite pleased that Mo Xia was injured, it's a bit strange that there are other people in the Gig's secret realm. Qin Bailey raised an eyebrow, strange, master and my uncles never mentioned that there are other people in the Gig's secret realm. Su Changqing looked around, asking curiously, didn't you encounter them? Chu boasted, with 2 golden core cultivators with us, we fought our way to the deepest part of the secret realm. No demon or monster could withstand a single blow. Su Changqing suddenly realized, I heard that Mo Xia and the others were attacked in a place called the Yellow Springs Remnant Palace. The Yellow Springs Remnant Palace? Li Lingbai and the others exchanged glances, clearly having heard of it. Qin Bailey suddenly realized, that explains it. The Yellow Springs Palace is on the other side, not on our route. Li Lingbai glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, when we were about to leave the Gigza secret realm, I did sense someone watching us from the shadows. Li Sankei's expression changed slightly. Lingbai, are you saying we're being watched? Li Lingbai narrowed her eyes, a cold glint in them, then gave an affirmative answer, that's right. Chapter 381 The Secret Realm of Return to Nothingness. The Gigza secret realm lasts for 30 days from opening to closing, during which time entry and exit are unrestricted. This is the main reason why it attracts formal and core disciples to explore it. In other words, after Li Lingbai and his group emerged, as long as the secret realm remains open, they will undoubtedly enter multiple times to obtain even more resources. It's important to understand that a secret realm that only opens after more than a century contains an abundance of extremely rare and valuable items. Although the natural treasures in the Gigza secret realm are almost all of yin and yin attributes, they can still be used for refining weapons, alchemy, and cultivation. Moreover, extremes beget their opposites, extreme yin gives rise to extreme yang. Therefore, the secret realm contains even rarer extremely yang items. For example, the Crimson Yang Jade Pendant, Burning Heaven Flame Crystal, Soul Purifying Sand, Mountain Suppressing Golden Essence, Mysterious Yang Bone. These are all relatively rare yang attribute natural treasures, and their prices are extremely high. Each item costs over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and some are even impossible to buy. Even core disciples like Qin Bailey and Li Lingbai, who have reached the golden core stage, are still eager to acquire the items inside. This trip out was merely for a breather and a rest. In a day or two, the same group will return, this time venturing even deeper. If this group has indeed been targeted by the mysterious figure within the Gigza secret realm, the likelihood of being attacked upon their next entry will be extremely high. After all, while Masha hasn't reached the golden core stage, few can rival him in the foundation establishment stage. His 3 complementary spiritual roots, coupled with his extraordinary comprehension and beast-like fighting style, make him formidable. To defeat him, even at the cost of an arm, is enough to prove that the mysterious figure's overall strength is at least at the late foundation establishment stage, and perhaps even the golden core stage. Now, with the enemy in the shadows and us in the open, the danger is immense. Qin Bailey immediately replied, I will report this matter to the Immortal Sect and my master. We'll consider whether to enter the Gigza secret realm after we've confirmed the specifics. Li Lingbai and the other exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. He then waved his hand, let's continue eating. Indeed, eat and drink. This food is really delicious. As they drank and ate, they chatted and joked, gradually relaxing. Li Sankei reminded them, Junior Brother Su, our gains in the Gigza secret realm this time were quite good. What do you need? Before Su Changqing could react, Li Lingbai realized, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. We didn't come here to eat. He waved his hand, and all their spoils appeared, floating in the air. Netherworld Cold Dragonfly, Inked Crystal, Moon-Eroding Spirit Liquid, Mysterious Water Cold Pearl, Nether Bone Flower, Abyss Stone, Dew of the River of Oblivion, Netherworld Mud. There was even a mysterious Yang Bone. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, what a rich variety. Li Lingbai generously offered, Junior Brother Su, pick any 3. Su Changqing fell into deep thought, pondering carefully. Currently, regarding his water elemental root, he had no shortage of cultivation techniques and spells, the only thing he lacked was knowledge of various runes and talismans. Regarding his wood elemental root, he had already switched to insect cultivation, focusing more on improving it using the myriad insect secret records. He now possessed the reverse meridian dragon transformation insect mother. Regarding the fire elemental root, it requires integration with alchemy and beast taming. Since the 9 Flames Profound technique is already mastered, the only missing elements are more powerful fire attribute spells and pill formulas. Regarding the earth elemental root, both cultivation techniques and spells are lacking. While not completely ignorant of formation techniques, the understanding is not particularly deep. Regarding the metal elemental root, cultivation techniques and spells are only passable. Fortunately, it will be combined with weapon crafting in the future, allowing the cultivator to become a firearm swordsman. Therefore, the choices are reduced this time. If leaning towards the wood element, Nether Bone Flower and Netherworld Mud are options. If leaning towards the fire element, Profound Yang Bone and Netherworld Cold Serpent are options. If leaning towards the earth element, Abyss Stone and Moon Eroding Spirit Liquid are options. If leaning towards the metal element, Ink Crystal, Profound Yang Bone, and Netherworld Mud are options. Seeing him deep in thought, unsure of what to choose, Chu spoke up, with your dual water and with spiritual roots, you should definitely prioritize the nether bone flower, netherworld mud, and moon eroding spiritual liquid. These three things can not only be used to cultivate spiritual plants, but also to improve the soil. Su Changqing snapped out of his reverie and nodded slightly, indeed. Chu Su exclaimed in surprise, so junior brother Su and senior brother Chu both have dual water and with spiritual roots. Qin Bailey also paused for a moment, then murmured thoughtfully, dual water and with spiritual roots, huh. After much deliberation, Su Changqing decided to follow Chu's recommendation. Alright, then let's choose the nether bone flower, netherworld mud, and moon eroding spiritual liquid. Admittedly, Li Lingbai had brought out a whole host of items, including the even rarer Xianyang bone, but bringing them out was one thing, being able to choose them was another. Su Changqing knew that if he acted rudely, his impression and standing in the other party's eyes could plummet because of this lapse in judgment. Having never entered the Gig's secret realm, nor fought, adventured, or explored with the others, how could he be qualified to obtain the even rarer and more valuable Xianyang bone? Li Lingbai nodded slightly. Alright, take it. Soon, the three items fell into Su Changqing's hands. He lowered his head, examining them carefully. Nether bone flower. About half a foot tall, its stem slender as a chopstick, its surface covered with fine, dark purple veins. The leaves were long and narrow, their edges gleaming with a cold, icy blue light. Encircling 5 petals, they appeared as thin as cicada wings, their base a nearly transparent pale white, edged with a deep, rich purple. The stamens resemble 3 silver needles, each tipped with tiny specks of phosphorescent light. Netherworld mud. Overall dark gray, somewhere between clay and mud, its surface covered with a layer of ice crystals formed from condensed yin energy, with countless tiny black, flocculent substances slowly moving within. The moon eroding elixir. It was dark green overall, resembling the sap of rotting moss at first glance. A thin film of oil floated on its surface, and countless tiny golden spots slowly sank within. All 3 substances were extremely yin in nature, even containing toxicity. However, for Su Changqing, who had achieved perfection in the 5 elements and reached the peak of foundation establishment, it posed no harm whatsoever. Then, Li Lingbai waved his hand, and the remaining items floating in the air were all collected back up. He then continued sipping his spirit rice wine. Everyone continued chatting and joking. Chu even gave a special introduction to the situation and scenes within the Gig's secret realm. The secret realm was like a ghostly domain sunk into an ancient abyss, its interior cold and deathly silent. It was roughly divided into 4 areas: the Frosty Abyss Crossing, the Plain of Bones, the Moon Eclipse Cavern, the Yin-Yang Boundary Zone. The more they talked, the deeper Su Changqing's understanding became. As they chatted, time grew late. The group rose to take their leave, heading towards the door. Su Changqing rose to see them off, escorting them all the way to the door. Just before parting, Qin Bailey turned around and asked earnestly, "Junior brother Su, since you possess both water and with spiritual roots, I happen to have something to discuss. Would you be interested?" Chapter 382 Golden Blade Technique. Su Changqing was taken aback at first, then quickly smiled and said, "Senior brother Qin, you're too kind. I'll do my best to help in any way I can." These words were comforting. Qin Bailey smiled and continued, "You should know that I'm a core disciple of Vitra Peak. There happens to be a senior uncle who needs to care for a spiritual plant, and it must have both water and with spiritual roots. If you have time, let's go there tomorrow." Su Changqing didn't immediately agree. He glanced at Li Lingbai, who nodded slightly, before grinning, "No problem." Qin Bailey nodded slightly and then set a time. "Okay, I'll come find you tomorrow." Su Changqing thought everyone would leave, but unexpectedly, Chu Su suddenly appeared before him, calling out with a smile, "Junior brother Su." Su Changqing said looking at him in confusion. Chu Su then continued, "I'd like to buy some top-grade spirit rice and the spirit rice wine we just drank." Su Changqing waved his hand, "Senior sister, that's a bit too formal. Given your relationship with senior brother Lingbai and senior brother Qin, why would you need to buy mere top-grade spirit rice and wine?" With a wave of his hand, he directly gave her 50 jin of top-grade spirit rice and 5 jin of top-grade spirit rice wine. The people behind them, Chu and Li San Ke, remained calm, clearly used to this. Only Han Xin, upon seeing this, revealed a strong desire for the top-grade spirit rice wine in her eyes. She hadn't been here in a long time. The spirit rice wine was already finished. Fortunately, Han Xin wasn't stupid. She knew Qin Bailey and Chu Su were present, so she didn't act recklessly. Looking at the top-grade spirit rice and spirit rice wine the other party had given him, Chu Su couldn't help but blink. "What I mean is, I'd like to buy from you long-term." Su Changqing suddenly understood, then explained, "If it's a large purchase, we'll have to discuss it with senior brother Lingbai, since most of my top-grade spirit rice is prioritized for him. If it's a small purchase, then there's no problem." Shu Su understood, but instead of talking to Li Lingbai, he temporarily suppressed his desire for the top-grade spirit rice and walked towards Qin Bailey. It's too late, let's talk about it tomorrow. Finally, Qin Bailey and his group rode away on their swords. Only then did Su Changqing breathe a sigh of relief. Communicating with these golden core cultivators was really stressful. I was afraid of offending them or having my secrets leaked. He then closed the door of the stone house. Next, he activated the water elemental power in his Qi, conjuring a cleaning talisman in the air to clean the dishes and chopsticks on the table before heading upstairs. However, he didn't rest, but continued to study the golden blade technique. The power of sword nest number 1 wasn't fully utilized this time, mainly because he hadn't yet learned the metal attribute spells. In a flash, it was the next day. Morning, around 9 a.m. After studying all night, Su Changqing finally made a breakthrough and immediately looked at his attribute panel. Golden Blade Technique, Level 1. Effect 1 condenses a foot-long, finger-wide golden blade of light using golden spiritual power. It doesn't look particularly powerful, even somewhat ordinary. Would you like to consume 8 years of your lifespan to fully repair the Golden Blade Technique? Yes. Instantly, Su Changqing entered a state of enlightenment. Various experiences and techniques related to the Golden Blade Technique surged forth. However, because it didn't take much time, the duration was also short. After exiting the state of enlightenment, the attribute panel changed again. Golden Blade Technique, Level 1. Effect 1 condenses a golden blade of light, 10 feet long and 1 foot wide, using golden spiritual power. Effect 2 increases the damage of the blade against ordinary iron and low-grade spiritual weapons by 30%. Su Changqing observed, not bad. Would you like to consume 3 years of your lifespan to upgrade the Golden Blade Technique to its maximum level? Yes. This enlightenment only lasted for a single breath. Remaining lifespan, 697 years. Golden Blade Technique, Level 3. Effect 1 simultaneously condenses 3 golden light blades of varying sizes using golden spiritual power. Effect 2, the golden blades temporarily reduce the defense of low-grade spiritual weapons by 40% and high-grade spiritual weapons by 20%. Effect 3, the light blades create a shockwave upon impact, inflicting lacerations on flesh. Effect 4, the golden blades split into 36 fine golden rays, causing area of effect damage. Special Effect 1 cutting power increases damage to spiritual weapons by 40%, damage to shields by 30%, and damage to flesh by 20%, ignoring 10% of defense strength. After reviewing all the effects, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. No wonder everyone says that those with a golden spiritual root have the strongest combat power. Even a casual high-level spell is so unreasonable? Fortunately, I also have a golden spiritual root. Immediately, he flickered and instantly entered his personal space. At the same time, sword nest number 1 reappeared in his hand. Initially, Su Changqing planned to test the power of the Golden Blade Technique. Therefore, he activated the Carving Gold Technique, channeling the golden spiritual energy in his dantian. With a flick of his right palm, 3 golden blades, each as thick as a fingertip, instantly condensed. With a thought, they floated up, then grew larger and larger. From a foot long and a finger wide, they quickly reached 10 feet long and a foot wide. At their current limit, the 3 golden blades could reach 5 zhang and 6 qi, equivalent to 16 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide. Although their power hadn't been tested yet, they already looked incredibly imposing. The 5 zhang golden blade hovered, its blade gleaming with a dazzling golden light. Its serrated edges writhed like living creatures, tearing through the surrounding air with a hissing sound. When Su Changqing removed the other 2 golden blades, leaving only one, its length and width changed again, increasing from 5 zhang and 6 qi to 8 zhang and 9 qi. In terms of power, imposing presence, and visual impact, it became even more intense. Su Changqing wielded the thick, long golden blade with the ease of a giant cleaver, sliced through the air like vegetables, a terrifying sight. Interesting. Feels like I won't need a cleaver anymore? Let's try splitting the golden light. As Su Changqing played around, a thought suddenly struck him, and he increased his output of golden spiritual power. In an instant, the enormous golden blade before him split open at a visible speed, like unraveling a silken thread, eventually reaching 36 segments. The dense golden light crisscrossed in the air, forming a vast net imbued with cutting power, constantly emitting a hissing sound that sent chills down one's spine. However, it must be said that while metal attribute spells are powerful, they also consume a great deal of energy. If one only possesses a metal spiritual root, even reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage, without the aid of pills or any special effects, one can only sustain it for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If one possesses both earth and metal spiritual roots, the time required can be doubled. Next, the main event finally arrives. Su Changqing enhanced sword nest number 1 with the golden blade technique. Boom! Sword nest number 1 shuddered violently, unleashing 36 sword pellets, each the size of a fingernail, that swarmed forth, creating a visible golden shockwave. Each sword pellet was enveloped in a spiraling golden light, moving at incredible speed, emitting a sharp whistling sound as it rubbed against the air, each trailing a half-foot-long golden flame. The speed increased even further. What was previously 100 jong in a breath now covered 100 jong in half a breath, and in a single breath, it reached an astonishing 200 jong, the naked eye only able to see the lingering after-images of the golden light. The moment the 36 sword pellets spread out in the air, they intertwined to form a cutting net of light covering an area of over 100 jong, the translucent golden blade suddenly gleaming, colliding with a resounding clang of metal. Wherever it reached, even the light was shattered into pieces by the golden light. Chapter 383 Vidra Peak. Clap clap clap. Su Changqing casually tossed the sword pellets, causing sword nest number 1 to float in the air, then clapped enthusiastically. Indeed, only a magical artifact infused with golden magic could unleash its full power. From what we can see, this move is even more terrifying than a max-level Blazing Sun Finger. Keep in mind that a max-level Blazing Sun Finger can only dodge a blow against an early-stage Golden Core Cultivator, but the destructive power unleashed by Sword Nest number 1, now infused with Golden Blade magic, is far beyond a mere clash. However, once all the sword pellets are launched, they must be retrieved to allow for a second, or even a third, attack. It must be said that while it has many advantages, its disadvantages are also quite obvious. Su Changqing recalled the sword pellets and then pondered, for now, this move can be used as a trump card. A surprise attack will definitely yield unexpected results. After the test, he retrieved sword nest number 1 and then left the space. Instead of resting, he used a cleansing talisman on himself, then donned a straw hat and began inspecting the 5 acres of spirit fields. Some routine tasks could be delegated to the fortress, but matters concerning spirit plants couldn't be taken lightly. The first 2 acres were planted with top-grade spirit rice. The 3rd and 4th acres were planted with medicinal herbs. The 5th acre was planted with fruits and vegetables. Starting with the first acre, Su Changqing first used his experience to make a comprehensive assessment of the spirit rice. For example, the concentration of spiritual energy, the height of the plants and the stems, the ears of rice and the grains, the color and luster, the soil and moisture, the temperature, humidity, and sunlight. After making a preliminary assessment, he then utilized the system's capabilities to gain a more comprehensive understanding. Through this method, he improved his experience and skills in dealing with spirit plants. Initially, there were still considerable differences. As the number of times increased and experience accumulated, finally, the findings from visual and spiritual perception were indistinguishable from the system's analysis. Caw! Just then, a fire crow's notification sounded from the sky. Su Changqing switched to shared vision and glanced over, discovering a golden sword light piercing the air from the other side. He knew without a doubt that it was Qin Bailey. After all, the two had made plans last night to go to Vidra Peak together today. Shortly after, the sword light landed, and Qin Bailey laughed heartily. Haha, good morning, junior brother Su. Su Changqing straightened up from the spirit field and bowed to him, saying, good morning, senior brother Qin. Qin Bailey glanced around, seeing that Su Changqing was checking the spirit plants, and didn't urge him, you go ahead with your work. Su Changqing nodded, okay. This was already the 4th mew, it wouldn't be long before they finished. Qin Bailey looked around with interest, the doghouse, the chicken coop, the pond, the spirit field, and a poplar tree spirit not far away? Good heavens, this place is full of hidden talents. Not only are there various spirit beasts and plants, but there's even a poplar tree spirit. Judging from the life force emanating from it, it's clearly a powerful being. Before the other could ask, Su Changqing proactively explained, this place is a bit special. A disaster once occurred here, causing this poplar tree to become a spirit. Qin Bailey suddenly understood, no wonder. At this moment, Su Changqing arrived at the 5th mew of Spirit Field, casually picked a cucumber, washed it in the nearby ditch, and then asked, senior brother, would you like some? Qin Bailey smiled and declined, no, thank you. Hearing this, Su Changqing continued eating while examining the mountain. Seeing this, Qin Bailey couldn't help but say, junior brother Su, with your talent in planting and your dual spiritual roots, you're destined to become a core disciple and ascend to the immortal peak. Su Changqing shook his head, I have no intention of going up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Qin Bailey asked, puzzled, why? Su Changqing pointed to the surrounding spiritual fields and countered, I'm free and unrestrained here, why would I want to go up the mountain? Qin Bailey was taken aback at first, then nodded in agreement, that's true. The mountain is indeed better, with abundant spiritual energy for cultivation, and even more advanced techniques and spells to learn. Even from top to bottom, everyone is part of a unified whole, interdependent. However, there is competition among the Immortal Peak members, resources must be fought for. The top rankings, especially the top 3, offer the richest rewards. From 4th to 7th, the rewards decrease significantly. For centuries, the first place has always been held by Xianming Peak. Second place is Vidra Peak. Third place is Iron Blood Peak. 4th place is Water Fairy Peak. 5th place is Thick Earth Peak. 6th place is Crimson Fire Peak. 7th place is Greenwood Peak. However, 6th and 7th place are exceptions. Greenwood Peak has a predominance of wood elemental spirit roots, and most of its members are spirit farmers, making it the only one of the 7 immortal peaks that, while not ranked high, is not lacking in resources. Crimson Fire Peak is even more exceptional, relying on its superior alchemy skills to ensure it has abundant resources from top to bottom, and even possesses a richer foundation. In other words, the real competition is between the 1st to 5th place peaks. As for Vitra Peak's ability to surpass Iron Blood Peak, it's due to its weapon refining skills. Of course, this doesn't mean Greenwood Peak and Crimson Fire Peak have it easy, as these 2 immortal peaks are also resource suppliers, so they face considerable pressure. Therefore, someone as tranquil and detached as Su Changqing is indeed not suited to ascending the mountain. However, if one wishes to advance further, such as breaking through to the Golden Core stage, the Immortal Peak remains the best choice. A quarter of an hour later, Su Changqing finally finished inspecting the 5th Mu of Spiritual Field and stepped out. Senior Brother Qin, let's set off. Qin Bailey summoned a sword light, which landed on the ground, and then called out, come on up. Su Changqing clicked his tongue in amazement. Senior brother, is this a spiritual weapon? A magic weapon? A spell? Qin Bailey replied meaningfully, yes and no. Su Changqing scratched his head. I understand, but I don't really understand. Qin Bailey smiled, then rode the sword light, and the 2 soared into the air. With a whoosh, they instantly pierced through 10,000 meters of sky, flying towards Vitra Peak at an extremely fast speed. The sword light soared straight into the clouds, and it was only after a long time that Su Changqing sensed the rich golden spiritual energy. Then, a scene even more breathtaking than the Xianhuang Qi sweeping over the Thick Earth Peak appeared before him. Vitra Peak is less a celestial peak and more like an indescribable giant sword. It is riddled with cracks and damage, a horrifying sight. It rises 1,000 feet high, its summit covered in a layer of golden snow. 9 rivers of molten copper flow around its waist, their waters clanging like the sound of swords. Countless chains of black iron float on the rivers, connecting numerous forging platforms, primarily used by core disciples to refine spiritual and magical artifacts. Vitra Peak is mainly divided into 3 areas: Tai Hall, 10,000 Swords Tomb, White Tiger Cave. Seeing that it was the other party's first visit, Qin Bailey introduced with a hint of pride. In ancient times, there was a powerful being of the metal element, named Tai Swordmaster. After a battle that shook the ages, he perished together with his opponent. However, his natal sword, the White Tiger, was left behind in fragments. Su Changqing tentatively asked, this Vitra Peak, wouldn't it be? Qin Bailey gave an affirmative answer, that's right. The first sect master used extraordinary means to refine the fragments of the White Tiger sword, making it one of our 7 immortal peaks, Vitra Peak. Chapter 384 The Sword of the Mind, Mon. Tai Hall, the plaza. Qin Bailey landed on his sword, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. Senior Brother Qin. Good morning, Senior Brother Qin. Senior Brother Qin brought people up the mountain? Everyone who saw him greeted him warmly and proactively. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, they wanted to become acquainted first. Qin Bailey nodded slightly in response, then led Su Changqing to another side, explaining, Tai Hall is on the sword's body, 10,000 Swords Tomb is on the hilt, and White Tiger Cave is on the tip. Whether it's the immortal masters or the core disciples, almost everyone lives in the sword's body area. Su Changqing nodded slightly. Vitra Peak is about 1,000 feet long, enough for many people to live and cultivate here. Moreover, the golden spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich, and it's even more concentrated closer to the peak, at the tip of the sword. Although he couldn't use the carving gold technique in front of Qin Bailey to absorb the golden spiritual energy, the good thing is that the personal space is integrated with the 5-element spiritual root, allowing it to naturally absorb the 5-element spiritual energy without being detected by outsiders. At worst, he can return to his personal space to cultivate after things here are over. The 2 chatted casually as they ventured deeper inside. The Tai Hall sounded like just a palace, but in reality, it was a complex of buildings. Only the main hall was named Tai. After a while, Qin Bailey led Su Changqing to a residence. A vertical plaque above the gate bore 2 large black characters, Nourish the Mind. Qin Bailey introduced, the person cultivating here is my uncle master, a master of both metal and water spiritual roots, named Mon, nicknamed Heart-Eye Sword. Su Changqing was taken aback. Heart-Eye Sword. Qin Bailey explained, after reaching the Golden Core stage, to break through to the Nascent Soul stage, besides constantly comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, one must also choose their own path. Uncle Master Mon walks the path of the Divine Sword. Divine Sword, Divine Sword. Nurturing the sword with the divine soul. Controlling the sword with divine sense. A single glance, a single thought, can kill an enemy. At its peak, even if the opponent is thousands of miles away, their head will still fall. Su Changqing, both shocked and curious, asked, "Senior brother, will you also follow the path of the divine sword?" Although envy flickered in Qin Bailey's eyes, he ultimately shook his head, quite the opposite. "I prefer facing enemies head-on, therefore I choose the magnificent sword path. Using orthodoxy to overcome unorthodox tactics, using simplicity to control complexity. Like the midday sun, it casts no shadow, it doesn't beat around the bush. Regardless of 1,000 methods or 10,000 techniques, I will slash them with one sword, kill them with one sword, annihilate them with one sword." Su Changqing's heart surged with emotion, and he thought to himself, "I choose the fission sword path. One strike not enough? Then let's go again." Qin Bailey called out inside, "Uncle Master, I've brought the person." The next second, the door creaked open, revealing a small blue stone path leading inward. "Let's go," Qin Bailey called out, leading Su Changqing inside. The two passed through a garden filled with various flowers and arrived at an open space. At this moment, a middle-aged man, around 40 or 50 years old, appeared before them. He wore a long, bluish-gray silk robe. On his feet were a pair of cloth shoes. His features were unremarkable, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. His eyes were nearly wrinkle-free, except for a very faint silver scar at the corner of his right eye. His long black hair was tied back with a wooden hairpin, interspersed with a few silver strands. Far from making him appear old, however, it exuded an ethereal quality. Qin Bailey was the first to bow, saying, "Uncle Master." Su Changqing certainly couldn't address him that way, so he respectfully replied, "Greetings, Immortal Master." Mo Yuan said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work, Nephew Qin. Please give my regards to your master." Qin Bailey nodded, "Yes." Then, Mo Yuan's sharp eyes scrutinized Su Changqing. His eyes were extremely peculiar, initially appearing like a deep, still well, but once eye contact was made, one immediately felt as if they had been seen through. It was as if there were absolutely no secrets between them. Su Changqing was extremely nervous, barely daring to breathe, afraid of being seen through. Mo Yuan frowned, "You." Su Changqing's heart tightened instantly, thinking to himself, "Has my secret been seen through?" Even Qin Bailey beside him was stunned, looking quite surprised. Mo Yuan said with considerable certainty, "Have you ever been a merman?" Su Changqing nearly coughed up blood, awkwardly replying, "Immortal Master, your eyes are truly discerning." Mo Yuan nodded slightly, "I sense the aura of the merman race on you." Su Changqing paused, then asked in confusion, "It's been a month, and there's still a lingering aura." Mo Yuan answered, "This is a special method of the merman race, used to locate and identify individuals. Ordinary people can't detect it." Su Changqing suddenly understood, then flattered, "It's because you saw through it at a glance." Mo Yuan revealed a smug look, "Just experience." Qin Bailey said with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems junior brother Su and Uncle Master share a common interest." Mo Yuan waved his hand, "All right, this person can stay. Nephew, you can go now." Qin Bailey looked left at Su Changqing, then right at Mo Yuan, seemingly lost in thought, before turning and leaving after several seconds. The remaining two stared at each other, wide-eyed. "Ahem," Mo Yuan coughed lightly. "Su Changqing, is that right?" Su Changqing nodded. "Yes." Mo Yuan continued, "Junior nephew Qin already told me about your information yesterday, but the spiritual plant you're cultivating this time is quite special, presenting considerable difficulty." Su Changqing cupped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, you can find someone else." Mo Yuan nodded slightly, then called out, "All right, follow me." The two followed another blue stone path, quickly leaving the garden. In no time, they arrived at the backyard. Then, a massive stone wall appeared before them. It was covered with extremely complex patterns, seemingly some kind of runes. And in the center of the stone wall, a flower had sprouted. The flower stem wasn't green, but a translucent white. The strangest thing was the flower's center, it had no stamen, only a tiny golden dot the size of a pinhead. The petals were a dull, bluish-gray, as thin as brittle paper, with fine, intricate patterns that matched the runes on the stone wall. At first glance, they appeared both as condensed essence and as an extension of the stone wall itself. Mo Yuan pointed at it and said, "I don't know what this flower is either. It was cut from an entire stone wall in a secret realm, and it contains both water and wood attributes." Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, observing it with his naked eye while scanning it with his spiritual sense. The stone wall was vast, with intricate patterns. Strangely, the flower had absolutely no fragrance. Neither the flower nor the patterns on the stone wall were familiar to him. Fortunately, he could use the system's ability to access information on all spiritual plants in the world. Sure enough, relevant information quickly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 385, Bone Pattern Lock. Spirit Flower. Immature. Insufficient spiritual energy. Insufficient nutrients. Based on the information provided by the system, this is indeed a flower. It appears to have been born from the patterns on the stone wall, that is, some kind of rune. Its specific functions, effects, and abilities are currently unknown. The only certainty is that it can mature and even be harvested. Beside him, Moun said in a deep voice, I consulted a friend, a golden core stage spirit farmer, who holds a high position on Greenwood Peak, but I don't know him. Su Changqing asked curiously, did that senior explain how to cultivate it? Moun shook his head, I tried many methods, simply infusing spiritual energy is ineffective. The reason I consulted you is because all spirit cultivators know the 4 seasons scripture. Su Changqing suddenly understood, you want me to try the 4 seasons scripture. The 4 seasons scripture is indeed more effective than the evergreen technique and the wood spirit cultivation technique. This is universally acknowledged throughout the spirit field. However, not all spirit farmers can learn it. The Immortal sect stipulates that only spirit cultivation envoys are qualified. Even if other spirit farmers reach the golden core stage, they are not eligible. Therefore, despite having many golden core stage spirit farmers on Greenwood Peak, none of them have studied the 4 seasons scripture, most have switched to other earth-rank cultivation techniques. Moun said earnestly, as long as you can help me cultivate it, you can make any request, even becoming my disciple is fine. Su Changqing shook his head upon hearing this, forget about becoming a disciple. Moun was taken aback, everyone else is risking their lives to go up the mountain, and you're refusing? Su Changqing was both amused and exasperated, even if I were to go up the mountain, I would choose Greenwood Peak. Moun then realized and couldn't help but nod, that's true. Su Changqing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then, after a long absence, circulated the 4 seasons scripture. Instantly, strands of wood elemental energy in his chi flowed into the talisman flower before him. Various effects began to accumulate. Time continued to pass, and soon a minute had gone by. However, no matter how much spiritual energy was poured in, there was still no reaction. Other spiritual plants, even before they matured, would have grown stronger. 3 minutes later, Su Changqing frowned, already considering whether to give up. 5 minutes later, Moun shook his head, saying helplessly, it seems even the 4 seasons scripture can't help. What a pity. Su Changqing withdrew his spiritual energy and then carefully observed the spirit flower in front of him, checking its current status and information using the system. Sure enough, even after 5 minutes of continuous spiritual energy infusion, there was still no change. It still showed insufficient spiritual energy and insufficient nutrients. Moun waved his hand, slightly regretful, and said, forget it, this thing is not meant for me. Su Changqing pondered, perhaps you should start with that secret realm. Moun said irritably, that secret realm only opens once every 500 years, and it's still over 400 years until it opens again. I'd like to wait, but can I afford to wait? Su Changqing's eyes widened, a secret realm that only opens once every 500 years? You must know, the Gig's secret realm opens once every 101 years, and the rare and precious materials it produces are already considered extremely rare. This secret realm that only opens once every 500 years, how precious must the things inside be? Moun didn't hide anything and immediately said, the Bone Tomb is a secret realm that only those at the Golden Core stage are qualified to enter. Most of the things inside are related to puppets, runes, and spirit talismans. Su Changqing silently memorized it, it opens once every 500 years. Moun thought for a moment, feeling that Su Changqing shouldn't have come for nothing, and simply took out something, this is the collapsing talisman sword that I forged myself. Its self-destruction power is equivalent to a full-force attack from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Although you're a spirit farmer, you probably won't need it, but it's better than nothing. Su Changqing quickly took it, thank you, Immortal Master. This collapsing talisman sword wasn't as soft as ordinary talismans, it was actually quite hard. It appeared to be forged from lightning-struck wood fused with black iron, with cracks on the surface resembling forked lightning bolts. Moun waved his hand, and a sword-light enveloped Su Changqing, rising with a whoosh, and then flying towards the spirit field at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Faced with this situation, Su Changqing was initially a little unaccustomed and slightly nervous, but after seeing that there were no problems, he relaxed. Fortunately, since my rune skills reached max level, my learning speed has increased. The patterns on the stone wall and the spirit flower have all been imprinted. I'll see what kind of runes these are and what their effects are. Not long after, Su Changqing returned to the spirit field. Since Moun didn't know the exact location, he simply sent him to the flat-topped mountain palace. Therefore, he rode the shattered moonfrost for a distance before finally returning home. Indeed, there's no place like home. As soon as he got home, he instantly relaxed. Su Changqing didn't rest but quickly went to the second floor of the basement. Since the weapon refining room and alchemy room were gone, the entire cultivation room was exceptionally spacious. He expended his water elemental power, casually sketching an illumination talisman, then painstakingly transferred the stone wall runes imprinted in his mind onto the talisman paper. Although the runes were incredibly complex and profound, they ultimately fell short compared to puppetry. After an unknown amount of time, the talisman paper was finally inscribed with the complete stone wall runes. The overall shape resembled a door. In the center of the door were 3 circles. Each circle contained an intricate character. They appeared to be unlock, merge, and transmit, forming a lock from top to bottom, as if binding something. Just then, Su Changqing's heart stirred, and he immediately looked at his attribute panel. Bone Pattern Lock, Beginner. Effect 1 creates a 10-minute outer entrance to the bone tomb through a special medium. Effect 2 damage from the outer repulsion runes is reduced by 50%. Negative Effect 1 activating it more than 3 times consecutively will leave fragments of the unraveling runes within the body, causing disorder in the golden spiritual power. Su Changqing was incredulous. A temporary passage. It should be known that the bone tomb only opens once every 500 years, and the rare and precious materials inside are extremely valuable. Even if it's only for 10 minutes, and only the outer area, there will be unexpected gains. It seems that both the stone wall and the spirit flower are carriers of the bone pattern lock. If one can learn it, especially master that rare flower, there will definitely be unexpected benefits. However, now that the runes have been inscribed, there is still no entrance. Just as Su Changqing thought something had gone wrong, he looked at Effect 1 again. Upon seeing the words special medium, he immediately realized what was happening. Good heavens, even mastering the runes wasn't enough, he still needed something else. Thinking this, Su Changqing flashed into his personal space. As soon as he arrived, the talisman in his hand began to flicker with gray light, as if breathing. Su Changqing released his hand, and the talisman immediately floated up, circling in the air, seemingly determining its direction and distance. After a short while, it suddenly fixed itself in a certain position, merging with his personal space. Then, the gray light continued to flicker, becoming increasingly pronounced, finally transforming into a swirling gray vortex. Su Changqing looked inside, and all he could see were countless skeletons. Chapter 386 Bone Tattoo Puppet. The Bone Tomb Secret Realm, which opens only once every 500 years, now appeared before Su Changqing. A single step forward would allow him to easily enter. However, a secret realm inevitably comes with danger. Just look at Masha and Lanshan. Therefore, despite the immense temptation, Su Changqing remained unmoved, simply standing at the entrance and carefully observing inside. So many skeletons, I wonder how many people died. Could these all be funerary offerings? If I want to go in, I'll definitely need to arrange for spirit pets or puppets. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, pondering silently. He tried to infiltrate with his spiritual sense, but failed. This was an entrance that transcended space and distance, with many limitations. Unless he broke through to the golden core stage and his spiritual sense evolved into divine sense, it would be impossible. After much thought, Su Changqing flashed back outside and quickly found the fortress standing under the poplar tree, lost in thought. Upon seeing its master arrive, Fortress immediately greeted him. Master. Su Changqing smiled slightly. Do me a favor. Fortress, of course, wouldn't refuse. Yes, master. Su Changqing glanced at the poplar spirit, then cautiously led Fortress into the stone house. As soon as the door closed, he eagerly transferred to his personal space. In this new location, Fortress looked around and found it similar to the previous spirit field. Similar environment, similar atmosphere. Except, there was no poplar spirit. Su Changqing pointed to the entrance to the bone tomb and instructed, "You have 9 minutes. Go inside and explore for me. Record everything you see, take whatever you can, and finally bring out a skeleton." Fortress immediately looked towards the entrance and nodded vigorously. "Yes, master." Without hesitation, it went straight there. As it drew closer, Su Changqing added from behind, "If you encounter danger or anything uncertain, come back. Don't force it." The fortress didn't even have time to respond before stepping inside. Following the flow of the gray vortex, it quickly crossed into another secret realm. Su Changqing stood at the entrance, watching the fortress's every move. Initially, like most cultivators entering a secret realm for the first time, it felt unfamiliar and curious about everything around it, unable to resist looking around. Fortunately, it remembered its master's instructions and diligently recorded everything around it. Knowing time was limited, it didn't linger and quickly began its exploration. However, unexpectedly, things changed as soon as it started. The outer surface was covered with a layer of golden quicksand. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the surface of this quicksand was engraved with tiny repulsive runes. The fortress took just one step forward, and its originally heavy body suddenly floated up. Immediately afterwards, countless grains of sand rapidly converged on it, attempting to erode it inch by inch into dust from the outside in. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, decisively stepped forward, reached in with one hand, and channeled the wood elemental power within his dantian, drawing the fortress in from a distance. Whoosh! It flew back at incredible speed. As it drew closer to the exit, the fortress, remembering its master's instructions, pulled out a skeleton just before escaping. With a thud, the fortress and the skeleton were both thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. The golden quicksand, having lost its target, didn't continue its pursuit, seemingly just protecting the secret realm. Su Changqing frowned. Entering through this entrance reduces damage by 50%. If you entered normally, the outcome is predictable. This shows that properly exploring the bone tomb is difficult. Fortunately, there are still 2 chances to enter, giving him ample time to prepare. Secondly, he hasn't yet used the system's abilities to upgrade the bone pattern lock. Perhaps reaching the masterful level would eliminate the side effects, even allowing free entry and exit. Thinking of this, Su Changqing's gaze fell on the skeleton the fortress had brought back. It appeared to be human. It was completely devoid of fur, skin, flesh, and even tendons. Strangely, however, it was inscribed with peculiar runes. Su Changqing, a top-tier expert in puppetry, immediately recognized it as some kind of puppetry rune. Different puppets have different runes. Furthermore, different puppeteers have their own unique paths and symbols. In short, this skeleton can be activated, even controlled. Su Changqing stroked his chin. Perhaps I can use these remains as consumables, so the fortress doesn't have to continue risking its life. Then, he shifted his gaze to the fortress. Luckily, he reacted in time and pulled it back. Otherwise, its body would have been completely corroded by the golden quicksand. Now, it only appears to have some minor surface damage. Seeing this, Su Changqing teleported it outside and then ordered, "Go back and rest." The fortress's eyes flickered. "Yes, master." Immediately, it walked towards the poplar spirit. Su Changqing then focused his attention on the attribute panel. "Would you like to consume 10 years of your lifespan to upgrade your bone pattern lock to mastery?" Yes. 10 years was nothing to Su Changqing. Instantly, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Shortly afterward, his attribute panel changed. Remaining lifespan, 687 years. Bone pattern lock, masterful hand. Effect 1, creates a fixed entrance with no time limit through a special medium. Effect 2, damage from outer repulsive runes minus 50%. Effect 3, parasitic runes within the tomb draw spiritual energy at a reduced rate of minus 50%. Effect 4, consumes spiritual energy to briefly control a bone pattern puppet for 10 minutes. Effect 5, the spirit flower automatically recognizes its master. Absorption can awaken the power of the engraving. Effect 6, activates the 3-pattern barrier, absorbing 50% of damage and converting it into spiritual energy. Special Effect 1, randomly receives a hint about the bone tomb area. Special Effect 2, mastering the power of the engraving allows the choice of the myriad pattern immortal path. Negative Effect 1, the longer one stays inside, the more one will gradually merge with the bone tomb. After reviewing all the effects, Su Changqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. Currently, this so-called bone pattern lock seems more like a key to unlock the bone tomb. As long as one can master it, one can obtain the opportunities and rare treasures within. However, there is a drawback: the longer they stay, the easier it is for them to assimilate. Fortunately, Su Changqing possessed an exceptional talent for puppetry, allowing him to explore without needing to enter the area himself. Immediately, he re-entered his personal space, freely channeling any spiritual energy within his dantian and channeling it into the skeleton before him. Instantly, it emitted a series of crackling sounds and rose from the ground. However, this skeletal puppet felt different from the fortress and spirit pets. It lacked that intuitive connection. It seemed capable only of executing simple commands, nothing more. Chapter 387A Second Spring. The previous entrance closed automatically after more than 10 minutes. Seeing this, Su Changqing raised his right hand, channeling the water elemental power in his dantian, and sketched runes in the air. Instantly, an entrance without time limits, the gray vortex reappeared. Its location remained the same as before, on the outer perimeter. Having never entered the secret realm before, he knew nothing about its interior and naturally couldn't change it. Looking at the skeletal puppet before him, Su Changqing issued his first command: enter. While alive, transport 3 similar skeletons each day, then explore the route. Upon receiving the command, the skeletal puppet turned and walked towards the entrance. With each step, its body emitted a cracking sound, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Fortunately, the puppet runes inscribed around its body provided strong stability. This allowed it to move, fight, and carry materials. As Su Changqing observed, he pondered, without the strength of a golden core cultivator, I will never enter the secret realm. It's better to let the bone-patterned puppets move the treasures little by little. There are still over 400 years until the next opening. The treasures will be mined sooner or later. This way, he wouldn't have to risk entering the secret realm, yet he could still obtain rare and precious materials. Even if these puppets died or were injured, he wouldn't feel bad. After all, the number of skeletons in the outer perimeter of the bone tomb alone was already in the tens of thousands, more than enough to support daily needs. Leaving his personal space, Su Changqing stepped out of the stone house. It was already afternoon. The sun was strong, but the temperature wasn't high. Instead, it carried the coolness unique to autumn. Su Changqing moved a rocking chair over, and while lying down and rocking back and forth, he took out the collapsing talisman sword, a gift from Moun, and played with it. According to Moun, it contained the full power of a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. In other words, one shattering talisman sword is equivalent to a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. If there were 10, 100, or even 1,000, their power would be unimaginable. Therefore, he carefully observed and began to analyze it step by step. For me, this thing is not difficult to crack at all. So that's how it is. There's a spirit gathering point hidden in this location. Lightning struck wood combined with black iron and a lightning attracting talisman can be detonated with just any type of spiritual power. Under Su Changqing's careful study, he quickly analyzed the shattering talisman sword from the outside in. In fact, the difficulty of forging it wasn't high. It mainly used three things: lightning struck wood, black iron, and a lightning attracting talisman. Black iron is everywhere and very cheap. Lightning attracting talismans are a bit expensive, but Su Changqing could draw them himself. Only lightning struck wood is relatively rare and has the highest value. Even a piece can cost tens to hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. From this, it can be seen that Moun, the Mind Eye sword, is quite generous. Fortunately, Su Changqing possessed an entire lightning-struck tree. He had obtained it unexpectedly during his first entry into the Black Dragon Pool. If he used it all to craft the collapsed talisman swords, he could easily make over 1,000. Holy crap! However, when Su Changqing channeled his spiritual sense into the azure gourd, he was suddenly surprised to find that the lightning-struck tree, which he hadn't paid attention to for so long, had actually sprouted. It seemed to be returning to its original state. At this moment, he recalled the azure gourd's effects. Azure gourd. Effect 1, internal space 20 cubic meters. Effect 2, fresh produce can be preserved for a longer period. Effect 3, carrying it on your person increases the efficiency of wood elemental energy absorption. Effect 4, wood attribute items placed inside can be slowly repaired. Because there were quite a few items, Su Changqing didn't pay much attention to them. Unexpectedly, after casually storing them for several years, they were gradually repaired. It has to be said, the older sister who leads the group is indeed quite something. And to be honest, Su Changqing had always been very curious about this lightning-struck tree. After all, the location where it was discovered was right next to the demonic dragon, and it even gave birth to woodfire spirit crystals. If it were just an ordinary tree, it would never have received such attention from the demonic dragon. Thinking of this, Su Changqing stood up from the rocking chair, and while re-entering his personal space, he couldn't help but complain, "What's going on today? I keep going in and out?" Back in his familiar personal space, he first glanced at the entrance to the bone tomb, and seeing that 3 bone-patterned puppets had already been moved in, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a thought, he moved the lightning-struck tree stored in the azure gourd. The tree appeared to be about 3 meters tall. Because it consisted only of branches and a trunk, it looked extremely skinny. Thanks to the azure gourd's restorative abilities, dark green buds sprouted in many places. This confirmed that it was indeed recovering. Su Changqing didn't mind helping, immediately circulating the 4-season scripture, activating the wood elemental energy in his Qi, causing various effects to stack up rapidly. The dark green buds continued to grow and cover, giving the tree renewed vitality. After an unknown amount of time, the wood elemental energy in Su Changqing's Qi was completely depleted, forcing him to use the method of water nourishing wood to consume some water elemental energy. Fortunately, it was all worthwhile. The lightning-struck tree finally returned to its original state. The trunk was dark brown, its surface covered with longitudinal cracks, and many silvery white aerial roots grew from it. The leaves were narrow and lanceolate, a vibrant green with a hint of dark. The overall height remained around 3 meters. This aspect remained unchanged. Su Changqing quickly recognized it, exclaiming incredulously, "This is actually a submerged tree." In some ways, its rarity is no less than that of a lightning-struck tree. Not only is its wood as hard as iron, but it also possesses water-purifying properties. While described as a tree, it is essentially a container. It absorbs water essence through its aerial roots, storing it within its trunk. This storage is not random, but rather layered according to annual rings. The outer layer stores water. The middle layer stores water essence. The core is liquid water essence. It is said that this tree can only grow in places where Suanyu, a mythical creature, lives. And it possesses an extremely special effect, attracting aquatic dragons. Whether it's a fish dragon, a flood dragon, or any other type of dragon living in the water, it will approach as soon as it senses the aura emanating from the submerged tree. Therefore, it also has a very special name, Dragon Attracting Root. Su Changqing suddenly understood, "I see." Instantly, all his doubts were cleared up. A demonic dragon was imprisoned in the dragon-locking abyss, but for some unknown reason, it escaped. It was attracted by the submerged tree and eventually led it into the Black Dragon Pool. In other words, the lightning-struck tree wasn't formed in the first place. It's highly likely that the demonic dragon deliberately struck the submerged tree with lightning to achieve yin-yang harmony, transforming it into a lightning-struck tree. Judging from the result, it did succeed. However, the demonic dragon itself couldn't withstand the force and perished. In the end, the submerged tree became a lightning-struck tree, even giving birth to a wood-fire spirit crystal capable of awakening a fire spirit root. Surprisingly, Su Changqing's azure gourd happened to have the effect of repairing wood attribute items, allowing the tree to experience a second spring. Chapter 388 Wang Wan becomes a father. A few days later, the nourishing soil rice in his personal space matured. A total of 20 mu of spirit fields. Because there were 4 types of mutated rice, 5 mu of each type were planted. The nourishing soil rice evolved from mutated seed rice, and only 1,000 plants could be planted per mu. Fortunately, it had 2 advantages: rapid maturity and a 30% higher yield. The mature nourishing soil rice wasn't yellow, but a deep green. It had a dull, oily sheen, as if it had been soaked in nutrients from the black soil. The tips of the rice ears drooped slightly, the heavy grains weighing down the stalks. The originally thick stalks became hard, and the thick leaves curled slightly inward. Immediately, Su Changqing activated the golden spiritual power in his Danshan, decisively using the golden blade technique. In the instant it condensed, it transformed into 36 golden streams of light flying towards the 5 mu of spirit fields. Immediately, system notifications sounded one after another. Harvesting 1 strengthening foundation and enriching soil rice plant increases lifespan by 10 days. Harvesting 1,000 strengthening foundation and enriching soil rice plants increases lifespan by 10,000 days. Harvesting 5,000 strengthening foundation and enriching soil rice plants increases lifespan by 50,000 days. Converted to years, this amounts to a total of 136 years. Remaining lifespan 823 years. The lifespan previously lost due to various reasons has been instantly restored. Moreover, once the spiritual plants in the other 15 acres of spiritual fields mature, another harvest will be conducted, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it will break the 1,000-year lifespan barrier for the first time. It should be noted that a normal foundation establishment stage cultivator only has a lifespan of around 200 years. Even those with longer lifespans, such as those with spiritual roots, will never exceed 300 years. However, Su Changqing has reached an astonishing 800 years, which is truly terrifying. The entire process, from start to finish, takes only 1 minute. With a gold spiritual root, the harvesting speed and efficiency have more than doubled. Su Changqing chuckled, "It's a pity this method can only be used in my personal space. If it were those 5 acres outside, I'd have to honestly swing a sickle." Before leaving, he glanced at the outer entrance of the bone tomb. A large number of uncontrolled skeletons, at least several dozen, were already piled up nearby. As for treasures, the focus was currently on exploration. He hadn't brought anything back yet. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway, so there was no rush. Then, Su Changqing's figure flickered, and he moved from his personal space to the Nanmu bed. In a good mood, he didn't mind lying there a little longer. After all, the fortress would handle his daily tasks, such as weeding, cleaning up manure, and feeding the animals. However, the next second, a slight vibration came from the azure gourd. "Hello? Old Su, the mother wolf is about to give birth to cubs. So what if they're born? They're not mine. You're Wang Guang's, forgot?" To be honest, if Hu Bagui hadn't contacted him, Su Changqing would have really forgotten. After all, the last time he helped Wang Wang find a mate was 2 months ago. A lot had happened since then: his trip to Suingzhen City, the attack, and after returning, cultivating spirit plants and researching various techniques. He was busy all the time, so naturally he hadn't paid much attention. Hu Bagui urged, "Hurry up and come." Su Changqing replied, "Okay." The call ended, and he got up from the soft Nanmu bed, dressed, and went downstairs. It was just before dawn, the sun hadn't even risen yet. With a creak, Su Changqing opened the stone house door from the inside, letting in a rush of crisp air. The cool air was just right, not at all cold, but rather invigorating. As soon as Su Changqing stepped out, Wang Wang poked its head out, its eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Hungry? Woof woof. Don't rush, you're going to be a dad. Woof woof. Woof my ass, let's go." The two of them, without even having time for breakfast, flew towards the Spirit Beast Valley on the shattered moonfrost. They traveled at breakneck speed, finally meeting Hu Bagui in the shortest possible time. Su Changqing immediately asked, "Where are you?" Hu Bagui pointed to the forest not far away, in the tree hollow over there. At this moment, Su Yuan and Wu Kaiyu, having received the news, gathered around. The group traveled together, hurrying towards the forest ahead. Although the golden-haired she-wolf was a spirit beast kept by cultivators and normally posed no danger, driven by instinct, she had found a safe spot in the forest to give birth many days in advance. Besides her master, Zhao Mo, she allowed almost no outsiders or spirit beasts near. Even Su Changqing and the others could not watch closely, they could only choose a spot and patiently wait for the outcome. Throughout the entire birthing process, only her master, Zhao Mo, was present to accompany and assist her. Of course, normally, human assistance was not needed. Soon, Su Changqing and the others found the tree hollow and saw Zhao Mo and the golden-haired she-wolf giving birth. To prevent disturbance, Zhao Mo had specially set up a temporary array. Firstly, it would prevent other animals and spirit beasts from approaching. Secondly, it would isolate any noise should an emergency occur. Compared to the experience to Bagui and his companions, Su Changqing was experiencing this for the first time, and therefore very curious. Woof woof! The dog was also excited, even eager to try. Su Changqing quickly covered its mouth. Don't bark, just wait. Hu Bagui reminded him, considering the number of pups and the golden-haired mother wolf's constitution, the whole process might last several hours. Su Changqing was surprised, that long. Hu Bagui countered, what did you think? Su Changqing grinned, I thought spirit beasts have special constitutions, so their efficiency and speed would be faster. Hu Bagui waved his hand, you only considered that the golden-haired mother wolf is a spirit beast, but you didn't consider that the pups in her belly are also spirit beasts. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't refute professional matters, so he waited patiently. As time passed, the sun gradually rose. The golden-haired mother wolf in the tree hollow became increasingly anxious, even her breathing became heavy. Seeing this, even Su Changqing, who knew little about such matters, recognized it as a sign of impending labor, indicating the birth of pups. Sure enough, not long after, the first pup slowly emerged. At this moment, everyone, including the owner Zhao Mo and Su Changqing, was incredibly excited, their hands clenching involuntarily, as if they were straining alongside the golden-haired mother wolf. Finally, the pup slid to the ground. It didn't look very big, enveloped in a membrane. The golden-haired mother wolf immediately used her sharp teeth to rupture the amniotic sac and licked away the mucus from the pup's mouth and nose. Instantly, the pup took its first breath. Then, the mother wolf severed the pup's umbilical cord and instinctively licked away the amniotic fluid and blood from its body. After about 10 minutes, the placenta was expelled and then eaten by the mother wolf. Just when everyone thought it was over, the golden-haired mother wolf began giving birth a second time, and another pup emerged. Previously, the consensus was that if there was only one pup, Su Changqing would keep it. If there were two, Su Changqing would keep one, and Zhao Mo would keep one. But judging from the current situation, it seems there are more than two. Chapter 389 Everything has its place except Maine. 3 hours, or 6 hours in total, passed in a flash. Whether it was the golden-haired mother wolf's prowess, Wangguang's prowess, or both, she had already given birth to 5 cubs. Those present were Su Changqing, Hu Bagui, Zhao Mo, Su Yuan, and Wu Kaiyu. Even if each of them took one cub, there would still be one left over. Great! Everyone can get one. Yay! Wait, it seems there's still one. Just as everyone was excitedly discussing how to divide the cubs, suddenly, the golden-haired mother wolf let out a low growl, appearing to be in great pain. Seeing this, her owner, Zhao Mo, immediately tensed up. Su Changqing and the others quickly suppressed their smiles, then watched with suspicion. After a while, the golden-haired mother wolf in the tree hollow suddenly raised her head, let out a howl, and with a bared jaw, produced a 6th cub. And this one looked completely different from the previous 5. It wasn't as docile and sturdy as a country dog, nor as large and fierce as a mother wolf. It was a muddy yellow all over, like it was covered in a layer of yellow earth. The other cubs all had a tuft of triangular golden hair on their foreheads, a feature characteristic of mother wolves. But this one was different, it looked like a whirlpool. It had dark rings on the inside of its limbs. It had an extremely short tail, as if it had been cut off at the base, with a tuft of fluffy black hair at the tip. It was smaller than its littermates, but much heavier. Hiss! Zhao Mo gasped, saying incredulously, it's regressed to its ancestral form. Su Changqing asked, seemingly understanding but not quite, atavism. Hu Bagui explained, normally, there is indeed a certain probability of atavism. But the 6th cub was very strange, resembling both Wang and a golden retriever, yet also not quite. It was very odd, somewhere between resembling and not resembling. It was like a completely new species, something extraordinary. At this moment, Su Yuan, with extensive experience raising dogs, spoke up, it seems the 6th cub has awakened some kind of bloodline. Wang was an ordinary spirit beast, without even an attribute. But the golden retriever was different, it was obvious it possessed the metal attribute. This is similar to a cultivator possessing a metal spiritual root, granting them special abilities. Currently, the 6th cub not only lacked the metal attribute but seemed more like the earth attribute. Hu Bagui couldn't help but press, senior brother Su, you're so knowledgeable, don't you recognize them either? Su Yuan frowned, there are too many kinds, like spirit mastiffs, earth-walking dogs, more than a dozen in total. We can only identify them after they grow up. Not only him, but everyone present couldn't recognize them immediately. The only thing they were certain of was that they were definitely not simple. Their potential was definitely much higher than Wangguang's and the golden-haired she-wolf's. Their future was limitless. Su Changqing raised his hands and rubbed Wangguang's head vigorously, unable to resist praising, "You've done a great job this time. Your reward when we get back is a big bone with meat on it." Wangguang only understood the word meat, and immediately grinned foolishly, drool dripping from its mouth. Not long after, the birthing was completely finished. The mother wolf lay in the tree hollow, resting and feeding her cubs. Only then could Su Changqing and the others barely get close, but still not very close. Zhao Mo glanced at everyone and asked, "How are the cubs divided?" Instantly, everyone's gaze fell upon Su Changqing. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll take the sixth cub." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan, Zhao Mo, and Wu Kaiyu's eyes dimmed. In truth, they also wanted to choose the last cub. Clearly, this cub was extremely rare, not only having reverted to its ancestral form but also awakening some kind of bloodline. However, it was already clear from the beginning that Su Changqing was the first to choose, that was beyond question, so no one dared to refuse or obstruct him. Moreover, he possessed the token of the Spirit Field Cultivation Envoy. Unlike the rest of them, who were merely ordinary disciples of the Spirit Beast Valley, Zhao Mo said earnestly, "Next month, I'll personally deliver the sixth cub to the Spirit Field." Su Changqing knew that newborn cubs couldn't be separated from their mothers and needed to be raised for at least 10 days to 2 weeks, so he nodded slightly and said, "Okay." Zhao Mo then looked at the others, "The same goes for you." Hoopa Gui blinked, "Since there are 2 extra, can I have one?" Su Changqing and Zhao Mo exchanged a smile, "That's what we've been waiting for." Soon, the cubs were distributed. Su Changqing got the 6th cub, the one that had reverted to its ancestral form. Hoopa Gui, Su Yuan, and Wu Kaiyu each got one. If no one wanted the last 2, Zhao Mo would raise them himself. The 2 agreed to cooperate multiple times in the future. Afterwards, Su Changqing left with Wangguang. He left early in the morning but didn't return until the afternoon. Fortunately, the guinea fowl, turtles, and fish in the pond were fed by Fortress, so they didn't go hungry. Back home, Su Changqing was in high spirits. He drank a few extra cups of wine with his meal, even pouring Wangguang a cup of premium spirit rice wine. "A reward for you. I didn't expect it to revert to its ancestral form on its first birth. I wonder what kind of bloodline it has." Wangguang licked its little sweet sap, gnawing on a large, meaty bone, its eyes half closed in blissful contentment. It couldn't be happier. It had discovered the pattern to its master's rewards: riding a she-wolf, giving birth, receiving a reward. In other words, as long as this cycle continued, it would continue to receive rewards. Su Changqing finished eating first, without washing the dishes, and went straight to the bedroom upstairs. He sprawled out on the bed, muttering to himself, "Wangguang already has a child, should I get married and have children too?" To be honest, from the beginning until now, he had a strong aversion to people and things outside. The reason for this stemmed from a deep-seated unease. He always felt he had too many secrets, and that revealing them would mean certain death. That's why they only dared to find temporary partners. Even when senior sister Yu left, they only felt a fleeting pang of longing in their hearts. But they had to admit, since meeting Zhao Ying and his son Zhao Mingyuan, they had truly been touched. Now even their own dog had offspring, and had even awakened its bloodline. At this moment, along with genuine joy, the door to emptiness and loneliness opened. Garlic bird, live in the moment. If you're destined, you'll marry and have children sooner or later. I'm only 25, unlike old Zhao who's almost 40 and still hasn't found anyone. They drifted off to sleep. When they opened their eyes, it was already late at night. The window was open, and 5 crows stood side by side at the head of the bed, all resting with their eyes closed. Outside the window, the moonlight was like silver sand soaked in water, hazy and soft. It was no longer able to illuminate everything, only selectively illuminating the empty fields and barren hilltops. The water in the pond was as black as ink, yet it held the moonlight better than the sky. The night breeze carried a hint of frost, cool but not biting. Tonight was exceptionally quiet, but not in an empty way. It was a quiet that contained the thriving rice, the roosting insects, the moon reflected in the pond, and the quiet of an empty soul. Chapter 390 Return to the loose cultivator market. The grass and trees withered and fell, hibernating insects all bowed low. The temperature dropped lower each day, the days grew colder. Su Changqing's life had completely returned to its previous state. Cultivating, cooking, refining pills, forging weapons, and occasionally chatting with friends. Since he possessed all 5 elements, he could cultivate anytime, anywhere. After all, the 5 elements were mutually generative. When one element increased, the other 4 would also increase. Unfortunately, his cultivation level had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. The only option for further advancement was to break through to the golden core stage. However, without absolute certainty, Su Changqing didn't even want to hear the words golden core, let alone breakthrough. The thing he longed for most was the profound origin golden light talisman. After all, this thing could withstand lightning tribulations, its effect was incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, because of the Gig's secret realm, Li Lingbai and the others were extremely busy, so they rarely had the opportunity to meet alone. Asking others, while many knew the answer after all, top-tier spirit talismans were renowned was a different story. Unfortunately, no one knew exactly how to inscribe them, what materials and runes were needed. Su Changqing took a deep breath, inhaling the crisp air, and said earnestly, "As long as I master the materials and runes, I can inscribe them perfectly. And the quantity will definitely be more than one." It was a pity that his current cultivation level and social status were too low, preventing him from accessing higher-level information. Otherwise, he would definitely get a few to play with. Then, he walked step by step out of the spirit field, picking a cucumber as he went. He casually dangled it in the irrigation ditch, then popped it into his mouth and began to chew. Crunch! The crisp cucumber flesh split open between his teeth, releasing a sweet flavor. Because of the cold weather, the juice was slightly cool, elevating the taste to another level. Wang Wang came over, wagging its tail and flashing a fawning smile. Looking at its silly grin, Su Changqing held a cucumber in his left hand and ruffled the dog's head with his right. "Why are you getting more clingy as you grow up?" It was as big as a calf, and quite strong. Luckily, he was a cultivator, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to control it. Fortunately, it was sensible and wouldn't use its full strength. At most, its tail would wag and make a crisp smack sound against his thigh. After playing for a while, Su Changqing returned to the stone house and began preparing breakfast in the kitchen. It was porridge again. However, instead of top-grade spirit rice, he used premium rice from the Guben Fengrang rice patties. Since there were no outsiders at home, there was no need to hide anything. For side dishes, he made a cucumber salad with the remaining half of the cucumber. Of course, there were also the ever-present 2 fried eggs and 2 boiled eggs. Since the number of guinea fowl increased, Su Changqing and Wang Wang have also been eating more eggs. To be fair, because they contain trace amounts of spiritual energy, they taste better. However, just as they were about to eat, a slight vibration came from the emerald gourd. "Hello? Fellow deists CAI, it's me, Sun Peng. What's up? Yuna gave birth to a daughter, and we're planning to celebrate. Would you like to come? We haven't seen each other for a long time since fellow deist Lin took over. I've missed you terribly." Su Changqing felt like he'd been hit with 1,000 points of damage. He initially intended to refuse, but then he remembered something. When he used the identity of Zhu Rong to show off, he'd helped the Crimson Tiger Squad, and to this day, he hadn't received his share of the Spirit Stones. Although Linen had handled the subsequent transaction with the Sun family, the identity of Zhu Rong had never been revealed. Therefore, after much thought, Su Changqing decided to attend the Sun family banquet and resolve this matter at the same time. So, after finishing breakfast, he summoned the shattered Moonfrost and took to the air. Previously, he'd traveled to the loose cultivator market primarily using the flying giant sword of the Forging Peak. This thing was not only fast but also very stable. He practically felt no bumps or swaying. But now, with his strength reaching the peak of Foundation establishment, and with the shattered Moonfrost, he could act independently. Wang Wang wanted to chase after him for a while, but its master turned into a black dot in the blink of an eye, disappearing completely before it could react. Seeing this, the clucking creature behind them revealed a hint of disdain in its eyes, seemingly mocking Wang Wang's overestimation of its abilities. The direction towards the loose cultivator market was the same. Therefore, as Su Changqing rode the shattered Moonfrost, he could also see the rapidly moving flying giant sword. However, it was inferior in both speed and prestige. What kind of flying device is that? It looks so high-class, I love it. It looks familiar, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. When Su Changqing overtook the giant flying sword at an even faster speed, all the formal disciples on it, whether senior disciples or new disciples who had only been formally admitted less than half a year ago, were filled with envy. Some even fantasized about being able to do the same. Su Changqing grinned. "I never thought I could show off like this." To be honest, it felt really good. He somewhat understood how Chu Chu felt back then. However, he had no intention of greeting these people. Instead, he activated one of the effects of Shattered Moonfrost, rapidly covering his body with Silver Frost. His speed doubled instantly, creating distance in the blink of an eye, transforming into a streak of moonlight and speeding away. As Dongqing City drew closer, Su Changqing didn't head towards the flying ferry. Instead, he landed on the outskirts of the Black Forest and then donned the illusion mask. He transformed back into Zhu Rong, the fire spirit root, and then entered the city step by step. Having been away for almost half a year, neither Dongqing City nor the market for rogue cultivators had changed much. It was the same as before. Only, since Huang Yuanhua's cave was gone, there were fewer outsiders. Su Changqing casually inquired and learned about the current situation of the Crimson Tiger Squad. Since their last appearance in the city using a Nightmare Wolf King, their fame had grown, and more members were joining. In terms of influence, they had firmly secured a place among the top 5 in Dongqing City. However, there have been some changes in the team members. The captain is still Chi Hu, but the vice captain has changed from Zhang Leizi to Li Tai, who has successfully completed foundation establishment. The other two members are Wang Lingsun and Zhou Kui. Wang Lingsun has left the team. Zhou Kui is still there. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, these 5 people have a very good relationship. How come things have changed like this after only half a year? I vividly remember the last time I teamed up with them. I could feel the unity of all 5 of them. Everyone was willing to go all out to help Li Tai achieve foundation establishment. But judging from the information I've gathered so far, a crisis of trust seems to have arisen. However, it doesn't matter, that's not my concern. The key is that sum of spirit stones. And among these people, the easiest to find is the former vice captain, Zhang Leizi. Although she left the Crimson Tiger squad, she's still active in the rogue cultivator market. She's just become a rogue cultivator, occasionally joining a demon hunting team that needs more members. Chapter 391 Investing in the Demon Hunting Team. When Su Changqing found Zhang Leizi, she had just sold the monster she was hunting and was considering whether to find a place to rest when she was suddenly blocked from her path. I just got back and I'm not planning to go out hunting monsters for now. Oh, you, At first, Zhang Leizi thought it was a monster hunting team inviting her, but she froze when she saw the other person's face. Su Changqing said with a half smile, "Looks like you still remember me." Zhang Leizi's pupils dilated slightly, and she said incredulously, "Zhu Rongdao, Senior." Su Changqing asked knowingly, "Why are you working alone?" Zhang Leizi's eyes dimmed, and after a long pause, she answered, "I left the Crimson Tiger squad." Su Changqing raised an eyebrow and then asked, "So, who should I ask for spirit stones from?" Zhang Leizi gave a mocking smile. Who else could it be but the Crimson Tiger? Since the Crimson Tiger squad gained favor with the Wang family, they had received more and more resources. Li Tai successfully established his foundation. Chi Hu became a frequent guest of honor for many. Normally, the entire team would work hard for a year to earn only a dozen or so mid-grade spirit stones, but now Chi Hu alone could earn over 100. Su Changqing raised his chin. "Lead the way." Zhang Leizi was taken aback. She hadn't planned to see Chi Hu again, but faced with his request, she dared not refuse, so she reluctantly nodded, "Please follow me." Then, the two walked one after the other along the street to the other side. They passed Changqing wine shop along the way, and she went in and bought 3 ounces of high-quality spirit rice wine. Then, while drinking, she led the way. Before long, the two arrived at Chi Hu's current residence. Before, when Chi Hu's team consisted of 5 people, they lived together. The house wasn't big, but the atmosphere was good. Now, although the residence was large, the people were not of the same mind. As the two reached the door, a burly man stepped out. He recognized Zhang Leizi immediately, exclaiming in surprise, "Leizi, you're finally back." However, Zhang Leizi curled her lip in disdain. "Li Tai, I'm just showing you the way." This man was Li Tai, the current vice-captain of the Crimson Tiger squad. Hearing this, he shifted his gaze to another person, then his eyes widened. "Senior Zhu Rong." Su Changqing asked expressionlessly, "Are my spirit stones ready?" Li Tai reacted quickly, immediately bowing and making way. "We've been waiting for you." Su Changqing said little and stepped inside. Zhang Leizi didn't follow. Instead, she turned and left without lingering. She knew in her heart that she was no longer on the same side as the Crimson Tigers, Li Tai, and the others. As for Zhu Rong, she was even less so. Soon afterward, led by Li Tai, Su Changqing arrived at a reception room. The interior was luxuriously decorated, furnished entirely with solid wood furniture. There were also various ink paintings and ceramic ornaments. Li Tai served tea and water, then respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, Senior, I'll go inform the captain." Su Changqing hummed in response. Soon, Li Tai hurriedly left. "Ha ha ha." A moment later, before Chi Hu even arrived, laughter rang out. "We are honored by your presence, Senior. It makes our humble abode shine." Su Changqing glanced sideways at the door and saw Chi Hu, Li Tai, and Zhou Kui appear together. The Chi Hu of today had lost his former ferocity, becoming composed and shrewd. As for Zhou Kui, he seemed to have sided with someone, his belly bulging. Su Changqing cursed inwardly, "I sense a strong malice." Before the Crimson Tiger even sat down, he immediately pulled out a small storage bag and placed it on the table. "Senior Zhu, this contains your spirit stones." Su Changqing scanned it with his spiritual sense. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones? The Crimson Tiger asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Too much, isn't it?" Although he wasn't very familiar with the market price of demons, it was impossible for it to sell for over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After all, the Nightmare Wolf King wasn't an extremely powerful demon. At most, the Greenbacked Wolf, the Nightmare Demon Wolf, and the Nightmare Wolf King combined would barely exceed 1,000, not to mention that several people would be sharing those spirit stones. Chi-Hu explained with a smile, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be relied upon by the Wang family, nor would we have our current status, position, and wealth. This 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones is to express our gratitude. Su Changqing accepted the gift without hesitation. He had expected to receive at most a few hundred, but the 1,000 was a pleasant surprise. At this moment, Chi-Hu continued with a smile, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Su Changqing wasn't surprised at all, displaying an I knew it expression, what is it? Chi-Hu exchanged glances with Li Tai and Zhou Kui, then said, deep within the Black Forest, the Wang family and we have jointly explored and seem to have discovered the entrance to a secret realm. I wonder if you're interested in this. Su Changqing was slightly surprised, a secret realm. The Black Forest is vast, covering a wide area. Although the outer areas have been largely explored by the demon hunting teams, there are still many unknown and unexplored areas, especially deep within. The best example is Huang Yuanhua's cave. It's important to understand that Dongqing City has existed for over a century, and its demon hunting teams number in the hundreds. Despite numerous explorations, it was only discovered 2 years ago. Therefore, it's possible that a secret realm exists there, perhaps even more than one. Chahu said earnestly, currently, our team is lacking a strong member. If you agree, we can set off now. Moreover, the spoils will be split 70/30ths. However, Su Changqing shook his head, sorry, I'm not interested. If it weren't for Sun Peng's invitation and the spirit stones, he wouldn't have come to Dongqing City, much less entered the rogue cultivator market. He stood up abruptly and walked away. Chahu and Li Tai wanted to stop him, but dared not step forward. They could only watch his departing figure, their faces showing regret. A short while later, Su Changqing walked out of the courtyard gate, glancing back at the 3 men, including Chi-Hu, who had seen him off. He thought to himself, people have indeed changed. Before, Chi-Hu dared to risk his life to change the situation, now, he was timid and hesitant. However, the other man's words gave him an idea. Before breaking through to the golden core stage, he needed to prepare the core parts of 5 different demons, corresponding to the 5 internal organs and the 5 elements. Su Changqing dared not go to the demon battlefield in the central region. Why go to such lengths? He could simply invest in a demon hunting team in the scattered cultivator market and have them collect the parts for him privately. As for the personnel, they definitely needed to be familiar with them. But Chi-Hu and the others had allied themselves with the Wang family, so cooperation was impossible. The Sun family had other businesses, so cooperation was also impossible. That leaves only Zhang Lazy and Wan Lingsun. One is in the early foundation establishment stage, the other in the late Qi refining stage. That's nothing special in a celestial sect, but it's quite impressive in the rogue cultivator market. After all, they've worked together before, so they know each other well, and crucially, neither of them currently has a team. Thinking of this, Su Changqing scanned the area with her spiritual sense and immediately headed towards Zhang Lei's location. She didn't go far, but found a stall and sat down, drinking and eating demon meat. While eating, her view and light were suddenly blocked. Zhang Lazy looked up, slightly annoyed, about to curse but then paused, Senior Zhu. Su Changqing smiled slightly and asked, would you like to be the team leader? Chapter 392 Should I leave? Ha! Zhang Lazy was dumbfounded. Su Changqing plopped down on a nearby bench and chuckled, Benzin, wants to form a demon hunting team. What do you think? Zhang Lazy blinked, then began to analyze seriously. The resource consumption of a demon hunting team varies depending on its size. A 5-person team requires at least 1 to 3 mid-grade spirit stones per month. A 10-person team requires at least 3 to 9 mid-grade spirit stones per month. A 20-person team requires at least 10 mid-grade spirit stones per month. Su Changqing was quite surprised, only that much. At most, 10 mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. To be honest, sometimes he spends more than that on a single meal. Yet, he never expected to be able to raise a large demon hunting team in the loose cultivator market. It's truly unbelievable. Zhang Lazy continued, this is just daily consumption. Once we hunt demons, the consumption will at least double. Sometimes, when prices are high, it can increase several times. Su Changqing asked curiously, how many people are in a large demon hunting team? And how many mid-grade spirit stones would it cost to hunt once a month? Zhang Lazy immediately replied, a large demon hunting team has at least 20 fixed members, and the number changes depending on the scale of the hunt. Therefore, it requires 10 to 20 mid-grade spirit stones per month. Su Changqing took out 100 mid-grade spirit stones from the small storage bag that Chi-Hu had given him earlier, and then pushed it in front of him. Here are the spirit stones. You choose your position, you pick your members. My only requirement is that you hunt a demon over 300 years old once a month, or provide a core part of any of the 5 elements. Seeing so many mid-grade spirit stones, not only Zhang Lazy, but even those around him were attracted, their eyes wide and unable to look away. After all, for the vast majority of Dongqing City, especially for the independent cultivators residing in the market, seeing 10 mid-grade spirit stones a year was already considered wealthy. Most of them used low-grade spirit stones daily. Zhang Lei's breathing became heavy as she asked, as if confirming, "Are you serious?" Su Changqing replied calmly, "Of course." Zhang Lei took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but looking at the many mid-grade spirit stones before her, her heart was still pounding. Finally, she nodded forcefully, "I'll try." Chi Hu and the others had changed, she should change too. To survive in Dongqing City, especially in the independent cultivator market, and to prosper, either set up a stall, or have a special skill, or join a demon hunting team. Although Zhang Lei was a female cultivator, she also harbored ambitions, and at night she would dream of one day becoming a high-ranking immortal, worshipped by others. But he knew his own aptitude and comprehension best. Now that a chance to turn his life around was before him, how could he refuse? Su Changqing put away his storage bag, then took out a spirit talisman. "Let's sign the contract." He was joking, 100 mid-grade spirit stones were no small matter. He had no insurance. What if the other party ran away? Unexpectedly, Zhang Lei readily signed the contract. The terms were simple. Su Changqing would provide at least 100 mid-grade spirit stones per year. Zhang Lei was assembling a team, medium or large, was acceptable. Each member had to hunt at least one monster over 300 years old each month, or provide a core piece of equipment with a 5-element attribute. The requirements weren't particularly difficult, but they weren't easy either. Failure to comply would result in a penalty of 10 times the amount, or 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Originally, Zhang Lei wanted to add a clause that if he failed to comply, he would be willing to serve like a slave, but Su Changqing cleverly refused. He then got up and left to find Sun Peng. As for the follow-up matters, he would leave them entirely to Sun Peng. Watching Su Changqing's departing figure, Zhang Lei's gaze was resolute. "As long as I get on Senior Zhu's good side, my achievements will be anything but small." He would first recruit his former team member Wang Lingsun, and then find some more monster hunting experts. If he was going to do it, he would do something big. At this moment, the Sun family was holding a grand banquet. The commotion and scale were no less than when Sun Peng got married. The other four major families, the Golden Core Wang family, and even the Long family of Suingzhen City all sent representatives to offer their congratulations. However, the person Sun Peng was truly thinking about wasn't any of those present, but rather the one who had promised to come but hadn't yet. Lei Yuna, lying in bed resting, watched her husband pacing anxiously back and forth, and couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying irritably, "You're not even worried about me giving birth." Sun Peng stopped and immediately retorted, "What do you know? If Xianger possesses spiritual roots, perhaps she can become fellow deist Cai's disciple. Sending her to a celestial sect would be 1,000,000 times better than staying in this tiny Dongqing city. We may not be able to, but we can't let the child suffer." "Humph." Lei Yuna frowned and snorted softly, "Fellow deist Cai isn't even coming, which means he's no longer interested in you or our family." Upon hearing this, Sun Peng's face darkened, his hands clenching unconsciously. "It's not fellow deist Cai's fault, it's our family's greed." Relying on the spirit rice and spirit rice wine given by Su Changqing, they had risen rapidly in just a few years. Suddenly, their ambition swelled, and they felt they should expand outwards. They thought that by partnering with the Long family of Suingzhen City, they could make a fortune. Unexpectedly, this only angered Su Changqing, who then stopped coming altogether. Even more unexpectedly, that kind of thing happened in Suingzhen City. "Young master, Immortal Cai has arrived." "Really? Really? Yuna, get up quickly and come with me to greet him." "Are you crazy? I just gave birth." Then you continue to rest, I'll take Xianger." Immediately, Sun Peng ran to the wet nurse's room next door. Meanwhile, Su Changqing's disguise had changed from Zhu Rong to Cai Kun. At first glance, he appeared no different from the other rogue cultivators around him, displaying the same temperament and style. However, upon hearing the news, the Sun family was incredibly enthusiastic and excited. The family head, Sun Rong, immediately abandoned his friends, even his old flame from the invitation pavilion. He went first to the entrance and welcomed Su Changqing to the back garden. Not long after, Sun Peng rushed over, carrying his newborn daughter. Su Changqing was both amused and exasperated. "Aren't you afraid of startling the child?" Sun Peng grinned, "Fellow deist Cai, it's been a long time." Su Changqing waved his hand, "It's only been a little over half a year." Sun Peng said earnestly, "For me, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Su Changqing felt a wave of nausea from the mushy talk and simply looked at the child in his arms. "Have you thought of a name yet?" The baby was curled up in the swaddling clothes. His skin was fair and pink, like warm jade. His eyes were closed, occasionally trembling slightly. His nose was small and pert, the nostrils flaring slightly. His lips were pink and tender, and he smacked his lips occasionally. Sun Peng smiled and replied, "His nickname is Xianger, but how about you give him a formal name?" The Sun family's intentions were too obvious. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Should I leave? Sun Peng smiled awkwardly. I've thought about it too, would you like to hear it? Su Changqing raised his chin. Tell me. Sun Peng said seriously, the grass grows green again after being cut, and the fallen flowers still retain their fragrance. Therefore, his nickname is Xianger, and his formal name is. Chapter 393 Receiving the News. Su Changqing's expression turned strange. He tentatively asked, you won't name her son Shangxiang, will you? Sun Peng's eyes lit up. He exclaimed, I was thinking of Sun Shenhua, after all, flowers smell sweet. But Sun Shangxiang sounds better, and it matches her nickname. Sun Rong chimed in, that's right, Shangxiang sounds better. Su Changqing felt he'd been tricked by this family and regretted his words. I shouldn't have said that. Sun Peng teased the child in his arms with his finger and chuckled, Sheng no, now it should be Shangxiang. Remember, this name was given by fellow deist Cai. Perhaps it was fate, but she actually grinned. It seemed she accepted the name. Seeing this, all the reasons and excuses Su Changqing had prepared vanished, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. He felt a mixture of excitement, bewilderment, and utter helplessness. After all, this was the first time he'd experienced anything like this. Sun Peng and Sun Rong exchanged a glance, then Sun Peng handed his infant daughter to him. Father, please take Xianger back first. I'll talk to fellow deist Cai. Sun Rong nodded slightly, took the baby, and turned to leave. Soon, only Su Changqing and Sun Peng remained in the large back garden. This time, Su Changqing didn't say anything, simply looking at the other person calmly. His expression was clearly saying, if you don't speak, I won't speak either. The two of them looked at each other. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. After a long silence, Sun Peng finally couldn't hold back any longer. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, fellow deist Cai, on behalf of the Sun family, I thank you for your help over the years, and also offer my apologies. Su Changqing asked with a half-smile, what are you apologizing for? Sun Peng smiled awkwardly, then frankly said, I know that because of the Long family's matter in Suanxin City, you have developed dissatisfaction with me and the Sun family. Su Changqing grunted, neither confirming nor denying. Sun Peng suddenly bowed deeply, his attitude extremely sincere, and said, I know I was wrong, and I hope you will give me another chance. Su Changqing reached out and helped him straighten up. Haven't I been cooperating with you all along? Spirit rice and spirit rice wine. Although he no longer came himself, he had Lin and deliver them. They were delivered every month without fail. Although he did feel dissatisfied with the Sun family, it hadn't reached the point of turning against them. He hadn't expected them to be so frightened. He was truly surprised. Sun Peng immediately declared, I swear, we will never dare to have any further thoughts about Suanxin City. From now on, the Sun family will obediently guard Dongqing City. Su Changqing waved his hand, let's talk about Suanxin City later. Sun Peng wholeheartedly agreed, that's right. Your decision to observe Suanxin City is correct. Su Changqing asked with suspicion, what happened to Suanxin City? Sun Peng countered in surprise, you don't know. Su Changqing reacted quickly, immediately replying, so many things have happened, how would I know which one you're referring to? Sun Peng suddenly understood, that's true. After all, the Long family fled, and the city lord's mansion also encountered trouble. To be honest, Su Changqing still didn't know what had happened in the Kanglan Sea region or Suanxin City. The Immortal sect was heavily censored. Moreover, everyone's attention was focused on the Gig's secret realm. This meant there were no channels to seek information. Judging from the reaction of the person before him, they seemed to know quite a bit. Why did the Long family run away? You saw that golden light, didn't you? Of course. It said that the dragon vein at the bottom of the Kanglan Sea was severed, and now the treacherous waters are overflowing. The Long family fled to avoid being implicated. Then, what happened to the city lord's mansion? An earthquake struck the island, the suppressing dragon pagoda cracked, and the dragon sealed beneath escaped. These few words of conversation left Su Changqing utterly shocked and unable to calm down. He never expected so many things to have happened. The dragon vein of the Kanglan Sea was severed. Suanxin City was destroyed. The Long family fled. The crucial point is, there really was a dragon beneath the suppressing dragon pagoda. Sun Peng asked with concern, fellow deist Cai, are you alright? Su Changqing's heart was bleeding, but he could only force a smile. I'm fine, just surprised. Truly, ever since the Azure Finger technique evolved the Four Seasons fruit tree into a timespace tree, he didn't know if his luck had run out or if he had just started experiencing a run of bad luck. One misfortune after another. First, the Azure Finger technique had never succeeded again. Second, the century-long fishing rights to the Gathering Spirit Abyss, which he had already acquired, were gone. Finally, the Water Spirit fruit was still in the hands of the mermaid princess Suanzu. The word miserable hardly does it justice. Sun Peng glanced around before continuing, anyway, Suanxin City, or rather the entire Kanglan Sea region, is in great danger right now. Not only are there hordes of water demons and sea monsters rampaging, but a flood dragon is also stirring up trouble. Su Changqing was very curious. How did you find out about this? Sun Peng glanced towards the banquet area and replied, we've always had a good relationship with the Long family, and they specifically sent someone to deliver the message. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, the 9 transformations of the soaring dragon can store the abilities and effects of 9 different dragon species. I happen to possess the submerged water tree. If I absorb this flood dragon's bloodline, I'll have a much better chance of breaking through to the golden core stage. However, while the idea was appealing, reality was cruel. This flood dragon was at least a 1,000-year-old demon. A Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't possibly defeat it. Hunting it would be like throwing a lamb to the slaughter. His own thin arms and legs wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. Fortunately, he finally knew what had happened in the Kanglan Sea region. Having finished their conversation, the two went to attend the banquet. The Sun family, as one of the 5 great families of Dongqing City, held a grand affair. Especially since this was Sun Peng's first child, it was given extra importance. The birth of a boy is called the joy of having a son. The birth of a girl is called the joy of having a daughter. This time, to celebrate the birth of a girl, the Sun family specially invited Dongqing City's only spiritual chef. The first course was a whole chicken and a whole fish, symbolizing auspiciousness and good fortune. The dessert was dumplings, symbolizing offspring. The wine was daughter's red, symbolizing a smooth growth. Moreover, everything was of spiritual culinary quality, hence the high price. For both sentiment and reason, Su Changqing also gave a gift, a protective amulet. It didn't require any elemental spiritual power, simply leaving a blood imprint was enough to bind them together. The shield automatically activates upon sensing any elemental attack or any malicious act against Sun Shangxiang, forming a thick protective barrier. It effectively blocks all attacks below the Foundation establishment stage and lasts for the duration of an incense stick burning. The child is too young to have a detectable spiritual root. The testing can only be conducted when they grow a bit older. Therefore, this is why Su Changqing didn't give away any spiritual artifacts. If they don't have spiritual roots, even if he gave them to them, they wouldn't be able to use them, and possessing a treasure would be a crime. Don't be fooled by the Sun family's prominent position in Dongqing City. Who cares about them outside of this place? The banquet lasted from day to night. Those who attended left, some to rest. Su Changqing stood up to say goodbye. I'm leaving. Sun Peng tried to persuade him to stay. We have many rooms, why don't you stay and rest? Su Changqing blushed. I'll go take a look at the invitation pavilion. Chapter 394. Isn't it good to be alive? Leaving the Sun family, Su Changqing strolled alone through the streets of the independent cultivator market. It was now high shi, 9 p.m., after 9 o'clock in the evening. Compared to the bustling daytime, it was much quieter now. Only the shop entrances were occupied by independent cultivators or various types of cultivators trading. Unfortunately, the goods here held no appeal for Su Changqing. Therefore, he didn't enter the trading market but headed straight for the invitation fragrance pavilion. While it's still autumn, let's venture into the Black Forest a few more times. Why? In winter, the difficulty of hunting demons will increase significantly. Along the way, they encountered a newly formed demon hunting team. There were only 5 people. 2 of them looked older and quite experienced. The other 3 had rather youthful faces, clearly novices, probably only recently becoming cultivators, at most at the mid-stage of chi refining. The world is full of different kinds of people, and everyone has their own way of living. For most independent cultivators in Dongqing City, forming or joining a demon hunting team is the only way to secure a stable income. The stronger one is, the more income one earns. However, the Black Forest is only safe on the outer edges. Its depths are extremely dangerous. It teems not only with demons but also with all sorts of indescribable things. Without resources, one cannot cultivate immortality. Without cultivation, one cannot survive. This is the predicament many independent cultivators face, and they are powerless to change it. Su Changqing observed and listened, and couldn't help but sigh. If I had failed the 3rd assessment, I probably would have become an independent cultivator too. Toiling away every day just to survive, working myself to the bone. Unlike now, where I can do whatever I want. Drinking and roaming with courtesans whenever I want. Compared to others, my life is much more comfortable. After a while, the invitation pavilion appeared before them. It was still the familiar 3-story building, the familiar atmosphere, the familiar fragrance. Compared to 6 months ago, the brothel attendants here have changed. Hunju is attending a banquet at the Sun family's residence and hasn't returned yet, so a younger-looking woman is serving her. Compared to the still charming Hunju, this younger woman is more passionate. Upon seeing Su Changqing arrive, she proactively takes his hand, her slender white fingers rubbing together as she asks with a smile, "Which floor, Immortal Master?" Su Changqing familiarly pulls out spirit stones, 2nd floor. However, he is slightly surprised. Xiao Dahong is not there. Even Yuer is not there. Xiao Dahong is understandable, after all, she has an old flame. But Yuer was sold to the Yaoxiang Pavilion, she couldn't have been redeemed, could she? Since she's gone, Su Changqing naturally doesn't linger, so among the 20 unfamiliar faces, he chooses one who appears rather plump. Of course, not in a bloated, plump way, but rather, full and voluptuous. Her name was Wen Ru, in her early 20s. She had an oval face. Her features weren't particularly delicate, but they were bright and clear. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared. She was tall and slender, with rounded shoulders. Her body was like jade bathed in spring water, full but not bloated. Her neckline was open, revealing a hint of pink. The belt around her waist was loosely tied, her waistline undulating like a crescent moon. Her lips were full and moist, painted with a light touch of rouge. When she spoke, her lips parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. Soon, when Ru leaned closer, her voice soft and sweet, "Immortal Master, have a drink." Su Changqing took a small sip and casually asked, "New here?" When Ru blinked, chuckling as she praised, "Immortal Master has a good eye." Su Changqing continued, "It seems your Yaoxiang Pavilion has changed its staff again." When Ru nodded slightly, then explained, "There's more than one Yaoxiang Pavilion. Every so often, members from different places are replaced." Su Changqing suddenly understood, "So, you're from another Yaoxiang Pavilion?" When Ru's eyes sparkled, like spring water overflowing, and she asked, "Does Immortal Master like them?" Su Changqing said confidently, "Since I chose them, of course I like them." Upon hearing this, when Ru's body went weak, then, "Please treat them well." The next day arrived. The banquet was attended. Having already enjoyed the wine and women, Su Changqing had no intention of staying and prepared to return to the immortal sect. Before leaving, he specifically went to the spirit rice trading point in the rogue cultivator market and purchased 3,000 caddies of high-quality spirit rice specifically for brewing wine. It must be said that the prices in the rogue cultivator market were much cheaper than in the immortal sect. This was the main reason why everyone was willing to trade and exchange goods here. Afterwards, Su Changqing once again disguised himself as Zhu Rong and slowly left Dongqing City. He would leave the same way he came in. After all, the act had to be convincing. He planned to find a secluded place to summon Suio Liuhuang and then leave. However, he didn't expect to be watched as soon as he left the city, and not just by one person. If he remembered correctly, it was the 5-person team he had encountered on the road last night. Yesterday, this kid pulled out over 100 mid-grade spirit stones. You can tell from his attire that he's definitely rich. He dares to go out alone. Isn't this giving us an opportunity? Su Changqing walked forward, with the 5-person team following closely behind. At first, they thought it was along the same route, but it turned out they were following him everywhere. Suddenly, Su Changqing realized what was happening and a cold smile appeared on his face. He immediately changed direction and headed deeper into the Black Forest. At the same time, he slowed his pace so his team could keep up. After about 5 minutes, they came to a stream. Here, Su Changqing stopped, seemingly to rest. At this moment, the 5 people who had been following him silently approached, forming an encirclement. The one with a wood spirit root was hidden among the plants. The one with an earth spirit root moved silently. The one with a water spirit root continuously gathered moisture from the stream. They had no intention of wasting words with Su Changqing. They were going to kill him with a single blow. The thought of their impending fortune filled them with immense excitement. Suddenly, Su Changqing sneered, "Isn't it better to be alive? We've been discovered. Quick, attack together. Whoever they are, leave no survivors." There was no one else here besides them. Seeing they'd been discovered, the 5 didn't hesitate and acted decisively. Earth spikes, water arrows, vines, a variety of spells were unleashed. Su Changqing, seeing this, vanished in a flash of fire. The next second, the attack slammed into the spot where they'd been, tearing apart the soil and ground. What happened? Seeing their attacks miss and their target disappear, the 5 looked around in disbelief. Gah! 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 Suddenly, the eerie cawing of fire crows echoed overhead, like a death knell. Then, centered on the 5 individuals, the temperature within a 100-foot radius skyrocketed. The nearby stream instantly evaporated, the fish within roasted to a crisp. Looking up, the 5 saw 5 fire crows, their tails trailing flames and carrying waves of heat, swooping down upon them at incredible speed. They were utterly helpless, their flesh and blood were charred the moment they made contact. Meanwhile, Su Changqing revealed himself, his face expressionless, and said, "Killing you all, I don't even need to lift a finger." Chapter 395 The Carved Ancestor. Su Changqing casually waved his hand, unleashing a gust of wind that instantly reduced the 5 charred corpses to countless fine powders, erasing the only trace. Then, with a thud, 3 small storage bags fell to the ground. Su Changqing opened his right hand, snatched them from the air, forcibly erased the remaining marks, and then probed them with his spiritual sense. His lips twitched immediately. What was I expecting? 5 people, 3 small storage bags. This alone revealed their poverty. If they were truly wealthy, they wouldn't have bothered killing and robbing in the Black Forest. Sure enough, inside the storage bags, besides a few incomplete cultivation manuals and spells, were some low-quality pills and resources needed for daily life, nothing more. This only reinforced Su Changqing's preconceived notions about rogue cultivators. Of course, while the contents weren't great, the storage bags themselves were still valuable. Therefore, he didn't discard it but instead put it away. Then, he summoned Shattered Moonfrost and soared into the air, speeding towards the Immortal Sect. The journey was uneventful, and he returned home smoothly. Unexpectedly, someone was waiting at his door. Su Changqing was surprised. Senior brother Lingbai. Li Lingbai smiled slightly and teased, back from inviting Fragrance Pavilion? Su Changqing was embarrassed and asked, you knew about this? Li Lingbai nodded slightly, it's not a secret. My cousin and Chu Chu both mentioned it. Su Changqing quickly changed the subject. Senior brother, is there something you need? Li Lingbai said, two main things. First, we're temporarily not going to the Giggs' secret realm. Second, the Immortal Sect will be launching a hunting operation in the Kanglan Sea. Although Su Changqing already knew, he still pretended to have just found out what happened in the Kanglan Sea. Li Lingbai replied, the underwater dragon vein was. His words were similar to what Sun Peng had said. The only difference is that the person who slew the dragon vein has been identified. Su Changqing eagerly pressed, who is it? Li Lingbai enunciated each word clearly, the Yellow Springs Alliance. Su Changqing exclaimed, ah, completely unacquainted, his expression utterly bewildered. Li Lingbai explained, according to information from various sources, this force has existed for over 1,000 years. They've always kept a low profile, but recently they've been causing trouble frequently. Rong Long's betrayal, the dragon vein of the Kanglan Sea, it was all they're doing. The entire force is divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Upper, the 5 sacred mountains Blood Pact. Middle, the 4 rivers Fate Masters. Lower, the underworld spy. Su Changqing was very curious, which level does Rong Long belong to? Li Lingbai said calmly, a spy in the yin market. Su Changqing was incredulous, a high-level array master, just a lower-level member? Li Lingbai said seriously, therefore, the Immortal Sect attaches great importance to this matter and will investigate it jointly with the other 2 major Immortal Sects. The other 2 major Immortal Sects are the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect, ranked 1st, and the Inviting Moon Immortal Sect, ranked 3rd. The fact that 3 major Immortal Sects are jointly investigating shows just how serious the situation is. No wonder they've diverted some disciples' attention from the Giggs' secret realm to the Kanglan Sea region. You must know that if it weren't for the Yellow Chi leak causing the spiritual vein to collapse, Rong Long and the Yellow Spring Alliance would have destroyed more than just 1 dragon vein, but 2. One was a spiritual vein in the spirit field that was about to transform into a dragon. One was an ancient dragon vein in the Kanglan Sea. The Yellow Spring Alliance, dormant for 1,000 years, stirred up turmoil in the Tianyuan Realm with its sudden move. Coming to his senses, Su Changqing asked, puzzled, senior brother, you waited for me to talk about this. Li Lingbai waved his hand. Chu Chu said you possess a century-long fishing right in the Gathering Spirit Abyss. In that case, would you like to go and take a look together? Su Changqing suddenly realized, so, you're worried that Suingzhen City will forcibly revoke my qualification because of this, so you're taking this opportunity to give them a warning. Li Lingbai gave a cold smile, the city lord's mansion has done this kind of thing before. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't refuse, in fact, he was particularly eager, so he immediately agreed, alright, I'll go with you. Li Lingbai shook his head, not only me, but also senior brother Qin, Chu Chu, at least a third of the core disciples from the 7 immortal peaks will be involved. Hiss! Su Changqing gasped. This is unprecedented in scale. Li Lingbai, seeing that the conversation had nearly ended, prepared to leave. I'm leaving. Su Changqing quickly called out, wait. Li Lingbai looked at him questioningly. What is it? Su Changqing couldn't help but ask, senior brother, I'd like to inquire about the Profound Origin Golden Light Talisman. Li Lingbai paused, then said in surprise, you're only at the early foundation establishment stage, a long way from the golden core stage. Why are you asking about this? Su Changqing had already prepared an excuse. Senior brother Sankei and senior brother Chu Chu have both helped me, so I want to do my part to help them gather the materials and resources needed for my tribulation. Li Lingbai smiled with satisfaction. It's good that you have this intention, but unfortunately, the materials for the Profound Origin Golden Light Talisman are too scarce, and the inscription process is also very difficult. Su Changqing hesitated, you weren't. Li Lingbai shrugged. In the entire Tianyuan Realm, only 3 people can inscribe the Xian Yuan Golden Light Talisman. One is my master. One is a Talisman Dao Grandmaster from the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect. The other is the deceased carving ancestor. Although his tomb has become a secret realm, it only opens once every 500 years, and there are still over 400 years until the next opening. Su Changqing was initially disappointed, but upon hearing the last part, he tentatively asked, "The secret realm you mentioned, isn't it called the Bone Tomb?" Li Lingbai confirmed, "Yes." Su Changqing frowned. "That is indeed a bit difficult." Li Lingbai patted his shoulder, comforting him, "Your intention is enough." Then, with a flash, he disappeared into thin air. Su Changqing narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Difficult as it may be, I didn't say it was impossible. It seems I need to increase the efficiency of exploring the Bone Tomb and find the carving ancestor or the Tianyuan Golden Light Talisman as soon as possible." However urgent things were, he still needed to boil water and cook first. After everything was settled inside and out, the stone house door was closed. Then, proceeding downwards, they quickly arrived at the second basement level, which was the cultivation room. It was pitch black here, but Su Changqing wasn't here to cultivate. His body vanished like a ghost, quickly entering his personal space. After a day's absence, even more bone-patterned puppets had piled up at the entrance to the Bone Tomb. As for the first one, although it was still alive, its condition wasn't good. It was missing an arm and a section of its right leg. It appeared to have been attacked by something. Su Changqing grinned, "It's already exceeded my expectations to have lived this long. Let's move on to the other puppets." The first bone-patterned puppet had reached the end of its lifespan. Immediately, he absorbed its spiritual energy back. Deprived of its power source, it immediately collapsed to the ground, motionless once more. Then, Su Changqing channeled the 5 elements of spiritual energy in his dantian, infusing them into the dozens of bone-patterned puppets before him, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. One by one, the bone-patterned puppets, like soldiers coming back to life, rose from the ground. Chapter 396 Clever Crow 4. Su Changqing stood at the rear, loudly ordering the bone-patterned puppets, "Advance into the depths of the Bone Tomb." Crack! The bone-patterned puppets moved in perfect unison, immediately heading towards the entrance. At this moment, Su Changqing summoned a fire crow from his spirit beast circle. Because the largest crow had the highest potential and couldn't be easily lost, he chose Crow 5. He fed it some treats before letting it enter the secret realm. For safety reasons, instead of flying aimlessly in the air, he stepped on the head of a bone-patterned puppets. The 2 small eyes darted around, taking in everything. Su Changqing closed his eyes and quickly switched to shared vision. Instantly, the situation within the Bone Tomb became clear. The outermost quicksand area was filled with fine golden sand. However, these things should not be underestimated. They were inscribed with repulsion runes, causing anything not belonging to this place to float up and be attacked by the swarming sand upon approaching. This had happened once before when Su Changqing used the fortress to explore inside. On the surface, the damage didn't seem significant. But in reality, once trapped inside, escape was impossible. Fortunately, these bone-patterned golems were allies and therefore unaffected by the attacks. As he ventured deeper, many faintly glowing hexagonal crystals appeared around him, amber in color, resembling some kind of crystalline substance. Seeing this, Su Changqing summoned another fire raven, this time Crow 4, sending it into the secret realm to retrieve a crystal in its beak. Caw! Crow 4 let out a triumphant cry. Su Changqing patted its head, "Well done." Then, he focused his attention on the amber-colored hexagonal crystals, comparing them with the knowledge and information imprinted in his mind. It looked similar to sand crystal, also inscribed with runes. Su Changqing compared them and found that they were the reverse of the repulsive runes. From a professional perspective, it should belong to a type of sinking rune, but much older. Wearing it would temporarily grant immunity to the effects of the repulsive runes. However, this was dispensable to Su Changqing. He would never enter the secret realm until he reached the golden core stage. He didn't even need to care about sinking runes. After all, times were changing, everything was progressing, and such complex and ancient runes had long been obsolete. Now there were simpler and more effective sinking runes. As he continued to advance and delve deeper, something new soon appeared. It looked like amber, but instead of insects or leaves, it contained bones, all sorts of bones. There were lower legs, thighs, finger bones, and so on, similar to the bone-patterned puppets, perhaps even parts of them. Su Changqing pondered, if it were an ordinary rune, it wouldn't be like this. There's probably something different about it. Go and fetch a finger bone. Yes, I cawed, flapped its wings, and flew back into the secret realm. In no time, it returned with the item. Moreover, it didn't just have it in its mouth. It also brought back a leg bone with its claws. Su Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "You're quite clever." He immediately took out some top-grade spirit rice and personally fed Yasi. The little creature, while eating, began to hum softly, seemingly thoroughly enjoying itself. Meanwhile, Su Changqing picked up the finger and leg bones for close examination. Just as he had guessed, there were indeed runes on them, different from the repulsive and sinking runes he had encountered earlier. Because the runes in this secret realm were quite ancient, Su Changqing couldn't pinpoint their exact type and could only rely on deduction. While there were no new discoveries on the other side, he began to carefully observe, compare, and even expend spiritual energy to sketch them out in the air. Anyway, within his personal space, he could control any unexpected events. As he gradually inscribed, a faint spiritual light flickered in the air. However, it had no effect or special properties, it was quite ordinary overall. Su Changqing observed this and pondered, since it's not an actively triggered type, it must be passively triggered, or perhaps a form of amplification. He could try it next time he forged a weapon and see what the effect would be. When Su Changqing closed his eyes again and switched to shared vision, he suddenly noticed a significant change in the scene Wu saw. The once golden quicksand had turned black, resembling a viscous swamp. Any bone-patterned puppet that approached was gradually sinking deeper into it, unable to escape no matter how much it struggled. Seeing this, Wu decisively took flight, abandoning the first puppet it landed on. Then it changed direction and flew towards another puppet, landing back on the head. Su Changqing observed this, thinking to himself, either extremes lead to reversals, or some kind of treasure is hidden here. After silently memorizing the location, he continued to monitor the situation opposite. This time, the bone-patterned puppet had gradually moved away from the outer quicksand area. As expected, it should have reached the central area. Many dilapidated buildings appeared, many of them already collapsed. In the corners of these buildings, one could see many flowers blooming and fading. Similar to the spirit flower, it existed in an instant from growth to withering. It also bore some kind of rune, but it was even more complex and ancient. Su Changqing tried to get Si to pick it, but it failed several times. Si was very clever, but despite trying many methods, it was still ineffective. Su Changqing pondered, unless we can prolong the flower's existence, even if we can pick it, we still won't be able to get our hands on it. Seeing this, he didn't let Si continue and decided to return first. This was a secret realm that only opened once every 500 years, and it was extremely dangerous inside. It would be a pity if Si, so clever, died inside. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, many identical stones appeared ahead. Their surfaces shimmered with 5-colored light, looking quite mysterious. This time, without waiting for Su Changqing's command, Si, having failed once before, seemed determined to demonstrate its value and immediately flew inside. Soon, it returned, clutching a rock. Su Changqing opened his eyes, took the rock with one hand, and patted Si's head with the other. Don't do that next time. Check for danger before you act. Si blinked, then made a cawing sound, as if in response. Su Changqing said with a hint of regret, although you're smarter than Crow One, your potential is a bit lacking. Otherwise, I'd really like to nurture you. Of the 5 fire crows, he knew Crow One the best. This guy bullies the weak and fears the strong, especially excelling at bullying those within his own group. Because of his highest potential, he was ranked first, even becoming the leader. As for Crow 4, he didn't know much about it before. If it weren't for this chance encounter, he wouldn't have known that among the 5 fire crows, it was actually the smartest. Chapter 397 Bad Water. Then, Su Changqing turned his attention to the 5-colored stone. The 5 colors were cyan, red, yellow, white, and blue. These corresponded to the 5 elements of spiritual roots and the 5 types of spiritual power. It was quite heavy in his hand. After infusing it with a trace of wood spiritual power, it suddenly glowed with a cyan light. Seeing this, Su Changqing had an idea and switched to fire spiritual power. Instantly, the stone changed from cyan to red, even emitting heat. When all 5 types of spiritual power were infused at once, the surface shimmered with 5 colors, looking quite magical. Su Changqing pondered, this seems to be a stone used to test spiritual roots and attributes. Although it wasn't very useful at the moment, he'd keep it for now. After all, it was one of the treasures in the secret realm. And so, for several days in a row, besides completing his daily tasks, Su Changqing stayed in his personal space, constantly watching the entrance to the secret realm and learning about its interior. After several days of exploration, he had a thorough understanding of most areas within the bone tomb. He knew where the dangers were. Where the dangers were. Where were the rare and precious materials? Where were the rare and precious materials? His gains increased daily, with new items arriving every day. The cost was the loss of dozens, sometimes even hundreds, of bone puppets each day. The ways they died were incredibly varied. Sometimes, approaching a new area, they would melt without doing anything. Sometimes, they would simply disappear while walking. In short, this bone tomb secret realm, which only opened once every 500 years, was indeed extremely dangerous. Fortunately, bone puppets were everywhere on the outer perimeter, in vast numbers, and he had more than he could use for the time being. As the new day dawned, Su Changqing was about to enter his personal space again when a slight vibration came from the azure gourd. Senior Brother Chu? Get ready, we're leaving. Where to? To Suingzin City. This, I forgot, ha ha ha. You brat, hurry up and get to Forging Peak. Su Changqing was extremely embarrassed. Since his conversation with Li Lingbai, his attention had been focused on the Bone Tomb secret realm, so he had completely forgotten about going to Suingzin City. With the gathering time approaching, he could only quickly pack his things, then left Wang Wang, Gag, the pearl chicken, and the turtles and fish in the pond all in the care of the fortress. He summoned Shattered Moonfrost and soared into the air, flying towards Forging Peak at an extremely fast speed. No unexpected events occurred along the way, and he arrived quickly. Upon arrival, he discovered that there were a huge number of people at Forging Peak. Everywhere was bustling with people, the scene comparable to the formal disciple competition. This was actually normal. 1/3 of the core disciples from the 7 immortal peaks alone were there. Moreover, a larger number of formal disciples also participated. This shows that the immortal sect attaches great importance to the Kanglan Sea region, perhaps wanting to use this opportunity to train its formal and core disciples. As for the mode of departure, there are basically two. One is to ride on the immortal sect's flying giant sword. The other is to use their own means of transportation. This time, besides Qin Bailey, Li Lingbai, Xu Qiu, and Su Changqing, there is also the female drunkard Han Xian and a high-level alchemist from the Earth-Fire region. The man's name is Xianzang. He is at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage and was introduced by Chu Su. He is about 30 years old and has 3 rather conspicuous scars on his forehead. He always squinted, was taciturn, and didn't like to talk much. Qin Bailey said loudly, "Now that everyone's here, let's set off." Everyone agreed without question. Qin Bailey summoned a swordlight, enveloping everyone as they soared into the air, disappearing at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The water spiritual energy is getting denser. Since the dragon vein was severed, the water spiritual energy has been changing daily. For fellow deist Xian, this must be a bit uncomfortable, right? As they approached the Kanglan Sea, everyone was surprised to find that the water spiritual energy was constantly rising and becoming increasingly dense. Han Xian had an earth spiritual root. Qin Bailey had a metal spiritual root. Xu Qiu had both water and wood spiritual roots. Li Lingbai had 3 spiritual roots, metal, water, and wood. Su Changqing openly had both water and wood spiritual roots. They were alright, although it affected them somewhat, it wasn't a major issue. Xianzang, the only exception, was a high-level alchemist from the Earth-Fire region. He possessed a fire elemental root. Therefore, the closer he got to the Azure Sea, the more problems he experienced with his elemental root, spiritual power, and even his physical body. Faced with everyone's concern, Xianzang calmly said, "It's nothing, just take a few more pills." Then, in front of Su Changqing and the others, he pulled out a large pile of pills. He stuffed all sorts of pill-strengthening pills, body-invigorating pills, fire-boosting pills into his mouth, chewed them a few times, and swallowed them. Seeing this, Su Changqing and the others were dumbfounded. Even Qin Bailey was stunned, taken aback by the others' behavior. Good heavens, this was the first time he'd seen someone eat pills like food. Xianzang, holding the pills, glanced at everyone and asked, "Would you like some?" "No, no." Su Changqing and the others quickly waved their hands. At this moment, they finally understood why Chu Su had recommended this person. Putting aside everything else, he was exceptionally confident in the pills he had refined. As they drew closer, besides the increasingly dense water spiritual energy, the air became foul and pungent. At this moment, Qin Bailey slowed the speed of his swordlight, and everyone looked down. The once beautiful Kanglan Sea had completely transformed. The seawater had turned a dark green, resembling a stinking swamp. Whirlpools frequently appeared, instantly tearing apart anything that approached. Su Changqing said incredulously, "Is this still the Kanglan Sea?" Qin Bailey said in a deep voice, "Everything in the Kanglan Sea benefited from that underwater dragon vein. Now, it has been destroyed by the Yellow Spring Alliance, causing a flood of water spiritual energy and turning the seawater into foul water. The dragon vein was a guide of positive energy, capable of balancing many things. Without it, the entire Kanglan Sea had become a lair for water demons and sea monsters. It had become countless times more dangerous than before, and no ships dared to approach." Chu Chu's expression changed slightly. "In that case, wouldn't Suingzhen City be the first to be impacted?" Li Lingbai followed up, "Not just Suingzhen City, but all the cultivation sects and families on those islands must have been affected." Su Changqing thought of the Linghe sect. Although he had only met Ji Mingxian once, he had a good impression of him and thought to himself, "I hope he's alright." Not long after, the island-like Suingzhen City came into view. From a high vantage point, a very clear crack could be seen. From the Dragon Suppressing Tower in the Dragon Nest District all the way to the Scale Claw District, the buildings and streets along the way were severely damaged. Xu Qiu lamented, "Suingzhen City is destroyed." Qin Bailey scanned with his divine sense, "There are still living people inside." Immediately, he controlled the sword light to descend. As it approached Suingzhen City, the dark green seawater below suddenly surged, and then black tentacles, dozens of meters long, shot out, rushing towards the group at incredible speed, accompanied by gusts of foul wind. Chapter 398 Something's Wrong. Seeing this, Qin Bailey showed no surprise, saying expressionlessly, "Under the protection of divine sense, do you think I didn't notice?" Lowering the height of the sword light was ostensibly to approach Suanzin City, but in reality, it was to lure out the sea monster. Even when the tentacles, tens of meters long, appeared, he didn't summon any magical artifacts, simply stepping lightly on the sword light beneath his feet. With a whoosh, the large sword light immediately split into dozens of smaller sword lights, each 10 feet long. Su Changqing watched, thinking to himself, this move is somewhat similar to the golden blade technique. Both can change size at will. The large sword light splits into smaller sword lights. The only difference is that Qin Bailey's was more powerful and visually more impactful. Soon, these tentacles were severed one after another by the sword light. They couldn't even get close, let alone attack. Li Lingbai, another golden core cultivator in the team, hadn't made a move from beginning to end, simply watching with interest. After all, Qin Bailey, as the top core disciple of the Immortal sect and a top genius in swordsmanship, wouldn't care whether he attacked or not if he couldn't even kill a sea monster. Splash! The sea monster, in pain, stirred up towering waves. The waves crashed together, creating countless splashes. Just when everyone thought it was about to attack again, they noticed its aura growing weaker and weaker. It ran away? Holy crap! That's it. The sea monster's decision to flee shocked Su Changqing and the others. However, upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. But Qin Bailey had no intention of letting this ambush attack go unpunished. His eyes sharpened, as if they could see through the dark green, murky water. Then, with a flick of his sword finger, the separated sword lights merged together at incredible speed. Then, they transformed into a nearly 10-jan-long golden giant sword, which plunged diagonally into the water like a collapsing pillar. The sea split in two, revealing countless water monsters and creatures beneath. Perhaps affected by the foul water, they bared their fangs and claws, their faces filled with grotesque malice. However, faced with Qin Bailey's casual strike, they were utterly powerless to resist, wiped out in an instant, leaving not even a trace. With a soft plop, the sea monster attempting to venture deeper was pierced through by a single sword strike. The massive sword was embedded in its body, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. Its body was visibly torn open, revealing horrifying wounds. Blood mixed with some other liquid gushed out violently. It twitched a few times, then fell still. Su Changqing couldn't help but shake his head. Why did you provoke him? With a thought, Qin Bailey's golden giant sword flew out, carrying the dozens of jan-long corpse of the sea monster. Now, everyone could finally see its appearance clearly. It was a gigantic squid. Its entire body was covered in smooth, dark scales that shimmered with an eerie light under the sunlight. Its head resembled a towering mountain peak. Its two eyes were like blood-red lanterns. Even in death, it still exuded a terrifying, malevolent aura. The next second, as the golden light dissipated, the sea monster's corpse vanished into thin air. It was obvious that Qin Bailey had moved it into his storage item. This single attack had stunned everyone present. Neither the water demons nor the sea monsters dared to attack, and they all fled towards the depths of the Azure Sea. Then, Qin Bailey led everyone to a light, floating landing. A month later, Su Changqing and Chu Chu once again stepped into Suanzin City. Unfortunately, things were different now. The city had been so glorious before, but now it was utterly dilapidated. The streets, once teeming with cultivators and rogue cultivators, were now deserted. Clearly, those who could have fled had all gone. Not long after, Qin Bailey led Su Changqing and the others to a group of survivors. To their utter surprise, they found someone they knew. Su Changqing recognized him immediately, Ji Mingxian from the Linghe sect. Ji Mingxian was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. Su Lingxi? Li Lingbai was astonished. You know him? Su Changqing introduced him. This is the senior disciple of the Linghe sect. Upon hearing that he was from the Linghe sect, everyone was greatly surprised and couldn't help but take a few more glances. To become the senior disciple, one must far surpass one's fellow disciples in every aspect. In other words, this person must have a great talent for planting and cultivation. Ji Mingxian said excitedly, I presume you are all disciples of the Dongting Immortal sect? Su Changqing gave a brief introduction. This is senior brother Qin Bailey. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingxian was utterly dumbfounded. Qin Bailey alone was already renowned throughout the Tianyuan Realm. He hadn't expected even Li Lingbai to be here. Although he didn't recognize the others, or even have heard of them, the fact that they were all here together meant they were definitely not ordinary people. Su Changqing asked, weren't you at the Linghe sect? Ji Mingxian gave a wry smile. I was invited by Zhao Qinyun and intended to go to Rumen Island, but I unexpectedly missed the opportunity and ended up trapped here. Chu Chu raised an eyebrow. Your strength isn't bad either. Why didn't you run away? Ji Mingxian glanced at the group behind him and countered, if I ran away, what would happen to them? While there were a few cultivators behind him, most were ordinary people. Judging from their clothing, they were likely Tanka people living in this area. Qin Bailey's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of appreciation. Commendable courage. Su Changqing stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Leave the rest to us. Ji Mingxian felt a sense of relief. That's great. Chu Chu asked again, "Where's Zhao Qinyun?" Ji Mingxian replied, "Before the incident, he had already led his men to Rumen Island. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have arrived on the island by now. Rumen Island is a secret realm. In some ways, it's even safer than Suingzin City now." Su Changqing was very curious. What's the situation with the city lord's mansion now? Ji Mingxuan's eyes flashed with fear. The first thing the dragon did after escaping was to destroy the city lord's mansion and kill and devour everyone inside. Li Lingbai narrowed her eyes. So many cultivators in Suingzin City, and the city lord was even at the golden core stage. The 5 major families had formations protecting them, and they're all gone just like that? In a corner, a low-level cultivator spoke up. Most of the people from the city lord's mansion and the 5 major families went to Rumen Island. Only the Long family had some left, but they fled later too. Li Lingbai gave a cold smile. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Normally, given Suingzin City's size and strength, even if the dragon escaped, things wouldn't turn out like this. So many cultivators and rogue cultivators, even at low levels, would still be a force to be reckoned with if they united. Unlike now, the city is destroyed, and everyone has fled. The whole affair had an eerie feel to it. Based on the information currently available, the city lord's mansion and 4 other families led a large number of cultivators to Dream Island, just as the underwater dragon vein was slain by the Yellow Spring Alliance. This triggered a series of reactions, such as the dragon escaping its confinement and everyone fleeing. It felt like Suingzin City had been deliberately abandoned by these people. Su Changqing thought to himself, something's not right. Chapter 399 The 3 Great Immortal Sects. Something was definitely wrong. Su Changqing immediately became alert, then silently walked behind Qin Bailey and Li Lingbai before finally letting out a sigh of relief. After that, he ignored everything the people around him said. His attention remained focused on his surroundings, constantly on guard. If anything seemed amiss, hundreds of talismans and over a dozen magical artifacts would activate instantly. If possible, he even considered finding an opportunity to leave. Just then, a buzzing sound came from the sky. It sounded like something was approaching. The Burning Heaven Chariot? The New Moon Ship? Disciples from the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect and the Inviting Moon Immortal Sect are here. The knowledgeable Qin Bailey recognized the approaching object at a glance. Upon hearing that it was disciples from the other 2 major immortal sects, the others immediately became interested. Ablaze with fire soared into the east as 9 powerful, blood-red steeds pulled a burning chariot, carrying disciples of the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect. From the west, a silvery light shimmered as a moon-shaped boat, emanating a chilling aura, floated in, carrying female disciples of the Inviting Moon Immortal Sect. Ha ha ha! Qin Bailey laughed heartily. Isn't this Zhao Lai and Sun Ningxuan? Zhao Lai, Golden Core Perfection. A core disciple of the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect, ranked 2nd. 3 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, his eyes as cold as iron. He wore a set of black iron scale armor, the plates engraved with demon-suppressing runes, and a broken crimson longsword hung at his waist. He exuded an aura that warned others to stay away. Beside him lay a massive black tiger, its eyes equally sharp and cold. Sun Ningxuan, late Golden Core. A core disciple of the Inviting Moon Immortal Sect, ranked 7th. Because she was born into a secular dynasty, she was known as the 7th Princess. She wore white robes, her black hair flowing like a waterfall. A bright moon-shaped hairpin adorned her hair, and a pale silver crescent moon mark adorned her brow. She was aloof and cold, unapproachable. She had no pets, but instead carried a whisk. Zhao Lai said expressionlessly, as expected, when it comes to seizing opportunities, your Dongting Immortal Sect is always the fastest. Sun Ningxuan nodded slightly, whether in agreement or as a greeting, it was unclear. Qin Bailey waved his hand. Not at all, we just arrived. Zhao Lai landed with the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sect behind him, his sharp gaze sweeping over the surroundings. Seeing the dilapidated state of Suingzin City, he frowned immediately. Where are the city lord's mansion and the 5 major families? Sun Ningxuan followed closely behind, also observing her surroundings after landing, appearing extremely vigilant. Qin Bailey replied, the city lord's mansion and the 5 major families have all fled. Only a few survivors remain. Zhao Lai's face darkened upon hearing this. You're courting death. Sun Ningxuan finally spoke, her voice cold. I presume both of you know about that matter? Qin Bailey nodded slightly. Weren't we all here for the Yellow Spring Alliance? Upon hearing the words Yellow Spring Alliance, the surrounding people reacted differently. Su Changqing looked at Ji Mingxian and the other survivors, noticing their strange reactions. The Tanka people living here seemed rather bewildered, which was a normal reaction. However, the other few low-level cultivators showed expressions of fear. Logically, they shouldn't have been able to contact them. After all, they lacked the qualifications and strength. At this moment, Sun Ningxuan said earnestly, with the dragon vein dead, the Kanglan Sea will become a source of treacherous waters, teeming with all sorts of rare treasures, water demons, sea monsters, and even demonic creatures. I wonder what the Dragon Tiger Immortal sect and the Daunting Immortal sect think. Su Changqing snapped out of his reverie upon hearing this, thinking to himself, is this the start of dividing up territory? Zhao Lai remained silent, instead looking at Qin Bailey, his eyes flickering slightly. Qin Bailey chuckled, the idea from Daunting is that the Thousand Sects Dharma Assembly will begin in a few years, so why not use this place as a trial ground? Zhao Lai nodded slightly, our Dragon Tiger Immortal sect thinks the same way. Su Ningxuang raised an eyebrow, a look of suspicion on her face, your Daunting Immortal sect and Dragon Tiger Immortal sect want to bring in other cultivation forces to jointly manage the Kanglan Sea? Qin Bailey and Zhao Lai exchanged a glance, then nodded simultaneously, that's right. Su Changqing pondered, with such huge profits, the higher UPS of the three major immortal sects must have discussed it privately. Sending their disciples to argue like this is probably to see whose disciple can truly prevail. It's both a test and a way to establish authority. The winner will not only receive benefits but also gain prestige among their peers. The loser will get a chance to temper their character, preventing future setbacks. After all, the core disciples present are pillars of their immortal sects and might become future leaders. Moreover, Su Changqing discovered something else. The first group of people to arrive were either the top sword genius of the Daunting Immortal sect, or a fierce man like Zhao Lai who was clearly skilled in killing, or someone as aloof and unapproachable as Su Ningxuang. To call it a coincidence was too much of a coincidence, it felt like deliberate. Next, Qin Bailey, Zhao Lai, and Su Ningxuang continued their conversation. The disciples of the other two major immortal sects dispersed to explore and investigate. Li Lingbai, along with Chu Qiu, Su Changqing, Han Xian, and Xianzang, headed towards the city lord's mansion. Ji Mingxian originally wanted to come along, for the simple reason that he had been there the longest and was a direct witness to the whole affair. However, Su Changqing refused his offer to lead the way, citing danger. Chu Qiu chuckled, junior brother Su, are you worried about the spirit-gathering abyss? Su Changqing replied helplessly, what's the use of worrying? Given the current state of the Kanglan Sea, both the spirit-gathering abyss and the mermaid princess were about to leave him. Fortunately, the century-long fishing rights for the spirit-gathering abyss were a gift, and the water spirit fruit given to the mermaid princess was something he'd found by chance. Li Lingbai speculated, the spirit-gathering abyss is the place in the Kanglan Sea that produces the most natural treasures. Now that it's become a source of evil water, the treasures will become even more abundant. However, what's rightfully yours, we still have to fight for. Su Changqing hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks, thank you, senior brother Lingbai. Not long after, the group arrived at the Flood Dragon nest area. On the left was the Flood Dragon Suppression Tower. On the right was the City Lord's mansion. However, they had been severely damaged. The Flood Dragon Suppression Tower had first split in two, then was destroyed by the Flood Dragon, and now it lay collapsed on the ground. As for the City Lord's mansion, it was even more shocking. It seemed the dragon was venting its anger, having almost leveled the area. Seeing this, everyone could only go to the gap in the dragon-suppressing pagoda on the left and look down. Directly below, where the dragon had been suppressed and imprisoned, lay what appeared to be a well. The water was a dark green, quite repulsive in appearance. Even though the dragon was gone, it still exuded a chilling aura. Han Xian observed and analyzed, the feng shui of Suingzhen City has been severely damaged, and the key lies in this dragon-suppressing tower. Su Changqing lamented, there was once a dragon very close to me, I lived above it, and it lived below. What a pity we missed each other. Chapter 400, Hunting in the Sea. In the following days, more and more disciples from the three major immortal sects arrived in Suingzhen City. Normally, core disciples were rarely seen. Now, while not everywhere, you could bump into one every few minutes. For example, on the Daunting Immortal sect side, they recognized Qin Bailey, Li Lingbai, and Chu Hong, but didn't recognize more than a dozen core disciples. The vast majority of them had reached the Golden Core stage, some even in the late Golden Core stage. Suingzhen City, which had previously had only a few survivors, suddenly became bustling. The three major immortal sects joined forces to repair the surrounding dilapidated houses, making them barely habitable enough for rest. Because they arrived early, they occupied the best areas, the Dragon Nest area, leaving the Whale Belly and Shark Spine areas for the other cultivation sects that would arrive later. During a break, Su Changqing found Han Xian, hey, old Han. Han Xian raised an eyebrow, little Su, you need a beating again, don't you? Su Changqing said helplessly, fine, fine. Senior sister Han, is that enough? Han Xian pouted, that's more like it. Su Changqing immediately inquired, you're a powerful array master, and your expertise in feng shui is even more remarkable. So, what's the current state of Suingzhen City? Han Xian smiled smugly and said, currently, the feng shui of the entire Suingzhen City has been completely destroyed, beyond repair. Su Changqing continued to ask, if there's an even more powerful array master who could use the terrible feng shui to transform the entire Suingzhen City. Han Xian asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Su Changqing pondered. I always feel like something's off about this place, it feels like. Han Xin subconsciously pressed, like what? Su Changqing said seriously, it seems like it was deliberately left for us. Han Xin shook her head, dismissing the guess, don't be so paranoid. The core disciples of the three major immortal sects are everywhere here. If there were a problem, wouldn't they have noticed? Su Changqing paused, then nodded slightly, that's true. However, Han Xin hesitated, then continued, top-tier array masters can indeed use changes in feng shui to create harmful arrays. Hearing this, Su Changqing raised an eyebrow. Is this Suanzin City? Why is it all ruins? Sure enough, the disciples of the three major immortal sects have arrived. At this moment, a commotion arose outside. Flying ships, shuttles, flying boats, and flying spirit beasts continuously entered Suanzin City. These were the core and formal disciples of the other cultivation sects besides the three major immortal sections. There were many people, several hundred arrived at once. If you include the members of the three major immortal sects, the number is close to 1,000. And in the coming period, the number will only increase. After all, many cultivation sects are far away and would need even more time to arrive. According to Qin Bailey, although the Kanglan Sea is becoming increasingly harsh, it will become a testing ground for various cultivation sections. This is mainly to pave the way for the upcoming 1,000 Sects Dharma Assembly, giving everyone an opportunity to get to know each other beforehand. Su Changqing stood at the window, watching the growing number of cultivators outside. Far from feeling at ease, he felt even more uneasy. After much deliberation, he bid farewell to Han Xin, left his resting place, and returned to the damaged dragon-suppressing tower. Directly below was the well that imprisoned the dragon. Not a small well, but a very large one. It was a deep, dark green, emanating a chilling, icy aura. However, his reason for coming this time wasn't to explore it, but rather because he discovered runes inscribed around the well. Intricate and ancient. They felt remarkably similar to the runes in the bone tomb. Knowing that the carved ancestor had been dead for over 1,000 years, it was impossible for him to emerge from his coffin to help the Zhao family suppress the dragon. Therefore, only one possibility remained. That is, the person who inscribed these runes must have received the ancestor's inheritance. Whether it was part or all of it, that remained unknown. Su Changqing pondered, I wonder how many members of the Yellow Spring Alliance are actually in the Zhao family of the City Lord's Mansion and the 5 major families. He then imprinted the rune into his mind. Although it wasn't suitable for the current Tianyuan Realm, it could still serve as a reference. In the following days, disciples from all the cultivation sects, centered on Suanzin City, began hunting and exploring the entire Kanglan Sea. The leaders were all golden core cultivators, each possessing formidable strength. Su Changqing, following behind Li Lingbai, also reaped considerable benefits. Soon, the group arrived at the turbid current zone where they had previously hunted water demons. Now, the entire Kanglan Sea had become treacherous water, making the situation here even worse. The number of water demons was increasing daily, making it increasingly dangerous. The dark green seawater churned with dark brown whirlpools. The shrieks of the water demons and the roars of the sea monsters created a chilling atmosphere. A group of wave-chasing shrimp spirits, hiding in the water, intended to ambush Su Changqing and his companions. However, before they could even make a move, Li Lingbai casually waved his hand, splitting the seawater in two. Instantly, they were all exposed. At first, they were somewhat taken aback, but when Chu Qiu, Han Xin, and Xianzang arrived with them, their previously fierce and sinister eyes suddenly turned to terror. Su Changqing followed behind, pretending to throw a few water arrows, not caring whether they hit or not, just to get them fired. Li Lingbai watched this half-hearted behavior and couldn't help but say, Junior brother Su, although you are a spirit farmer, you still need to train. What if you encounter danger in the future? Su Changqing grinned, Senior brother is right. Half an hour later, the group had a fruitful harvest. After all, the stronger the water demons and sea monsters, the higher the value of their core parts. Seeing that it was getting late, the group planned to board the broken Moonfrost Mount to head back. Suddenly, the dark green seawater in the distance began to stratify. The whirlpools in the upper layer slowed abruptly, while the lower layer bulged with bluish-black bubbles, as if a giant beast was moving on the seabed. Seeing this, Chu Chu's eyes lit up, a sea monster. It's definitely a sea monster with profound cultivation. Ordinary sea monsters wouldn't cause such a commotion. The environment has changed, it must have been at least 500 years ago. Sure enough, not long after, a moving reef emerged from the water. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized it as a giant sea turtle with a carapace 20 jang wide. Su Changqing recognized it, the ink crystal Xianao. Chu Chu echoed, it's a treasure trove from head to toe. Strangely, this sea monster lacked its usual ferocity, instead, it moved rapidly, carving surging waves into the surface. It seemed to be escaping? After a while, Su Changqing and the others could see clearly that the black crystal turtle's left forelimb was missing, and a section of its carapace, the hardest part in the center, had caved in, as if it had encountered something far more terrifying. Roar! Just as everyone was wondering, a deep dragon's roar erupted from the seabed, followed by an overwhelming, tidal wave of pressure. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically.